What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Deadlock Night Shift. It is our 43rd installment here on the broadcast, and we've got some incredible matches to cover today. I'm, of course, your host, Jake, and I'm joined by DDK and Jason Kaplan. Jason, how are you feeling right now?
You know, this last week has been really difficult. I have had a 39.9 degree fever in Celsius. That's like 104 degrees if you're in the American units. And I've been in the hospital during the week and went to the ER. Found out I have arthritis in my neck developing, which is great. They don't know what's wrong with me though in the fever. I still have it today. But you know what? I couldn't miss being here on the night shift because it's my birthday, man. And you got to be there for your birthday.
Happy birthday, Jason. And you are older than I realized. Dan, how are you doing?
So your birthday song.
I'm expecting it.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, I'm cutting it out.
Come on, everyone. Come on.
We got stuff to get through. We'll sing Jason happy birthday later. Okay. We got to check out the format today. Obviously, if you watch the night shift, you know what to expect, but let's take a quick look at it nonetheless. Tell me what we're looking at here.
It's going to be real interesting. The fact that, well, we had drama last week, Jake and Dan, if you don't remember, with OC's posting basically after they lost that he's no longer on the team, as well as Hapix no longer on the team. Leviathan have to bounce back once again in this week, going up against Abrahams, where they really looked not strong, I would say, in the previous week. And honestly, I don't expect much different going into this week, but there's a name up there I'm seeing, Dan, that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yes, Buff Enjoyers. How did they manage to, is there a time machine that they've managed to access, or what's happened? So Loki W, there was like a branding issue, right? Something of that nature, and they've just rebranded back to Buff Enjoyers, which is kind of cool because I don't know, Loki W is a cool name, but Buff Enjoyers is kind of legacy in Deadlock history, so I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see them coming right back in here at, a legacy team from Deadlock's past. Of course, showing a little bit of love here to the rebrand. I feel like Buff and Joris is a more iconic name, personally. I think it's a little more Deadlock. It's a little more unique. And for me, I'm definitely excited to see them play because they've been about as strong as this team has ever looked, even back in the day of this roster's former glory playing under Buff and Joris.
And poor old Vrayek, the only one on the roster who have never played under the banner in the past. I mean, Cosmetical, let's be fair, you played under it once, but that's still one more time than Vrayek has ever done. But yeah, it's been interesting to see, man. This has been the team to beat not only in EU, but also internationally in North America. Thinking back to Night Shift Open just a few weeks ago, they have been unstoppable. And it's, in my eyes right now, it's up to Abrahams to be the one to dethrone them because I don't expect much out of Leviathan today. Not to say the challenger match won't be exciting, but I think they're under such a big rebuilding path that it's going to take a bit for them to really come online against Abrahams. But then also the North America portion of the show, gentlemen. We got to see work in progress a few weeks ago. They're able to make it through into the finals match as well. Unfortunately, they did fall short against FPS Lounge, who were pretty much just giving us a complete repeat of the previous week in NA.
FPS Lounge is now a rebuilt team, right? Taking a lot of the best players off of floor, man. This team is looking terrifying right now. I'd argue that they're a major contender in North America, if not even the favorite. Obviously, Bird with Clock going to take them on in the challenger match, as you see here on the format, and then on to face the winner. Will go on to face Melee Creeps in the final. But I think generally some quite exciting matches across the board. And what's up, Jason?
There's one thing that's really interesting about Melee Creeps is that Ranger has returned to his old position of coach, which means Melee Creep need a 6. And do you know who their 6 is going to be?
I actually didn't know. I saw them posting, maybe like talking about who they're going to look at and tryouts, but do you know who they settled on?
Assuming this information is correct, which I'm pretty sure it is, it's going to be League. And I think that is disgusting. League and Do together is like a match made in heaven. And that team with him on the roster now, I don't know if it's a stand-in or temporary sub or it is a trial. It's going to be disgusting for any team that has to go up against them.
I agree. I think it plays really well to this current patch of like how many characters you can have getting farmed and being key fighters. Like you want more and more players that are just like really strong in the deathmatch, really strong in their ability to carry fights. So it's going to be really exciting. We got great stacked teams here across the show. I think both regions are going to be quite competitive. But of course, we got a little bit of housekeeping to do before we get into those key matches. Let's show a little bit of love to the Patreons. Really, in the end, like we've been doing the show, we're 43 shows in, but honestly, I don't know that we'd be 10 shows in without our patrons, right? Like the people supporting us on Patreon have done incredible work. And I'm the CFO. We take all this money, we put it right back into the events, ensuring that, hey, we can keep running the night shift here at the quality and consistency level that folks expect.
You do a phenomenal job, by the way. Just want to say, you don't get told that enough, Jake. You're doing a fantastic job when it comes to playing the CFO, running as the CFO in the company. But you know what I always like to do here? I always like to pull out a name, and I don't know how to actually say this one, but it's under the $25 night shift manager of Pong equals N Pong. So Pong equals not Pong? I don't know. But thank you for your support.
Yeah, I don't know what the terminology means precisely. I'd imagine it's some math stuff or statistics stuff. I don't know, but. It's actually funny. I was looking at that, pulling at that name, but I'm going to go with unreliable novel because I realized recently that novels are actually a thing. They're not just
they exist. They're real.
They exist. They occupy the Arctic, seas or oceans, whatever, around Greenland, Iceland, maybe Russia, Norway. That's where you can find them, and they look ridiculous. So that's kind of that's a fun one. Unreliable novels going to be my pull there.
I'm going to go with an unconventional pick. I'm going to go with Jessica Strasser down at the Night Shift Residence. I'm a big believer in folks using their real name in the internet space. And so I appreciate a little bit of real name love, a little bit of a classic. No, you don't have to be tricky or fancy with it. Sometimes just bringing your own real self to the moment is what is called for. But thank you, of course, to all of our patrons, everyone supporting us, whether with Twitch subs, with YouTube memberships, or just, hey, watching the show week in, week out. It all makes a difference. It all comes together, ensuring that we can keep coming back and bringing Deadlock esports action to the people.
It's funny. I wanted to make fun of you for a second there, talking about people using their real names. I was like, oh, wait, he actually named himself Jake, so it makes sense. And I'm like, I want to make fun of Dan because DDK, but I'm pretty sure DDK is his initials. So I'm like, okay, I can't make fun of him either.
Wait, all three of us basically are acolytes of the real name trend on the internet. I think, all right, guys, this is a controversial take. I think in the long run, maybe more people will do it. Like, we'll treat an online space more like a real life space.
I mean, I used to have an alias, and then a certain AAA publisher out there forced me to change my name because they didn't like it. So I ended up with just my real name, which technically worked out. But in a world of Jay Kaplan's and esports, it doesn't work that well, to be fair.
All right. We also have some pretty interesting new changes to Deadlock, as is honestly a custom here on the night shift. Deadlock's a very early game. There's going to be a lot of changes, but maybe we can take a quick look here at the patch notes and kind of get like an overview of what we're looking at here for this week's event.
I mean, Jake, to me, there's only two that really matter in my eyes. I'm gonna go at them right off the bat because I think they're the ones that we're all gonna land on. Silver, not being able to heal with tier 3 like and curse anymore. I think that is huge, though. I've still been seeing Hoot running a lot in the low KW or now Buff Enjoyers matches, but also Holiday. I mean, I think somewhere out there ZP is like begged Yoshi for Holiday buffs because he's loved playing Holiday forever. And now everyone is playing Holiday. She's back in the mix, and I think it's gonna shake up things quite a bit now.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Paradox was like the only pick hero for quite some time, and this could be a really fun way to spice up the meta. I think Holiday's a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, Benji for 10 gifted. Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally agree. I actually think it's interesting. You raised ZP up there as a Holiday enjoyer, but I think he's undervaluing. Like some people are like, for example, Deathy mentioned on his content that he thinks that S tier might be S plus tier broken. That's where Deathy thinks it is, and I know ZP is not as bullish. Thinks that Calico, I think, is. If I'm representing his position clearly, he might be napping right now. I'm not sure if he can defend himself, but he was saying Calico he thinks is kind of being slept on a little bit in terms of the strength from this most recent patch. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think Deathy might be taking a little nap after going undefeated in a Sagem Slam that happened. I think it was just yesterday. I can't remember who he's paired with, but that's some crazy stuff. Also, like Graves got some slight change as well. Like the Jar of the Dead takes a little bit longer to actually get online to use, so it's slower. Great Town as well had like a 4% DPS nerf. I'm just reading from the notes myself. Bullet damage growth reduced as well. Rate of arrow cooldown increased because we were talking a lot last week about how quickly you could just get back in the air constantly, making it very difficult for anyone to take you down as GT anymore. But there's some really interesting changes, man, and I'm kind of happy to see it shake things up. But I'm also curious, at what point will we start to get more set in stone, like smaller changes? I don't know, I'm going set in stone, but like this is a small patch or a minor update, but it's a big enough update that it does change the meta and kind of take some heroes who were unplayable or unplayed, at least in the night shift, and to make them probably full pick ban the entire way through today.
Yeah, I think it's, it's that balance of changes. It's like these are the sort of, smaller to medium patches that keep things interesting, that keep things developing meta-wise while we wait for like the bigger content updates that obviously take the devs, a lot more time to polish and prepare for the future. But I mean, my opinion, I think like the Urn, for instance, is in such a good state right now. I mean, maybe I'm like overly Pollyannish on this, but I think the Urn is super fun. Like playing around the control point idea of like, okay, you have to stay inside this circle is pretty unique in Deadlock, considering how much of the game is built around like using your movement, running away, evading all over the map. I think it's kind of a lot of fun to be forced into that kind of a brawl. And here we can take a quick look at some of the patch notes. I wonder if Apollo may like just make it over the line. I mean, Apollo was a really top tier hero before some big nerfs came in. What do you think about this, Nick?
Yeah. I think disengaging sigil is now kind of more true to the name, because you can be really, really tricky with it. I think with Apollo, they still have some of the really strong stuff. Obviously, one of the things about Apollo that was kind of just another amazing thing about his abilities that didn't get talked about maybe quite as much was the stun that he can get from the riposte, and that's still just as good. And I think with the disengaging sigil changes, I think he's still like a very strong early game laner. So I actually think that we could definitely see Apollo coming back in. I think it's enough to kind of tip him over the edge to be relevant again, because again, you can just really get, I think, good tempo out of him. And he's still very hard to kill, especially if you get the Dispel Magic online, so people can't just slowing hex you and stuff. I think he's going to be pretty solid.
I've seen some sick movement too with the sigil as well, Dan, that we might see today if we haven't been picked. Similar to what you see with like Shiv right-clicking or alt-firing on a wall, using that extra mobility. It's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely some exciting notes here. Calico, we've mentioned, I think has gotten quite a bit better in terms of your ability to actually scale and snowball through the game. And, definitely it has historically been a hero that competitive players have prioritized pretty heavily, right? Like scouting utility, the ability to like open up some of those fights in the late game and actually manage to slip away. I think this has kind of been a little bit of a darling of our competitive players. Wouldn't be surprised to see her with just a few buffs, right? Kind of really be back in the mix. Finally, some scaling nerfs to Dormant Callbell. I think this skill was just doing too much damage for too little investment. I don't think this is going to really take Dorman out of the top tier, just maybe slow him down just that little bit.
Yeah, something I want to mention real quick as well is I think the Calico buffs are pretty extreme. I think we're going to see her. I would expect to see her like in every game. Yeah, just the tier 3 heal going up to 450 is kind of nuts. Like more damage, from the ults. And also the gloom bombs, taking just a nice combo, because upon impact you get the reduced melee resist, and so you get the melee damage from the leaping slash. So Calico, I think we're going to see in every game already like a dangerous. Already kind of. I actually don't think she was underpowered. I think Calico was actually in kind of a good spot. We did even see her in some night shifts recently. So I think Calico stocks are going to be crazy. I think that's going to be the one to keep an eye on, as well as Holiday. I don't think the like you say, I agree with you. Doorman and Graves. Graves is very tricky. I don't think we're going to see Graves. Doorman, I think, is still going to be prioritized decently as well. I don't see that changing too much.
Yeah, I feel like Graves was already pretty rarely picked in competitive play, and a couple of nerfs probably maybe fully take her out of contention. GT getting some nerfs, but I wonder if these are really enough. I feel like in the end, I really just like all these patch notes. They're going to be just enough to shake things up, but. Can we
see maybe Holiday really quickly?
Else? Yeah, then maybe Holiday.
Just because we talked about it, but we didn't get to exactly. So like the whole fact now you can like drop powder kegs at your feet, so it doesn't move. I thought it's also really interesting. It makes it really easy, I believe, to hit some combos when you have like lassos, where previously you had to play some sort of like weird, like jumping but hold backwards and then use the barrel to kind of make it collide with the person you're carrying. Starting with 2 charges as well, but it also takes a lot longer for it to charge up. I thought was cool as well. There's a lot of change, like even the tier 3, the extra 100 damage and spirit scaling, and the charge time taken off of there. I mean, that like there's like certain players out there that we saw play Holiday a ton that we're gonna probably see today. Looking at Saya in particular as one of those potential players when we go to the melee creep side. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if he wants to play that role within the team, but if you have LeBron on the team, you better give him the ball. And I feel like if you have Holiday this strong, you better give it to Saya.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a more contested pick for sure now. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just gonna say the other thing as well is the stomp stun. Having some extra interrupt is really, really nice. And I think it only affects Holiday. Yeah, it only triggers from Holiday, so your entire team can't just like chain stun someone. But still, I actually think that's a small amount of stun. But sometimes just having those interrupts are really, really powerful to obviously deal with heroes which are channeling or anything like that. So yeah, Holiday looks pretty insane.
Yeah, some moderate changes around the board. Maybe we'll see some of these changes really have impact, but I don't think anything is really too crazy. Little slight nerfs across the board. I think the cooldown nerf to Silver's ultimate is probably one of the bigger ones, with there being a much more significant downtime there. With the ultimate down to from 40 to 70 seconds. So if you get this Lycan Curse popped in a sort of a poking engagement, you're not really able to force a team fight off of it. There's going to be a much more real window to punish. More nerfs coming in to Victor. Warden, I believe, getting some pretty moderate buffs, especially the ulti actually getting some, buffs from every single point. I think a lot of people were just not taking any points in Last Stand and not really using the ability on Carry Warden. So we'll have to see if this actually changes the nature of the character or really moves the needle for him. They're already getting picked decently, and I don't know that this stuff like the bullet fall off nerf is really going to change the narrative for Gun Carry Warden.
I think Zerg is just licking his lips right now. He was already playing Warden before, one of the few people in EU we ever really saw play it and have success. And I think he's going to be happy to continue to play it, though. There's still a lot of other heroes he's been playing quite a bit of on his stream. If you guys have been, paying attention, he's been playing and wanting to play a lot of 7, playing a lot of Viper. He's even starting picking up GT just because GT still says is strong. Though don't necessarily think when you have Cosmetical on the team, you're going to want to see Zergy playing GT. But I think it's interesting to see, what the adaptation is going to be come into this, because it's changes like this do change the meta quite heavily, and it changes priority. And priority have been really set on things like Silver and Doorman and Pocket being like your top 3 you look for every single time.
All right, gentlemen, the stage is set. We have a little bit of an idea of what to expect coming in to this week's show with the metagame. But of course, it's all up to the teams to determine how they decide to play. What do they think the best strategies are? That's why you come to the night shift. Let's introduce our first competitor here in the EU Challenger match. This is Abrahams.
Just want to say, by the way, I come to the night shift to hang out with you guys, not to watch the best Deadlock, even though it is there. Just hang out with some pals. Maybe do some STS after the show, like we did in the lobby in Atlanta. That was some good times. But speaking of good times, man, this team here, Abrahams, I'm to be fair, I'm happy to see them kind of not really jumping too quickly to make roster changes. Obviously, we did have a long period of time, where D-Mob and Hoot are on the team, and I believe they wanted to go their own ways to explore opportunities in other teams, with D-Mob going over to North America and Hoot rejoining low-QW. But to me, it finally seems like this team wants to be the team to grind things out and not just give up because things aren't working out, because it has been a while since it has worked for them. But we're seeing, Together flex back to some of the heroes he's become known for when it comes to Shiv, when it comes to Yamato. I think we've discussed quite a few times now that Arzo has really stepped into more of like the M1 for the team. Sanu, who kind of flex out of that role, has been also doing a great job. Empty Dreams has picked up, like, the threat of his pocket is something you always have to respect, but he can flex it as so many different heroes. And then we get to see Saint flex around. I think the question for me is TAS prepared to play Holiday today? Like, is there that much of an emphasis on Holiday, and our team's prepared enough to play Holiday that he's ready to pick it up? Because I don't think that's something you want to give up to the team if you have the opportunity to pick it.
I got a lot of faith in TAS. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't doubt this guy. He's been one of the best for a long time. I feel like, maybe Abraham's success hasn't been quite as peak as it was during their, reign of terror over the night shift in EU. But I'm honestly excited. I think it'll be good for TAS to have more hero versatility that he can bring out in his role.
Yeah, I think these guys are also. This is one of the cool things about Deadlock at this point. All these guys are so practiced on everything because they've been through so many different meta cycles that I don't think it's going to be too crazy. I think, honestly, the Holiday changes make Holiday feel a lot easier. I was playing it recently, and it felt just a lot easier than it used to. Even shooting the barrels and everything, it's just a lot easier because of the way that they arc and everything like that. So I would expect to see it. I'm curious. I don't think we didn't talk about it. Maybe we'll talk about it later. But I'm curious if we'll see Paige today. Probably not. There were some slight buffs there, but I don't think it's enough. But either way.
All right. Well, that's the first team here in the Challenger match. Let's take a look at their opposition. This is Leviathan, coming off the back of a little bit of drama last week. Already making some kicks, cutting players, changing things around. It is a very new roster in terms of, this being almost a complete rebuild of what was Leviathan. But how do you see these guys stacking up with Sai and Bobby now on the team?
I'm not afraid to jump on this grenade here. I wonder how much. So I'm gonna preface this with what OC said, that there was too many big egos in the team, and it made it hard for him to play his own game because everyone wants to be a star on the team. And again, this is from just what he said. This isn't for me, exploring and seeing if any of this is true. And he also did talk about how Sai was a big playmaker for him in particular, because Sai was helping him set up positionings. He would scout out spots so OCs would know where to be able to stand and know where he could play from to have the effect that OCs would have, which was a phenomenal effect. I don't think any of us can understate how much of an impact he would have when OCs was playing like we know he can. But with Sai joining the team, I'm curious, are they gonna like kind of let those egos go aside? If you're bringing Sai on the team, why didn't they bring OCs back, or have the bonds between them been completely severed? I think they're still going to struggle because I think it's too big of changes to make. Like, who's going to fill OC's position on this team? Like, how do you fill OC's position? I think we've all agreed that OC's, if he's not top 3, or sorry, if he's not top 1, he's like top 2 M1 carries in EU, 100%. Even NA players are talking about him being one of the most dominating M1 players we have in the game in its entirety. So with him gone, you have to have a big playmaker step up, which maybe could be Dmov. Vercom, we haven't seen enough of in Night Shift to really judge how effective he's going to be. Bobby, we've seen a lot in the past, but I feel like Bobby's also had mixed results because of having to play different positions within Abrahams and within, I believe it was Fearless Furies before that. So I don't really know how this team's going to do. And at the same time, it's Bobby knows, Vercom knows he's not going to be playing when it's not Night Shift. It's going to be ABL. So how do you practice with a 7-man squad when you're substituting such a big player in and out of the team? So I don't know. This is going to be, I think, a good testing ground, I guess I can say, for them, Dan.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of pressure in particular for that. Losing OCs maybe falls on Bobby. We'll see how they decided to do it, because obviously all of these players have done a lot and they are in a position where maybe they'll just have to show us something that is a complete switch up in roles, and we'll just have to kind of take it as it comes in this challenger match, which is just the best of one. So I mean, at least they don't have much in the way of expectations, I'm certain, going into this.
As you guys said, I mean, a little bit of an experimental feel to this Leviathan roster, but in my view, the strength of the players on this team is pretty unimpeachable. I mean, these are really, really top tier players across the board. I think both Bobby and Sai have really impressed me personally. So I feel like there's always the chance, even though Abrahams are a very established team, they're very stable. You got to consider them, the heads up favorite here as we go into the draft. I do think there's always that chance for players, and especially in a best of one, to just have big games. And the players on Leviathan are absolutely capable of it. We'll have to see, of course, how it breaks down. And the draft might be a key place where Abrahams, you'd think, might have an advantage given their experience, their pedigree as a roster.
What was I thinking?
I got to go back and look at last week, because there's something that stood out to me last week in these matches, but for some reason I cannot remember, because we had two like crazy different comps. I think you and I were casting that last week, Jake, if I'm not mistaken. And we were talking about how it was so weird. We had, it can't be right, was it 7 Mina?
Yeah, it's a 7 played. Yeah, the Shred
7 Mina, McGinnis, Victor, Paradox, Silver versus Abrams, Doorman, Viscous, Venator, Mirage, Calico. Like some really weird stuff. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago I'm thinking of. I feel like Leviathan almost need to pull something tricky like that out if they want to win. I mean, I think they do have the possibility to win, because like you said, it is the best of one. But I don't think you can play a standard game against Abrahams and beat them right now, or at least I would assume you can't.
I would still expect to see Silver, because the changes make her maybe a little bit weaker late game, but I think ultimately she's still just as strong. So I'm kind of surprised that we get a Billy to open things up here. I mean, that seems very shocking. I feel like you're really giving Abrahams the tempo in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the nerfs to Silver, though, like, they keep hitting. They keep hitting and hitting and hitting, and like slowly they pile up. I do think Silver is still strong, but it's definitely a statement that Leviathan don't take her first. Abrahams, though, I mean, they're going to feel great about these top two. Silver plus Holiday being kind of the hero of the moment. It's going to be great to see what I assume Taz can pull out on the Holiday. I mean, he was one of the OGs on this hero.
I mean, I can kind of get the Billy, because I think it was 2 weeks ago we had Leviathan. They played specifically for earn control, like the comp they had, and Abrahams wasn't playing for earn control, and Abrahams stopped contesting the earn, and Leviathan were getting free caps on it. But eventually Abrahams just kind of overpowered them when it came down later. It could be the other way around. Again, I'm on like a crazy fever. So, but I understand what they're doing here. Like the Rem, Billy, and Abrahams together, that gives you a lot of control for earn, 100% for Leviathan. If that's their game plan, if they keep building around that, that does give them a lot of, I would say, potential in this game for sure.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, Calico surely will appear, wouldn't you imagine? I feel like Calico looks really nice with these recent changes. We've already got the holiday in, so I'm happy. But Viscous, we've seen that that's a buff enjoyer, so I'm going to have to get used to not saying Loki W. That's something that they really brought into the meta, just very, very strong, especially around these objectives. Should be very helpful in disrupting Abrams and Billy as well. But
gotta be Bebop coming through for Leviathan now with Paradox being banned out. It's like your last pick hero, and overseas is one of the best.
It's
in EU,
it's a hard.
for sure.
I always feel like maybe I'm crazy about this, but maybe like the enough item buys can deal with it. But I think Bebop can be kind of hard against Holiday, where you're so easy to hit with the lasso when you go up for your hooks, and Holiday in opposition is like so incredibly hard to hit with hooks while she's flying around the map, hitting all these crazy airstrafes and everything. Maybe you're forced to, but Abraham's, I mean, they are setting up with a crazy level of burst. Like this Viscous hero right now does pretty serious damage with the splatter, especially if he's going that semi-support splatter build. Really effective damage, has some great saves, and Abrahams have incredible like ganking power with these first four.
So just to quickly jump back to Bebop, I didn't even think about necessarily when it comes to the lasso or barrels versus the Bebop. I was more thinking if they want to go for urn control, a hyper beam sitting back can give you that control easily. But I've seen the Silver Calico. We saw, I would say maybe like 7 night shifts ago, and it was insanely dirty because Silver built Phantom Strike, Calico had Arctic Blast, and if you ever got caught by like Phantom Strike and Ebola, you wouldn't be able to move because of Ebola, but then you wouldn't be able to move because of Arctic Blast, and you were just dead. And we saw this happen multiple times where the 2 players on Silver Calico would just straight up assassinate someone, which is very likely to happen to Wraith if she ever does get caught out.
Huge fan of this Infernus pick, actually. I think Infernus, both Infernus and Wraith have been kind of underpicked carries. I do like Wraith in that, like, hey, this hard lockdown for somebody like Holiday, or really anyone on the Abrams draft so far, is going to be super useful. But Infernus is great in these big grouped up team fights, dealing with like a heavy frontliner setup like Leviathan have drafted.
Yeah, and in theory, Geist should also be helpful with that, with the ability to brawl, to do the life swap and so on. I think it is interesting, especially because I think Silver makes up so much for having a slightly weaker frontline, because you get so much space off of the Lycan Curse, and even frontliners don't want to fight against you. So Vindicta, okay, was it just Vindicta's scaling on her assassinate that was buffed? Did anything else change?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. I also don't think that buff really changes much at this level of play, where I don't know how realistic it is for the Vindicta to do meaningful damage in late game when there's so many like ganking threats that just insta kill you. But Leviathan, they definitely want to push the tempo with this pick, and maybe they need something to just fight for the early game, right? They have this crazy tank brawler setup, but I feel like Abraham's mobility between lanes in the early game is going to be very hard to play against.
I'm hoping for an Echo Shard tether, like Echo Shard stake, honestly, out of Vindicta. I think the one way you dismantle Abrahams and what they're trying to do is the control that you can provide. Chain gang to lock them down, sleep. Oh my god, I forgot the name of Rem Ultimate. Nap time. Thank you. And then, of course, like Tether's coming through the stakes. I think that can be a really good way to dislodge that burst damage that they're looking for to probably kill that Wraith.
All right, you guys, the stakes are set. The draft is done. It's time, of course, to get into the action. So I'm going to send it off. Dan, Jason, take it away.
Okay, well, this will be very interesting. Very, very different drafts, I guess, philosophically. And you got the very heavy front line, not as much utility. Like you said, Jason, when you said the Echo Shard, that made so much sense because they don't really have much in the way of lockdown or just control in general, or CC in these fights. So that does seem to be somewhat of a weakness for Leviathan. Abrahams do seem to have, I feel like, a much more versatile roster. The only thing I would say is that is Calico a little bit worse against the heavy frontline comp, because Calico's one of her strengths is being the assassin, where she can burst down smaller HP targets, but most of these targets are really chunky, and you've got the Rem that can kind of just do the tag along to heal or evade that burst damage as well.
Well, I'm going to touch on that point in a second. Just to quickly point out, we are having some lane swaps come through. So Infernus and Viscous can be having to the right-hand side, swapping with Calico and Geist. But the note about Calico thing is, I don't expect Sonya to even jump into the front line out of a Leviathan. I expect him to actually hover around in Eva form, sit around towards the back lines and specifically just look for those like easy burst targets that you can get. If it's Sai, if it's Vercom, whoever it's going to be, maybe even Dmov, I don't think he wants to engage on the front hand side and use the mobility that, you know, Kalka has to look for those assassinates. I think what I'm mostly curious about is how are Sonya and Together going to play around each other, if so? Or are they also going to just look for Taz to be the one to, I mean, catch anyone with a lasso, and he could probably burst it down with the amount of damage they have on their team.
It's going to be interesting to see. I think you're right. Vercom definitely a very high priority target to make, just like disrupt the positioning in these fights. If you're a Wraith player, you know, especially in the mid to late game when you're a bit more activated in terms of damage, you're looking for really solid positioning, and off of that positioning, you know, you get basically maximum uptime in your DPS throughout the fight. But the position is really important to achieve that. And so, yeah, I agree. I think Sanya Sniper is going to be looking out specifically to counter that, to make sure that Vercom cannot get so much damage output in these bigger fights later on. But in terms of the early game, Jason, which we've yet to discuss, you know, what do we think this is going? I mean, Leviathan definitely have a nice early game, but Abraham's as well. Lots of burst spirit damage to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I could be completely wrong in this, but I don't really rate Geist that strong early game, even necessarily like closer to like the late stages of early game either. I feel like you need Radiant Regen to come online before you have the sustain. You need Berserker as well before you can really start to amp up the damage here. You need to have a lot of like key items before you do have the power to actually push and bully people in some of these fights, as they do not want to let Vercom get away here. The chase is still happening out Together and trying to go for the catch onto him. And he's still connecting shots here as well. He's just not able to connect his one on towards him. But he's also being baited extremely deep here. And don't tell me he's able to pop a double kill. What is happening?
Oh, that's a fantastically timed parry. That's certainly going to create problems. Quick barrel as well will certainly send the wolf away. I do agree with Jake. I think Infernus is still really, really nice. The Flame Dash, really nice for control, and these heavy front lines as well. You know, you can just, I mean, you can apply a lot of effects onto them if you're looking to go that way with the build. I don't think we necessarily will, but in general, like that sustained damage is very nice. It's hard to catch the Infernus, especially when you get Dispel Magic and Warpstone online. You know, it suddenly becomes extraordinarily difficult, especially if there is the you know, you've itemized correctly with getting, you know, I think, what was it, like usually 1 in the afterburn, and you go straight for 3 Flame Dash, and you get the rapid recharge in there, and suddenly you can just always be sprinting at 100 miles an hour. So I think that will be quite annoying.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for a lot of people, I think, to be annoying in this game. Looking at you, Sonya Sniper, Empty Dreams, and even the other side, like for Bobby, Sai, maybe even Dmov in here. And I actually did want to point this out. We didn't really touch on who's on who necessarily on the Leviathan side, because I saw Shiv in my head. I'm like, okay, that's Freakmok. I mean, Freakmok has to play Shiv or he has to play Silver. That's like the 2 heroes he's ever going to play. He's on Abrams. They've actually given Shiv over to Bobby, which I don't know if that's just because it's a hero that Bobby's going to be comfortable on. Obviously, Freakmok can play Abrams. I played with him on Abrams, funny enough, playing with Listic one time. But it doesn't, to me, scream as a comfort hero as much as a Shiv does. So this is already making me worry slightly for the side of Leviathan. But also, you got Dmov, like one of the best players in Europe, playing Rem, playing a support. Are you that confident on everyone else's positions right now that you're like, okay, no, like we got to put you as support?
Hey man, you know, it's Dmov. Maybe he's going to show us some pretty interesting stuff with the Rem. Obviously, though, you just have to look at the composition, and he's going to have to be, you know, heal maxing, honestly. That's just where you're going to get the most value out of this. There's a lot of, I think Bobby's performance is going to be really important as well on the Shiv. You need that damage output that Shiv can provide in these fights, and because they're such a tanky roster, it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle everything other than the objective game, Jason, because that's where you'd expect them to be a little bit weaker. The pick comp here for Abrahams is much better, and as we get out of this early laning phase, as we can see Taz right now on the holiday, that's when I would expect there to be the most danger for Leviathan once the roaming starts.
Oh, for sure. And we're going to see some crazy losses being hit by Taz as well. So we're going to have a lot of kills come through for Abrahams. They do support a 6K lead 6 minutes in. And Sai's not looking too healthy here on this side. He's looking for the snipe. The assassin in the sky is not going to connect. The seismic impact lands, though. They buy him time, but he still falls either way to Saint, who's going to be on the Viscous. As Fremont does clean up empty dreams, but I was to say, I don't imagine that Saint's going to be caught, though he is looking worse for wear here. Trying to use that bootlet to the best of his ability. Misses the puddle punch, and it costs him his life. Fremont picks up 2 kills and closes that gap down to 3K.
All right. Abraham's with a slight lead. Not too much to worry about at this time in the game, though, of course. But it's like they're really committed into this kill onto Fremont. Got to be careful. I mean, Fremont actually going to survive there. I mean, if any other hero other than Abrams, I'm sure would have not survived that. But it's Abrams. However, you're leaving a naked tower, so this Guardian is going to be under some heavy hits here. I would expect they might even be able to take it down. It doesn't look like there's anybody to stop that. And also in middle as well, the Leviathan mid Guardian also very low. So that in terms of the early game tempo, as you'd expect, Abrahams are looking to be taking some early wins.
I mean, like we were saying before too, right? That means Task can be freed up. That means someone can head over to the left lane to continue to get some solo farm. Task can leave off the mid lane to start ganking some of these lanes as well. I mean, together already at 6.3k on silver. I mean, obviously he hasn't reached the point where the nerfs are going to matter necessarily towards him since it's so early on in the game. But with things getting close to being, well, not even close to being tied up here at like 1-to-1, it's more like a 7k difference now. And together is, I mean, a big portion of that. I mean, who's really behind on the team right now? It's Task at 5.6, but you don't really need his damage necessarily. You just need those lassos and the disruption from the barrels to connect.
I see the enemy.
The invade coming in there as well from Abrahams, trying to press that advantage a little bit. Might not be able to get the Sinners. I mean, they're still trying to get that pressure in there. They might, yeah, looks like they should be in a good spot to steal it away. Still maintaining this ground, although there is a counterplay coming on through. Fremont finding the opportunity. Quick barrel getting sent forwards. Where's the assist here, though, for Fremont? Looks like Fremont is going to have to back away, but they at least protected the Sinners.
Smart to do. I was actually trying to see if Demov has invaded to look for any takes on his side, maybe trying to contest the doubles on the right-hand side, but not sure which direction it did go. We'll have the little constant threat of a seismic impact coming down. A little sound bug there happening. But as the Sinners, I mean, are up and have been up for about 50 seconds, we still see quite a few left on the side of both teams, to be honest. I think Tass is going to be stealing one here. As we're hitting pretty much an all-even point, we're getting close to the first set of buffs, but more importantly, that first urn. And I think this is where, if you're Leviathan, you kind of almost need to get this urn. Like for me, their comp is more organized around taking urns. Abrahams, I think they could afford to fight it, but I feel like Leviathan are banking the fact of getting these. And if you can't get them, then it feels like, why make the comp this way?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, there's only a 2k difference. We've got the bridge buff spawning momentarily, so both teams trying to get that pressure to get the wave priority working in their favor. Abrahams, very, very solid push on the left side, but they're looking to get ganked here by Leviathan. Got that set up. Are they going to be able to lock these players down? Looks like the flame dash is going to be enough to escape that trap. And in the meantime, we do have a lot of pressure here on this right side Guardian. But again, buffs coming up in 5 seconds, and we'll see if the Leviathan will capture both. They got positioning on the left side and also the right side.
And they get gun to Fremont, and they get survival to Oversee. So a really strong take here. And with these buffs up and with the urn spawning in 2 minutes of time, like this is like the perfect setup for them to make sure to get those extra souls coming their way. They need to be careful not to lose anyone as D-Mob potentially getting caught here. Transform not ready with the Lycan Curse. I think missing a shot or two, so together couldn't actually transform. But he's still on 9.7k, man. This is... If you're D-Mob, man, you're scared of him. He's like 2k ahead of you at this point. Oh, and there's a good little interrupt there by the serrated blade too. Stops Sonya from getting inside those grates into those little tunnels.
All right, so 1:20 from the urn. And so that's going to be, I think, a very interesting moment because... Well, just hold that thought for a second. We do have this engagement here on the left side, and that left side Guardian is up for Abrahams. Leviathan looking to win the battles here, to maybe get that pressure on, see if they can deal with that Guardian and get some, even it up, because they still have the mid Guardian as well to deal with. They would love to do this before the urn spawns. Really important to be able to control the urn, having these Guardians, side lane Guardians down. So big priority, big emphasis, and they can't quite seem to do it though, because the defense from Abrahams is going to send them backwards. So I feel like that's definitely a win for Abrahams, denying that Guardian take.
I don't want to call him out, but I feel like I have to come out because Tass just whiffed that lasso onto Bobby. And I'm only bringing that up because we talked up Tass so much, but also because, I mean, Ern spawning soon, that would have been a perfect time to get a kill as well, especially onto like a high value player like Bobby's going to be on the Shiv. A little bit of a take two here. The barrel connects mid-air onto Sai. I don't think they're going to have the oh my god, if that connected, maybe they had the damage to finish him off, but they get him low. And the Ern spawn in, 10 seconds time. So this is like the perfect opportunity now for Abrahams to get this initial control, but I think Arzo might be an overrun on this right-hand side. Ends up getting the kill onto Vercom with the soul exchange, and maybe a kill onto Overseas as well? No way.
Oh, wow. It's just the parry timing there. That's what it was all about. And looks good. Looks very, very good indeed for Overseas. Getting chased down still. The movement, though, rising ram. Some wall jump shenanigans. Able to maybe try to double back here, but the prediction, that's a really nice play there from Saint. Read the double back, and looks like he's going to be able to finish this one off there, staying in midair, but you can only stay away from this for so long, but surely not. Indeed, it will be Overseas falling in that battle. And in the meantime, finally, the Guardian on the left side is going to get pressured as the Urn's being collected and is making its way across the mid-map at this point. Lots of kills happening all over the place here, Jason, and it looks pretty good for Leviathan. But there are two players on Abraham's side ready to defend the Urn.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still going to be down 2-3 players. Overseas going to be respawning back on in. I don't think they're going to look for the dunk anytime soon. But while this is happening, Bobby obviously getting the Guardian on the left-hand side is a big win for them for sure. Keeps things within 4K. And Abrahams are definitely setting up players here to make sure to defend while letting Arzo farm at the same time. The counter to that, though, for Leviathan is you need to be letting Vercom farm. And they've got 3 players on this left-hand lane, farming up jungle, farming up waves. So the economy game, the macro game out of Leviathan doesn't feel too strong right now with the way things are kind of set up.
Yeah, really important. Fantastic stuff so far from Abrahams, as we will see, Vercom, as you mentioned, maybe getting a little bit starved out, and that's something that they do need to really remedy, because otherwise, when you get to that mid-late game, Wraith is just not going to be much of a factor, and that is kind of one of the win conditions for your team. And might be contested once again. Maybe another time here for Leviathan. Abrahams don't seem too much concerned with the Urn themselves. And they are pressuring that right side lane. That has attracted the attention of 3 players from Leviathan for a gank on the right side. And the Calico might be in trouble.
Furnace might be here. Might be there in time as well. And oh my god, the movement is looking pretty good so far for Sonya. Eventually, he will fall. The backup wasn't there in time, but they did at least capitalize on 2 kills themselves. They trade out, 2 for 2. Not the worst case scenarios. Now they earn finally the hands of Abrahams for the very first time here. When it comes to ultimates, I think Changing something you have to respect still quite a bit when it gets down to locking down the Urn. And maybe, I think there's a role, Dan, honestly, where we just don't see the first Urn actually being turned in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think the sense of urgency isn't as much because the first Urn... one of the problems with first Urn is that if the other team decides to trade that for Walker, that's actually, I think, a better trade for them a lot of the time. And so there's not always the urgency that you see, but there is going to be a turn in here, and there's not really the positioning for a Walker trade off of this. So you kind of need to go for a challenge lest you give this one away from free. We'll see that that's actually going to be happening here, as we will see both teams converging on this point. And of course, Abrahams, now they've already got 99%. They just need to push Leviathan out of this one. 3 players in the circle, though. So it's looking pretty good right now for Abrahams still on the HP and in general the positioning. A lot of ultimates left at the disposal of Abrahams as well as they continue to fight over this one. Still looking quite good on this position. Generally good control. The concussive combustion looking to set up some extra kills. We've got the Lycan Curse coming out as well together. Looking to be absolutely indomitable in this position. Locking them down. Getting insane amounts of value out of this silver Lycan Curse. And that's going to force everybody out. 2 players though still left in the circle. And I think right now Abrahams, they've got enough here. The entire team is still standing strong here. And everyone sacrificed from Leviathan in the attempt to defend this, but they will fail, unfortunately for them. And in the meantime, Abrahams have been pressuring a Walker, but they didn't get the full trade they were looking for.
Yeah, there was something we saw there that hopefully we get a replay of when we have a moment was exactly what Sonya Sniper did that we kind of predicted. You were asking about, you know, if you're Sonya here, if you're Calico and you're having a fight against this beefy front line, like, can you realistically kill them? Well, that's actually a very smart use of the teleport there to get the shield and the parry on top of that. Ours gets saved by the cube, but he actually goes to the assassinate on the side before that fight really kicked off over on the Urn Turn-In. And I think that was really well choreographed by Abrahams, because with that initial kill, with the tether now gone, the shred now gone, and the damage from range out of side, I think it was a very easy fight for Abrahams to win. And while that was happening, ours was also pushing the left-hand side against Vercom, and he wasn't really worried about Vercom either. He was getting that walker down to half HP. So a really big win out of Abrahams, just pretty much playing their comp out perfectly and letting Sonya just do work from the back lines.
Very good look. Very good look indeed from Abrahams. You know, we talked about how you would imagine that Leviathan may have the edge in some of the objective fights, because it's hard to make an argument that they would have any edge in the sort of the roam game, the invade game as much. And it's just not really panned out that way. And I do have to say, I think last week as well, we had some similar compositions which were more frontline heavy and maybe lacking in some of the pick or burst capacity that we see in a roster like Leviathan right now. And I think that heavy frontline composition didn't tend to kind of work out as well. You know, Buff and Joy showed that to be the case. We'll see if they will play something similar to Leviathan, or rather, sorry, Abrahams, when they play later. But this is starting to be a deficit that's going to start to hurt, I think, on the stat check category, Jason.
And also, I mean, we're 20 kills to 10. So they've already like doubled the amount of kills, a 10k lead. They won the first Urn. They're looking much tougher when it comes to these team fights, at least for what we saw before. And it was essentially a 5v5, right? It was Geist and Wraith not there. As we're going to take a look here, we have the assassination that happens. They get a lasso. They just dive completely in towards the back lines on side. Actually, this wasn't even the Urn. This was something that happened earlier on with that 2-on-2 fight, a trade that we saw. You can see like the Shiv and the Vindictor just being dominated here with the lasso out of TAS. Maybe we'll have also a replay of that. I thought that was going to be the one I was talking before with Sonya, but I know people in chat were asking if we can see a replay of that, and you can see what happened in the exchange with that walker.
Well, going for another Urn Turn-In here. And Abrahams, they've got so many good tools. I think, honestly, it kind of seems like to me, you know, you don't want to allow Silver to get picked up by the other team if you're going for this heavier frontline comp. I feel like Silver gets you so much value. Maybe talk more about that in a moment, because absolute harassment here from Together on the Silver, looking to steal away the Urn. Very cheeky stuff there, taking it all the way to the drop-off spot. Not looking to turn it in just yet, though. Not liking the positioning. And in the meantime, look at this. The walker on the right side is under assault there. Abrahams looking to defend.
Okay, this walker is taking a hefty amount of damage and will fall on this right-hand side, and Sonya really can't do much against this, considering they're down 2 players. So a smart little take here, though. I think Psy might be a little bit too deep. The Gloom Bomb's not going to quite connect. And he's actually being left alone here. And Bobby, who's also the one helped, decides, okay, well, I need to save myself, and Psy's just trying to buy time. Who will fall. But I mean, for a walker, and he got 2 kills, that's worth it, man.
Yeah, cleaned up the deficit quite nicely, but got to be able to survive the Lycan Curse now as well. Looking to try to get out of there overseas, doing everything possible. And with the tag-along, looks to be in good shape. And that's what we were talking about. You know, this is the scenario macro-wise where if the Urn is being deposited by a team, you can try to decide to sneakily see if you can pick up a walker. And that's exactly what Leviathan were able to do. They were 10k plus souls behind, and now they've recovered some of that difference, looking more competitive now. But as you said, Jason, you know, generally the kills are still going the way of Abrahams, and it doesn't really seem like that story has changed at all just yet.
Oh, we have the... Oh, no. So that's Arctic Blast, too. I mean, you just see from one quick combo of the Leaping Slash, side down to and close to half HP. And just the threat of this Wandering Cat is just so deadly. But here we go. We actually see the stake come on through here, massively out of side to make it so TAS can't get away here. I believe that's what that was, being thrown down. And that's what I was kind of talking about before, that if Psy wants to counter out on TAS, he has to hit some amazing tethers. And I think he guaranteed saved his life because of that landing. Really well played here out of Psy in particular, even though TAS hit the lasso. And the response walker on the right-hand side has been achieved here out of Abrahams.
Yeah, really dangerous too, because I think we saw also the Chain Gang come out as a combo off of the stake. And so, I mean, that's it. That's the CC. That's all of the lockdown you really need to worry about if you're Abrahams. But looking to go for the engagement here over the Urn turning spot. The Urn has been dropped on the ground. It's going to make its way back to its original spot, but the team fight is going to continue here as it's actually Abrahams who are chasing this one down. Lycan Curse is going to be ready very, very shortly. So, I mean, looks like Leviathan, they don't want anything to do with this one. Now there it is, Lycan Curse activated. Health is diminishing rapidly, though, here for the Wolf. It's very problematic, and there it is, the snipe from Sai, the assassination. 2 players down from Leviathan, though, in the midst of all of this, for the kill together. And there goes Viscous as well. Saint is out of the picture for Abrahams. 2 for 2 right now, and very weak players for Abrahams. They don't want to continue necessarily taking this fight. Got to be very cautious. Everybody on both sides looking to try to disengage, as there is a little chase coming in from Leviathan from some of the healthier players. It doesn't look like there's going to be any more conversions here. Very interesting, Jason. You know, after that fight, where do you think things are in the game state?
I don't know. That, like, actually surprised me, considering they had overseas caught like really deep. I was honestly amazed to see Sai be able to bounce things back and keep it a 2 for 2. I for sure thought that would be going the way of Abrahams with almost no contest. So I got to, you know, Leviathan credit in particular in that fight. And I thought Abrahams would be a lot stronger. You saw Sonya, he hit every gloom bomb on Sai. He saved his leaping slash when Sai would just fly away, and he still caught back up to him, but he didn't have as much damage as he was hoping for at that point. And now we're pushing into the next Urn deposit. The Urn drop off here, so it actually does get dislodged from Bobby's hands, but eventually it gets dunked on in. And you can see Leviathan gonna have more people on the point here, getting the early 99% built up right off the bat. And no one's there to contest it of Abrahams. They let this one go for free, and Leviathan get an Urn that they desperately needed.
And there we go. Once again, concussive combustion for the setup piece. And a couple kills there onto Leviathan. And this is not a good look. Leviathan, they don't have a lot of control on that left side lane, and that walker looks like it could be vulnerable, but instead it's the mid boss. The more important objective. This is the moment. 23 minutes in. 6 versus 4. Leviathan, they've got some hard choices to make here. Not looking like they want to go in for this one. No steals attempted, I don't think. Although we do have overseas. He's pretty close, but looks like he's going to not really look to contest this after all. But this is a problem, Jason. 3 Rejuve crystals going clean to Abrahams.
Yeah, at least Vercon does make something out of this one, right? He does take the mid walker, so now up 2-1 so far. But you're still gonna obviously, you know, not want to let those Rejuves go for free, and considering now they're going to be on the back foot for a majority of the time. Until this Rejuve does fade off, it need to start focusing on taking their own jungle, which you can already see them on the mini-map heading towards. You have currently Freemok. I'd say slightly overextended, but he's not too much pressure right now because he's very, very tanky, like 3 full bars of health. Plus has the support of Vindicta and a Shiv nearby if needed. A smart take, and the thing is, if you're to name any team out there who would go for these like risky or these like weird timing, I mean, it wasn't even necessarily that weird of a timing on a mid boss. It's definitely going to be Abrahams. That's something you always have to respect when it comes to them being on the field. But yeah, it's up to Abrahams now. What can they do? Are they going to look to take a walker? Are they going to look to take team fights? Or are they going to actually do with this Rejuve?
It's hard to imagine that they're not going to be able to find ways to create opportunities here, because they've been the ones that have largely been able to initiate in this game. And we talked about that's one of the strengths they have in their composition. So they're well set up to maximize this. And with the Urn now on the map, I mean, Leviathan, they've been doing a good job staying ahead in walkers. You know, we haven't talked too much about the macro successes they've had there, but they're only an advantage 1 walker. They're going to lose an Urn here, not looking to challenge for it. And then the next thing that you'd imagine is that we might see a siege on one of the walkers. I would imagine you'd want to prioritize of the 2 walkers, the mid walker, as it has more value generally positionally. And if you're going to leave a last walker alive, you'd probably want to leave that to a side walker that's already weakened. So the mid walker makes the most sense as the next challenge, and that might also be where Leviathan look to hold their ground here, Jason, because most of the jungle is also kind of cleaned up on their side of the map as well.
Also, big thank you to Korsaka for the 5 gifted subs in the chat. Appreciate you. Good luck to everyone that got one of those. Yeah, honestly, I mean, looking at how this game's been playing out, it almost felt like just a soul exchange that they were looking for Abrahams. Let's take Rejuve, let's get a free Urn, let's get some free farm. And it's just kind of buffer ourselves with a lead that when we get to this next objective that we have to fight over, whether it is going to be a mid walker or whether it is going to be the next mid boss or potentially Urn, that we have like a soul lead that we can use to transition in towards items. But then again, when you have a Holiday, you always have to worry about the threat, especially a Veilwalker Holiday, of a lasso connecting, that opening up a big kill for you. And it actually could happen. Misses it in towards the closet. Verkam's going to escape this one just barely. And I get a temp by Task, but honestly, a good job by him to actually escape this lasso, because that would have been the death. But the death might not have stopped right there as they continue to push on through. Bobby's going to be the first one to go down.
Yeah, all the lanes pushed here. The fight looking really nice here. Not a single Rejuve Crystal has been expended just yet. Abraham's in full control of this one. And 15k ahead at the moment. We'll see how much that's going to start to balloon here. This fight, though, is finally looking to do some damage to Leviathan, able to take down one player. And again, still maintaining that 15k difference. So, you know, to their credit, although they lose the mid walker, they aren't that far behind. There is still some time remaining on the Rejuve, but a lot of it was burned in that push. And so I think, you know, all things considered here, Jason, you got to say Abraham's, they're not too far behind. It could be a lot worse.
I think it'd always be worse, for sure. I think I am a little bit worried, though, that ours was on 32,000 souls, because they've been, I think, very methodical of their macro game of whether fighting for urns on the side of the map, they're letting Arzo continue to farm up, and he's becoming like this really tough force, and also this front line for the team that they kind of lack when it's just basically Arzo and Together alone. I feel like Sonya's not really doing as much damage as I would hope for. I don't know, maybe we can take a look at player damage actually with some stats here. Maybe I'm actually just talking complete BS. I was expecting maybe a little bit more damage out of him because he doesn't really have the burst potential at the moment, but with Scourge picked up, you can see he's looking to also do damage to these frontline tanky players like Freemok, who actually took 3.3k from Sonya alone. So maybe I should just, you know, shut up when it comes to damage out of Sonya.
All right, well, you have the defense of this Walker. Very the last Walker standing here for Leviathan. If they're going to convert, if there's any time, this is a good time to do it. Looking to see what they can find. The lane's actually in Leviathan's favor, so there's not urgency to be anywhere else on the map at the moment as they still look to defend this Walker. It's on the Slither, finally taken out though. Now, how much more will Abrahams go for? Nice chain gang coming on through. Overseas looking to try to find something, but again, the Lycan Curse. It is so devastatingly strong. Together survives on such a small amount of health, but it's enough. And there's 4 players dead at the end of it. So we're now starting to see a 20k difference starting. Oh my goodness, the Assassinate was so close. I feel like that was absolute robbery not to get that one. Very unfortunate for Leviathan.
I do kind of question the chain gang though. I feel like it just came a little bit too late out of overseas. They already lost 2 players. They lost Freemok and they lost Bobby, and winning a 4-on-6 is not going to be easy, even with the best chain gang in the world. Maybe a nap time on top of the chain gang could have been enough, but you can see that the rest of Abrahams were able to escape most of it, and they were going to be missing, you know, a bunch of damage from that. Now their base is going to be taking heavy damage here as they lose out on the base guards. They're going to lose out on the first shrine as well. I was expecting them maybe go for the second shrine, but I guess they're a little bit too worried about the respawns coming on through, and they're still going to be hacked with 1 shrine take either way. But they've both spawned in a minute and 20 time and a lot of money to spend. I mean, you see here alone, Arzo has 6.7k. I mean, Spellslinger would be huge. They actually go for the seismic impact. They really want to chase this one out. If Abraham just turned around and fought, they probably could win this fight, honestly.
Still doesn't feel like it's the end of the world, but I don't know. I feel like there's been no point here, Jason, where Leviathan have gotten these fights, and there's a problem. Getting locked down by the lasso, connecting quite nicely, doing a lot of damage. Right now, Demov on the Rem is not alive, can't provide those heals to sustain mid-fight, so you've got a very weak Freemok who's getting absolutely blasted and gets taken out finally, and just an entire map pushed against the Abrahams, the Leviathan side right now. And mid-boss is coming up very soon. Dan. I mean, you're down 60 seconds, mid-boss in 30. Like, this is probably the worst time to die too. Also, buffs and urn coming up in 5 seconds. You're going to be 5-on-6, and you're already behind almost, you know, 30, 40k souls. It's just going to get even worse unless you can get a catch. And the Assassin again came through at a side. It almost actually gets the kill on a Sonic Sniper, but now the rest of Leviathan are in a really bad position. They've lost their M1 carry out of Urkum, and they're still being chased down. Mid-boss is up in 6 seconds. Like, this is going to be the game here for Leviathan. Yeah, and it's so painful. It just feels like, you know, something we talked about earlier. Verkum not really getting the farm priority. It felt like maybe in the time of the game that he needed it, or I'm not sure exactly what is the exact reason Verkum was not getting more farm early, but it was not the start from the Wraith that you want to see, because it's all about that early game is all about setting Wraith up for this point in the game, where even if your team's a little bit behind, you're kind of ahead enough to always be that damage threat, and then you get those quick picks. But as you say, it's going to be a challenge for the mid boss here. Lots of kills going to Abrahams, as they have the entire time so far in this game, and it's going to be all the rejuve crystals for them, and just like you say, it looks like a clear path right now to finishing the game.
I mean, it should be. The thing is, they could also just play for earn pickup as well, continue to extend their lead even further, but they're also picking up kills while they don't even have 2 players there. Well, 3 technically with Together Dead. And they still have 3 rejuve crystals, and now, Fremont comes out of base here, tries to get a charge on Arzo inside the base, and he's going to be taking not too much of a licking as he does back away. But they have another set of base guardians now down, and the urn's going to be turned in, and they can just go back and buy. They have enough money to pick up some serious items. On the note of Vercom, though, I will say, Dan, I feel like, can we actually maybe hold tab in a second just to see how many kills and deaths, or how many deaths Vercom has compared to Arzo? Because I don't think Arzo's really died more than 2 times in this game. I feel like Vercom has, and I think if you look at the ratios of him compared to the rest of his 0 and 7, there you go. I feel like he's actually been farming pretty well, but he's died way too often to continue to grow his lead like he needed to. I mean, ours was 8 and 3. There's a 4 death difference between the two, and when you're dying, you're not farming. And I think that's one of the big factors here for Vercom, is that he just died too many times, got caught too many times, that he couldn't continue to build the lead he needed to be that threat later on in the game.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in. I wonder, what exactly is the future of the Leviathan roster, because it does seem like role-wise, it's definitely experimental. I think that was the word that we threw around quite a bit in the pre-show on this one. And when you're looking at Demov on the rim, it does stand out as a little bit sus in respect of what we know Demov is capable of on a roster. And especially when it's a team that had OCs on the M1, anyone is going to get criticism. And just like you're in the fountain right now. Together's in the fountain right now. Oh my god, he's going so deep. That's so outrageous. Oh yeah, my god, he survives. Okay, almost.
When you're 50k down, I can't judge anyone on the team anymore at this point in the game. It's just you just should not win statistically, even if the 2 teams are equally matched. And I think Abrahams have proven to be the stronger team. A lot of it obviously due to the fact that Leviathan have to go through an entire rebuilding phase. They get the first stage patron. They're backing away. They could have finished the game. Must be ready. But they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to add to that, to be honest. Well,
are the minions going to finish the game?
The minions, they want to get in there. They want their glory. Little troopers. The cute little troopers.
The biker's over here.
Okay, well, they're just going to collapse once again. Lasso had connected. And Size dead. So now back to a 6-on-5, 6-on-4. Still 2 rejuves left. The Size of Impact connects. And Task gets rescue beamed under the patron by Saint, who is in the goo ball form. Okay. I mean, Abraham's still going to be winning this one, nonetheless. Didn't expect didn't end necessarily the way that I thought it would have right there, but was soon to come up with the dub and go up against Buff Enjoyers. Man, that's an Abraham's Buff Enjoyers. We haven't said that since the Night Shift, number 2 or something? Number 1? I can't remember the last time we've had these 2 team names going head to head against each other.
Yeah, definitely. And I love how they're just farming stats right at the end there. I feel like that is just blatant stat farming. But there we go. Victory for Abrahams. They were ahead the entire way.
All right, gentlemen. I mean, what a match. Relatively straightforward for Abrahams, looking about as strong as ever, even flexing a bit of style points. So for Leviathan, I mean, this is a tough, a bitter pill to swallow, right? A tough loss, especially after having rebuilt. But then again, from our perspective, maybe not a huge surprise. Abrahams is a very strong team, and this is the standard in Europe if you even want to compete.
Yes.
Jason or Dan?
I just want to see how long
for sure
we
Jason's
can go.
in there. The standoff. I don't
That's
know.
my bad. I should have controlled the conversation.
No, it was more of me just trying to put pressure on Dan just to see if he'll jump in.
But next time, I'm definitely just going to keep it silent.
I'm not even on till NA, and I was tempted to jump in. I was like, what in the world was going on,
Still, but it's a solid match. It's a great showing for Abrahams for them to go on into a money match, which also doesn't look easy. Like, as dominant as they were there, I mean, Buff Enjoyers, formerly Low-Key W, have been a monster team as we're able to take a look at some of the highlights here. Great to see Taz back on the holiday. Felt like he's never left it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems really straightforward, this victory overall. I think, where we expected there to be strength for the Leviathan side, some of these objective fights, to me, it felt like you kind of can't give Silver away because Silver seems so extremely strong still, especially, when you get that really fast attack speed, you got really good sustain anyway. It just doesn't seem like a heavy frontline lineup can really compete with the Lycan Curse. It just seems like outsized value. And so we didn't see, I think, one of the win conditions for them to be successful. And additionally, I think one of the other win conditions was Verkam's Wraith coming online into the late game. Because I think, all things considered, you could say Abrahams did a great job in at least maintaining a pretty close scoreline in terms of the souls. It was really, really close, even after the first rejuve. And in those situations, the way you turn the game is that's when your hyper carry comes online. But the Verkam was just kind of, I think, 2 behind.
Can I want to say something. I guess it's not super controversial, and maybe I'm being like slightly too critical on a team that's rebuilding, but if I got D-Mob on the team, I ain't putting him on Rem. Like, I understand he's played Rem before, but I ain't putting him on Rem. That's like having Jake on my Overwatch team, having Junkrat as a pick option because he's like super meta, and be like, no, Jake, you're gonna play Mercy instead, okay? Like,
I did play Mercy actually in the Overwatch League.
Okay.
It was a good time. That was pretty good.
I should have changed then. I don't know who, Symmetra. I don't know who was like one of the worst heroes. But I think the point is, like, okay, Rem can be decent, and D-Moss played Rem before, but to me, he's their best player on the team, hands down. Like, mechanically, he's gonna be the best player on the team for sure. He's also had the most success in Overwatch, in Deadlock on the team for sure as well. So why is he playing something like Rem? And I get maybe it's because others aren't as confident playing something else besides playing the role that they're currently playing. But like, for me, that already stands out as something that's not going to make them successful. And maybe they're trying to figure some things out and swap some players around when it comes to roles. And they obviously have to play around a 7th player with ABL too. But that already like leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And if D-Mob was on Shiv, could the game have played out differently? Honestly, I think there was a chance it could have played quite differently because D-Mob is that much of a beast on Shiv or on any other playmaking hero. He can be a massive beast. But I will give Leviathan credit at least. They did play the macro game in some situations well, like that push that they had on the right-hand side Walker. I think it was Psy and Bobby. They ended up pushing. They get a kill. They get the Walker. Bobby escapes. Psy stays back to die. Like, they had a good macro play there. They had a good macro play with Verkam taking the mid lane Walker as well. But it's just odd to me to see like a star player, probably the biggest known player in this whole lobby, playing a Rem of all heroes.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, at least I would have thrown him on a Yamato or something. Like, this was, screw the healing of Rem, or at least, like, I don't know, honestly. But I totally agree with you. I don't know how to make it make sense, but this doesn't make sense. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think it's not easy to go up against Abrahams. For this Leviathan team, they're experimenting. They're trying to find what works for them. They're trying to innovate and adapt, and they're doing it live here, of course, in a competition setting. Abrahams are this is back to basics for them. Like, the laning phase is incredibly strong. They're great in the team fights. This is a team without obvious weaknesses. And it just underscores, I think, the challenge when it comes to anybody who wants to upset the rankings in Europe. They're incredibly hard. I mean, this Abrahams arguably isn't even the best team right now, right? That's Buff Enjoyers waiting on into that money match. So a long way to climb for a team like Leviathan. Some sparks of greatness from individuals, but not nearly enough for the overall to get a win and to continue them on into the money match. We'll see if we've got the MVP ready yet. We're getting that set to take a look at some of the highlights from the match. From this was felt like a bit of a victory lap for Abrahams at time.
I don't want to hate on Bobby too much, but like 19k Shiv, when you have a 41k Billy, same souls. That's a bit of a pain. That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, even Fremont had 30k as Abrams. I mean, he also had 9 deaths and Overseas at 8. I don't want to go too harsh on that necessarily, but like that, again, like that to me, I understand Bobby's filling in, but you do wonder if things played out differently, if people were on different heroes, how that could have actually finished off. But then look at this side. I mean, Arzo, the Abrahams played well. They continued to let him farm. They got him up to 13 kills, got him up to 52k player damage. They got him up to the most souls in the game as well. Still put up almost 40k healing. Like, he was doing his job, and And that's kind of what you expect. It's Abraham's. They're like well tested. They've all been on the team for quite a long time now. Ours obviously being the newest player on the team, and they just activated him in the way that you should be activating your M1 carry.
But even he has been on this team way longer than this Leviathan roster has been together, right? When did Arzo come into Abraham's? Like a month ago, a month and a half, something like that. I mean, he's gotten reps here, and it showed. It showed in the victory. All right, I think we've got the MVP ready, though. Let's take a look at who got the honors for Abraham's. Had to be Sonya Sniper in this one. I mean, what a transformation for this player from going from a top tier M1 carry to then playing a lot of these high mobility ganker style characters like Lash and Calico, and looking fantastic here on the Calico in this patch.
And there was definitely a play he had that we were kind of like theorizing, how is he gonna have impact? And I think I said a couple times during the cast, Dan was talking about, do we expect to see him go up against these like front beefy liners and be able to take them on? And yeah, I mean, you're probably not as a Calico, but we were talking about how he's probably looking for these like side angles to come in from. As you see him, he gets a 1v1 against a Vercom, which of course he's gonna win. And then when we saw like towards one of these urn fights as well, I think it was like the first big urn fight we had in the game. So it was like the first urn. Sonya actually gets a catch on the side, like back towards like the walker, if I'm not mistaken. It was like that, there's like that deep in the lane. And with the kill on the side, like that means you're not gonna be having tethers, you're not gonna be having shred, you're not gonna be having the long range assassinates, which were doing a hell of a lot of damage. So Sonya did, a really good job of just kind of position themselves in a way that he could make these big plays and to hit these goals that they needed.
Totally agree.
Yeah, it's huge for a team when they're able to just get it down the field, right, and just have that impact, run up the numbers scoreboard. It's something the fans love to see, and we might have more of that coming up in the next match. In fact, you can expect some great fireworks between always these two squads vying for the top in EU. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna have all that and more after a short break. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the night shift. We have got a great match on the cards today. Of course, it was Abrahams with a dominating victory there in the challenge match to make it on here for the chance to take home a little bit of cash. But their opponents are, I think, going to be a bit of a fan favorite. It is, of course, the return of an iconic team from Deadlock's past, the Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, fan favorites like Croatia versus England. Buff Enjoyers here, probably going to be the fan, or definitely the fan favorites in this one. I mean, they're going back to the old name. They've been unstoppable, whether it's the night shift open or it's been on the night shift. They have been winning everything, unlike England in the World Cup. But we'll see how things are break down today. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how they do with the old name coming back. Could it be a curse? Could it be something that helps them further along? Well, time's going to tell. How much you hate me right now, Dan?
I don't hate you. Can have your opinion. Just because you're wrong. I mean, it's not my.
I can admit football is better than American football. But my lord, there are so many things wrong with football that really piss me off. Also, what the hell are these hydration breaks just so they can run ads? Get that out of here. This isn't American football. You don't run ads all the time for people to have hydration breaks. It's not even hot enough for them to need one.
I don't watch American football, and I know that's got to be fake.
Glass houses here. Let's take a look, though, at the EU history. Buff Enjoyers were, if you just started watching the night shift, you may not be familiar with this team. They were one of the OGs here right at the start of the night shift, came out swinging. It was them and Abrahams back and forth, week in, week out. And then they kind of fell out of favor. The team broke up. They went their separate ways. A lot of the players reformed to other rosters, and Abrahams ran away with the night shift. To see them coming back now, formerly Low-Key W, now Buff Enjoyers, it's a beautiful sight to behold, guys.
You know what's also beautiful? Sorry, Dan, is that the fact that Liquipedia actually just merged their stuff together again. So it's not like you lose the history of time when Low-Key W or with Low-Key W, because it's basically the exact same lineup of Buff Enjoyers back on the team as well, which is nice to see, because I would hate to see them lose all that history.
And it's really cool too, because I think Abrahams right now has been stable for quite some time. I mean, there's a lot of, I think right now,
it's almost 30 weeks since we've seen these two teams match up against each other in the finals. That is pretty great to see.
It's cool, and I feel like, I think kind of what I was, I guess, trying to steer towards is the fact that both of these teams seem very stable right now. We had a period where we had maybe 3 teams in the EU where there's definitely stability, but I felt like the level was climbing constantly. And I think of late, since the night shift open, I think at that point we were like, okay, Low-Key W, now Buff Enjoys, they look head and shoulders above everybody else. And it's been a while since we had that in Europe. So I'm curious if Abrahams are going to be able to show this week that they've been managing to close that gap a little bit. Because I definitely believe that is something that they're very capable of doing. And they showed a composition there, which I think is more similar to what Buff Enjoyers have been playing. And that gives me faith that we're going to have a closer game in this series.
I do wonder, though, is that I feel like Buff Enjoyers have so much more that they could show us. They just haven't needed to show us yet, because no one's really able to outpick them, because they have such deep hero pools. No one else is really able to outban them, because again, they have such deep hero pools. They also have such a big cross of a lot of players as well, of who can play what. I think we saw the initial strength against them was kind of like banning out Zergy and putting something he's not comfortable on. It took him a few weeks. Like he even said in one of his interviews with us, I think it was after they won NSO, that he kind of knew getting back into this, it would take him a while. He'd probably get a lot of hate early on. He wouldn't be as successful as, when they, before they called it quits originally. But he's bounced back, like even stronger than ever. He's made heroes work that we haven't really seen in a very long time. Like Warden, for instance, he's been making Warden look good. And I think Vraic as well. Like I gave him a lot of criticism, to be honest, because you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders playing with Zergy, who cosmeticalistic Obicam. I mean, these guys have been tried and tested for what feels like forever when it comes to Deadlock, but he's stepped up massively, and he's actually coming out as a really good player in this team, because he's filling a lot of the roles that's very difficult to play, thinking back to his Apollo in particular. But this team, I mean, they're going to be the best in my eyes until a team can consistently beat them, but also make them look uncomfortable, because it doesn't seem like that's something you can do to Buff Enjoyers.
Yep.
Yeah, they do look so solid, so steady. That being said, we've had a relatively significant patch, at least in terms of hero strength and draft priority. This is, I think, the hardest moment for a team to hold on to a lead, to stay ahead of the meta. To just have a good theory craft is incredibly hard. It's a lot of reps and playtime to really make that happen. Let's, of course, take a look at the opponents. If you're just joining us, it's Abraham's tried and true team here in Europe, and the roster stability has been paying dividends. they also feel like a team that is continuing to climb, continuing to grow, despite sticking with the same group and just still staying that confidence.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this looks. You know, we saw that together in the previous game. Absolutely destroy people with silver, and I feel like silver, I personally don't think that the patch changes really in any way affect the impact. Maybe slightly less strength in the late game, but silver functionally still does all of the same stuff in a very effective way, and I would want to see that get banned this game. We saw last week that if you allow silver to get picked on the side of buff enjoyers, who's going to play it, and it's going to look like the best silver in literally the world, and you don't want to run into that. I mean, Together had a great performance in the previous game, but I do wonder what that dynamic's going to look like, because we're going to see both of these teams really get tested. Something we didn't see in that past game was, for example, a Victor like priority from Abrahams. There are some slight differences. We did see Taz pick up the Holiday, and I would love to see Abrahams get onto that again. I think there are some key strengths that Abrahams have, like Taz on the Holiday, that could maybe make some difference here in this series. So can't wait to get into the draft, guys.
Yeah, the draft is good. Go ahead, Jason.
It's still a little bit scary, the fact that Zergy is the only Viper player we've been consistently seeing in EU. So if we're talking about like depths and hero pools and what they could bring, having Zergy randomly play a Viper against you's hard, the fact that he can also play Lash against you's hard, he's really expanded his hero pool. That again, like you could focus. Hey, let's take away M1 heroes. And well, Arzo, I mean, he can play like the standards. We've seen Venator, we've seen Wraith, we've seen Geist. But does he have anything beyond that? Like, does he have the flexibility to play not necessarily an M1 carry, but more of like a M1 utility? I guess is what I would kind of maybe call Viper in some of these situations. And I don't know if they can, but I know someone needs to figure out some sort of plan to beat buff enjoyers. Not that I want to see them lose, but I want to see other teams have a chance against them.
And one thing I got to mention really quick is, because you mentioned Zergy on Viper. Zergy obviously has also been iconic with Warden, and Warden got some buffs today, and so that's really interesting. There are some extra options that we have, I think, on the side of buff enjoyers, things that they can kind of do that you've got to be worried about, like these core pieces. Like if there's a Warden and a Rem, for example, we've seen absolute devastation. But yeah, with all of that said, we're going in.
Draft going to be crucial between these two rosters, given how adept they both are. But of course, with the changes to the meta, what will they prioritize? What will be these first bans? I like the call out of maybe attacking the silver, especially buff enjoyers on the first pick. It feels like they almost never go anywhere else. Buff enjoyers also never really let Doorman through. They I think pretty clearly see this hero as way too threatening, way too much of a Pandora's box, really, to let into their stable games.
It also counters silver. Like it's like maybe one of the only effective ways to take silver out of the fight, and also kills with Warden as well. If Warden hits the ult, is running at you, you can take him out the fight too. So it's too many solutions for their dangerous problems that they cause.
And it's so funny too, because buff enjoyers, I don't think they care at all about a pocket ban or a pocket being played. They're one of the few teams out there that have shown they have an affinity of playing against pockets. So by banning Doorman, if the other team doesn't ban silver, you're getting silver. And you don't really care what else is being banned away, because it's not that big of a deal. And the fact that you get silver and Doorman's already banned out means the next two picks that come through of Abraham's also isn't that big of a deal for you. So it's kind of, it's like the ideal start for buff enjoyers every single draft phase, I feel like, when they ban Doorman and then they get silver. And I think that's why we see them prioritize getting first pick so often, is because they get first ban and first pick.
The Billy pick is interesting, I gotta say.
I will say in defense of the Billy had a great game last game, right? Like they didn't win overall, but the Billy was having a ton of impact, pretty decent stats in a losing game. And this time the Holiday is going to be on their side. I think people might be looking at this Billy hero as one of the only frontliners who can stand up to silver. Obviously, it's not a one-on-one game, but I do kind of get the sense that, hey, maybe if the team around you is a little bit stronger and more effective, maybe this can be, somebody who can put the dog on a leash.
And what's interesting too is that somewhat of a core that we've seen from buff enjoyers with the front line that they've often kind of steered towards has been the Victor. And I don't know if it's been because teams haven't been valuing Billy as much until now, so that you get maybe Abraham's picking Billy and then they would be forced to pick the Victor. But I'm curious where Victor falls as we get the third pick, Calico.
I'm scared, guys.
Young Calico. Is that
I'm really scared. These three from buff enjoyers is, imagine running into these guys in a dark alley. You are just gone. You were just popped. Like, okay, good thing Abraham's grabbed the Viscous, because they are going to need the cube save in this game. I don't know if anything else in the game saves you from getting ganked by Silver, Abrams, Calico. Like, that group of 3 is going to devastate anybody they find in the jungle.
If I run into those 3 in a dark alley, I'm taking my wallet, cell phone out, placed on the ground in front of me, taking my shoes off. You can tie my pants and be like, okay, there you go. Take what you need. I'm going the other way, because that is devastating for sure. And with how well they play together too, imagining it's going to be Hoot on Silver, I want to say Vrayek on Calico, and then Listic on Abrams. Like that is going to be disgusting to have to fight against. And like you pointed out, Jake, luckily we do have the Viscous. They can cube one of these away, maybe disrupt some with Puddle Punch, but it's still such a devastating initial 3 pickups here for them.
Abraham's going to have the work cut out for them.
I do think the Viscous is really important because I think he can be helpful dealing with Calico assassinating people. And also, we've seen Viscous be very strong as part of the core of buff enjoyers. But Mirage, that's interesting. Mirage has made a recent appearance and it's been good. After that, 3 wins, 19 losses streak.
27 losses or something crazy.
Okay, I kind of love the Mirage pick because I suspect this game he's going to go for the Max Tornado Echo Shard build. This is maybe the only carry in the game that could actually show up against Silver, Abrams, Calico, get ganked, and participate in the fight. Not just be dead, not just be 1 HP, completely disengaged. By chain tornadoing people, those incredible gankers at close range can actually be a bit of a liability if Mirage is just CCing them. Buffingers go with a 7, and this looks an awful lot like a carry 7. I don't see where else it can go, so that's a spicy one for Zergy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, his gun damage got absolutely destroyed in the recent patch, right? His base gun damage, I think? What kind of
I got hit, I believe. Let me double check it really quickly. So his bullet damage growth reduced, and then power surge tier 3.
What's the numbers on it?
0.337 to 0.24
per boon, huh? That is pretty significant.
1.1. Sorry, 0.11.
I mean, I think it should be okay. I think it just suggests maybe you need to build a little bit differently on 7. A lot of the top gun carry builds use a pretty significant amount of gun. And while that is strong, I think there's an argument for just building 7 as very, very heavy spirit damage, relying on the power surge to really be your damage dealer. And so that gun scaling may not matter as much, especially in this draft where they have a lot of gun scaling across the board. Abrams, Silver, even Calico does a pretty significant amount of gun damage, and of course Geist. So 7 to be kind of a power surge heavy spirit damage hero could be pretty nice. Abraham's going to finish things off with the Shiv, and feels like an interesting game for Shiv. Shiv could take over with crazy dashes. I feel like you could also just get bursted to death by the enemy front line here. So he's going to need the help from Viscous to really have the best possible game on Shiv.
Yeah, I actually really like this comp from Abrahams. I'm really curious how the Mirage will perform, but I do agree that what you said about the Echo Shard build with the Tornado, that could actually go pretty hard against this composition. And then Shiv, I think Shiv it can be a good counter and a good way to deal with Silver, just sticking her with knives, getting that spirit reduction and get the dashes in there. Venator is also very, very tanky. So between Billy, Venator, and Shiv, you've got a lot of frontline HP in some of these brawly engagements. I think there's a lot that works here for Abrahams and deals with what buff enjoyers have, and it feels like a way more balanced composition than what we saw out of Leviathan previously. It feels like both buff enjoyers and Abrahams can kind of perform in every part of the game. The only thing I'm worried about is that I still think Silver's actually insanely the value of Silver is insane. What she can do in terms of both pick and also frontline just seems so outsized. We'll see if how much it matters against Abraham's hip.
I do like the disruptive factor of Dostella for sure, as you guys have pointed out from Mirage. I mean, if you're trying to get a combo with Silver, Calico, Abrams together, the fact that you can juggle them 4 times in a row, it buys you time, it buys time for everyone else to get in there. Also gives you escape. I think that's gonna be really interesting to see. But there's also one buff we didn't talk about for 7. We talked about the nurse, but you guys saw the big buff that he got as well, right?
You're trolling.
No, you saw it, didn't you?
That Stormcloud breaks breakables. That
massive
change everything.
Massive.
It changes everything.
You go in on top of mid boss and you Stormcloud. Everything's broken. You know how much you get from that? How many souls? How many buffs you get? Crazy.
The farming efficiency of popping Stormcloud for half a second to clear the breakables. Incredible, unbelievable snowball potential. If anybody could find the farm efficiency, it would be Zergy. I'm excited to see how this Buff Enjoyers draft works because it's sort of an odd one in some ways. Seeing the 7 come out at all. I mean, this hero has been played a little bit in Night Shift, but has never really had success. I think people over time have started saying, hey, maybe this pub win rate being so crazy high, there's something to that. Maybe we're going to give it a shot. I saw OCs with a pretty sick build. When we saw him play it where he did crazy shred, bought like every shred item in the game, and was really not just amping his damage, but of course that of his teammates as well. So definitely that's, I think, my expectation about where this goes from Zergy, but he's always an innovative one in the builds. And I think this one, ultimately, both teams have a pretty good bite of the draft. Like, I don't think that there's an obvious outdraft here. Both teams with a lot of dynamic options, a lot of ability to fight the urns. And this is what you'd expect, I guess, from the top two teams in Europe. It is going to be Abrahams taking on their long dormant foe, the Buff Enjoyers. Yes, they're back. Dan, Jason, take it away.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this one, Jason. After, that Leviathan game, where, again, no shade, no flame to them. They're just like trying to figure it out. They've just recently had a roster collapse. So, is what it is. But they had a very flat draft, I felt like, in terms of what it offered and how playable it was into the different parts of the game. And I feel like Abrahams have so much interesting stuff. You've got obviously the split push mobility from Mirage to the fight disruption that he poses as well. You've got the picking of Holiday. You've got Viscous in there that's really fun in these objective fights with the Google, and also splatter damage, winning early lane with it. Billy seems really strong. Venator's like a very powerful late game, but tanky as well. There's just like a lot of stuff going on that we have, I think, to say about Abrahams when we're kind of framing this one, because how else can we frame it, Jason? But it's the story of who can even touch Buff Enjoyers.
There's also something I'm really scared of that I'm like trying to triple check right now, because I cannot for the life of me fully remember. But there is some crazy spirit shred that could happen on Buff Enjoyer's side. I know you guys touched on like shred a little bit already, but the fact that your power surge already has at tier 3 15% spirit resist shred. You get a spirit strike or a spirit snatch out of like Calico or Abrams, and that's more shred. And then I don't know why. I'm going to blame on the fever, but I can't remember if there's an item that also gets spirit shred. And I know it's like something so obvious if there is.
Mystic
I just cannot remember. Mystic vulnerability. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm so stupid. Thank you. Those 3 items, plus like a power shot at a cosmetical, people are just going to die, aren't they? And I think you're setting up like crazy burst potential for Obi-Kim and for cosmetical if you go into this like kind of shred build for Zergy plus 1. Like, that is ridiculous damage. Also, I mean, the owls as well are going to be even easier to get these kills from. This has the potential to be like very snowballing in my eyes.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think ultimately, the Talon nerfs definitely, I think soften his ridiculousness and some of that kind of gun damage a little bit, because I think the Rain of Arrows cooldown nerf and some of these slight adjustments to his damage, I think do that. But at the same time, I feel like it doesn't really take away that playstyle that he had before. I don't think it really fundamentally changes anything. Just takes a little bit of the bite out of it, especially early to mid game. So happy to see that Still has a good place. Oh, big damage already in mid again. Hoots, if you guys have been living under a rock or something, I don't know. Hoot is actually the GOAT on Silver, and every single game that Hoot is allowed to play Silver, it's just utter domination, and I don't know why people still allow it.
I think you could have just stopped at Hoot is the GOAT, honestly. You didn't really need to say much more than that. I mean, you're very right for sure, and he definitely puts Silver on a completely different level when playing her 100%. I think also Cosmetical kind of does it on Great Town, and I think I've been saying this in like Zergy's chat today. I've been saying this, I think, as well in general on Night Shift, that like NA Great Talons and EU Great Talons are just so different. Like Cosmetical and Great Talon versus anyone on NA. It's not because individually he's better, but my lord, Buff Enjoyers know how to play so much better around GT than any of these NA teams. And we've seen Cosmetical get some ridiculous stacks. Like, they specifically let him finish off kills. He also has like some crazy like pilot control and can catch people in closets where he didn't really expect them to be. And that's like a whole threat in itself. Like, is it even ban worthy? Should it be ban worthy out of some teams right now, because he's just that much better? It makes GT look that much better than anyone else can.
I think that's one of the great things about this game, is that when you see the level of these teams and players, you actually realize that the draft, yeah, there's a component of meta to the draft, but there's also the component of how many extra things need to be considered because the value is so much higher just because of the player, which just shows you that the way that this game works in terms of the mechanics leaves a lot for the individual expression to have, a player have identity and really change the drafts from draft to draft, as opposed to us just being locked into the metas. Like I wasn't into the into Overwatch and so on and so forth, but what was that meta that you had that didn't change for a year? Goats, that was it. Yeah,
goats,
exactly. Yeah, because that's something that it just doesn't change. Doesn't matter how good someone is at other stuff, right? You're just locked in.
You know what's so funny about that? While Jake's here really quickly, so was Tenza the one who actually created goats?
Yeah, I think it was. I think he was coaching there was a team named Goats.
Yeah, Goats. Something. I saw a video about it today on TikTok because that's all I've been doing is doom scrolling for the last like 6 days.
I think it's just
Jason,
greatest
did you
of all
forget?
time. No,
Jason, we watched Goats as it came on. Like we were there at ground zero.
No, so Tensa actually for the next like 3-4 years, I guess after he left Overwatch, he was a PUBG Mobile player, and I was like hosting PUBG Mobile for like 5-6 years, and I didn't know he was actually the one who originated the creation of Goats. So we kind of like the world just became really small in my head watching that happen. That was kind of cool. Find that out the other day.
One bit of small trivia. It was the Beat Invitational that me and Jason were casting, and we were just wondering, like, when the world's happening, no one's dying. We didn't realize we'd be watching that for the next year in Overwatch, but...
Well, you did. I didn't watch for the next year. I got saved for that one. But yeah, no, crazy stuff. And I think that's what's really cool about Deadlock is that you don't really feel locked to anything right now because you can be so individually skilled on a hero that it can work where others can't make it work. But a good little cube comes on through together and sinks so low at the moment in this lane. Cosmetical would love to get these kills, and he can't connect onto together.
Bro, together had like one more hit. That he was on like 10 HP before that cube came in. That was insane timing, and also insane bullying. And we have seen together, or at least Billy, I should say, looking kind of good. And the priority is, I think something's been happening because we have seen definitely a shift of how the value is perceived in Europe on Billy. Like first pick Billy's game after game, there's something going on there. So I want us to definitely keep tabs on the build from together, because I know that, the slam down can do insane amounts of damage if you're building more for Spirit. I'm not sure if that's kind of where we're going right now or what's going on, but we saw a lot of damage output from Billy last game. So something's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of wondered why Billy fell off and Abrams kind of came back into the mix, but it's good to see them come back, considering we haven't had them at the top of the food chain in quite a long time here. But here's the first out of the game. And we're towards this right-hand side. No one's really low enough for this kill. Just look how well he's able to fly this on through, man. He just like spends hours a day in Flight Simulator. But he still gets his connect on his son and trying to run away. Oh, man. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's meaningful too. That it might turn into a kill. And is there going to be a stack afterwards? I don't know how much time has passed, but... Oh, okay. Mystic regeneration doing something. Something also to be wary of when you are birding, right? You got to be careful. As we get 10 gifted from Chrisana. Thank you all. Such consistent support. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, still alive. But something I was going to mention is that you got to be cautious, because when you're birding, the opponents can just push your tower 2v1. So something to be aware of. But nice pick. This is something that Holiday is so good at because of the jump pads. You can get in and out on these dives really clean. And look how good that is from Taz so far. And it is something we mentioned. I think Holiday is somewhat of an X factor in her new kind of buff state here for Abrahams to have a chance to win against buff enjoyers.
Yeah, you were talking a lot about like rotations and ganks out of Taz in the last game, but we didn't really see it happen much, honestly. But, good to see it happen here, especially with how powerful it can be. And they do get the Urskar in the game here on this right-hand side. Now the question is, where's Taz going to go? Iradomni comes out head-to-head against Zergi. Obikim does fall as well. That must have actually been off to the side, with Sonya able to pick up that one. And Abraham's off to a strong start, man. 4K lead, and they're already knocking on the front door of this Walker.
Yeah, it's been a great start. And I think, on that right lane looks really nice. But we saw all these really favorable trades coming in from the Billy Viscous combo as well, which is definitely a nasty lane to be up against. And now also mid with the Mirage pickup. Oh, that's a kill. What a connection on the Scarab. Yeah, that is fantastic. I don't know if the mark was enough, if it was even on at that point, but the Scarab certainly secured it.
Here comes the Owl once again, looking for the kill. Gets together low, needs to finish, get the +10, and I think it came in time. So we should be seeing +10 here for Cosmetical to start things off strong 8 minutes in. and keeps that lead to only 5K. But Abrahams, man, they came out guns blazing. This definitely feels like the old school Abrahams buff and George matchup where Abrahams could win in the laning phase. But they struggle when it came to the later stages, especially when it came to the macro, though things have changed quite a bit since then. And Abrahams has definitely leveled up when it's come to the macro since then.
And I gotta say, Jason, as well, like if you want to make this game more entertaining from the early laning phase, buff Calico and buff Holiday. Like that, these are two heroes that can die really effectively. And the support from the Great Talon Bird there to set it up for Calico, as we saw, it is powerful. And so I'm actually loving that we're going to be able to see many more options for early game aggression. And speaking of which, Billy with the dive in, I mean, Viscous can just help. I mean, honestly, this is so clean. There's almost no health loss by Billy. In comes the potential save. The parry, though, is going to turn into a counter kill. Is that 924 in the bag? That is an absolute robbery.
Drake sacrificed himself. I guess it comes down to trying to keep Cosmetical alive. But gifting over that bag.
Dude, that's
together
so
is
many
not,
souls.
He's at 8.3K now, man.
Take out Billy.
Oh, they need this kill. They know how many souls he has in his pocket. Parry comes through. Saint keeps him alive. Talk about Hoot being the GOAT, but he unfortunately won't get the chase down here. And Together's going to escape.
Okay, all right. Speaking of Tau dives, Viking Curse on Silver. None do it better. Okay, well, this has been kind of crazy. So all the towers, these stage 1 Guardians, are gone on the buff enjoyers side. It's Abrahams have all three. That's pretty sizable. A 9k difference. We'll have to see who gets all of these buffs right now. It's going to be buff enjoyers picking up the gun buff on Cosmetical. So that's the perfect buff to find on Grey Talon, especially at this time of the game. And the other buff is going to go to Shiv, Sanya Sniper, picking up the Spirit buff.
And I'm gonna lie, I'm a little bit worried. Breaks at 5.5k souls, like poverty souls for sure. This is rough, and they need to funnel farm onto him specifically for him to catch back up. Also, Listic, I'm trying to remember like how his win rate's been on Geist the last times we've seen it, and for some reason my memory leads me to believe is not being that good. So it's already, I'm already a little bit concerned, honestly, for enjoyers right now. I mean, ours was at 10k. They're pushing a Walker here on this right-hand side, down to under half HP. I think he might even sacrifice himself for this one. Also has the support here of Sanya. Actually, maybe he'll escape, and Sanya's going to stick around. They're applying pressure across the map. Even on the left side, they're going for a push as well towards another Walker. The Owl's coming on through here out of the base, looking for connection. Ours would be the ideal target together, plus 10, and second to be changed over to mid lane and catch on to Empty Dreams.
In the meantime, lots of pressure on the left side of the map as well. So lots of skirmishes going on here. And let's not forget, the Urn is coming in 50 seconds. We get the slam down and trying to catch the cats. And with the chain gang, they'll do exactly that. And still just holding on to that 10k lead. I mean, it should be helped once those two extra Guardians go down for the buff enjoyer side. But so far, they were the team with all the initiative in the previous map. But now we're seeing Abrahams really letting loose with this comp. They looked way more mobile and was generally way more aggressive in what they're able to accomplish here. And their draft so far looks quite good. You know, if we were theorizing about how it would look, but it's kind of playing out much better than I would have expected.
It's a 10k difference now, and this first Urn spawned on in, and it's going to be on Buff Enjoyer's side of the map. One small advantage for them being so far behind is that they do have the initial control of the Urn pickup. But can they get the dunk here? I mean, they're also going to have quite a big advantage for the turn-in. Giving over to Listic to actually just speed across the map. Oh my god, he moves so fast.
I actually love that change with the Urn, that you just move at a really rapid speed. I think it's a great change.
I see the Venator.
I'm trying to think to myself,
I see she.
is it really an advantage? I mean, I guess it allows you to get the Urn out quickly from the pickup, but it's not like you're going to run it across to dunk it right away when you're that far behind, because you're going to run so much faster than your teammates. You know, you're going to get there way before them. So in the end, you're still going to have to wait, but it is very cool to see that you're not really like slowed down anymore. Actually, you're sped up. As a push on the left-hand side, Walker to continue. Abrams doesn't really seem to care whatsoever about this Urn, and why would you with this lead? Let the Urn go, give him 3k souls, and you get yourself a Walker with a second one potentially. As a connection onto Hoot, he gets exploded before he has a chance to transform into that Lycan form. And Abrahams, oh my lord, they are picking up the steam. You're 12k now in the lead here, Dan.
Yeah, massive strength for them
no,
as
they
they
get this
are
away.
gonna steal away the urn, so it can't be dunked in there. There's no comeback advantage now. Zergy is just up there, has to relieve the cloud form because he's just getting. There's no one to fight with him. This is another terrible situation, and in the meantime, the Walker's going down. No response. Saint is just hammering it with the goo, and the creeps might just finish it off by themselves. Man, this is looking like a fantastic game right now from Abrahams. And let's not forget, obviously MT Dreams is dead right now, but Mirage is someone that excels in these scenarios, as they have completely denied the urn.
Bro, together MVP, man, going for the melee on Ballistic to steal the urn away. Oh, that's exactly what they were playing for, and you completely deny that. Well, you also get pressure on a Walker, and now Buffador is almost gonna have to give the urn up. The thing is, they can't really go pick it up now and run it across necessarily. They're gonna lose more players as Hoot falls a second time in a row. As just previously saw him explode to Tass. It is all going the way of Abrahams' lead. I mean, it has shrunk because of Guardians being taken. It doesn't feel like it's shrunk at all. As here comes the Owl.
Oh.
Huge, just in time. He's at plus 20, but Saint kind of outplaying Cosmetical there.
Yeah, you got to respect the Knives. A second connection there, that's going to really start to hurt. But just going to leave them low. And do they decide to go for another comeback kind of attempt? The problem is that their Walkers are desperately low. So if they lose a fight on the urn fight, they lose the Walker on the right side. If they go for the turn in on the right side, they're going to lose the Walker on the left side. So playing the urn is almost a guaranteed loss of a Walker for Buff Enjoyers. They're in a spot where, from a macro point of view, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't right now. And so we'll see what they can do to try to remedy that. But the best decision might be just to let that urn just go.
And the one advantage they do have is they have a lot more ultimates online than their opponents. Tass is going to have Lasso, but that's basically it. Era Domini will be coming up the next 15-20 seconds of time. You don't really need Stormcloud right now unless it's been powered up all the way, which I haven't been able to detect. Mystic Vulnerability has been picked up for Zergy here. Also Suppressor on top of this, which is not a bad pickup whatsoever. And the urn has been picked up at a Cosmetical. He does have Owl available too. So I'd imagine they're going to try to hand this one off to someone else.
Okay, who might have found a potential opportunity to set up a kill onto no, okay, never mind. I was gonna say Tuazo, but the problem is Jason, who is 9.6k, who is too far behind on silver right now.
True. I mean, he's like 7k behind Cosmetical and Zergy. I mean, also Vrake's only at 10k, so he's quite far behind. The urn has been dropped once again and picked up and stolen away by Together another time. Someone give this man MVP. He already has it in the series in my eyes with how this has been played. He's running away, so he's denying it once again, which allows Empty Dreams to go for the split push on the Walker on the left-hand side. So they get a Walker, they get a kill. If they get any more than this, they're going to be smiling their way to the bank, cashing those checks.
This is terrifying. The barrels doing 1 million damage from the sky. And just pushing all of them back. And again, we talked about how this deposit lane, I mean, there's a Walker to be had here if the fight's lost by Buff Enjoyers, and they're down players here. So this Walker is certainly in trouble. They've also lost already now that previously weakened Walker on the left side. So this is a very, very bad look for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, and if they lose a team fight at this point, with the difference in souls, Abrahams might be emboldened to go for the mid boss.
Not a bad exchange. Let them have Vern go mid boss. They're going to test it once again because they know they're going to be stronger, though Tass is going to fall. Even with a 14k lead here, Abrahams are still looking to continue the fight after losing one. And there we go. Hoot, I mean, it's more of a scratch than a claw at this point. As another Owl comes on through here, maybe looking to give some information, maybe allow Listic to get this in. But once again, Together, he will not let this urn go. He is single-handedly denying Buff Enjoyers time and time again here from these urns. This time, though, he's not able to steal it away and run away with it, as it's going to be picked up by Hoot and eventually placed on in. But my lord, Together's bought so much time that they've lost 2 players.
Okay, so this is a very important comeback moment. That's going to certainly even things up a bit. We've got a 5k difference now overall. Some of the problem, though, is the distribution of the souls. Who's managed to catch up a little bit, but he's still sorely behind where he would want to be. And also on Venator, looking very strong. You've got Empty Dreams on Mirage, looking very strong right now, kind of leading the tide. And this is important because these are the heroes that are going to do the most damage in the late game. So I completely agree. Together's performance to enable all of this is fantastic. And Taz is doing holiday things in a really, really effective way here. It's being a constant nuisance.
And that's how you know you're playing a holiday well. If you're being called a constant nuisance, honestly. Get a little combo here using the barrel throw and pulling them back over it to make sure you get the extra damage. And Obi Kim's going to fall. Yeah, on the note together, I mean, he's not been carrying the game, but he basically just carried the last 5 to 7 minutes of time for Abrahams with how he was constantly denying those turn-ins. And now with the Urn in hand for the initial pickup for him, is he just going to run it straight through?
Yeah, I mean, right now Mirage can teleport over, I believe. So right now, you know, they could get a Walker and the Urn. So this is a problem for Buffenjoys because they've got to pull off a player to defend the right side Walker whilst this is all going on. Lycan Curse popped early on, but if it doesn't actually get any value here, it goes down. So it's just going to time out because of death. And suddenly a free Urn turn in and a lot of damage on that right side Walker. Macro looking good for Abrahams. They had maybe a little slowdown earlier on with the previous deposit, but now rectifying the scenario and rolling it into the Walker.
And they also lose basically no Walker damage themselves. Like Zergy wasn't able to shove the lane in time. The 1v1 together, they are so important. A 10k lead, 23 kills to 9 in favor of Abrahams. I think at that point, honestly, Buffenjoys deserves some credit of continuing to keep the game so close. 0-3 who? 0-6 Vrayek? Could not tell you the last time we saw the score lines like that.
Let's go to Broadway.
Okay, well, this is a dangerous part of the game right now for Buffenjoys because they have generally been going, coming off very poorly in these fights. You can see 9 kills to 23. Maybe we can look at the damage chart if we get a moment of quiet for that. We'll get the bridge buff fights though, and who gets pushed right off of that one is going to be the collected by Together. Together, who has been stealing everything, a kleptomaniac in this game so far. As the fight is taken once again to who cannot get these engagements in the way that he wants to. Looking to get the Lycan transformation just in time there, I believe, before eventually, well, getting taken out. So it doesn't really matter, just again too far behind. And Together, the slam downs, the rising rams, just dominating the space.
Man, we went from the first game where I was like, no one really stood out as an MVP in the Leviathan Abrahams match to now seeing Together and Saint pull off like crazy MVP performances, man. Saint has been hitting these cubes so perfectly time and time again to deny these owls, to save people's lives. You saw there just previously. Abraham's come out with 4 kills, losing no one. But now, I mean, they're up 16k now. Mid-boss is technically there on the cards if they want.
I see Calico.
Slightly risky with how low Together and Sonya are, but they're going to go for it. And if anything, they're going to drag more players in, though I would be a little bit careful. I mean, Hood's off to the sidelines. Cosmetical has Owl once again. This is quite risky, honestly. Everyone is here out of Buffenjoyers, and they're going to use maybe the Screech out of mid-boss to lure Buffenjoyers in, but they have to be so careful to not lose their lead right now.
Well, Lasso onto Hoot there in Lycan form. So Hoot not getting a lot of the value from the Wolf form there. And he's going to go down early in the fight once again. And right now you've got Abrahams looking pretty strong here. I mean, 2 players are down, but still these players that are remaining are pretty farmed. We'll see if they can stay up here. Venator getting really weak. Arzo, don't know who he's fighting at the moment, but opportunity strikes it for Buffenjoys. Cosmetical and Zergy and Vrake still in good health Together. Another kill coming in from him, though, looking to continue to cause problems. Again, the mid-boss is the prize, so got to be very careful, Abrahams, not to give this one away. Empty Dreams is going to go down there. Together about to go down as well. And suddenly Zergy against the wall, but these players are weak. Zergy can win these battles. Well, the battle against Sanya Sniper, maybe not so much. And everyone's going to disengage. No mid-boss to be had, but that said, Abraham's going to keep pummeling the mid-boss? No,
I don't think so. I mean, I think they were trying to use it to force a fight. I don't think they were actually intending to take it because they didn't have everyone there. Like, they had Sonya going back to heal. I don't know. It seemed like a really weird call. I mean, the upside is they didn't lose that much of a lead. It was like a 16k lead before they went in there for that fight, and it's only a 12k lead now. So they lost that lead of like 4k. But that was, it seemed to be a very odd call, and credit to Buffenjoyers to continue to fight that one out. I mean, Cosmetical is at 23,000 souls, and Zergy, kind of the unsung hero right now at 27,000, starting to become a major threat. I mean, he's been a major threat for a long time now. But you know, he's not a threat. Holistic. Vareg. Who would I'll say still a threat? Because it's still Hoot and he's still on silver, but the other frontline components of Buffenjoyers just aren't really scary right now here, Dan.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like another huge battle to be had here over this mid-boss. Abraham's in good defensive positioning, like just shutting him down around the choke point. And it's just not really a good fight to be had for Buff Enjoyers, unfortunately for them. So despite showing some life in the previous mid-boss fight, it's going to be a clean rejuice. I mean, an attempt at a steal, but I mean, you got to respect the Google, man. It's causing problems. The Shadow Form not enough to get it became out of trouble there, and maybe this is it, Jason. Maybe this is the beginning of the end for the Buff Enjoyers in map 1.
Definitely has the possibility to be so. Cosmetical in the meantime had been able to pick up the mid lane Walker though. So they lose, Obi Kim. I guess they technically lost like 3. But they do get themselves a Walker. So at least open up a flex slot here. And it's still only like a 15k lead. So, I mean, with there being a lot of jungle to farm up, Abraham's lead is going to continue to grow here. I'm looking for mostly those big items that come through. I mean, we have Tank Buster being picked up for tasks. We have Urn spawning back in once again. Abraham's might actually be able to steal this one away together. Looks like he wants to get aggressive here to grab this Urn. And with 3 rejuice, if you can take this Urn, it's just free money. It's just free souls.
The hunter's over here.
Who gets it though in this time? Now together being very cautious.
Oh, just sneaky stuff waiting for this, but nice counterplay there. Might actually be the end of
Last though.
that rejuve. Yeah.
I thought he lost on Vrake, but he got shoulder charged.
I don't know who we got. I mean, there's 2 players there. Did he get the other player? I'm not sure. But I mean, that's good news. That's one rejuve crystal dealt with, and they're not at a crazy deficit. 15k deficit is recoverable at this point in the game, and that's one rejuve down. So we'll see how many more opportunities they can get.
To be so careful though. The right lane Walker is still low from that first Urn. The mid lane Walker at half HP. Blast is up in 20 seconds. A little counter spell comes through to prevent Obi Kim from being knocked up in the air by those barrels, which are so damn annoying. Sack charge coming through to stun up. And the owl on top of this. There's no one low enough to kill, so probably being used just to scout things out. Connects on the task though. Cosmical's up plus 30, so credit to him. Higher stacks than NA had the entirety of last week, I think that was.
Well, once again, we'll see the fight over the Urn, and looking good here for Buff Enjoyers. They're going to be able to sink that one, sending Abrahams away. Another rejuve crystal. In fact, all of them now being utilized for Abrahams as they look to re-engage into this fight. Empty Dreams is critically weak here, so huge opportunity for Buff Enjoyers. The trade onto Hoot, though, evens up the numbers for the moment, although Listic has to get out of there as well, so effectively out of the fight, and both teams deciding we're going to disengage here, and there's a lot of time actually before the next mid-boss. However, looking to siege still onto this right side Walker is Abrahams applying the pressure.
Yeah, why not take it? Buffingers aren't going to keep it. Listic falls, though. Not exactly sure what caught him there. I don't think it was Iridomini, since ours still has it on cooldown for such a long time. Or more so, it's on cooldown long enough that it wasn't used. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Like Zergy is still an insanely big threat. He's got 4k more souls than Empty Dreams at the moment. He does a lot of damage. I think the one thing he's lacking is a stalwart front line. Vrake's at 20k, Obi Kim's at 23k, and I wouldn't even consider Obi Kim a front line. Listic's at 23k, and Hoot's at 20. He's gapping them so far when it comes to souls that he has to kind of become his own front line, as you see him have Unstoppable, so you can get these storm clouds off. But if he ever gets caught, if Zergy ever goes down in these fights in the beginning, I think there's 0 chance Buff Enjoyer wins the fight from there on.
Oh, there goes the bird. Looking for a victim. Never mind. He's going to do some...
A few times Cosmetical missed the flight there, because that actually should have been enough to kill Saint, because he just used Cube too.
Man, would have been awesome to see that. He could have used the extra stack too, just sitting on plus 30 at the moment. So, I mean, again, the Cube has denied quite a few of those stacks already this game, so really proving its value. All right, so another fight in middle here. Mid-boss a decent amount of time away, but both teams deciding to go for it. And once again, you've got some good damage being laid in by the back here with those power shots. But there's the grab, stealing, abducting Cosmetical, putting him straight into the absolute worst positioning you could possibly hope for. Somehow, Alipa is eventually going to be dealt with as Abraham's picking up 3 kills off the back of that mid-engagement. And every walker's already down here, but there's a decent amount of farm left on the map. They're trying to make it worse here for Buff Enjoy. Zergy tries to escape here, but there is simply way too much on his heels, and he's going to go down as well. And now the entire map here, Jason, is left to Abrahams to do whatever they want with.
Absolutely crazy that counterspell eats like 18 bajillion different abilities right there from one counterspell after the lasso came on through. But again, Tass, the warm-up of that first game on Holiday, I think is definitely working out for him, hitting some really good lassos that he needed. With Cosmetical, he hit like 3 arrows in a row, and Arzo, it almost killed him from 100% to 0. And that lasso broke up that combo that Cosmetical was looking for to take down Arzo, to give them the man advantage and really open things up nicely for Abrahams here. So they get the kills, they get themselves a first shrine, and they also get the ability to just back away, take up a lot of farm around the map here, deny some enemy jungle. They have urn and buffs come up in a minute time. Go buy up, get ready for this next skirmish, because they are sitting at such a big lead, 32k at this point in the game. Dan, I mean, you might be a 35k 7 in this game, but can you make up for this kind of gap? I would say no. I say it shouldn't be possible, and I think people there who are voting on Abrahams to win this map might be just creating some generational wealth for themselves.
Yeah, let's look at the damage values if we can get that on the screen when there's a moment. It would be interesting to see kind of who's been doing some of the lifting there in the damage category, because you would always expect, for example, Cosmetical to be pretty high up there and kind of where you would maybe expect.
Damn, Tass. Sorry.
Yeah.
I expected Cosmetical to be like highest, but
especially when you get Tank Buster online, you know, those barrels, they really, really hurt. You can fling out so many of them. So I guess that kind of tracks. I think the other thing here, Jason, is that look at where Billy's damage is. You know, Together did so much in these fights, but also what we saw in the previous map as well is Billy is getting to damage values that typically we would not see Billy reach.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Billy's have been doing some serious work. I'm not sure what it is about build, or I mean, there really wasn't any changes that would make up for this damage.
Let's have a look actually if we can see the build maybe for Billy. I'd be curious to see if it's more spirit focused.
I think in the first game we didn't see like Bashdown leveled up whatsoever. It was always the Rising Ram, the 2. But this one we're seeing, so yeah, they go for the Bashdown max with the Rising Ram max. Okay, so not going for the Chain Gang max.
Spirit Snatch, Surge of Powers, already didn't need spirit items. Okay.
I see Geist.
You called it Giga Mag? Oh. Sorry, I'm just reading some chat.
Okay, I was kind of wondering what was happening there. Ooh, look how much damage the barrel does. You know, the instant all-fire barrel now that you can do on the abduction with the lasso. That's crazy damage.
Yeah, it's huge, man. It really is, and it's tough. Also, like the static charge comes on through, immediately dispelled magic on though. So you're not gonna get that stun you're looking for in that rescue beam. Oh my god, oh my god, what the hell just happened? That barrel sniping away at Vrick. This lead's continuing to grow. The owl had come on through, but hasn't had a connection yet. But again, I mean, Together is the one who's low enough. But the cube will be there at another time to get him healthy enough that it's not going to matter even if you did get the connection.
Yeah, Holiday's just too much fun to play right now. The barrel spam. I mean, you gotta be careful though. You know, you can definitely throw away a game like this. We'll see what's possible is the harassment. Just capturing Poot with that lasso. And I think, by the way, something we didn't really mention, you know, we talked about how Doorman gets banned and how Doorman is a great answer to Silver. Put Silver in the hotel when Silver goes into Lycan Curse. But the lasso is also a fairly lengthy disable that you can use on heroes like Silver, which we've seen being a frequent target actually from Taz.
I didn't know the Baroness Hotel was actually pet friendly. That's good to know. If I ever want to take a visit. And this mid boss, I feel like if you're buff and Jersey, you almost have to contest it. You just can't let this one go because you're going to lose the game if you don't. You already have one shrine down. The second one will fall soon after. Abrahams have actually stopped going for the mid boss, so they left Arzo there, and instead they're looking for a fight otherwise. As an initial catch on a Zerg, the Stoppable House come out, step from above with the Storm Cloud. Doing some good damage, again, forced to find awkward positions. He dispels magic, the knockdown away, so he can stay in the air just a little bit longer. And now he has to kite, and you can just see everyone's heading directly towards him, trying to give him no quarter, no space, and no chance to live, as Son is able to drop him back in towards spawn.
And as you'd expect, everybody getting deleted by Abrahams right now. And taking the fights directly to them in the air, on the rooftops, on the grounds, on the ropes. It's one of the fun things with Holiday. One of the most mobile characters in the game. Amazing air control capabilities. Okay, who's stuck in a I mean, this is just the absolute worst place to be fighting both of these heroes, both Mirage and Shiv in a corridor. No. You don't want to be doing that. Lycan Curse comes out, but just instant deletion, which has basically been the story, Jason. If who can pop Lycan Curse in this map gets deleted almost immediately afterwards, if it even goes off.
I think I'm safe in saying this, Dan, that this has to be the worst game Hoot's had in like Night Shift history.
Yeah, honestly, it has to be up there, because if we look at the early stages of the game, there was a point when Hoot was 8.9k souls and his teammates were on like 17k or something, like extremely far behind very early on.
And the thing is, when I say like his worst game in Night Shift history, I don't mean necessarily like individually skills. He's still doing some really like good and cool things. I think this has just been like the worst KD he's had in Night Shift. I would almost want to say ever. Like that's the craziest thing to me. He's been really well controlled since the beginning, as you pointed out. Like Tass has done a fantastic job of that in particular. Not really giving him any freedom to play around in. Novikim has fallen once again. The urn gonna get dunked on through, and we're looking at almost a 50k lead now for Abrahams with 3 redrew crystals, and hopefully for them a lot of money to spend as they actually sneak away towards the shop once again.
Well, at this point, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's much left to do for either side, except for Buff and Joyce to lose and Abrahams to win, I guess.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a scenario where Buff Enjoyers win these fights at this stage, being like this far behind. Now Zergy really doesn't have anywhere to kite, being stuck in his own base. I mean, yeah, you kite back to your own spawn, but if you're sitting in your own spawn, guess what? You're not protecting your patron, which is already about 25% of its missing health in the second phase. And it's up to Abrahams here to play around the outskirts to pick up these kills to finish this one off.
I think what will be an interesting discussion for us is really like what went well for Abrahams. Like, how were they able to make Hoot have a horrible game? Was it the Viscous pick, so Hoot never gets the saves? Because when you play Silver, you have to go really aggressive. You risk dying a lot, but usually they get Viscous. Is it how Together has been playing Billy? That's rarely something we've ever seen people play up against the Buff Enjoyers, but it's been working really, really well. Is it the Mirage, a pick we never see? Is it Holiday, a new pick? What other factors?
I think the Viscous wasn't necessarily towards Silver. It was kind of indirectly towards the GT. I mean, Cosmetical was limited to plus 30, and so many of these owls were stopped from getting kills from these cubes coming on through. And to be fair, there was a lot of cubes as well that prevented Hoot from getting kills overall. But also, I mean, running kind of like a double M1. Empty Dreams playing like support. He had Toxic, he had Escalating, he had an Inhibitor, he had Ricochet as well. So he really prevents a lot of damage that Buff Enjoyers could do. But Tass was also just getting so many opportunities for Abrahams to fight 6-on-5 that Buff Enjoyers couldn't really get going, if we're looking beyond the fact of Hoot being controlled in the beginning of the game.
Massive match win for Abrahams. It's been a while since they've taken a map off this squad, right? Buff Enjoyers, formerly Loki W, has been running the table for the last few weeks here in the Night Shift. So it's going to be a little bit of a bitter pill for them to swallow. But of course, new patches bring new things. And the Taz Holiday, well, a little bit of something new, a little bit of something old. Massive impact from him in particular in this game. And that's game 1 in the books, guys. I don't think we expected it to go this well for Abrahams.
Not at all, no. I mean, it's just Buff Enjoyers. They have been winning everything for what feels like a month, if not more than that. Winning night shifts here on every Wednesday, winning the Night Shift Open against basically the best teams from EU and NA who all competed against that one. I mean, it was 3 teams out of 4 in the playoffs who were all from EU. But Abrahams, they seem to have cracked something, whether it was, the crack shots out of Tass, playing Holiday for the first time in a very long time. Because these teams have been screaming throughout the week as well with all the changes, and I don't think Buff Enjoyers has a losing record against Abrahams. But what they've been doing here in this game in particular, I think seeing Saint on Viscous once again reminds us how good he is in general. Not how good on a character, but in general he is, because we normally would only see him on Kelvin, but he is so mechanically gifted on top of this that he's making Viscous look insanely strong. And I almost forgot about the fact that Together was able to stall that first urn for what feels like forever. Hansi stealing away from Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, really impressive.
Feels like the best support in the game right now. I mean, you do a pretty massive amount of damage on the hero with a lot of fighting potential, especially on these urn fights where people are kind of trapped in a spot where Splatter and the roll can have huge impact. Cube's also great when it comes to the urn. You can, protect somebody to solo defend the urn for a few seconds and buy time for the rest of the squad to get into the fight. So huge impact from them as well. We talked about the Mirage and the Venator. We also talked a lot about Hoot and how he struggled this game. We're so used to Hoot dominating the server, doing absolutely everything. He goes very defensive on these builds, but he just can't stay alive. Even with that build, I wonder if this is gonna change the draft prio for Silver going deeper into the series.
Yeah, I think Hoot, out of most Silvers, really depended on the max rank Like and Curse with the heal and the fact that you can stay in Like and Curse like even longer. I think he really played around that mechanic of the abilities so much better than anyone else out there. He was able to play on the outskirts of fights sometimes and hop back in to get the quick kill, the heal, and then they continue to just, run them down. I feel like he's probably been hit the most with it. But the thing is, I still feel like he can make Silver work, but it's not very often you see him go 0-11. It's not very often you see Vrake go 1-11. So whether it's a mix of Buffenger's not playing well and Abraham's playing exceptionally well, it's still yet to be determined. But the fact is, who didn't have this anywhere near the same level of impact they normally would have. Actually, in general, their front line didn't. Hoot, Vrake, and Listic. I can't forget about the 3 and 12. I think the 3 kills doesn't really make up for 12 deaths either. It's rough times, man, for them.
I gotta say, I didn't feel the presence of the Geist in this game, and I felt like that's generally been my experience with Geist whenever it gets picked for quite some time. But there's so many interesting things here. We had Zergy playing 7, for example. This felt a little experimental in that respect, because 7 after the nerfs, is it still as good? I guess maybe Buffenjoys felt that it was. Throwing a Calico in there. The Calico pick is interesting because Calico is definitely strong, but it just didn't seem to be strong against what Abrahams were kind of rolling up with. And you can see 15 kills to 58. This was kind of team fight dominance from the beginning of the game to the end.
I think I made that sound just because I think it's really hard for like 7 to carry this game when your front line is collectively 8 and 22, 35, 47. So yeah, like 47 deaths collectively between your front line. You can't really do well as a 7, but also I feel like the Calico and a Silver can't do collectively well when the front line is also dying so often. They're so far behind in souls. I think it's just kind of one of those things that where like one problem becomes a bigger problem, and it continues to snowball that what your comp is meant to do can't execute that because of how far behind you've fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you looked at some of these mid-game team fights, you would have thought Buffenjoys were doing better. They were able to grab, a couple team fights back, like shutting down one of those big sets of rejuves that Abrahams was able to leave the mid pit with and capping an urn in stride. And then you look at the kill feed, and 15 to 58 is a monster beatdown. It also means that the net worth doesn't tell the full story, that Abraham's getting a ton of those permanent buffs from the Sinners and sort of scaling in that way as well. So it's a resounding match victory for Abrahams. It really sets the table for them to maybe retake this championship, and it couldn't come at a worse time, really, for Buffenjoyers coming back with the new brand. I mean, impressive performance. I feel like it's a little bit of a back to the drawing board for Buffenjoyers here. Amazing
game. I do wonder what the meaning of this is going to be from Buffenjoyers and from Abrahams. But Buffenjoyers, the question is with Hoot, does he feel like, oh, if I made some of these adjustments, the game would have gone better, and then that would have just like set the trajectory in a way that this would have looked completely different, like you were pointing out, Jason? Or is it a case that like, oh man, we actually need to ban Holiday over Doorman, and then does Doorman get picked, and then does Doorman the counter to kind of the Silver? Like there's so much interesting stuff here, and Billy was like actually really insane too. So I don't know what's going to happen because there's too many problems. I don't know what you guys think they should. What do you guys think? What's the prescription for Buffenjoyers?
Maybe they need to first pick the Holiday. I think they probably still want to ban the Doorman, because honestly, I think even if you ban Holiday and you give up Doorman, you sort of just replaced one huge problem with another. Yeah. Doorman hasn't been seen as much in the night shift because he's permanently banned by Buffenjoyers. Like, they never let him through, but he's still incredibly powerful, still really sick in a team play environment, and presents a lot of the same problems that a Holiday does, especially after all these buffs to Holiday. But maybe you can do like a both banning one and picking the other. I think Holiday, even more than I expected, does feel like the hero of the patch, like somebody who maybe needs to go in either those opening bans or the very first pick.
I think the beginning of the game also got out of hand for Buffenjoyers. They lost all 3 Guardians before they got a single one. TAS was also roaming really early in that game, considering what we saw in the first game of the day with Leviathan against Abrahams. I think that kind of like set Hoop behind. I think he died fairly early because of that and consistently early because of it. I think their comp was fine, honestly. I don't think they really need to change too much. I think they just got caught off guard at the beginning of the game and they just didn't expect to be that far behind that problem just continued to grow into a bigger problem later on.
Yeah, I'd love to see Viscous even be contested too alongside the Silver. I think that can really, let her unleash and be a lot more aggressive and actually survive through some of those plays with the help of a cube or maybe a rescue beam from the Viscous. But of course, it's up to the buff enjoyers to figure out how they want to approach this game too. Down 1-0 in the series, not an uncomfortable spot for them, but they're an experienced team. I have a lot of faith in them to be able maybe show us something better in the future games in this series. But of course, all that and more is coming at you after a short break. So stick with us when we come back to the conclusion of this series.
Mirage.
you're not as strong as you think you are.
Lady Geist is here.
Ready to get some airtime. I'm just getting started. Ready to give pursuit.
Welcome back to the night shift. If you're just joining us, it is surprisingly Abraham's up 1-0 over the newly renamed Buff Enjoyers, of course, back in the lineup here on the night shift. I mean, some resounding performances from the heavy hitters on Abraham's, and a lot of what has worked really well for this Buff Enjoyers team in the last few weeks kind of fell flat today. This feels like an Abraham's who came prepared and feel very dialed on this patch, guys.
Yeah, what's cool is that the current meta, I think, allows for so much diversity in the heroes. But it's also been interesting too that I feel like what Buff Enjoyers, what they have been winning with, one of the parts of the core was viscous. And last week I was asking the question a bit. No, but nobody seems to be attacking the viscous part of their core. And today we saw that. And today also with the new patches, the patch changes, the addition of Holiday, people kind of finding more value in Billy, that seems to have actually shifted things in such a way that now, there is a real challenge to the core that has been working for Buff Enjoyers. And as we saw, there's enough counters in play for Hoots, Silver. Suddenly the odds change. And so will that continue? I'm really curious.
Yeah, I think we also brought the topic of Doorman versus Holiday of a priority ban, Silver versus maybe Holiday as a priority pick. I honestly, with the way Buff Enjoyers seem to go about drafts, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pretty much go the exact same route with bans. And the thing is, they lost, so they also get choice of first pick or first pick or second pick. So they'll probably take first pick again. They're probably gonna do the bans the same way. They're probably gonna first pick Silver yet again, and then maybe do some adaptations from there. Maybe try to take Viscous away in their next two picks instead of letting it go into the second round of picks for Abraham's could be the play for them.
Yeah, I do think the way we saw Silver fail in that last game suggests to me that the hero is still strong, because if you're just going to be bursting Silver down like before the ult comes out, this nerf to the ult cooldown isn't doing anything, right? Like it effectively doesn't matter because the ult's just not getting popped. You're not really having impact. I think if we saw her getting kited out of the ultimate and then they re-engage after the cooldown, maybe it'd be a different story. So I agree, maybe in that second phase, if they can grab the Viscous, but they actually do go for second pick in this one. So they prefer the other situation. I think with Holiday being as good as she is, maybe there's a real prio to being able to grab her in the top two. Abraham's, though, I feel like they might just grab her first pick. It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I honestly did forget that when you are in the champion match and you're the defending champion, you have first pick, first ban. I don't think it's a choice. I think you just have that naturally. But to see them defer to second is interesting, as you just mentioned, Jake, because now they technically could get Silver and Holiday in top two. They could get Viscous in top two if they wanted.
I do wonder what you guys think of. There's a couple of things. I wanted to mention that Off Hollow didn't get selected. I don't know if that, we'll see a difference in NA, but I wonder, like, does Yamato rise in stocks at all as a helpful counter to a Holiday? If Holiday is going to be coming back in, because Holiday, I feel like gets kind of wrecked by Yamato, the Spirit Burst and the ability to chase her down, no matter if she's like, aerial or not. I feel like, Yamato's kind of a nice counter, but we haven't seen Yamato, even though I think she's kind of good still.
Yeah, honestly, I think the pro teams have strayed more and more away from Yamato. I think she's just a little maybe inconsistent after, like the early game is strong, but if you don't snowball and find those early ganks to tempo out, you're not a particularly fast farmer. And, I think also your damage is kind of capped to like 2 big power slashes in the fight. And if those aren't getting killed, if you're farmed enough where those get kills, you're dominating, right? You're taking over. If you can get kills without even popping the ult, you're crushing the game. But if you fall behind a little bit, you don't really have any utility, right? You're all damage on the kit. And so I think people are maybe a little hesitant to draft for an advantage game. And Abraham's, I understandably grabbed the Viscous in top 3 here because I think it's one of the only tools that could potentially save people from these Holiday ganks or even Silver.
I hope we don't see GT come in out of Buff Enjoyers. Oh wow, okay. One of the few times I think we see Buffingers actually play towards a support hero, like a more full-on support hero like a Rem. I'm kind of hoping they don't go GT this time. Cosmetical obviously not going to get the chance to play Pocket. I would love to see a Shiv. I think Cosmetical has a really good Shiv as well, and we hardly get to see him play it, funny enough, because it normally gets taken away, but it's also not necessarily a part of the plan Buffingers like to go with. But we've already seen Buffingers being pushed to something else. I mean, being pushed to a second pick, being pushed to take Holiday, being pushed to take a Rem as well. This is interesting, and I'm kind of happy seeing Buffingers having to dig a little bit deeper in their bag of plans. You're not happy with something, Dan? You said?
No, I said they should ban Warden, is what I said, because I felt like the Rem, to me, with Buffingers is kind of a signal that they pick Warden for Zergy. And if you think about Zergy with 7, just kind of how that worked out in the previous game, kind of feel like they probably would just like steer away from that a little bit. They do pick up Mirage, though. I feel like Warden's still pickable, but yeah. Victor is something that also Buffingers tend to go to, but for some reason that's disappeared, and I'm not sure why.
Well, Victor got a couple nerfs to the cooldown of the ultimate, and I think those just start to add up, where this effectively is like what you pick the hero for, is like suiciding in with your ultimate and aggroing people super hard, and that ultimate being just a few seconds longer cooldown, it just like means you're basically not fighting for those few more seconds. So I agree, maybe it's an overreaction to some of these changes. I think there's maybe still a place for Victor. But with as good as Billy has been, like the frontline role is premium right now, right? Like I guess it has been for most of the competitive history of Deadlock, but I mean, Silver, Billy, Abrams still going consistently top tier. Shiv is getting pretty deep into these drafts though, so there's a lot more room for people to grab Shivs if they want them. Buff Enjoyers go with the Bebop. Actually, a really weird Bebop pick from my perspective. Maybe they just feel like it's something that can lock down GT, but they already have Holiday, so they didn't necessarily need this.
I mean, you can cube one target, but can you cube both? Unless you go like Echo Shard, I guess.
I will say it's actually very good against cube as a save, because you just hook somebody in the cube. They're like a free hook, right? Like they need to get cubed to be saved from something else, and then you just hook them and pull them so deep, whereas the cube expires, they're dead anyway.
Interesting. Yeah, because I feel like, so Shiv has gone missing in this draft, and maybe I could see in the world where you wouldn't get the Shiv, you kind of need that hard damage carry, because Great Talon's kind of your spirit burst, and Wraith is really good to kind of split between gun and also spirit damage. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Shiv went missing here is really maybe where I would have expected it. Honestly, is in the Bebop slot. I guess a Buff Enjoyers is where it would have naturally fit into this draft. So the Bebop's interesting. Are we going to see a different build? Because we're still on the same Bebop build, right? Like sort of like more kind of like gun build, just a bit tankier. We're going to see like what I see in my matchmaking games, right, where everyone still goes Spirit and Echo Shard, on the bottom.
I don't think Echo Shard, but I actually, it's hard to say. I mean, historically, Bebop has had a ton of build variety. I do think gun Bebop's probably the best right now, but I mean, it's been a little bit untouched for quite a few weeks, so it wouldn't shock me if Buff Enjoyers comes out with a bit of a different theory craft. I'm also curious to see just how the farm priority goes. Maybe they just feel like, hey, the Bebop gives them better early game, and last game, they just got kind of dominated there early, right? Like, the lanes went bad, they lost a lot of Guardians, they were on the back foot. They're a strong team defensively, but I think they want to try to snatch a little bit more tempo in this series, with Rem pushing a ton of lanes, Silver trying to get active. Maybe they can make that Bebop really work and snowball this game. It's going to be Buff Enjoyers on their last legs here in the money match. Abraham's up 1-0, trying to finish things in 2. Dan, Jason, take it away.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Dan.
Would you like to go first, Jason?
No, I don't want to go first. You got this.
All right, then. Okay, so we got the Bebop Holiday. That is kind of gross, actually. I'm I'm not sure I would ever want to be up against this, but that should help to win this mid lane. They're up against Talon and Paradox. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know Listic was it a few weeks back was spamming Bebops in his games, so it's not too surprising to see him playing the Bebop. I think for me is we haven't seen Drake play Holiday.
Spirit Bop? Excuse me? He's got Mystic Burst. I don't think you buy that item on Gun Bop.
Dan, you didn't tell me you were E6. You ranked up, man.
Well, sometimes still people will get the Mystic Burst because it does like it it's actually a really nice efficient item, even if you're going gun, because you're not going to get spirit. So like it gives you more power in the early lane. So we might still see the regular build just with that kind of on top for the early lane.
Find out. I mean, they already chased down an initial kill. Cosmetical with the first blood coming on through. Also interested to see that like he's going to be on the Mirage. So yeah, and then again the Vrake on Holiday, like we've not seen Vrake play Holiday in Night Shift at all because it's been a long time since we've seen Holiday be a main staple, and I think a lot of pressure actually goes towards him on being able to perform, considering what we just saw in last game with Tass on the Holiday. So yeah, Vrake for me I think is going to be probably one of the big linchpins of this team and how well he can perform.
I see Billy.
How do you feel like the Paradox Talon lane will perform against the Bebop Holiday? Because Bebop Holiday is dangerous. It has both the diving threats, the hook threat, so you can't really be in the air as much as Talon because you can get hooked. Obviously, Talon's a little more mobile than it used to be, but still. Oh, okay, speaking of dive, we do have Zergy getting taken out straight away.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that mid lane. Like the poke you have as Abrahams with the Paradox and Grey Talon together is quite heavy. It is quite disgusting when you're up against like a Holiday and a Bebop, and you need ultimate before you can get the lasso. The hook has a very limited range early on as well, so really all you have to do is play around the hook in the beginning, and you should be relatively fine. You got to keep your distance, keep the poke coming. Obviously, Bebop has a lot of extra regen based off of just like his base stats, but I don't know. I feel like Buffingers, you don't really win that lane until you get ultimates online, and then you have a decent chance to do so, unless you're able to get some crazy hooks early on.
Well, let's have a look at these other lanes as well. So Rem's paired up with Silver, so you know if you're going to try to help Hoot to have a good game, you know the Rem's nice. You know you get the Spirit Resist from the little helpers, and you also get, of course, the tag-alongs that will keep you more protected on the dive. Also, when nap time comes out, it can be a really nice setup with Lycan Curse to ensure that you can just absolutely shut down people and close those kills. So it's definitely a nice combo, but it is up against Viscous and Billy, which we saw did extremely well in the previous laning phase, in the previous map. Both the splatter damage and the save with the cubes is just phenomenally powerful.
Oh, there's the hook. It's actually caught on the wall, so MTG is not going to be too pressured here, but the bomb's going to connect, level up at the perfect time. That should be a dead Grey Talon. Listic gets the kill, gets the stacks up to 2k souls too. And there we go. We kind of got our answer when it came to mid lane. Just got to avoid those hooks. And Empty Dreams, just one hook is enough for him to be finished off.
I see Ray.
I see Billy.
There's a Rising Ram, making some pressure. My god, the splatter, it's disgusting damage. Honestly, Viscous is very fun to play. I feel like they did a great job kind of capturing the personality with the splatter, because the bounces and just the noises and just, you know, that you can kind of slide more on the goo and stuff. It just like added so much flavor, I think, that in a way that's both fun and practical for how the character plays. So I think they did such a good job with Viscous recently.
Kind of wish they gave Viscous that skin that we saw, like the World Traveler Viscous skin. It reminds me of the little Boy Scout kid in Up. Remember that movie?
Yep.
It looks so weird and funny that it would kind of, I feel like suits the voice lines and like the sound of Viscous as well. Yeah, I mean, like Viscous is definitely one of the most unique heroes in the game for sure, and entirely like how he works. And oh, that's Listic going in for the dive once again here. They get the catch on a Tass. Another kill coming their way, and Listic hasn't bought. He was on 2k souls earlier. He's sitting on 2.6, just waiting for a big purchase.
I see Abrams.
It's really interesting. So something we haven't seen, I don't know that we'll see it now, but Shadow Weave isn't an item we've seen bought very much, but on heroes like Abrams and even Bebop, you know, depending on your build, can be very, very nice. But yeah, I wonder what is saving for right now. Because if you're going Headhunter quickly, which sometimes you'll see, which is part of the gun build, it's an early part of the gun build. I know, it's disgusting, isn't it? This Viscous Billy thing is kind of cool.
One parry would have ruined Together's life right there, but he's able to survive and come out with like half health from the healing right plus the minion. That's dirty, man. That's huge. 4.7k now for Together. But sorry, continue your thought.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like you would see the headhunter first. So it is really interesting to see. Oh no, sorry, the headshot booster. You see that first at least. So I'm really curious. Like it definitely looks to be going outside the normal programming of the gun build. So maybe we will see something spirity.
I mean, with him losing their tower in the mid lane too, he's actually starting to rotate onto the right hand side. It has to spot up Empty Dreams to see the hook of doom come out. Not quite able to catch onto the old man's toes. And who just sticking around for a second to make sure that Obikim has a way to get out here from the pressure that's come onto the lane. And my God, how does the old man in the sky move that fast? That is just so weird and disgusting.
It looked like no clip, to be honest. With you,
Yeah.
it might be cheating. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. What is happening right now? Okay, well, there's the bomb. Not doing too much damage just yet, even with the Mystic Burst. Did he buy an item yet, the stick?
No.
Okay, is he saving to like 6,400? What is he rushing right now? Okay, slap of the bow is enough to finish it off. The nerf bow.
He bought Headhunter, so he did go Headhunter, like you're talking about with Headshot Booster initially, and then into Headhunter.
Okay. Just wait to like not get the headshot booster at some point. It's only 800.
Trying to keep us guessing, you know.
True. Like oftentimes, you know, slumming bullets would be like soon after this, so we'll see if he's following the Nor track.
And Jake's pointing out something that's saying going for a DK early on here, which is going to be definitely interesting. Oh, even a catch onto Arzo, but again, the last doesn't last long enough, and Arzo's able to escape here with a little bit of a teleport. In the meantime, Buffenders get 2 Guardians down on the left and the right hand side of the map as well, so taking that soul lead that Abraham's had and close it to just about 2k as Listic might finally go down. Been a little bit of a pain in the backside for Abraham's here so far, but they have been able to stabilize.
Okay, well, right now the creeps are crashing into the right side walker, so Buff Enjoys will be getting some chip damage there. One little helper here as well to just get an extra little bit of power in there. Okay, Rem was actually on a creep. I didn't realize Rem was actually on one of the creeps as well. So that's gonna be a death, but was it worth it? A lot of Buff Enjoys players are quite weak. The Sinners did spawn somewhat recently. He will get found as well. I'll have to keep a track on Hoot to see if he's having a better game than previously. So far, so it's not too bad.
Can we maybe get a top check in again? Because the last game was like, what was it, like 50 something to 20 in kills or something, like something insane like that? And it feels like we've been going a very similar route here. Yeah, we had a lot of early kills, at least in the mid lane, go the way of Buff Enjoyers. But it feels like Abraham's just been picking up kill after kill. 11 to 5, so over doubling the amount of kills so far out of Buff Enjoyers is Abraham's here with 4-0 for Together. I mean, Arzo at 1-0 is also good. 3 and 1 for Tass. And Vreg does have the 3 assists, so definitely making these losses work so far.
Cheeky invasion coming in from Abrahams. Let's see what the bird is going to find. Just getting some information. I mean, it's another definite added piece of value from the guided owl is just all this info you get in mid and wherever else you're going to send it.
I was watching drone racing for a second there with how fast he was going.
Yeah,
it's like some
honestly,
crazy.
Jason, someone's going to make some like drone racing maps, custom maps, where you just like 5 people are piloting birds against each other.
That would actually be sick.
We should make it actually.
It's like a training map for owls.
Exactly.
And you have to do like some crazy turns and like navigation. Yeah, man, someone, come on. One of you modders out there. I'm sure it already exists.
Like, did you ever play Hogwarts Legacy?
I have not, no.
Okay, well, do you know anything about Harry Potter?
Is that the one where he like as a kid is taking
everybody's trolling? I could hear the troll coming from miles away.
And he's like fighting off an alien race.
Anyway, so in Hogwarts Legacy, there is a Quidditch kind of thing where you have to like race through a bunch of different obstacles and stuff like that. We could do a version of that, but with the owls is what I'm saying. Anyway, you kind of threw me off a little bit, but we have a Walker Siege right now, Jason. You got Buff Enjoyers who are taking the fight to Abraham's with a lot more initiative than they were in the previous game.
At least you caught my Ender's Game reference, right?
Honestly, I wasn't listening.
Wow, okay. So you asked if I know Harry Potter, and then you just stopped listening? Okay.
I did actually read that not too long ago, like in the last 8 months.
I think I read it in high school. Pretty good book, though. I wish they made the follow-up movies for it, though. I would be down to watch. Oh, yeah. Would be sick. I'm sure there's someone in the community that has made it. If you have, let us know. Because maybe we'll put something together. And by putting something together, I mean we'll just play it on our own time. And I like do a broadcast on it. But at the moment, it's still a 3k lead here for Abrahams. Buffs being traded with Listic getting the survival and movement for Together. And Together still is yet to die at 10,000 souls. Sonya at 10k as well. So the front line is looking very strong for Abrahams right now. And well, front line for Buff Enjoyers, it's kind of just Hoot. And he's still at 9.4, so it's not really that far off for him. But it's going to come down to an interesting time when both teams have to meet towards this urn turn-in.
We're running with the urn.
Well, Urn's been grabbed. And the last game, if you guys remember, didn't go too well for Buff Enjoyers because Together was stealing it constantly. We'll see if he's going to be able to perform similarly here. Together is in position somewhat to at least contest. But again, you know, you'll be cautious that you're not going to lose objectives at the same time. That's often what happens with the first turn. And do have some rotation coming in. Cosmetical will have the ult online, I think. He's looking to defend the left side Guardian. So more players here to pressure. They want to turn this one in. I don't know if they want that fight right now. They are outnumbered, Buff Enjoyers. They're going to play defensively with the urn for now.
Talon.
I wish we had a counter for the amount of times urn has been dropped by someone, but like not like yourself, but someone's knocked out of your hands, because I'm pretty sure Together would have had like 18 for the last match alone. But so far in this game, I mean, it's still just a 4k lead for Abrahams, and the urn is just going to be sitting and returning back towards its spawn once again. So neither team really looking to dunk this one on through, and Buffer is actually playing the defensive at the moment on this right-hand side, keeping 4 players in the area. It looks like Task might be trying to pick it back up and run it across, but we might run into a little bit of a skirmish towards that position. Instead, both teams like, you know what, we're just going to continue to farm, and you know, maybe there's a world where we need to make this first urn worth a little bit more, because teams don't really seem to mind too much to go for something like that at such little cost. I mean, we saw in the last game that first urn resulted in Abraham's getting what, 5-6 kills and urn turn-in. It was insane of like a lead they're able to bolster from that instead of just letting the urn go for Buff Enjoyers, where they lose 3k souls, but then they would gain, well, they would keep everyone alive.
It does seem like the way that the meta is developing with the new urn is that the first urn is not really necessarily receiving that many deposits, and oftentimes walkers get traded off of it, and it seems to be somewhat consistent at the top level so far. My games, Jason, people still ignore the urn as though it does not exist.
I think that happens a lot, honestly. I think in every rank that happens, it only gets slightly better the higher you go. There we go, first turn. Gonna be pushed in initially by Abraham. So comes in, catches out onto Together. The chain gang was used. I'm not sure how many people actually caught onto here, but the hyper beam from the backhand side going to give a little bit of advantage for Buff Enjoyers to play around this one, but the knockdown comes on through to dismantle that one, and the fight will continue to carry on forward.
And right now, it does look a bit better here for Abrahams. They've got a lot more players in the circle, and Buff Enjoyers playing largely outside. So not really in a good spot positionally, and a lot of damage and kills now being racked up by Buff Enjoyers. Starting to make this one look a lot better. They've managed to force Abrahams out of the circle, largely speaking, and it's just going to be largely Sanya, Sniper, who is just stuck in there on the Abrams, running around the pillars, trying to survive for as long as possible, but at this point, it's not looking all that good. There's the gut shot straight into the wall. The charge, though, and counter to try to do some damage back, but it's just not the follow-up behind this one. Although off the rope, we will have Hoot now coming in to try to make the assist happen. Way. And Abrahams they're flying players in here.
Respawns.
This urn is going to go up in smoke.
Wow, the respawns came on through here, and in the end of the... No way, Abrams actually going to come out winning this fight. They get Zergy down, they get Listic down. Sonya bought so much time there, basically by himself. The Q came in from Saint last second, and Dreams gets a kill into Obicam. I think that one was maybe with the owl, because I heard the owl go off. I feel like Abraham's kind of indirectly won that. I think maybe the one downside is that they forced rotation of Arzo to help out on the right-hand side, leaving Cosmetical to his own to get some free farm. As you see him trying to get this Guardian on down, gets telekinesis right under the Guardian, gets exploded right at the same time the Guardian goes down as he takes it with them. The lead's still only 2K.
Good wave priority though for Abrams right now. Yeah, the build is looking is basically the same build, or pretty more or less. Weakening headshot in there, which is obviously got buff recently as the fight gets taken. Still 2 buff enjoyers in this close space, trying to protect the Sinners, but their Sinners still under some level of threat. It looks like Abrahams will disengage now that they've got a lot of numbers to play against. They don't like this fight anymore, and this could really turn on them in a really nasty way that I don't think they were expecting here. They look to take the fight to deny the Sinners, and now they might just get more than 2 players lost in the effort, which is not what they were looking for that invade.
Okay. A hook gets away. A hook? No way, they caught onto together? I'm not sure how far away that hook was, but they get the kill as well. And Listic, man, he's been hitting some pretty good hooks here. It's that 12k souls, but creating a lot of impact here around the map, especially in the mid lane early on.
Well, after all's said and done, it's 87 to 88k, so there's just negligible difference between these two sides. One of the things we can check in, though, is that also he is well farmed on Wraith. We saw that in the first map of today in the EU. A challenger matchup, it was a very underfarmed Wraith that was very problematic. And, awesome from production. Bring up the soul differential here. You can see the swing that just happened. Well done to Buff Enjoys. Also, there's a problem though. He's had a lot of space to work with in this game, Jason.
I mean, with a beefy front line, it's pretty easy to do so. What a great knockdown. Right before the lasso came on through, Reg had no chance to get away from that, even with the hook coming out of Listic. The Owl on top of this as well. Maybe they can get a kill to get some stacks over to the teammate of Empty Dreams, but I think Listic survived just long enough. Maybe Obakim will get away from this one being forced to use the nap time, more importantly. But with the urn in hand too, it looks like Abrahams might be able to get a massive lead off of this one. Picking the urn back up, it's going to be Sonya. They're not done with the fight. Even ours is going head to head. I think it's Cosmetic on the left-hand side, or at least trying to keep him away from the Walker.
Again, more fights around this Sinner's position. Abrahams in a very, very good position here. I mean, if they get more kills in this engagement, as they're retracting a little bit from that position, so that they're in a better spot, that if Buff and Joyce keep pursuing, they'll get more kills. And I mean, you got to be careful, because I feel like mid-boss, if one more kill kind of went the way of Abrahams there, mid-boss was definitely a vulnerable objective. And is up. It's a really interesting game so far, Jason. It is very even at this point now.
Yeah, it feels, it's even, but it also feels like it's not even for some reason. I think that first urn was really interesting because Zergy came in with like a double kill of Iridomini when we had the urn being dunked. And then like Sonya was able to just survive long enough for the reinforcements to come on through to kind of equalize things in terms of kills, but it still feels like it has been going the way of Abrahams when it comes to these head-to-head fights. It's been mostly the opportunities created by the Listic that's been able to net them quite a few kills. As we saw there out of Rick, he gets knocked down in the middle of a lasso. I think he didn't get a launch pad away, and he just got stuck in the enemy territory. Forced to drop the urn to look for an engage here. Lasso up in 1 second. I mean, Vestus would be the ideal target. Don't have to worry about the cube coming on through, but again, he gets caught out here. The jump pad gonna buy him a little bit of time, but he should be still falling. His task is able to confirm that kill, so that's another, I wouldn't say misplay, but a shutdown more so on the Holiday.
And there we go, the chain gang broken somewhat. However, Buff Enjoys with 2 players down don't really want to be taking this fight. Buff Enjoys are in an interesting spot here. I do feel like Listic on the Bebop is underfarmed for the gun build. I feel like you kind of you get to a point where you just really fall off, I think, if you don't have enough farm with Bebop, and Listic's a little bit behind. Mid-boss is under threat. 2 players are still down. Yes, there are some ults available right now, but this is going to be a very challenging fight for Buff Enjoys, I think.
No nap time, and I think that's the crucial one. Here we go. Hoot jumps in to the pit first. Gets pushed away here. Listic's able to get the first region and the second. Task takes one for himself, but now it's about if Buffendorfs can survive this one. They lose both of the regions instantly, but so do Abrahams, and a big nap time comes on through, catching on, I think, 2 or 3 players here. Obikin bouncing around the edges. It does open up an opportunity for Buffendorfs to win this fight. Zergy comes on in, the high beam Listic, and Abrahams, they started the mid boss, but they might have regretted it. They lose 3 players and give Buffendorfs pretty much a full walker in the mid lane.
Yeah, not the desired outcome, that's to be sure. Mid walker goes down, urn has been collected. There's not going to be enough players up in time to challenge it as long as we get a clean run here. And I mean, they could actually try to challenge it. Abrahams could try to go for it off the rope, and it looks like they're going to do that.
And they're sending 2 players on forward, but I like the way Buffendorfs are positioning themselves to catch them before they get to the urn turn in. They do retreat back here, realizing, oh crap, they're on their way here together. Openings up initially on Vrek, who's going to fall once again here. The urn actually hasn't been put on in. I think Buffendorfs aren't feeling confident enough to secure this one as Tass gets the initial kill. Doesn't have swap up just yet, and it's just still together leading the way on the front end. Even with Metalskin creating some space, but I think that's a smart choice. Buffendorfs realized they probably couldn't win that fight if they were forced to defend the urn actual turn-in, so they take it, they back off. This actually could cost them a walker here on this left-hand side with 5 players there.
Yeah, very awkward position for Hoop because he was kind of isolated, and it kind of created a scenario where Buffendorfs couldn't keep pushing. And now, like you say, the walker is not necessarily the only thing at risk here, because looking for fights is the rest of Abrahams who were gathered around it. So looking for a pick, they can't quite find that. Listic did go down earlier, but this gives a lot of priority as well, because having to leave that right side lane gave control back to Arzo, who got to farm more. And it's just now taking one of the enemy sinners. And so Arzo, off the back of this, was a big winner in terms of the macro, how the macro effects were applied based off the left side lane action.
I think the one problem for him, though, is that a Venator, I think, is going to have more impact in these fights for now than a Wraith will. I mean, he just picked up Ricochet, so it's going to kind of alleviate maybe the weakness he has at this point. But I still think he's in, another 10k souls off from being as effective in fights as like Zergy is right now with just Iridomini maxed out. That true damage, you really can't match that in souls. Like, you can't be equal to a Venator and expect to be able to do as much impact as a Venator can. I mean, the gut shots as well creates opportunities with the stun, the traps. All I really have is Wraith is just pure on damage, and you kind of need to activate that once you get items online. But Aaron's still in the hands here of Buffenjoyers and Cosmetical and Co. Might be looking for the turn-in. Vrake actually isn't even going to be here. He's defending that right-hand side by himself. And Abrams don't really see too keen on contesting. It looks like they're actually trying to go for a catcher, maybe a push on the mid lane walker, but they catch out Listics. They eliminate one of the 2 initiates out of Buffenjoyers. And Vrake's going to have to retreat if they want to go for an turn-in. I mean, he's going to have to back them up, but even then, it doesn't seem like they're still going to go for the urn anytime soon.
But all that's, after all this said and done, is 127 to 127k. Yeah, that thing goes fast, man. It goes fast. His little legs doing some work. I feel like we should make the legs should be more buff, because that thing really goes fast, but those legs are very skinny.
I actually don't know if the legs reflect how fast it's going. Is it just the same animation as it used to be with the urn, or do they actually speed up the little legs?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Ouch.
Oh my gosh, that's not good. So Obikim is taking damage. Cosmetical gets caught out. Abraham still have players on this left-hand side. They also have, looks like ours are running the urn across the map. He has a free walker to take on this right-hand side, but instead he's going to go for the team play here while getting a movement buff at the same time.
Oh yeah, it feels like a good play, because there's no one to defend against the troopers on the right side, really. And this is where the fight is. The urn can be deposited right now, and with the player advantage in the actual battle, this might actually be a solid move. At the very least, looking for the telekinesis. Can't quite find it there onto Rem. See if there's another target to be had here. Telekinesis is surely going to be coming in soon, but I mean, might not be necessary. The cards are flying, and they are exploding people.
Oh no, he gets caught off guard. The knockdown, he falls. He gets 2 kills before he does perish, but still, Abrahams have lost so many players from this one, which looked like it should have been an easy fight. It's down to a 3-on-3 now. Urns reset once again, and Buffingers are in position to push this Walker if they wanted to, though they should probably back away from this one considering Cosmetical's not there either. That looked like it should have been a fight that Abrahams was going to win pretty cleanly.
The soul difference back to parity. Well, slight edge might be possible for Buff and Joy. Well, actually, no, everyone's dead. There's 3 players dead on Buff and Joyous and 2 dead on Abraham. So, again, picking up the urn. Wow, big hero damage from Zergy. Zergy really putting in the work there.
I wonder how much of that is just from Iridomini. Like, I'm actually really curious. I know we can't see that yet, but it's got to be a large portion of it, or a decent amount of it.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. I'd love to see that. Well, both teams converging once again for the unfights, and there's the dunk. Now the timer has started. Buff enjoys getting the initial capture, and right now nobody, not a single player for Abrahams is in position to stop this. Looking to dive in at the last second, getting right in there, and we'll see what they can do with this one. Looking to go and just brawl. Charge doesn't land on anything just there. And it's going to be a very, very difficult fight here. But Hoot now is in the Lycan Curse form. So that's going to be very, very dangerous. And that's on the outskirts. That's not even in the circle just yet. Abraham's looking like they've got a good command of the position initially. But Buffinjoy is now coming back in with Hoot on the Lycan Curse. Are going to secure it. And that is a phenomenal turnaround there from Buffinjoy. It looks like they were in control pretty much the whole time.
And Zergy hits a gut shot onto Arzo, which just shuts him down for such a long portion of that fight and forces Arzo to actually get back completely away from the rest of his team and retreat. So he couldn't continue to pump out damage. Like a really small individual play out of Zergy just kind of gives him some really good control of that fight. Not to mention like Sonya got chipped away at really heavily. Tass was immediately forced to run away too, considering the Iridomini literally right next to his head. And now Buffinjoy is getting themselves a free rejuve. I mean, they obviously fought for it around the urn, but they get the urn, they get a rejuve, they get a 12k lead now. And finally, for the first time this series, seems like they're in the driver's seat.
It really does. And with a 10k difference, I mean, it would surely balloon, I would imagine. It's going to be very hard for Abrahams to find the pickoffs. I mean, they do have, paradoxical swap in some of these tools to maybe start fights, but this is definitely problematic because I don't think Oz is going to find the space that he needs to be able to farm up. And a lot of the farm that Oz might be looking to take is going to get just attacked here by Buffinjoys. That's going to be one of their jobs is, steal away some of this farm away from Abrahams. And there's not much that can be done about it.
And what's tough too is that even while he was ahead of Zergy, he wasn't, in my opinion, like truly ahead because I think Venator just has much more power earlier on than a Wraith. But now the fact that Zergy's ahead of Arzo, but also Cosmetical, who's the Mirage, like the second M1 of the team, is also ahead of Arzo. It's not a good sign, honestly. I mean, we're looking at a big disparity now in souls. We're looking at a big disparity in where the souls are allocated as well. Like the one upside is they do have Entry Dreams at 26k and they have at least a front line who's decently fed. But Buffinjoys, with not really playing with the front line, have been able to just overwhelm Abrahams, which is pure damage. It feels like when it's come to these earned turn-ins, it's really becoming a problem for Abrahams. And getting back into this one, I'm trying to think what can they really do? Like what's maybe their win condition? And at the rate it's going, it might just have to be we have to wait another 10 minutes for Arzo to get farmed up enough that he can kind of 1v1 Zergy or like 1v1 Cosmetic or maybe even 1v2.
They'll walk right into this.
Let's push York.
Siphon Bullets online. Yeah, starting to look scary.
Let them come for me.
So left side Walker under siege. Comeback unspawned, so maybe there's something to be said if that can stay up, once the rejuves have maybe timed out. Maybe that's something to be looked at. But for now, got to try to defend this left side Walker. They might look to give it entirely. Might not have an option though. The fight getting taken straight to Abrahams.
I see Abrams.
Kind of a misplay with that barrel. It actually got launched itself, but it didn't really matter. Sonya still went down. So 2 ultimates for the kill.
Let's push York.
Feels like maybe a little bit more than that. And looking at the top end side of the screen, they also get another Walker on down. At least while this was happening together, was able to get the urn. Losing 2 and a Walker is not going to be a trade that you're still going to be happy with. And with still a minute and a half left to go on the rejuice, it's for Abrahams, you're just kind of stuck waiting in your own base. Like, can you realistically contest this one, considering you have a lasso you have to worry about? Obviously not up just yet, but also the hooks consistently come in realistic that it would probably net a kill for them if you get caught. It's like Abraham's just playing full defensive mode now.
I see great talent.
Stop them from delivering the urn. The urn
Here comes the assault, the siege of the base. Looking to claim this first shrine. Again, nothing to really stop them. Zergy is so powerful right now. Definitely having a way more enjoyable game than the 7 game in the map before. Looking to tie this series up. And I mean, I wonder how much the first game was experimental. You know, Buff Enjoy is knowing that they have a game to play with, to test stuff potentially, but I don't think it was that. Obviously, they did bring out the 7.
Yeah, I don't think it was experimental.
Yeah.
I think they just kind of fell behind in like the key players that they needed to stay ahead. I mean, again, like how often do you see Hoot go, was it 0-11? I think once, and that was that game.
Yeah.
In the entirety of Night Shift.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a statistical anomaly, that's for sure. Taking a challenge for this. Okay, maybe there's something to be done here. The rejuves have expired, although Taz goes down very early in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty much them realizing we have to do some sort of contest here. We also have the advantage here with the urn, and actually do get the cap onto it while also getting the kill on Vreg. But can they escape with their lives? Cosmetical, he took down Arza 1v1. There should be no chance Abraham can win this fight anymore. Buffalo should completely just walk all over them, especially the fact that Zergy's alive. He also has Iridomini, and the rest of Abraham's are just turning tail and running. Saint and Empty Dream trying to get back to base. Yes, you get the urn, but you still pay the ultimate price here, and this should be the second shrine and probably first stage patron falling now.
One thing that's cool to see here as well is the crippling headshot onto Listic's build, which is definitely very nice and helping to shred those more tanky heroes. But we're going to see another shrine go down. And at this point, again, the entire map is to play for Buff Enjoyers. Mid boss is also up, and Buff Enjoyers could easily find a pick into that mid boss as well. I mean, they're in such a commanding position.
Yeah, pretty much. It's you just force a fight at mid boss. Yeah. You're gonna have. I mean, I guess you're technically not gonna have that big of a window to play with, but you can force a fight there by just making it scream. You have a 30k lead, and then you make it scream, and you run it, Abrams. You hold W, and if you catch any of them out of position, which you probably will because you have a lasso and you have a hook, then you have a 6-on-5 fight, and you already have Zerg at 42,000 souls and Cosmetical at 40k. Like, that's, what do you do to stop them? We've seen some disarms picked up for Abrahams. I don't even know if we have any suppressors, but there's just too much damage coming your way now with Cosmetical and Zergy together.
Nap time's up too as well, which is a very powerful tool for the mid boss. Okay, players flying all over the place due to the various util usage. And Buff Enjoyers, I mean, they may not have to force the fight. The fight is going to come to them here in this mid position. A last stand from Abrahams, looking to try to do something in this one. Look to shut down Hoot, but way harder to shut down in this particular map. Much stronger, much healthier. And you can see that Abrahams just had to force their way back out of this one. They've lost a player, though. One of the most important ones for these team fights. And just like you said, Jason, that's really all that was necessary to take down this mid boss.
And now you have telekinesis. Like, you don't really have anything to get them away from the rejuve. Okay, a shoulder charge at Asanya. I mean, the thing is, we're still going to see them contest it because, I mean, you have to. You're going to lose if you don't contest it. But the success of it is just so low. And if you do steal away the rejuves, you're not going to steal away any kills. And someone also gets hooked away from it. So he doesn't have a chance to go for the contest. The Saint already has fallen. All the rejuves were taken. Saint dies as well. And so does Tass and Empty Dreams. And so do the chances of Abraham's winning this map. That means we're going to be going at 1-1 apiece here and into a third and final game of the series here in EU. A big step up from Abraham's from last week.
Very big step up indeed. And very informative. I think a lot of important information in this game about what's working, what's not working. I do wonder if Warden would have been better than Wraith for Abrahams. If Warden, especially with the buffs, would have had more staying power in some of these objective fights, be less of a target to get picked off because of the tanky nature that Warden has, and just add to that front line. And obviously, I think Warden also with the cage, I think is quite helpful. When you're fighting for the urn and when you're dealing with Silver, I definitely think that there is more of a place maybe for Warden. If I was to like nitpick a little bit and like think about how could you have improved the drafts? But at the same time, there's not really any teams that tend to favor Warden except Buff Enjoys.
And if you're talking Warden, there's one person who's going to be here on the desk here momentarily when this game finishes who loves to talk about Warden and Viscous. But we see Buff and George still have to close up the game before we can get to that point here. I mean, the Patrons has no health. It's basically dead. The fact is, Abraham's just trying to do anything they can to stall, buy some time, maybe have a Hail Mary play happen. But when you're down this many souls, there's really no chance of that fourth quarter comeback. And there we go. Buff and George tied the series up at 1 apiece. And now he's talked to the Warden main himself. If he thinks, Jake, that Warden would have been a better pick here than Wraith.
It's a tough call. It's like they need so much damage, and they probably don't mind having a bit of it, spirit flexed there. It's never an easy call to make when it comes to picking your M1 carry for the draft. But honestly, I got to give it to Zergy, right? Put him back on something classic and reliable like the Venator, and he absolutely delivers. Another player who impressed me this match was Listic, too, lighting it up in the early game. Through the mid games, tons of hooks for him. We were questioning, at least I was, hey, Holiday Bebop, is that a little bit too much? But not at all, man. They both really made it work, both having huge fighting potential throughout the series. Even with the Viscous Cube saves coming in, they were able to stick through those fights. So a huge win here for Buff Enjoyers. But it was close. It wasn't an easy one, despite all those heroics.
Yeah, really impressive performance. And I feel like we didn't even talk too much about cosmetical on Mirage. I think Mirage definitely looks like he's kind of back right now. I think Mirage did a lot in this game in terms of help with the macro and giving you more options, and especially like we're talking about with the first urn so often being about the macro where one of your walkers is going to be left up for grabs. It's definitely a good answer for that. Seeing just generally GT not being in a position to perform as much. We saw Paradox too, in not having quite as much power as maybe you would be looking for in some of these team fights. I don't know, it's just interesting how Buff and Joyce just looks so good here. I think one part obviously is that we saw Hoot getting to be able to come online in these fights in a way that he wasn't able to in the previous map, and so maybe this is just a reset to normality.
Hoot not going 0-11 and having impact in the game. Who would have thought that those kind of go hand in hand? Can I just bring up a topic though? Are we seeing, I guess, teams realize that Mirage can't just be a solo M1 carry like you can see out of a Venator, and we started seeing being paired up now with like more of those solid M1 carries? Because that's where we've been having success with Mirage today. I don't know if correlation is causation here, but running Mirage is kind of like a support utility M1, and then having like a mainstay M1 like Venator has really brought some success to these teams.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, Jason. I mean, Mirage is such a uniquely survivable M1 carry, but he kind of pays for that in his ability to just deal raw frontline DPS to like a heavy tank hero, which is something that you really need out of your M1. In this case, Venator in the game, whose stats are reflected. But I mean, look at all the debuffs, right? Just by virtue of putting Inhibitor, Jin's Mark, Toxic, he's just stacking up tons of debuffs on the enemy and really almost playing more like an Infernus, more like a semi-carry role. And I actually think it's a good call. I think Mirage feels way better in that kind of a spot, as evidenced in this game, especially with somebody like Obakim on the Rem. Huge heals from him. I think he is a big part of the success, not only of the frontliners, but also of the carries, right? Keeping people up through the fights, giving Huda a much more comfortable match to play. And then the initiators, you got to give some love to Listic and Vrake, both piloting their characters really well. Not afraid to die at times, but always in service of making plays and progressing the game forward. I'm curious, Dan, how did you feel about this draft from Buff Enjoyers versus Abrahams? Do you think this was a pick element that got them the edge here, or do you think this was more on just a much better execution in game 2?
I think better execution largely, but I feel like Zergy's impact on Venator, we saw it throughout the game. His damage statistics were really, really high. He had so much more impact playing this than he was able to at the early to mid stages of the game previously. And Zergy honestly kind of looks like the best M1 in the region right now, just because of his consistency and his overall impact. And I think with Venator, he got to shine. He got the opportunity to do that because Venator does have the staying power and the tools, largely speaking, to do so. And I think the draft is obviously really nice because they do get the holiday. The way that they are using Mirage is really effective, and all of the pick opportunities, all of this stuff does serve to, I think, create space and set Zergy up. But ultimately, I think he's just looking insane right now. So I actually feel like it's got a lot to do with Zergy.
Yeah,
top tier.
he's looking good, man. He's looking really solid. Like even the last game on 7, he was out farming even the enemy team. He just always seems to be in the right position. But you also saw in the last game, he kind of can't do it alone. Like you can't solo carry, at least in that case as a 7. He definitely relies on teammates to have success. I think, you know, players like who Listic, very cosmetical, became created the opportunities for him to be so successful as well.
Yeah, definitely give him a more stock standard carry, one that is a little bit less cheesy than 7, a little bit stronger in just the heads up brawl, and proves to be exactly what they needed. Still, the kill score drastically closer this game than in game 1. I mean, despite Buffingers winning with a comfortable margin on the net worth, they had to scrap and battle for it. Abrahams was contesting them at every step of the way. I fully expect to see more of that as we go to a decisive game 3 in the series. And honestly, it's exciting to see Abrahams back and really pushing Buffingers to the limit. I mean, Buffingers for a while, right, last few weeks, they kind of dominated everybody. Like it was kind of close, but not really. I mean, they were a little bit head and shoulders above the competition, at least here in Europe. So, you know, something feels right about these two teams going to a game 3, about this series needing to go full duration.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm like, okay, should I pick this one up? Because I feel like I should probably do that whenever there's a pause. Because Jason, I think is
Jason's baiting you at this point. Jason's making you do it every time. But
yeah, he's trying to prove a point. You know, I'll just walk into it. It's fine. I'll talk. But yeah, I'm really curious about how the draft's going to go because we've seen a lot of different looks here. It does feel like Silver is regressing to the mean here. Like it is a problem. I still feel like it's a problem. I respect that we didn't see the holiday ban and they got to pick it instead. That seems like kind of a problem. I feel like, do you ban Pocket at this point to not let them have holiday? That's one of the things I'm thinking of for what Abraham should maybe like look at as a mix-up.
Swapping out the Pocket ban. I mean, people have been so conservative with the Pocket bans. I think they're very scared of what's possible with the hero, but it also feels like, hey, maybe you could let it through and try to just kill the Pocket off before he can get down his impactful afflictions in the late game. A lot of options, decisions, but only one last chance to decide what direction you will take it. It is 1-1 in this series for the EU money match on Night Shift 43. The conclusion and all that and more coming at you just after a short break. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
the Abrams. Let's take out Abrams.
Going to shop.
Just because they can't run forever. Respect yourself as the Yellow Guardian.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Night Shift. I'm your host, Jake. I'm joined, of course, by Dan and Jason Kaplan on the cast. It's been an incredible series so far that has gone the distance. We are on to map 3. Buff Enjoyers taking on Abrahams. Who you guys got in map 3?
Is this
I'll go to
new
Dan
music?
first. I'll go to Dan.
Oh, he's
first.
muted. He's muted. We can ignore him. Do you guys hear this new music?
No.
Ooh, I like it. I
That's
like it.
nice.
We have some new music. Is this some new music on the show, Solomon?
Smooth.
It's a very special song.
I don't know what to think. I like it, though. It's a vibe.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, I think I could hear what it is, but I wasn't sure. But I'm enjoying this jazz version of a copyrighted song that's out there, which I think still falls under the copyright. But yeah, no, it's been a very interesting series, actually, because it's been a long time, Jake, since we've seen a team push Buff Enjoyers like this. Also to see Abraham's looking good, it's been, I feel like, a long time. And Dan, you had the craziest point that you made as well with Jake bringing you that question, but you're muted, so you can tell us what it was now.
Well, I was just going to say you can't bet against Buff Enjoyers. I think we got to see the reversion to the mean with the Hoop performance on Silver. Abrahams, I mean, maybe they throw a wrench into the works. Maybe they ban Silver. Maybe they change it something up. Maybe they ban Holiday. There are definitely some dials and levers for them to twiddle with. But we can see when Zergy gets to play what he is more comfortable with. When Hoot's playing Silver and it looks good, like it's just, this team is too good.
I will say, Holiday is 3 for 3 on the day now. Maybe it's time for her to cop a ban, or even go first pick. Like, people haven't even been taking her in the first slot. And obviously it's a very small sample size, too soon to tell just yet. But I think we can say pretty definitively that it's going to be a Holiday patch, right? Like, she's been out of the meta at the top level for some time, and she looks to be back with a vengeance here. Jason, I'll go to you with this. Do you think it really needs to be going in one of those first slots, or do you think teams can maybe get away with, as they have been, second, third picking it?
I think it's a very small sample size, so I'll start off by saying that. I think I almost want to say, I love how ZP brought this up a long time ago, but it always rings true when we ever see buffs or nerfs. I feel like it's maybe an overcorrection to the Holiday buffs. Obviously, Holiday, it is a pretty big buff for sure, but I think people also forget when you don't have a certain hero being played for such a long time, how good it is, and then it takes you a little bit to remember, oh yeah, this is what we have to do to counter. I think we've seen Viscous be a pretty good counter to that with the great barrels. We also had some really good knockdowns as well to Drake. In particular, that game, whenever he was going for last, he'd be knocked down right away, so he actually couldn't escape with the person he was trying to snatch away. Is she insanely strong right now, to the point that you have to maybe, is she not so strong that you could pick her later in the draft? I don't know. I feel like teams are just too hyped about her right now, and the opportunity she can create to not pick her past top 3. But could she go later in the draft? Yeah, but I don't see why you would pick her like after a Paradox or pick her after a Bebop. Like I don't see why you would prioritize one of those other two heroes over her right now. And we typically see those heroes, or at least Paradox, go top 3. So I don't think we'll ever see him move out of top 3 in her current state.
Still the pocket denied. Cosmetical is not going to get his hands on it in this series. Abraham's really respecting it. They do love to draft frontliners. So for a team that likes to play this sort of death ball look, maybe you can see why pocket is just anathema to them. They can't let it through the draft. They don't want to play against it. But Buff Enjoyers will take the opportunity to change up just a little bit and actually grab the Billy for themselves. Billy does look fantastic this patch.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly what it is in particular, but to be honest, he was really good before. I think it was just interesting because we had Abrams and Victor just get more priority because of the circle meta. So there's a variety of reasons maybe why. People are feeling that Billy didn't perform quite as well there, but Holiday first pick, no surprise for Abrahams. Obviously, they could steal the silver. This is their chance. Get together on the silver. That would be, I think, a huge blow. Or the Viscous. Or which one do you pick?
I like the Holiday Silver combo together. I think it's like Silver has all the damage in the world to follow up on those kills when they're fully set up for you, and even can have some nice follow up, right? You end with the entangling bola right as the lasso ends, and people are just stuck in the mud for a hot second opposition. So Abraham's in control. Buff Enjoyers pretty quick to go to the Rem, but they could have had the Viscous here. So I think a pretty different take on the meta from Buff Enjoyers that they choose Rem over Viscous this early in the draft.
It's a good point. I mean, we've seen Viscous be very successul in one way or another when it comes to these cubes and the splatter damage, as you mentioned. Okay, why not get both?
Never mind. Why not both?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm intrigued by this. I do think the spirit resistance from the little helpers on Rem is going to be fantastic against Holiday because almost all her damage is coming from the barrels or the stomps. I mean, it's pretty much all spirit damage in the build you're going for here. Abrams respond with the Abrams, so kind of more of the same, what's been comfortable for them. But I will say for Buff Enjoyers, this Billy is going to be hard to bring down. With Cube and Tagalong behind him, there is going to be monster sustain for whoever ends up tanking the ganks on Buff Enjoyers.
I'll return to my training.
I'm just thinking to myself, and I know it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
But Dan, I'm just like, can we finally see the Hoot Viscous? It's been so long. And he was one of the craziest Viscous we would see. I think
on this draft, he might. Maybe it'll be Vrake, though. I think Vrake has played it a little bit more recently. And I think they do tend to give Hoot a little bit more of a carry role. I was telling you, I've been doing a carry Spirit Nuker Viscous build. Don't think that's coming out in the night shift. It's a little bit of a grief, but maybe.
What's interesting
is that Goober's a better Viscous, but it's been a long time since we've seen Hoot Viscous.
It could be a Victor game. Well, I mean, because I feel like Buff Enjoyers have often gone to Victor over Shiv. I don't know if it, again, like it changes a little bit because maybe the valuation of Victor is a little bit lower right now, but pick one of those two for sure because their front line's kind of lacking right now. GT for Cosmetical makes sense, but yeah, like if Who plays Viscous, what's is it Listic playing Billy?
It should be, you would think. I also think you could look at something like a Venator here as like sort of a supplement to the front line, and yeah, they do go with that. I think part of the problem is Shiv is going to be so hard in this game with like every single character that Abrahams has picked has a pretty hard control. I mean, not exactly hard stuns, but everyone has pretty meaningful lockdown, and that's what Shiv hates most of all, I think, is damage over time and lockdown, just denying your mobility. Abrahams, it's their turn to go for the 7. I mean, every single character has a stun on this team. It's getting kind of crazy now.
Last time Abrahams played 7 was D-Mauve when he had the punch build. It just stands out in my head. But yeah, that's crazy amount of control that they have right now. That Viscous has to put in overtime for sure.
7
on the other hand, the purges from Viscous are going to feel amazing this game. Like Max Cube is going to be a pretty sick timing. And then Rem is going to be able to maybe put a lot of work in with those saves. I will say the prevalence of a lot of ulti stuns is actually going to be nice, maybe for knocking the Rem off of those tagalongs. And they finish with the Bebop. I actually kind of like this draft from Buff Enjoyers. I think the lack of a front line is kind of supplemented by this double support. Like Billy is going to be almost the one-man front line. I will say he's going to need some debuff resist in this game of all games.
Yeah.
Who's Vrake on? Who's Listic on? Who's Hoot on? Right?
Probably, so, I would think it's Viscous Rake. I know he's played it relatively recently, and then Listic already played Bebop, so that's the obvious choice to continue.
Hoot Billy? Because I'm looking at this, Jake, and I'm thinking it's got to be
Bebop, right?
No, it's got to be Cosmetical GT.
And who does play Bebop?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So in my
Maybe
head, I'm
you're
like,
right.
okay, if Listic's on Billy, then we at least get the Hoot Bebop, or we at least get the Hoot Viscous. And I'm just as excited for both if that happens.
This draft for Abrahams is interesting, but I feel like they may have almost over-indexed on stuns, if that's possible in Deadlock. Like, I feel like these, like the debuff removers, the debuff resist, it's like drafting a team that does all spirit damage, although it's not the gun versus spirit damage. I think that's relatively balanced in their draft, but it's really just, I can kind of see an issue where debuff resist is such an insane stat in this game with so many lockdowns any team is invested into. Curious to see how that actually plays out. Also, the stolen ultis for Sinclair, there's nap time. It's okay. It doesn't feel amazing though. It's sort of an interesting Sinclair pick. I think it's more about the rabbit hex and about the fighting potential. But overall, this is sort of an odd draft for Abrahams. It's a lot of characters I wouldn't necessarily expect to see paired together.
Do you think it might have been a protection pick? Possibly. I think I might be like honestly talking some
Maybe
smack
Lasso
right now.
is a decent steal, I guess. I'm not sure actually.
Like Stormcloud is also a good steal. Traveler, so you can match Sinclair against Mirage, and then you can just Traveler where he goes as well.
Stealing, I don't think I've ever seen a Sinclair steal the Mirage ult. I mean, not like meaningfully. It's like, I don't know. At least
It's like a way to counter his pressure that he applies on a split push, because you can just follow him along. So you keep it 6v6.
it's true, but you
I think we
can't
theorized
want him
it.
in the side lane. You just die to him. You can't even stand there to like steal.
Well,
the ult. You're just
maybe
stealing
at your
it.
rank of a turn of 6 you can't, but at my rank of a turn of 6 I still can't.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I do think teams underrate Sinclair because of how hard he is to play. I think maybe it's fair to say I think Sinclair is probably like the hardest hero in the game in terms of like all the variables to keep in your head and all the complexity with the spell casting. So I think there's always room for just like a huge pop-up performance. But I actually think, weirdly enough, this double support look from Buffingers is awesome. Both Rem and Viscous have looked great today and in this series overall. And maybe it's odd to have them both, but they can both build a lot of damage. Like they're not going to be like this passive characters. Both Rem and Viscous can build a ton of those spirit actives. I think Buffingers has found something really innovative and powerful. I think they're set up for an advantage here in Game 3. I'm curious though, Dan, is there anything you're seeing on either team, but especially for Abrahams, that you think is going to be like a particularly critical combo to getting them the advantage?
It's probably still Holiday, I think, just because of the impact for with the lassos and so on. I think in the previous game we saw a lot of counterplay to the lassos. I'm trying to think there is a decent amount of counterplay to the lassos. I mean, Rem could like do a tag along. There's nap time. There's cube. There are lots of answers to that. So I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Honestly, I do think this is a super interesting draft from both sides. The fact that we get both Sinclair and we get 7 for Abrahams, and then Buff Enjoy is going with their like less frontline heavy look. It's going to be very interesting one way or the other.
Absolutely going to be an interesting one. It always is when these two teams face off. This is the night shift, number 43, Buff Enjoyers versus Abrahams, 1-1 in the finals here. More than $1,000 on the line just for EU. We're almost through with our first region of 2. Dan, Jason, take it away, guys.
All right, let's do it. We start off with a pause. Why not? To be honest, we haven't really had any pauses yet. So I feel
Knock
like
on wood right now. Right now. Everybody,
We're saving them all for NA.
Everybody just...
Yeah, I got NA for that. So, okay, we're going into this one. We're going to get to see the lanes play out. Interestingly, not going with the Billy Viscous combo that Abrahams were favoring. They're actually splitting it up. So Viscous is with Venator, which I imagine Zaggy's on Venator again. And Billy Rem, that's a pretty classic matchup as well.
But Listic's on Billy, Hoot's on Bebop. Man, we haven't... I feel like it's been forever since we've seen Hoot on Bebop. To be fair, it's probably actually been forever since we've seen Hoot play Viscous. But him on Bebop, man... I don't want to like show my age once again, but like the first time we saw Hoot play, and I was in the Fight Night days, was on a team called Maidong, and his Bebop like really set the tone for that match because he was so aggressive with his very early ganks. I think he took like hook, I think like level 1, and he was already ganking like right off the bat. He had crazy impact with the accuracy on his hooks. It's been, I feel like, so long since we've seen this, and I think it's gonna be a treat. Like it doesn't matter who wins this game, I'm gonna be happy either way because we got to see Hoot on Bebop.
Yeah, I mean, it's so rare to see now because I feel like the last 3 weeks he just gets to play Silver every game. So so finally, Silver was taken away from him.
Yeah, these lanes as well. I mean, like that mid lane is also very scary. Like Cosmetical and Hoot together in the hooks. I mean, at least it's gonna be a little bit, I guess, more difficult to get these kills because you're up against a Mirage and a Silver who can both, you know, do decently well with the escapes, unless you kind of blow your two a little bit early here for Sonya. But I think you know, a pivotal point here for buff enjoyers is getting Cosmetical going, and when you have like a Viscous and a Vendor in one lane, you have a Rem building in another lane, I think you have a lot of potential to get kills and to get stacks early on here with these owls. Oh my, did he just straight up ignored them and took the minions instead because they were stealing them away?
And I think he got a melee on both of them at the same time. Yeah, just doing a lot of work. But speaking of hooks, I mean, you do have leap to try to get away from the hooks. I mean, that's one of the things that's really tough, is taking all that tower damage from those hooks, but actually getting away somewhat unscathed. Suppressor already there for the Mirage, for Empty Dreams to proc off of the Jin's mark.
Yeah, interesting. I thought he'd actually want to go for monster rounds in the beginning so they can continue to shove this lane in, but at the same time, do you want to shove against a Bebop who can just hook you under the Guardian? It kind of works for you and works against you at the same time. But look at that early parry onto tower, trying to chase Hoot, and Wei immediately realizing he's low on health. Also doesn't have any abilities up. Oh, there's the hook. It does land eventually. But it's not enough damage to get Sonya low enough with the help of the Guardian. So they're really asserting their pressure early on here and even forcing maybe some rotates to come in. You can see Obi Kim's rotated from the right-hand side to help out in the mid lane. Even Rake was thinking about it on the Viscous.
I do love the suppressor early, to be honest. Like the enable like better trading early on. Like just proccing that constantly, reducing the fire rate of both Bebop, who really needs fire rate, and then also Talon, who also needs fire rate. You know, it's definitely a good way to kind of neuter the damage output in the trading from that lane, because you're not getting as much good damage off of the bombs or the power shot. It's all about the gun damage, so it actually makes a lot of sense as a way to kind of win your mid lane.
Good read as well here out of Abraham's, realizing that Obi Kim wasn't here anymore in this lane. Able to punish Listic right off the bat here with that kill. Get some early damage onto that tower as well, down to just about half HP. So far, I mean, Abraham's off to a fairly good start here.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It's nice harass, actually good damage. Oh, gotta be careful. Okay, this might go very, very wrong. Billy, oh my god, all day. Taz is on such a tiny amount of health. He's gonna have to reset back to base, surely. And great push on this lane. I mean, you would kind of imagine it. Rem and Billy is actually so scary. Charging in. Oh, okay, that's not where you want to be. Might be able to finish this one off the cushion. It's still available. Good movement to really block the line of sight, but look how much damage they might get off of this.
I see Sinclair.
How did Arso get so high in the air?
I don't know how that works, but
I don't think he wall jumped. I wouldn't have gotten you that amount of height, it looked like. I don't know, maybe this fever's a lot higher than I thought it would be right now at this point in the night. Oh, we can still being chased on. You can see, oh, if that barrel connected, it might have been enough to actually pick up the kill here. Obi-Kim, I think, escaped in towards the subway. And he's still being chased. Oh, he just barely gets in that great.
What an escape there. That's crazy. I feel like it's so hard to make those escapes because you're always taking damage when you're getting actively chased like that, so that you can't get through the little hole. That makes it work. And, oh my god, they're just so consistently pressed up against this tower, looking for the dives. Just massive dominance from Sanya's sniper, as well as Empty Dreams in middle.
Yeah, I like the position that like Sanya's fighting in as well. He's making it so Hoot can't really hook him under the tower. At least he's like using Hoot's position against him. So now Hoot's just constantly paying the price, and yeah, they're keeping this aggression on. And the tower's still really healthy, but it feels like they've been the aggressors for the majority of this game here. Cosmetical's only at 3.2, and they're competing up against people who are going to have ultimates online. I mean, Empty Dreams has it. But Sonya, sorry, not Empty Dreams. Yeah, Sonya here at 3.5, about to have it available. And when that Lycan Curse comes up, I think you're going to have a guaranteed dive come in. And Hoot's already been sent back to base to heal once again. He's at 3.3, and they're getting camp stolen away. This is a very strong start in the mid lane, and I think this like indirectly punishes Cosmetical now, because the longer it takes Resulted to come online, the less chance of stacks he's going to have, and another hook not going to connect. Lycan Curse, I mean, it's pretty much ready to go and rip.
There it is. It's like you said, but the thing is, I think you mentioned it. they've been handling this diving so well, and you know that's the job. You know, they know that this is a losing lane, so they just have to survive the dives. They have to slow the tower from going down, and they're forcing, like, not necessarily overcommits, but they're forcing whatever damage they're losing to be made up for by the fact that Abrahams is charging into the tower and taking all the tower damage, and that then sends them back. But it does give them all the space in the world, and it does feel like overall Buff Enjoy is having a pretty decent time elsewhere.
And they have really strong lanes in theory too. Like left lane, you have a lot of safety to play in here with the Viscous and the Venator together. The right lane, you have a lot of safety to play with the Billy. You just can't really push out of lane too easily with the backup out of Rem. As long as O becomes there, obviously. But seeing the mid lane struggle the most has been kind of unfortunate for Buff Enjoyers. But then, you know, if you're winning 2 out of 3 lanes, you're still going to be happy either way. I think it's just coming down to what I'm looking at with Cosmetical. The chain gang had gone off, it looks like on the right-hand side, into a nap time here on a task, and they converted into a kill. And the bird wasn't needed, so no stacks going to be accumulated just yet. And I don't think they're going to be able to kill 7 enough, or quick enough, to get the plus 10.
Let's take out Abrams.
All right. Looks like finally this right side tower is going to go down, or looks very close at least. Okay, looking to target Zergy. Zergy is quite low, and I don't think he's getting out of this one. Stomped as well. Q comes in, that might help him survive. So a little bit of extra time, but ultimately getting mauled by Abrahams. That's such a good pick to find. You got to keep Zergy honest.
And probably the best pick, actually, considering how he seems to run away with the game every game. Like, he gets so far ahead in farm. Kind of similar to OCs, right? Like, we always see OCs just consistently farming the entire game, then he comes out and is really impactful in these fights. I think maybe Zergy and him are a lot closer when it comes to play styles than I had previously thought. So I feel like Zergy was always more willing to fight, and Zergy didn't really play like Mina in matches that we've seen. But I feel like Zergy finds his farm, whereas OC's was given farm more so.
Right, yeah, yeah. That's a great way to put it. I like that. Okay, well, this mid guardian does go down, and we have this looks like it could be a dead Mirage. All the scarabs helping. Nice parry there to deal with the puddle punch. But I mean, look at the damage still piling on through. And there goes Empty Dreams. More chasing and diving coming on through though. Abraham's looking to finish off who. So weak one. Wow, through the void, the veil, whatever you call it. Good find. Oh man. Billy is a problem.
In general or in this game? Because I'd agree to both.
Both. Yeah, pretty much both.
I feel like we haven't seen really a bad Billy game so far today. In the 4 times we've seen it, I think he's been picked banned 4 times now. Well,
Yeah,
picked
even
4
when
times, not banned.
Even in the game where Billy was on the losing side, it still looks really, really, really good.
Bus had come up. Unless they will be split 1-1 again. Listy get movement. Together getting gun. Arzo on the 7. I think that's maybe something that we can discuss is, do we expect Arzo to have the same level of impact on 7 that Zergy had in the first map of this series? Will they get the same level as farm as well? And
Yeah.
I think we've been seeing so far in the series that Zergy has been able to outfarm him decently well and consistently.
Yes.
But I think if you're 7, you really have to hit the farm. I mean, I think to me again, it's like similar to Wraith and Zergy. I mean, he might be behind 1-2k souls right now, but I still feel like he's going to be ahead when it comes to power. I think 7's going to need a lot more farm to come online than a Venator will.
A good damage output though from Arzo. But what's also interesting is maybe I have to hold that thought actually, because it's like we had a team fight brewing there. But yeah, what's interesting is, you know, we see Saints on Sinclair going the gun heavy opening, which honestly does make sense because, as we discussed, this is less of a ult game that is more of a gun game. But at the same time, with Sinclair, who does have an excellent gun, oftentimes we see Sinclair's kind of start out kind of gun heavy, then switch into Spirit. Oh my god, he doesn't care. He's just staying in the bird form. It must be really sure that he's going to get a kill off of that. Oh my goodness, he's like that's a level of kind of meditative, like transcendental states where he just does not care. He doesn't feel the pain. He's just getting smashed.
I'd imagine there's a world his teammates are telling him like, no, you're good. I got you. Keep going. And so he gets a kill on the Saint though. Stolen Era Domini. Not going to be as strong as the original. And okay. You already had a blind shot and a hoot through a veil. Looking for like a blind Lassa there would have been pretty crazy to hit. But there's the urn spawn in here, Dan, and positioning kind of going the way of Abraham. But with Listic joining the party at 12k souls, he's trying to change that. He gets the catch here onto Silver once again. Sonya being hooked in, being chained in, and finally breaks those chains free as he transforms into Lycan Curse. But really, it's more about survivability than turning your damage around.
Yeah, and the urn drop off right now is kind of more in control of Abraham's and Arzo on the 7. Arzo looking really strong. 14k on Arzo. We haven't looked at his build, but he's certainly going to be very threatening in the cloud form, the Storm Cloud. And yeah, you can see just kind of classic opening items there. Allows him to farm really fast. Nice bird! Takes down Sanya Sniper, and this Guardian's going to go down. In the meantime, the urn is going to get turned in, and there's not going to be the players there necessarily for either team.
The urn has been dropped.
I wonder if Buffington's just trying to use the urn as a bait now so they can get a push on towards this walker. Dreams will be there. A task back on the attack, forcing Cosmetical back, who's, had a tough game. And not necessarily just him and Hoot together have had a tough game, especially in that mid lane. Who's only at 7.8k souls, currently the homeless one on the team. But, again, Hoot, one of those selfless players, I don't think is going to care about having the soul income. Considering Listic's at 14k. If you talked about before, right, that like Listic is going to need the support. Like you and Jake were discussing, he has Rem to help him with the healing and a little helper for Spirit Resist. He has Cube. Also, having the most farm in your team helps too. When you're having to fight up against the entire squad out of Abraham's here and be the solo front line. I think they're setting Listic up for success, honestly.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And now, it's a team fight once again over this deposit spot. Nice capture with the lasso. However, Abraham's still looking pretty strong. Arzo still has that Storm Cloud available. Ooh. Together, let's go down on Abrams. We can clear that path for the deposit now. Buffinjoy is looking good for that deposit. In the meantime, there's the Traveler. It's going to be able to reinforce the defense, or the offense, I suppose, into this circle now that the deposit has happened.
There's no way Buffinjoy wins this, right? They have 2 players not even here. Stormcloud on top of this of ours, though. There should be no way Buffinjoy wins this one, but Zergy gets 2 kills once again here at the Era Domini, buying time for the reinforcements to get here. Finally, Vrake is going to show up. Listic gets the kill into Empty Dreams, and how the hell are Buffinjoy going to win this one? There should be no way they were able to secure this.
Well, it's looking kind of nice right now in terms of the numbers. It's a 4v3 for Buffinjoys. Hoot coming in over the top with the ultimate. And he has he max leveled ults? Or at least level 2, where you get the extra DPS. Because Hoot is underfarmed. Hoot's once again in that like silver territory of the first map, where he is kind of starving of farm. But at the level 2 ult with a DPS, that's still very, very threatening. Yeah, he's got the level 2.
It might be under farm when it comes to souls, but I don't think he's gonna mind if he can win another 1250 to put in his pocket today. Well, obviously not the entire 1250.
Yeah.
Gotta split that with your team. Yeah, they get the urn turn in. They get more kills as well. 11k lead 15 minutes in. This is scary. You also have Sinners basically respawning back in. A lot to be taken on the left-hand side. A lot of jungle as well, as Cosmetical might be in a 1v1 up against Empty Dreams on that lane. He's forced to, back away, play around safety. This is a big lead for Buffinjoy to float now this early into the game. Put himself in a really good position here, honestly. All you really have to worry about is Arzo at 18k souls, but, Listic's able to match up against him. Zergy's at 17k. I mean, it seems like every time there's an urn fight and he's on Venator, he always picks up 2 himself.
Yeah, it's Bird. This is tight, it's very tight navigation there, but it's gonna work out. Extra stack 30 for Cosmetical. And this is looking pretty dangerous. This start right now from Buffinjoy, they've got so much momentum already early on. And I gotta say, I feel like Viscous seems to be the winning element. Where the hell did that go? That splat
On the bridge.
hit the curve or something.
Yeah. I think, okay, looking ahead though, Dan, we have a minute and 20 till earn. It's going to be a comeback earn. So if you're buffing George, how do you set yourself up for success now, knowing the earn's going to be picked up on the other side of the map? Do you try to go for the contest on it? Do you try to go for a push on towards a walker? They have the left walker just, you know, hammering away, being hammered away at by minions, I should say, for buff enjoyers. I think this is where you have to kind of make those decisions of like, what do we want to get out of this next earn? Do we want to contest it? Do we want to take it? Do we want to take objectives around the map? Do you want to force a team fight before that breaks out?
Yeah. I would love to see them get lane priority and get people over there and then run it. Because, and like even potentially give up a walker for it if they can, because they can get that walker back. Like the earn they can't get back. And also it's a way to have a team fight where they do get the kind of comeback bonus. So,
Plus 40.
Yikes.
See, they're so good. They're the only team out there that like makes Grey Talon look so good. Not that Cosmetical isn't good on Grey Talon, but they specifically facilitate him to perform exceptionally well because of like letting him get these stacks. No team does this as like as well as buff enjoyers.
And then on top of that, it's Cosmetical, so RIP.
Will you catch, my friend?
Cosmetical is probably the best talent that we've seen across Night Shift in Night Shift history.
I see Mirage.
I think it's fair to say.
Easily, yeah. I think who could give him a run for his money, but I think that's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dog is just begging me to go outside, and he has to wait till this game's done, unfortunately, because his mom's sleeping.
All right, well, it's a 14k difference right now, so not the end of the world, but definitely need something to go your way for Abrahams. You know, Ozis is still staying on par with Zergy, but the problem is that Listic's also looking really, really strong right now too on Billy. Good catch though onto Zergy. If they could take down Zergy quickly, that'd be really nice. He gets caught. He's down to 30% HP. They're able to find a way to finish off Zergy. He's really low. Zergy goes down. Brilliant pick there, found by Abrahams. So maybe there is something to be had here for this Urn turn-in fight. They do grab the Urn once again to look to turn it in, but this is the other problem player. Listic is taking a lot of damage here, but has managed to also catch out together. He will disengage.
Hood actually steals away the Urn and runs it away. I actually thought they would want to go for the dunk there, considering they knew 3 players of Abraham's were on the right-hand side of the map, trying to go for that kill into Zergy. Instead of playing it safe here, Buffenders, they don't want to fight into a not so advantageous position. So they lose 1 to keep Urn out of their hands. That's not a bad trade, but to lose the Walker thereafter is obviously not ideal because it's taking the lead down to now only 5k. So Abraham's closed that gap, and you know, ours was getting scary because that's a 26k 7.
Yeah,
that is
escalating.
That is very scary.
Yeah, and like he was 22k when Zergy was 22k, but then Zergy got picked, and in that time, plus 4k for Arzo. Yeah, very scary indeed. I'll have to see how he's able to leverage that advantage in fights, though. There's the owl doing its thing, making its way across, getting the information. Maybe he can clean up a wave or find something useful to do. There we go.
I see the Venator.
Safely.
That's horrifying, by the way.
How fast they
Watching the big blue beast
yeah,
on a stroll, like, oh my god.
Yeah, Usain Bolt mode. Just sending it.
That's I think a horror films right there. That's the creature of the night that you're not supposed to look at. It's also a mid boss being done. Okay, so Abrahams is trying to run the Urn. In the meantime, Buffingers, they want to go for a mid boss fight. They get the pick onto Tass with a good hook out of Hoot. But are they actually going to finish this off in time?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's questionable. Oh, the crystals are coming down. Arzo still has the storm cloud, but he's getting locked down. 2 players will go down. That's Abraham's getting those kills and the crystals as well. Abraham's coming back in with a vengeance onto this objective, and now Buff Enjoyers, maybe they regret that one, as they're going to be losing maybe just everybody. Looking to try to survive, trying to disengage from this one as best as they possibly can, but Sanya Sniper not allowing them to get out of this fight. The chain gang there to me deter some players, but ultimately Abraham's, despite having just one Reju crystal left, you gotta say they're coming out really well here right now, looking to continue the fight. If they could take down Listic, that would be a massive pick-off. As you can see right there together, getting locked down a little bit, but it's just too many players here, an advantage for Abrahams to send this one into their favor.
The lead they had is completely gone now. Earn and mid boss being taken of Abrahams, and potentially the fight thereafter. They're still sitting on the one Reju, though they're trying to do everything they possibly can to save this one, while Buffingers are trying to chase this one down. Cosmetical had gone on the respawn as a hook catch. Just saying here, Cosmetical expecting the Sinclair to get further away, and they finally do take him down, so they keep, at the end of the day, a 2k lead, but still they lost, like, was it a 12k lead before this? Really well done by Abrahams here on the earn turn-in and the contest right after.
Insane punish. Absolutely insane punish. I mean, it's really smart for Buff Enjoyers to kind of be like, oh, this is an opportunity where we can just sneak a mid-boss. But it really did backfire. You know, Abrahams had people in position to react really fast to that one. And with that now, you've got an even game pretty much. And it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, because if we go back to this, you know, you can see that Arzo is maintaining that 4k lead he has over Zergy. 30k7 at the moment. And we can see how he's building later, but he's at the top of the scoreboard. Zergy slightly behind. So the scaling battle, I think is really interesting. I think Abraham scales really, really nicely. It may be better. I feel like Abraham scales better than Buff Enjoyers, so this is kind of dangerous for Buff Enjoyers.
I mean, the fact that Buff Enjoyers had a 15k lead and it's now down to 4k, it's a really worrying sign. I think maybe the one upside is that, at least for Buff Enjoyers, that, you know, together's really not that far. 19k. Sinclair I'm not going to talk about, because you don't really, I feel like you don't really need to be super farmed in Sinclair because of how impactful your ult still can be, even if it's just for nap time steals. But obviously if you're trying to steal away, like a hyper beam, spirit power is going to matter, etc. And of course tasks as well, as long as you have the lassos landing. But and you have Enter Dream still doing well. Arzo, he still hasn't gapped Zergy as hard as I thought he would have, considering he was up to like 26k. I think he had like a 6k lead over Zergy, and right now he's sitting on like 3 to 4k. I think Zergy has been able to catch up decently well. But we are hitting that threshold where like 7 can start to run away with this game. But we might run into that same problem we had before in game 1, where there's just no protection for Arzo. There's no front line, with Together being kind of so squishy. And I guess Sonya's really not that squishy, but he's still squishy enough that, you know, Iradomini can just eliminate a front line.
I see Billy.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out here. You have an opportunity for Abrahams, maybe the lasso, trying to like turn that one from like a pick attempt from Buff Enjoyers into a pick attempt for Abrahams, but it's like that's a neutralized attempt on both counts. All the ways crashing against Buff Enjoyers walkers at the moment, and there is a walker advantage for Abrahams too, so they're really liking the macro right now, looking to go for the deposit on the urn. And so another urn fight here.
There's only 2 players, though, that you can kill permanently, because that Reju still has 20 seconds left of time. I think the best case Buff Enjoyers is able to contest without losing anyone, waiting for the Reju to fall off, but they're going to just have to commit things here. Cosmetical takes down Together, actually. They take off one of the 2 players that they could kill off at this point. Reju still has 6 seconds left to go here, while the Urn is still being contested. Stormcloud up above here out of Arzo's. Going to have to chase them away, and this should be going the way of Abrahams here, but the refight might kick off. Reju is now gone. Urn has been locked in. And Arzo MVP of that fight, creating that space they need, as the Owl is going to connect onto 1 onto Empty Dreams, but I don't know if Buff Enjoyers will have the damage to finish off much more kills than maybe 1 or 2.
Abraham's looking to try to get some more value here. Lycan form ready to go. See what else can be found. Abraham's getting chased down very effectively. Buff Enjoyers picking up a lot of kills here, who might go down very, very low at the moment, getting chased, but looks like he might get out okay. It looks like he will be saved. He's going to get tag-alonged, so healthy, and now going to be able to rejoin this fight against this Walker. Massive conversion in the meantime. We've got the mid-Walker under attack, and I mean, that is one thing Sinclair's very good at, is just killing Walkers with Vexing Bolt. Does insane damage, and he will take that one down. So Walker for a Walker is actually a good way to at least make that team fight sting a little bit less.
They're not done though. They see it together in the left lane. They know that Saint was in the mid lane pushing the Walker. They want to take down some base guardians for free here. Open up that shrine.
Shrine?
I don't think they're gonna commit for it, but at least make it possible to be backdoor. Because remember, I guess, yeah, because they did change it where you can't take down shrines until you take down a set of base guardians.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting too, Arzo, I think they got a curse. I think I saw them curse him in the previous fight. I think there might be a curse online. Let's see if we can get a check on that. But
your curse? Oh, I thought you were talking about your curse.
No.
I don't think we have the stats for
curse
that.
relic or whatever it's the full name is. We always just say curse. But yeah, so if they do have that, then it means that Arzo can't really Stormcloud because they'll just be holding it, waiting for him to do that. So you kind of just incentivize to just never Stormcloud in these team fights.
Well, I always get
until
confused.
The curse get used.
I always forget. Does curse cleanse unstoppable from you? Or does unstoppable prevent curse? I can never remember. I've like learned it before, but I always seem to forget.
I want to say
okay, so curse doesn't take it away. So you can unstoppable. So you can at least use unstoppable. Like you can use Stormcloud during the time of unstoppable, but like you can get cursed once unstoppable's down.
Is unstoppable on Arzo? I don't know if we can get an item check real quick.
I mean, if you're at 36k and you don't have unstoppable, then what are you doing?
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. There we go.
Yeah, he has it.
Okay, unstop, yeah. Okay.
Let's go blue.
I don't say cursed relic though for Buffingers here though, Dan. Or am I blind?
There is. Who has it?
Who? Oh, he does have it. Yeah, I am blind. Thank you for confirming. I need to go to the eye doctor.
Yeah, two knockdowns, a curse relic. That seems to be about it. So yeah, lots of options to deal with Arzo.
Honestly, that curse though, I think it can go Arzo's way, but also could just whoever you hook in, you curse them, they can't get away from you. Like they can't use any movement abilities, and they're probably just gonna die, which is also like a big win.
Okay, 7 does not want to be chain ganged. I can tell you that much. We'll see what Arzo is able to do here. Unstoppable is forced to be used there, so can't use that for the Stormcloud now. So that's an unfortunate start there for Abraham. To see if they can do anything else to turn it around. The Blood Tribute activated, just getting sent back by that Zero Domini. The knockback does feel amazing.
Plus 10. Oh no, not plus 10. I thought Cosmetical just got into the kill with an owl here. So he just gets the kill outright up against Saint. So a big kill, 2 kills coming the way here of Buff and Joris with the nap time on top of this out of Obikim. Nets him a 3rd as well. Mid boss has spawned in here, and maybe finally we can have Buff and Joris get themselves a mid boss relatively uncontested.
They are kind of losing a Walker. Abraham's right now as well to the troopers on the left side, so that kind of sucks for them. It's like Sanya's going to clean that one up, but this is starting to feel pretty bad. And I got to say, Buff and Joris are so good at doing what we just saw. Like finding those picks and those invades at this time of the game. Is there going to be a challenge to this one? And Stormcloud's available. I would imagine Unstoppable is off cooldown by now. But there's no support. And that's it. Losing all the rejuve crystals. They're going to try to challenge on the outset, but it looks like a very, very, very rough situation indeed. Billy running at you with Blood Tribute. Yeah, that sucks. And you're talking about getting a debuff reduction. Obviously, Blood Tribute is one of the best items for that. I'm sure that's part of the reason it got picked up.
I mean, again, he's also 32k. Like we talked about ways to activate Listic here and giving him a Viscous support or Rem support and giving him farm. It's really hard to take down this Billy. Like Cosmetical can't do it 1v1. I don't think Arzo can really do it 1v1. Now they have the Urn and Rejuve, and they're gonna take down the last Walker of the game. Like this is gonna be an explosion of souls in their pocket as the lasso comes through. A great little Q comes into buy time for Vraic here. Entirety of Abraham's trying to collapse on this one to look for kills to take away some of these Rejuve charges, and they do get one at least onto the Goo Man. But that Walker's gonna fall, and the rest of Buffers are gonna be here ready to fight.
Yeah, going to Stormcloud. It's kind of a desperation play to get the life leech maybe, but not going to work out. And I just saw the health of Zergy. Zergy's got 4,500 health or 46. 18. I'm sorry. This is a very tanky M1. I mean, I guess that's what like Zergy likes to play, right? Warden, Venator is very tanky too. Right, well, it's interesting because you can see the itemization for Hoot here is very utility heavy, like Curse, Slowing Hex, the knockdown as well. Big focus on supporting the team, setting them up. So if you're wondering kind of how Bebop is being utilized by this team, it's definitely not a glamorous Bebop, but it is a Bebop that is securing and setting up the team.
Hey, you might have to solo this one, Dan. I don't know if you can hear me, but I am definitely having some good old internet issues right now.
Aha. Okay, well, I will just keep talking then. Well, I don't know how much there is to talk about at this point. You can see that Abrahams they've fallen extremely far behind. Still 2 Regius active.
Oh, I'm back.
And the entire left and mid lane are pushed. The troopers streaming in. They might just stay here, Jason. They might just finish it right now.
I mean, why not? Like you said, the 2 Rejus, they're insanely fed. Chain Gang coming in here to pull them away. Actually, that's the Soul and Chain Gang to actually maybe pull them back into the Patron to look for a curse kill. And Zergy takes down Saint. The Era Dominate is just overpowering. Another time that Zergy's able to pick up 2 kills quickly with that ultimate online. The Hyper Beam from range as well to give support to the players on top of it. Maybe Listic will lose his charge of the Reju, but it's going to be cute. Look at this. Instantly healed up 2k HP from the tag-along. 2.4k health. Like, how can you kill Listic? How little one I can do it twice?
Yes, that doesn't seem all that possible. And it's not going to be possible. The game's going to end here. And it's Buff and Joyers bringing it back. Maybe there were some moments of doubt. But, I mean, we all know. Buff and Joyers still the GOATs.
The GOATs with the GOAT here. Huge game from Billy. The debuff resist coming in crazy. The supporting from the Viscous and the Ram look just unbeatable. And so Abrahams, despite throwing a powerful punch in game 1 of this series, the salty run back from Buff and Joyers to hold on to the series, and I think an important, series to win just after rebranding back to the old team. That this is good juju for Buff and Joyers.
Yeah, good point. That would probably be the worst thing to happen is if you name change back to your old name and then you lose the first time and Night Shift under that brand. But yeah, it did look a little bit more sketchy, and I don't think that was necessarily them playing worse. I feel like they played equally well in every one of the series, but that first game of the series against Abrahams, man, they had their clock read perfectly. Like, Abrahams knew exactly what to do. That whole triple dive kind of comp that they were running got completely shut down. Again, like, who went 0-11 in that first game of the day in this series? Was it Listic was like 1-12 or like 3-12? It didn't get any easier for them. But then eventually, like, Zergy, like the Venator plays back to back. Every time we went to a team fight, he had a double kill to kick things off with, I feel like, with the Era Dominate alone.
Yeah, it was a really, really powerful performance once again. Zergy, just ever the picture of consistency. And it's interesting because, Silver looks insane in the hands of Buff and Joyers, but definitely looks a little bit more suspect sometimes when you see it out of the hands of Buff and Joyers. Arzo did a really good job, I think, in just keeping this really competitive, but it also kind of felt like, again, Arzo wasn't able to get involved maybe in some of the fights to use the farm in the ways that I think you would have wanted to see. And I think that was part of the problem for some of these fights for me. Seeing maybe a different carry there. I do feel like people are sleeping on Warden right now. He just got some buffs. Zergy already showed in the previous patch. He was already very good with the right support. So I don't know. But I can see the logic, I suppose.
Let me pick your brain though, because like Arzo, he had a ton of farm, yes, but again, it seemed like a case of game 1 when Zergy was on 7 that the front line just didn't have enough tankiness to allow the 7 to come on, not necessarily to come online, but to get his damage out. I mean, in this game, Listic, he was 7k ahead of Together. Like, as an Abrams comparing to a Billy of like the true front line, there's no comparison in that situation. If Listic can 1v1, Empty Dreams against a Mirage that equals souls, who's Together supposed to 1v1? He can't kill Zergy like that in that situation. There's no way. He's too far behind.
Zergy had so many of these high impact fights in this game 3. I think Listic had a fantastic series as well. But ultimately, this is because of Buff and Joyers. They've become such a strong team together, right? This is no longer a collection of individuals. They really rise to the occasion. We talked about the selfless builds from Hoot, even from Drake, like a ton of support coming in. And, in a meta that we've been talking about is like, oh, people aren't really playing support anymore. Buff and Joyers, I think they have a different perspective. It's just more nuanced than that. They can be on supports and still be bringing that fighting power. They have that clear vision in the draft to do so. A resounding victory for them. Another run on the streak of championships for this squad. And for Abrahams, it's tough to find yourself once again in this spot. You dominate in the challenger match, you look fantastic, but you just can't quite get it over the line against the champs, Buff Enjoyers, running away with this one 33-10 in game 3.
Incredible display once again. What do you guys think it kind of comes down to in a way? Because I feel like, I don't know what the stats are on Viscous, but I feel like they're pretty good in the last couple of weeks. I think Viscous is one of the core pieces that gets underlooked, like the save, the damage output. It seems really, really strong in the current meta.
I'm always so torn with Viscous because everyone like always talks him up so much, but I still am not really a believer in the Goo Man. I feel like the best success we had, and maybe because it's so easy to see, it was so memorable because of like wow moments, is just watching like the majestic leaping splatter combo with him, and not even that too far back in the day. Thing is, I know this is impactful because like obviously he's being picked in high levels for a reason, but for some reason, Jake, maybe you can convince me here, but I'm just not really seeing necessarily the same level of impact that you guys are.
I mean, a part of it is that something that doesn't show up in the stats is like the impact of Cube. Like Cube is a modest heal, not really that significant, but being able to block all incoming damage for, 3 or 4 seconds, buying time for your teammates to show up to the fight, it's game changing, right? You could be blocking effectively thousands of damage and just in a way that isn't showed up in the stats. So the ability for the rest of your team to just be unhinged with the aggression, knowing that they have a bailout behind them. And on top of that, I mean, look at the damage from Viscous. He goes knockdown, decay this game. This is not like an all-in damage build. He's got a good amount of defensive tools as well. And he still puts up 28k player damage, right? That's significantly more than even Bebop. Like that's like in the neighborhood of great talent this game. So for me, it's like, this character is a little bit, and I think I see the success of Rem in the same way. Thinking of them as a support is almost a misnomer. Like for Rem, buying things like Scourge, it really changes the narrative. You're not just keeping people alive and stabilizing them, you're allowing somebody like Listic on the ability to go completely crazy. I mean, he's 9-2 and 16. So for me, that's where you see the impact of these characters, not in the stats on themselves, but really in how successful their teammates can be and what they can do as a unit. Buff Enjoyers fighting back from a couple down numbers fights in that particular game. But then again, I'm a Viscous spammer. I'm about as biased as they come. Happy to see my boy succeeding here on the night shift.
That's fine. I wanted to get one of those kind of answers from you anyways, because you know the ins and outs of Viscous, so it gives you a better perspective on what you look for out of a good Viscous player than what you look for at like high level play and how you can really activate the hero in general. But at the end of the day, man, Buff Enjoyers, they still look good. 2-1. Again, we got to see Hoot on Bebop, which felt good to see, though I have to say Listic's Bebop had more impact in game 2, but I mean, okay, it's fine. It's not necessarily like they needed Listic or Hoot to do the same thing when it came to game 3. He still did his job well.
He was a team Bebop, man. He had the knockdown, he had the curse, he had the slowing hex. He was building for the team and not for himself.
Where's the Mystic Burst that's saving up
Jason
3,000 souls for like a headhunter, man? That's what I was looking for. But I don't know. The thing is, to be fair, if we cast our minds back to how that game began, they got dominated in lane really hard. They got shoved behind tower consistently. They got dove pretty consistently, and yet they were able to kind of bounce back and carry through the rest of that map to success. Like Cosmetical had really good stacks in that game.
I thought maybe when you're saving all that money, we were going to see like the XQC, build where you get Ricochet first or something.
Ricochet on Bebop. I don't know if I've ever seen that in all the time I played Deadlock. Truly would be a devious build. But of course, that's enough about this particular map. We got to look at the series as a whole, and that means it's time to crown our MVP for today. So let's unveil it, show the community who we gave the honors to this time. Had to be Listic. I mean, this Billy performance with, he has incredible pressure on him. There's basically 3 supports on his team. It's like Rem, Viscous, and Bebop are all setting him up for success. He has to deliver in this game, and he did in spades. Always iconic to see him on this. And we talked about this. It was really his Bebop that kind of turned the momentum in the series. Like game 1 was pretty rough. They needed something to come out of their hat. We weren't expecting the Bebop in the draft, and Listic really made it sing.
Yeah, totally. And I gotta say again, like shout outs to the blood tribute here. Jason highlighted at the beginning, or maybe that's you, Jake. There's a lot of like stuns and CC, so you got to get that debuff resist. And like I feel like when when you're also with the healing support that you get, like the blood tribute actually looks like such an insane item. Because also, not to forget, Billy has some of the best gun DPS in the game as well. And so like became like extremely dangerous in so many different ways. And I loved how Listic, really took that to this dominating level, taking all of the space. You could see he was like constantly just pressuring the opponents. It was a really, really cool performance from that perspective. Like just getting to see Billy play to this level is always very enjoyable. And just look how just horrendous it is to try to get away from it.
I mean, this is a mirage too. This is like, you'd think one of the better heroes in the game at these sort of like 1v1 debuff wars, and Billy's just so resistant to it all. He just runs it down, shrugs off all that kind of pressure coming in. So definitely a nice feather in the cap. And I think for Listic, really another validation of this guy being one of the best frontliners. Well, if you're one of the best frontliners in the EU, you are one of the best frontliners in the world, if not the best. Hats off to Listic with an MVP performance in this series.
You just indirectly say again that EU's better than NA.
I mean, they won the NA tournament on ping disadvantage.
True.
That's until it goes back the other way. Even as an American, I feel like it's just, come on now. Let's be super realistic about this. I'd love to see those matchups again, right? I think there's always going to be an attempt for NA to reclaim that throne, but we got to be honest about who holds it for now.
I'm happy you can be unbiased about this. I agree.
I've got to be unbiased because, of course, we're only one half of the way through the night shift. We just finished the EU region, but up next, we're going to be going straight into North America. In the pre-qualifier match, we had FPS Lounge winning with a dominant 2-0 over Work in Progress. FPS Lounge, a drastically reworked team, bringing in a lot of the best players from Floorman to make kind of a new NA super team here. It's still early days for them, and they're going to have to go up against Bird with Clock here in the Challenger match. Then, of course, the finals, Melee Creeps await their contender. They have been on quite a historic run. I mean, think about this. The top three teams, right, in EU and NA, right, respectively, are kind of back to what they have always been, some of the most storied teams and franchises in this game's history.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I also think that Bird with Clock is quite the dark horse because they were kind of silently getting better and better. And it's a lot of tenured players that we have seen over time, but kind of finding a team that kind of works together. They've been working on it. They've been finding synergy. And it was Night Shift Open was when they looked really dangerous. They took Melee Creeps into a best of 3 and looked convincingly like they could have won that series. So Bird with Clock is another one to keep an eye on. And that's another kind of new look to the NA region.
Yeah, man. I also can't wait to see like Work in Progress come back, because it was so cool to see them come in week 1 and actually make it through to play against Melee Creeps. I think, unfortunately for them, there's definitely some outclassing when it came to that final series, but to see some new and up-and-coming teams that we haven't been able to see because of the Night Shift Open, because of seeing the Open Qualifier come around, having some new blood come into this one was very cool, and hopefully we get to see them maybe next week.
Yeah, NA has always been a fun region to watch, and always historically in the Night Shift, we've had two teams or two regions rather, with very different takes on the meta. So for a lot of folks playing Deadlock at home, want to see, what are the top heroes, what are the interesting builds, what do you want to try in your games? Well, of course, NA isn't also a great region to watch, in which we'll get a little bit more variety potentially than what we saw here in Europe. But of course, that should be it for our European portion of the show. Dan and Jason, that's it for you guys as well. So thanks for the wonderful cast. I'll still be, of course, hosting on NA. And that region, by the way, guys, is coming right after you, right to you rather, after a short break. So go grab some water, grab a snack, get ready. We've got a whole other host of matches coming at you. So we'll see you right back here in just a few minutes for the NA portion of our show.
apart brick by brick. I see Holiday. Let's go mid. I see Holiday. Let's take out. See Holiday. I see Holiday. Let's go mid. Let's go mid. I see 7. They're getting the horns now, baby. I see Abrams. Let's take it. I see Silver. I see the enemy.
They're down.
Let's take out Silver. Holiday. Let's take out 7. Let's take out 7. I see 7. I see the enemy. Let's push green. Let's take out Holiday. I see Mirage. I see Mirage.
Always under attack.
Let's take out Mirage.
I see the enemy.
Let's take out Holiday. I see 7. Let's push York. Let's take out Mirage. I have my orders. I see Mirage. I see Mirage. I see Mirage. Let's take out Mirage. I see Mirage. You guys were supposed to be hard. I see Mirage. Let's take out Mirage. Let's take out Sinclair. Let's take out Sinclair. Let's see who's still. I see Holiday. Let's take out 7. I see 7. I'm taking their team apart brick by brick. I see Holiday. Let's go mid. I see Holiday. Let's take out. See I'll take 7.
They're getting the horns now, baby.
I see Abrams. Let's take it. I see Silver. I see the enemy.
They're down.
Let's take out Silver. Holiday. Let's take out 7. Let's take out 7. I see 7. I see the enemy. Let's push green. Let's take out Holiday. I see Mirage. I see Mirage.
Broadway is under attack.
Let's take out Mirage.
I see the enemy.
Let's take out Holiday. I see 7. Let's push York. Let's take out Mirage. I have my orders. I see Mirage. I see Mirage. I see Mirage. Let's take out Mirage. I see Mirage.
Thought you guys were supposed to be hard.
I see Mirage. Let's take out Mirage. Let's take out Sinclair. Let's take out Sinclair. Welcome back to the night shift. If you're just joining us, we are getting into the NA portion of our show. We just capped off an incredible championship in Europe with Buff Enjoyers, now again renamed, of course, with their iconic members and getting another win, another feather in their cap. I'm Jake. I'm your host today, and I'll be joined for this NA portion by Mitch and ZP. So guys, welcome to the show. First, let me ask you, Mitch, how are you feeling, man? I know you're always like jet setting around the world.
So where do we find you here on this wonderful Deadlock night shift
No,
Wednesday?
dude, I have a break in my work schedule, which is kind of why I'm able to be on this show quite a bit right now, bro. So I've been straight chilling. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow morning. I'm off to Europe, but up until this point, I've been chill. Even play a bit of Deadlock as well, and obviously get involved in night shift. So great to be back. I think 3 shows in a row has got to be a record for me. Like I don't have this verified, but I think we're killing the game. Honestly, it's crazy.
It's ZP, man. How you been?
No, it's been good. It's been good. We got a new balance patch. Things have been shaken up once more. Holiday is back in the meta. Also, same with Calico, and seeing how NA adjusts to the changes is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, hey, even sneak previews here. FPS Lounge in the qualifiers, we had a Page sighting. It wasn't on stream, but Page, in theory, is within the calculus of NA teams now. So, you know, it's a small balance patch, but it has some real meaningful changes. So seeing NA's take on these things now is going to be pretty interesting.
I gotta say, I'd like to see Paige maybe buffed back to the point where she does get a little bit more playtime. I think she's an interesting hero. You know, when teams at this level can make her work, it can be pretty exciting to watch, provide some of those big moments. I know you, ZP, are quite the Holiday enjoyer. I don't know if you've been experimenting with her on this most recent patch and how you feel about, you know, whether EU's overreacting or whether this really is one of the best characters in the game right now.
I think it's a little bit of both. On one hand, when you look at the numbers, Barrel is actually, okay, if you landed all your barrels pre-patch, it is actually worse until level 3. Because of its scaling. So in theory, her laning is a little bit worse. In actual practice, though, I think the consistency of hitting barrel has gone up so much that you still benefit. And then, of course, you get the better spirit scaling and the better damage once you hit level 3. Yeah, it comes at the cost of displacement. But overall, I think the key thing for Holiday is that her consistency has gone up, and that's made her feel a lot better to play. And then on the spirit scaling, she's still hitting for more damage into the mid to late game. So it got short up. Is it being overvalued as super high pick? We'll have to see. I think that, again, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit reactionary, but she also did get quite a bit better.
Dude, and I also, like, on that note, excited about Calico because the changes to how, like, the stacking of the melee resist debuff works with gloom bombs, it triggers straight away, and it's now additive stacking as well. So she also got like a decent treatment on some of her numbers. I feel like she's going to be in a pretty nice spot here. Melee resist to play on impact rather than explosion is, you think it's only a small change, but I think it'd be really quite impactful.
Yeah, it's quite nice because you're going to throw the gloom bombs and then immediately go in for that melee hit. And so, you know, maybe it's going to be a little bit more of a natural synergy to how people are playing the character. A few changes here and there elsewhere, but I agree. I think those have felt like the most impactful, really. In terms of, you know, what has really shifted the meta. We also see, you know, something like Victor not really being picked as much, but Silver, despite the nerfs, still looks top tier. We see Viscous, we see Bebop. It's been a really fun meta to watch with a lot of interesting changes. I think in general, all these changes seem to have hit pretty nicely, right? Without any, you know, major issues in the meta. Like even Holiday doesn't feel so broken that it's unbeatable, right? The responses are still there. Didn't get to see any Warden. It was banned in one of those games in Europe, but there's a possibility, I think, that these changes move the needle. Although this, for me, these buffs, they don't feel so massive to me, right? They don't feel so game changing. It's like, I guess there's buffs, there's nerfs. You know, it's nothing particularly, but mostly just the ult is a bit better and some of the other skills are a bit worse. So maybe incentives to play a little bit of a different style on Warden.
I also, like, very quickly, I'm going to force Prod to scroll all the way up the top here as well. I kind of like some of the quality of life changes for Apollo. You can now, like, you can parry during flawless advance, which is actually quite nice. And also you can now recast disengaging sigils. So really locks in Apollo being that kind of movement-based character. I did like, you know, getting some stamina refunded, you know, on hit at T3 rather T2 in the past, but I kind of like this. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Also, you get like a fire rate and bullet velocity increase as well off hitting that sigil. So definitely a couple of interesting directions to take him. And Apollo still promises to be that early to mid-game monster. I just kind of like that we're leaning a bit more into you know, that hyper mobility that he offers, especially to keep him relevant when he falls off a little bit in the later game.
Okay, while we're interjecting with points of note here, before we give it back over to Jake on the hosting end, we can go down the Silver. That's right. Bring us down to Silver. I need to call out the Silver community as far as Reddit goes. Everyone was acting like the world is ending, going, oh my God, Silver is dead. I was looking at this and going like, no, it's actually still completely fine, because you look at how Silver was being played, even in the previous night shift, there were so many fights where these changes actually would not have impacted what had went on. Yeah, Silver isn't going to be able to 1v6 quite as much in, you know, close fight like mid-boss. And no, you're going to feel more of a pain than you used to if you accidentally pop wolf form. But Silver in general is still a massive threat. Most of the things she was still good at, she's still really, really good at. The world is not ending. Silver is still, as proven by EU, a very top pick. So let's relax. The character is still good.
Yeah, it's good to see Silver still being played after these changes, but it does feel like, okay, maybe the punish is more real, right? Can you burst her in the human form, not let that Lycan curse come out? You know, we saw some success of that in Europe, but of course, North America, there's always going to be a different take, maybe different supports picked, could change the way Silver ends up playing out in this action. Speaking of that action, though, let's take a quick look at the format here for North America. Check out the matchups that we've got going in. It's going to be, of course, our first matchup is Bird with Clock taking on FPS Lounge. It's a best of one in the challenger match, the winner of which is going to go on to face melee creeps in the final. I know any avid viewers of the night shift, they're already going to know this. It's nothing crazy, but just wanted to go back over it for the people. Let's talk about the competitors. That's what people are interested in here. And today, the FPS Lounge roster are who I want to talk about first. This is a team that is quite revamped, and I'm curious if we can go to FPS Lounge. Yeah, and ZP, I'm curious your take on this hybrid new roster.
Well, what I'm curious on too is I have to look back, but there was a little bit different qualifiers because they had Zerbzi playing. I don't know if it was a sub or not, but for FPS Lounge, I think, look, this is a squad that tasted the top in their original incarnation, and then they've kind of struggled to find their way back. And I think it's a team that overall you have a lot of veteran talent in the NA scene, but it hasn't fully come together in a way that may have been expected when it was first formed. I mean, their wins that they had in Night Shift was back when they had Erebus on Bebop basically being the ultimate raid boss of the character. They weren't really able to show multiple looks that they were able to win with, and after multiple disappointing performances, including falling out in the NS Open, not making the final day, they go, okay, we're gonna merge with Floorman that was also on rough times. And ideally, if this roster is better than either the old FPS Lounge or Floorman, this would be the week to see it, because you don't necessarily expect a team to show their full power the first week that they're together as a team. In theory, now they're gonna have more time to actually work together and bring things up to a new level, and we'll have to see if the scrims went well. Pure Content was off on Twitter saying we've really improved. This felt like a good week of practice. We're ready to bring the fight this week, so we'll just have to see if all that holds true.
Yeah, definitely look to players for me like DMB and Average to have these key performances. I think of them as really strong in that coordinated team environment setting. And then I look to individuals like Lomane and Lefa to have that sort of spiky individual crazy pop-off performance that you may need to drive a victory in this level of competition in Deadlock. So definitely a team to watch. Things changing both in the meta and for their roster. Now let's take a look at their opponents. Bird with Clock, as you mentioned, Mitch, this is a team that has been grinding it out on the outside, right? Slowly working their way up the ranks. And we were talking about other teams struggling against them. Maybe other teams are weak. No, I think it's become clear that this is a serious standard bearer, gatekeeper style team here. Arctic has had huge success in the past. Look at Matt and Strider also being particularly valuable. Looks like a pretty solid team. Is there anybody, Mitch, that you're looking for on this roster to have maybe a good moment in this meta?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Arctic. I think that this Bird with Clock team is pretty dangerous. And last week, I think they showed us what Shiv and Yamato are still capable of doing. If you remember, I thought FPS Lounge had a really solid comp, because FPS Lounge picked the Venator, they got Grey Talon, they got Abrams, really solid core. But Bird with Clock end up getting some pretty busted picks like the Victor, like the Silver, but they have this Yamato and Shiv look, and frankly, they both look incredible. So Arctic's a standout player for me, someone who, I'm really expecting to have a big impact over the course of this series. And in general, this team, I think, very well deserved number 2. I think they dismantled FPS Lounge in that game. It wasn't even a 30-minute game. So I'm expecting them to have taken their own kind of leaps coming into this week.
So I have an update. Before I even get to my birth clock part, I just pinged Pure Content for, not update on the roster situation. I forgot that this was a thing. So Zerbzi was subbing in, and the subbing in was for Lomane on the qualifiers, where Lomane pulled an Ido and broke his PC while trying to upgrade it. He went for the PC upgrade, did something horrifically wrong, and the PC was down for a few days, and now he's good to play today. But what I'm learning here is that FPS Lounge, they offer a bunch of coaching services across multiple games. How about we offer PC building coaching to Deadlock players? Because apparently your best players in Deadlock cannot put together a PC. It is unreal.
I fried a PC once when I was trying to put it together, so I'm not going to judge them.
Like,
It happened.
I'm a glass house liver, man. I buy pre-builds, man. I'm gonna cop to that in front of everybody now, and it's a little embarrassing, yes, but you know what? I stay in my lane. I let people who are incredibly good at building PCs handle that for me. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna break a $5,000 graphics card.
The USB ports on a motherboard look really similar to an on-off button piece. Just don't get them mixed up. Don't do that.
That sounds like a story that we'll see if we can get into that another time. Production, if we've got the 1v1 ready, we can go to it, but I don't know if it in fact is, so we'll have to see. I do think I'm curious to see who ends up being the representatives for these two squads. I feel like those little mini 1v1 storylines are always pretty spicy. Somebody's just in the air, man. They're hiding.
Yeah, bro. Okay.
Who's up on the wall like the whole round?
They're behind Mitch's forehead. It's an unbeatable strategy on our screen. But here we go. FPS Lounge. They're in the blue, and FPS Lounge gets to write the first or second pick. I don't know who A was. I just know in the qualifiers that was the name they were under. Deadlock players and actually staying on their actual player name is an impossible challenge.
It's too easy to change them. You know, I kind of get it.
It's the
as long as they sort it out for us.
The Steam reality. We're gonna need some competitive formalization to change that. But I'm gonna guess it's average for FPS Lounge. I mean, that would make the most sense. TBD. He is one to love the name change, of course, going now by average, not AVG. I'm relearning that one myself. But Bird with Clock with our first pick. Let's see how the bands break down.
What was I thinking?
Pocket. Okay. I just want to surface this idea. We're seeing a ton of Yamato in this region last week. She looked very powerful. Not something necessarily being picked up to the same degree in Europe, but we're reckoning now also with how good Calico and Holiday are looking. And Paradox is also being highly prioritized, especially between these two teams. And even with that reduction of spirit scaling on Callbell, it was really only a very mild change, very Yoshi-esque change to Doorman. He is still taken out in our first rotation.
One thing I will say with Pocket and Doorman being near permaban, I think the reason why FPS Lounge went second pick is I think second pick probably comes at a bit more of a premium, because I think in terms of the overall pick priority, Silver did get hit a little bit, so like the premium of like absolute first pick is a little bit lesser, and getting the next two picks is still pretty high value. Like FPS Lounge, they can come in here and you think about what's on the table right for top picks. They are gonna go with the EU and grab Holiday, but now you can back it up with something like Abrams if you want, or we'll see what they're valuing. I think Bird with Clock actually tends to like really rely on having Billy at times recently, so maybe they steal that away, but I don't think you can go wrong with the early Abrams pick either.
Billy looked amazing in Europe. It looked phenomenal, and they go for it here. I kind of agree with this. I think these urn fights, like Chain Gang forcing the issue immediately in an urn fight, and then Billy being able to scale into like a pretty serious gun carry himself. This character also feels like one that got buffed little by little, and sort of we forget that Billy, when he first dropped, was completely broken, like hard first pick every single game.
I just love that you can work on his gun while also giving yourself that debuff resist that Billy really wants, obviously, with Blood Tribute. That was fun to see in Europe. So see if that's going to be picked up. Obviously, Abrams, gives you that super reliable front line here. This Bird with Clock composition feels very classic of this era, right? You've got your M1 carry. Venator is the premium option in that slot. So FPS Lounge are going to have to look further afield.
Do they go Silver is the question. Already Silver is getting a little bit of a lower priority than what we saw in EU.
Already, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm just wondering. It's like, no, they're going to go with the Calico. So NA is letting Silver drop way more than EU was. So that's probably the most notable regional difference to me as I look at it. But Calico being picked here makes a lot of sense. I think especially giving up Calico Abrams, while we did see it lose today, is still, I think, a really deadly thing to give up. And ideally, you either take it or you ban it. In this case, this side, we're going to take it. We'll save the ban for Paradox.
Yeah, the ult, obviously Calico just got better in general, more damage, more healing, just a more highly impactful ability. We also talked about, of course, how Gloom Bombs are operating right now. So Paradox taken out here. That means that you don't have any of those point and click pick options necessarily anymore. And Silver actually means a ban here for Bird with Clock.
Yeah, they don't want to let that combo through. The additional lockdown to assist on Billy and Holiday would have been nice, but it's pretty wild to see it. I mean, I don't think, honestly, since Silver has been released, it has gone past the first phase, whether in bans or picks. And FPS Lounge go to the Mirage, which is another carry whose stocks are rising once again rapidly, right? There was a while where Mirage was really not getting played. People were looking other directions. But
They don't go solo Mirage is the thing. Like in one of the qualifier games, they went Mirage with Viper Warden. Just think, like, they are stacking the deck with characters that normally would all be position 1 in recent metas, and they're saying we're gonna throw all of them into the blender here. So now, granted, they also ran it with a bit of a support in the page in that one game, so I don't know if you're gonna go like Viper Warden to round this out, but based on their previous drafting, it's very likely that it's going to be average on the Mirage, and then DMB's picking up either the Warden or they're picking up a Viper for Lefa. That's going to go on here. So we'll see what the actual end result is, but this has been more how they've been drafting. Although, okay, the Geist comes in. Interesting.
So we are like doubling in on this late game sustained gun damage, ricochet inhibitor, toxic bullets type approaches.
I do like when Mirage can just go for like all the debuffs, and then somebody else is really going to be the one to deal the main damage. Feels like Mirage suited really well to be almost an annoyance on the carry roll. And they're going to finish things off with the Yamato. So for FPS Lounge, there is not even a whiff of a support in this comp. Like, I'm kind of interested in it because I'm like, well, isn't someone going to build like knockdown for Grey Talon or like a decay for Shiv? It's like, I really don't see the character. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's Calico or Holiday. It almost has to be. But those are not. We typically see these characters also try to scale. Bird with Clock round things out with the Rem, so I think a much more straightforward choice for them in terms of the tankiness, the survivability, the sustain through team fights. And they set themselves up with a very nice draft. I think a lot rides on Shiv and Infernus. How successful can they actually be against the mobility and the evasiveness of some of these FPS Lounge cores?
So I would challenge that and argue a little bit of this, I think, lies on what is the GT going to do. If you think back to the finals that they had against Melee Creeps, Arctic had 2 really bad back-to-back games on GT. I'm not saying it was all Arctic's fault. Obviously, a lot goes into actually keeping your GT protected, but I mean, I think you could count the total stacks between maps. It was like plus 10 over 2 maps. Like that's
I talked them up though.
Total. Yeah,
I talked them up. I'm expecting a turnaround this week. My eyes are on Arctic here to sort of have a moment. Yeah.
And FPS Launch draft is wild to me. Like, this is pretty oddball draft. It is a new patch, but you know, the EU has convinced me that Rem and Viscous are both really top tier picks, and to see Viscous go completely unpicked, not even considered, I would have thought it would have been a totally sensible final pick for FPS Lounge. A nice cube to save you from the Great Talon Owl, from Shiv and Infernus, burning you down with debuffs. I would have thought it would fit well, but they go with the Yamato instead. So we'll have to see if that pays dividends, if they're able to get all these characters scaling into the late game. It is NA, so whether we actually get into the game in the next minute or so is a contested question, as I think ZP can speak to.
Oh, I'll put him on blast here. In fact, this is what we heard from our lead producer here. Quote, "This is an FPSL game, so they are being slow. Even with Hydration no longer on the team spirit of simply taking forever to get in the game holds strong." Where, by the way, speaking of Hydration and teams coming back into the fray, I feel like we're primed now with enough like free agent NA players to get the return of Hydration at some point. Like, Hydration is free. Hydration could start a team with that branding once more. You know, the third or fourth or whatever iteration it is of Hydration. So you never know in NA what's gonna come down the pipe. But really, I'm just filling for time because players are in the bathroom, as is tradition.
I'd be down for the Hydration comeback, man. That's always a fun. That's always going to be an iconic brand in Deadlock, I think, for their year of dominating in our competitions.
Yeah, who we pulling together though? Vegas. Let's get Hydration in Vegas, obviously back together. Who else are we working with?
Would Vegas even come back to compete? I feel like Vegas is killing it on the streaming front these days. Like, why change it up? You know,
Ido can do what he can.
So here's what I think. I think in terms, you get Hydration, you get Rocker, you get Flick.
Oh, Rocker.
Like, you get Flick back into the scene. Of course, one of the OG Paradox goats if you go back to early competitive, and you're already starting with a reasonable core. I don't know. Maybe you throw in Lord NM for the Ido rival boost. You're up to 4. You know, there's ways to make this work of players that are in and around the scene. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll get into games just a little bit quicker. I'm happy, of course, to let the wheels of the bus just roll right over FPS Lounge, because it's becoming a theme. It's becoming a pretty clear theme of them, you know, needing a few minutes to get sorted before we can get into the game with the draft resolved. Speaking of the draft, man, like I love what Bird with Clock. I feel like they've got all premiums. No?
It's just a good comp. For me, it just feels like it's very solid. Like, Infernus gives you some scaling potential, but it's also really slippery and it's going to be able to nuke down those side lanes. Rema, great support. Oh, I don't know what FPS Lounge are cooking here. I don't know what's going to happen early in the mid game. They got a comp that scales really well with items and souls, but I'm curious to see how they do early, Jake.
They've gone for a heck of a gamble with this draft, guys. We're going to have to see, of course, how it plays out in the server. Remember, this is a best of one. There are no do-overs, no takebacks. It's FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock here in the NA Challenger match of the night shift number 43. Mitch, ZP, take it away.
Last week, ZP, the comp for FPS Lounge was actually like really solid stock standard, right? They had the Venator, Viscous, Grey Talon, Abrams, and they still lost. They had a comp that I thought on paper looked better. So they're on the bleeding edge here in terms of the new tech. Let's see what FPS Lounge are going to be throwing in. It says Yamato and Mirage in the mid lane. They're going to have the Calico and the Holiday off on the left-hand side, and on the right, that will be the Billy and Lady Geist lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing to keep an eye on, of course, is Holiday in the early game, especially once you get level 3 Barrel online. That's where things get pretty ugly. And, you know, if you're playing a Holiday, you're expecting a game where you keep a relatively high tempo and use that to get kills and, you know, keep the other team on the back foot. Between the two teams, in terms of who has the better late game to early game, it's actually kind of interesting because I think overall FPS Lounge actually scales better into the late game here too. There's a few wrinkles where if like Flaws or Stride got over farmed that they would be fine, but I still think with Bird with Clock is actually under more early to mid pressure, and a lot of it comes down, can GT get online? And one of the big differences here, Mitch, from the get-go, different player on GT. It's not Arctic on GT this time, it's going to be Matt.
So obviously, like, you know, early on, we're having a shove back over towards mid. We're going to go to the left-hand side here because something is brewing. Arctic actually, aforementioned, under some pressure. Obviously, Barrel being sort of spec'd into pretty darn quickly with the extra charge. So max harassment can be put down by Xeno here. And yeah, Crack Shot still pretty good in lane. Crack Shot, Mystic Shot, I mean, you're hitting fairly hard. There's a decent amount of harass available to you. And obviously with Calico's innate sustain, assisted here, of course, by that first item picked up, you can play like this as much as you like.
Also, in terms of itemization, we'll see how much NA wants to counter itemize. I think whenever you're up against Calico now, mandatory buys, I think you should overinvest in rebuttal. Just even if you're not getting parries off, you still get the melee resist and close combat if it makes sense on your character, just to, you know, reduce some of the burst damage you're otherwise going to be dealing with from Calico currently.
So, you know, being an absolute nuisance, that is the very satisfying sound of Crack Shot. And yes, rebuttal is to hand right now. You can see a bit of guardian pressure here in mid as well as the right lane. That's all there really is to write home about for the time being. But the Bird with Clock being very cagey in this lane. I think they're definitely respecting, you know, potentially a caught out by the Barrel. Also, Calico can trade with you really favorably, kind of out of nowhere, coming forward that leaping slash. With Life Strike as well, you melee life steal, excuse me, you trade up positively with a sustain in that head-to-head. So, yep, there it is. Not much that Arctic can really do about that. Now the pressure is on. Not quite enough to take down the Infernus, but that's kind of the bread and butter here of this FPS Lounge lane.
I mean, the scary part is that you're getting consistent poke in from the Holiday, where you even go a few patches back when she wasn't getting picked. Her gun got buffed to be way more consistent as far as velocity, and, you know, it doesn't do the weird recoil thing that it was doing at one point. And you're less likely to miss barrels, and if you get people down to half HP, that's about the point where Calico says, yeah, it's time to go. So this lane is pretty scary as it is. Quick attempt from Tanner to try and defend the tier 1, instead just getting poked in turn. And yeah, I mean, this is a lane where I think objective survive is where you're going to be happy if you're able to maintain that goal.
I mean, the fact that leaping slash does melee damage really unlocks this build for Calico. Obviously, it allows it to be a real nuisance with any of those melee scaling items. It's just, what are you going to do? Gloom Bomb slash, so you just get out-traded in lane? The fact that you can obviously like DI backwards with the S key sort of midway through that slash animation so you don't fully commit is kind of wild. So no surprise to see Holiday and Calico pop up now, but in the same lane, they look terrifying.
Other lanes right now, a little bit quiet so far. Again, the part where this game is really going to start exploding in all ways is once ults come online. You know, how Matt is going to control the pace of the game with birds, and also what Xeno's going to be able to do on Holiday. You know, every last cooldown being super important, but things get a little bit skirmishy here between the Geist and the Shiv. Multiple knives landing, though, in DMB here. No, just one.
Yeah, some slice and dice attempts there over towards DMB, but again, it's kind of hard to trade against this one. So Life Siphon is available. Decent bomb connection. Actually, a very reasonable amount of harassment being put down on Gibbs there. You've got to respect Lady Geist, and you definitely don't want to get caught unawares by an off cooldown life drain exchange. They've actually sort of rotated off this lane though. This is obviously early, just looking to get some neutral pressure now as they've spawned up. They're going to go to work straight away. Buffs, of course, in play, and FPS Lounge really prioritize them. Getting, well, it's like getting low main there a buff.
I see the enemy.
Also, as far as buffs for GT, doesn't get any better than early casting.
Yeah.
Gibbs on real danger, super low in lane. I think just barely able to get away. Taking a look at the skirmish here and wait into the pressure onto Gibbs. Gibbs, have you got away? No, not at all.
Yeah.
Still was in danger, and yeah.
I mean, Loman had the one-off cooldown, and of course you got a GT in that lane, so very adept at poking you down if you're overextended. That was just good pressure being put down on Gibbs. We saw some of those essence bombs also, getting 2-for-1 value. Nice connections there in general. So, that FPS Lounge right side Guardian still down to half, though. Bear that in mind. Looks like we're going to fight Brewing, though, here. No concussive combustion quite yet, but it looks like Xeno might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew there. Now, of course, pressure over towards the Calico. Looks like our average was hit by an hour prior to that engagement, but still, you don't want to stick around for this. Chain Gang going to be active here. Lomain back with a vengeance, and Arctic has been snatched up.
Average not having the burn, return the shadow there, coming up towards the end of the fight, but that should be the end of the Guardian. And not going to be a super deep dive on the Tanner, who saw the danger approaching and says, yep, you can have it.
Quietly Stride looking pretty strong in this lane. Quite impressive, actually, this Shiv and Rem look. And now, of course, we're at the point where a lot of these key ultimates are in place. So that time, something you definitely have to respect. Stride also getting along pretty nicely in terms of that build as well. So I'd be keeping an eye out for him to be more than relevant later on. Restorative Locket, of course, already there.
Xeno's going in. In middle, goes for the lasso. Connect.
Ooh, the timing. Curry wasn't quite there. Shadow Transformation, not nearly enough. Matt just with a flyby is able to take Poppers out of the game. Here's an at time confirm on towards Leper, and Gibbs just pops him.
Big difference already just with the change-ups from Bird with Clock. Again, I think, not saying, overall, Arctic is a bad player or anything, but in terms of the GT, this comp for Bird with Clock and who's playing what seemingly feels a lot better. Like, there's already a clear difference in what we're seeing for Bird with Clock in this game than the GT comps they were running against melee creeps last week. So, for Bird with Clock, gotta love some of the adjustments coming on through. Still a lot of game left to go.
Colt front already picked up people. Gibbs runs really on the way, even finding some time for the neutrals. Respect this, obviously, as this is a push into FPS Lounge territory, but it's something brewing over towards the mid part of the map. Floss is there, and he's the one that's getting pressured down right now. Matt largely being overlooked, but he does have Owl at the ready. Is there going to be a fight to be had? No, just a tag along back to Matt, and that Guardian is seeing better days.
Elsewhere, looking at the left, Bird with Clock's time to get some damage here onto the left Guardian, and a bit of Flame Dash for good measure.
So annoying. In fairness, so annoying when you're trying to defend your Guardian here. And there's not a whole lot that for now Tanner can actually do. No ultimate available, so no real hard engage potential now. Sinner's also being snapped up out from under his nose. Chase is on though. Floss being looked after here by Xeno. Trying to shut this Venator down early if at all possible. That's a nice little bash down connection there, and everybody got involved. Big dive in towards mid, back behind that Guardian. That gets taken as well. And FPS Lounge starting a trail here though by small number of souls. Important Sage and Ground build up here in the mid.
One of the interesting things for FPS Lounge is that they do have one of these comps where, while it worked within the qualifiers, not everyone is going to get fed. Like, normally you want a rich Yamato, a rich Mirage, a rich Geist. Well, so far, you take a look at who's getting all the money. The old money is winning with DMB on the Geist, and left a little bit of a slower game here so far, and I'm just curious how they're going to manage the soul allocation as the game goes on. It's a lot more straightforward for Bird with Clock on who you want to get the early farm. Most notably, you're feeding everything the flaws.
Heads up, pick up here for Tanner as well. 9 minutes into the game, a suppressor. Obviously, FPS Lounge with so many gun heroes on that side. Being able to reduce fire rate is going to be pretty important, and it's very easy to spread that debuff because all you need is the spirit damage, which we know Abrams can spread quite nicely. Now the fight, though, to be had for sure. Big collapse here over towards the mid-hand side of the map. That's going to be an Owl on towards average. What's the plan supposed to be? Maybe hoping for a little bit of lifesteal off that slash, but not to be. Concussive Combustion going to come into play, forcing the return to Shadows. Shadow Transformation also going to be active, though, and AVG, even with a bit of healing off that ultimate, not nearly enough. Drops the bag as well. That's Berber Clock now, looking to try and chase a bit further. Gibbs doesn't quite know where to put himself. Poppers gets caught out as well. Not a good look here for FPS Lounge as Berber Clock get themselves a tiny little 5k soul lead off that exchange.
Bit of a brutal engagement. And I think some of these fights going well across the map. I was just knowing the who you want to get farmed. It's funny. You actually have some of the least farm on Flaws right now, but I don't think you have to worry about it. I think the game is going to evolve to a point where Flaws is eventually just going to get solo lane and get far ahead. But, for FPS Lounge, the thing I'm looking at right now and terrified is that a broke Yamato is usually a non-factor in the game. And that may be where Poppers is heading to at the moment. So, that's the one thing to take away from the early game. In a lot of cases, it's not even the aggregate so much as who's getting the farm and how's it likely to evolve. But for now, bit of pressure here coming onto low main. Gonna go for the Rising Ram out and yeah, chase
Could be a catch here. Yeah, I guess the cold front almost enabled them to catch low lane out, but I do think forcing the Billy back here means you can really pressure this mid-side Guardian now. Berber Clock getting very active across the map. And Zeno just has to give a lot of ground here. Pressure's also on the Yamato now. Lasso in and under the Walker. Tanner largely got perturbed here, but he's going to be stunned up. There's going to be backup, though. Look at the Shiv chasing on in here. And there's just nowhere to go if you're Zeno. Gibbs does get traded out, but overall, this definitely favors Berber Clock, and that's going to be a mid-Guardian now falling. They can actually keep this party going to some degree. Calico's turned up. Average trying to stave them off here, and quietly, DMB starting to get quite powerful here at 11k souls, but Berber Clock have been very active.
Some faith in FPS Lounge they're going to turn around. The 11-minute trophy collector coming out from Xeno. And I mean, to be fair, I've seen players experiment with a little bit more. People look at TC and it's like, oh, you just got to buy this item super early game or it's not worth. I still think you can get some value off of it a little bit later in the game, but it does, necessitate a big shift in who's actually getting the kills so far. In fact, can we get a breakdown on the kill death in this game? Because something tells me it's a bit lopsided at the moment.
Yeah, curious to see people's scores here. Is an earn pickup, though. Easy enough Guardian take here for FPS Lounge. That's conceded by Bird with Clock to allow them to have this left side and mid presence for the time being. And, okay. Not too lopsided, ZP. Unless I missed something.
I see great talent.
No, not as much.
I see Abrams.
All right. There's a convergence here of FPS Lounge players on the right side. Certainly well equipped to defend this earn turn-in. And this early in the game, it is going to be important. Zeno, they're just forcing Tanner away. Always looking for a way on in. There's going to be a bit of a fight in mid. Dangerous here for Matt. Completely caught out there. Just nowhere to go. This might have opened the door here for a start of this earn turn-in. But Berber Clock don't really appear to be in the best positions for this. Average is going to try and rotate over for the time being now. Some pressure on Stride, of course, who's far too early in the fight for him to build up those rage stacks. And he runs into a very farmed DMB for this stage of the game. Hit by the Essence Bomb as well. Where's the help supposed to be here for the Shiv? Question is, well, there might not be any. Zeno, though, taken down. There goes DMB. Tanner and Floss finally touched down in this fight, and Stride stayed alive and maintained that position for more than long enough. Arctic at 14k soul swoops on in for the coup de grace, and that's an earn turn in for Berber Clock.
Fighting through Flame Dash on Earn is incredibly painful. I mean, upside here for FPS Lounge, able to get the kill on the Gibbs towards the end, but I'm kind of curious on damage done right now. And then for Arctic just went on a massive uptick from that fight alone. Just, again, it feels bad where it's like you have a King of the Hill mechanic. It's like, yeah, keep fighting in here. Oh, the floor is lava at the moment.
FPS Lounge. Again, try and stay relatively in step in terms of this soul deficit. To get a 13 minutes into the game, that's pretty intense. We do have Shadow Transformation, Soul Exchange, both ready and waiting here for FPS Lounge. We've definitely shifted into more of a duck back and get your own neutrals phase of the game, with the exception of this left-hand side of the map. A lot of harass here with that Siphon. And DMB looking for fights where he can get him, and you can kind of understand why. However, Rem is going to be here to keep Stride fighting fit for the most part. He's going to be the cold front activated now. Looks like they might be looking for a fight. You've got to be aware, of course, of that Soul Exchange on this guy. And so no full commit here for Stride, but here comes Zeno. This is now getting a little bit more dangerous. They've kind of split themselves. FPS Lounge, DMB low, hoping for a good Soul Exchange, but they can never get it off. What? maybe bled down. It's unclear. No ability to use that ultimate, though. That's punishing. Ow, connecting as well onto Xeno. Unclear if there's going to be a +10 opportunity here, but everybody from FPS Lounge is being chased down. And it looks like Xeno is just going to be able to extract themselves.
I feel like this keeps happening in this game where FPS Lounge is going for these skirmishes, and Bird with Clock, there's enough between them in terms of map presence where they're able to rotate in and, you know, turn what could be a kill against them into something that works in their favor. Of course, like, Guys for Shiv always gets a little bit dicey where you're going for soul exchange, but you also have to give enough respect to Killing Blow that you don't get crushed by it. As quick little snatch and grab from Poppers on the buff.
Sometimes there's the issue as well. You're just not in range. Sometimes you just like die. You just can't quite get close enough, out of stamina or what have you. Still a bit unfortunate though. FPS Lounge looked like they were in a powerful position, but at least Xeno was able to get away. Stride though, with a casting buff in hand, also Torment Pulse now entering the inventory. So already becoming quite a nuisance to be close to. That would have been a ridiculous flying. Oh my goodness! That's a low flying out, folks. Xeno just gets blown up there. Point blank, Matt able to connect with them though. Still going to respect this shadow transformation Yamato. Parry going to be timed out though, and it's another ill-fated exchange for FPS Lounge in mid, ZP.
I don't know if we have it, but we need the replay from the GT point of view stat there because that was absurd. It opened with Matt getting hit by Lasso. Xeno wanted that fight, and post Lasso, just instant Bird blows up Xeno midair and then gets a fall through on the kill immediately thereafter. I mean, that could not have gone worse for a fight that started out the GT himself getting grabbed.
And look at the map control now. Berber Clock in a position to really snatch up some of FPS Lounge's neutral creeps. They want to fight for it though. It feels like they realize they've got a local player advantage here. Arctic, obviously on the other side of the map here, sort of not looking to intervene, but a lot of pings happening there. There's a drift across though for Matt. Stride in a bit of trouble here. Looks like they got out alive though.
Man, oh man. Back in the middle we go. More action going on in Poppers. I mean, not really built for this fight. Low HP, and here comes the Bird taking cover.
Oh, +10!
Ooh. Brutal.
Bro's +30. Let's go.
Yeah, +30 at 16 minutes. I mean, it's respectable. It's not the highest we've seen. I think the record is still Cosmetical putting down +70 at this point in the game the other day. But, you know, for FPS Lounge, this is scary. I mean, things are starting to get a bit out of hand. If you get a solo kill on the Ven, it would be huge. But you're going to get gut shot right into the back. And you have soul exchange, but you don't really want more of this fight if you're DMB.
No, it had to be your Dispel Magic used there and the slip away for DMB. Nothing really coming up Millhouse for FPS Lounge at the moment. They're not really been able to take any good engagements either. Chase down Mazzino, not a lot of souls on them, but still those barrels hit very, very hard. And I think DMB's got to be a little bit careful. Obviously, soul exchange is big as a nap time, though, connecting on towards Xeno. The follow-up is plentiful. Big burn damage here on this holiday. And Xeno is going to try and skitter away as quick as humanly possible. He's going to run headlong into the Grey Talon. Matt adds another feather to the cap, and that Owl's off cooldown.
Owl good to go, and Bird with Clock for now. Trying to get some push onto the left. Flaws, though, under the gun. Calico, hot pursuit, lower HP. Ven still trying to back it up, and here comes the Bird. Is it going to hit the Calico in time to save? Over, and it hits, but it's not enough for the save.
Yeah, DMB's there to you know, steal that kill away from average, and no follow-up means that the Calico doesn't even get traded there. So a bit of a power play moment here for FPS Lounge. They've got Floss and Stride off the map, but it's a question of what they're able to do with it. They've got to defend here in mid. They've got the urn to hand, but there isn't a lot of map control in this left side lane for that, you know, safe landing.
Still, 10K difference between the two teams. Still scenarios for FPS Lounge to bring this game back. Things are looking good for them. DMB good on farm. Lefa good on farm. And arguably, at this point, they've kind of had a bit of an underperformance, I think, where they haven't gotten as much from the holiday as they would like. But that can all change with a good lasso or two. I mean, we're still at the point where holiday still has a pretty big impact on the game. For now, though, this urn just going to be swiftly delivered.
Veil Walkers. That's messed up. Holy.
Yeah.
Damn,
you go
free?
Car.
Okay, bro. Free Earn. Look at how the soul difference has shifted out. But, of course, there's going to be Burbage Clock looking over towards this mid-boss. Chain Gang, that's a big connection there, but who's going to be in play to help Low Main out? They've got some great sustain amidst all of this, though, and there's some pressure. Lasso going to be used there on the point. It's going to be Strider and Arctic, though, taking some region credits. Poppers at least gets one for their troubles now, but that fire rate reduction of the inhibitor is going to be a little bit annoying to play into against this Abrams. Bloz, Matt, Poppers all back in the fight. No rejuve credits anymore to speak of, and this is where FPS Lounge should shine, CP. They really want to fight in these enclosed areas. Mermaid looking nice and healthy here. Stride going to be flattened, and Burger Clock don't have any more staying power. They'll keep that small soul lead after even giving up the urn, but that's it.
I mean, look, in terms of making that happen, all eyes got to be on Low Main, where just a perfectly timed chain gang pulls everyone off the point and creates enough disruption for the rest of FPS Lounge to get over their post-earn. And in the end, I mean, it's a bit of a wash between both teams, but I would say you like FPS Lounge's position, given the fact that it could have been way, way worse, and they still reap most events of the earn. But look at that. The pull coming in from Low Main to open things up and create the opportunity for some parries, steal one rejuve away, and even the bird coming in from Mad, it's not enough for Bird with Clock to walk away from that fight definitively.
And I think you really saw the 40% bullet and spirit resist part of Chain Gang go to work there. Low Main took 0 damage in the aftermath of that, was able just to bash them down immediately. Kind of sick. FPS Lounge have a nutty sort of team fighting composition. Clear to see that. Now, Poppers also has that Torment Pulse. So, Sticky Yamato, broke as she may be, I think is still going to be a bit of a nuisance getting later into the game. Flaws obviously needs to get mega fed. We're not quite at that 30k soul threshold here. So, FPS Lounge still looking fairly dangerous. I like that little owl turnaround here. And I'm going to see the Great Talon peel themselves away. AVG doesn't fancy the fight even with that survival buff.
I think you have to be a little bit worried for Bird with Clock here, in the sense that a lot of the tempo advantage that they had is kind of fallen by the wayside. And even with Matt having a decent game, you look at how some of the last few fights have gone down and, the results of some decisions. FPS Lounge is really getting back into it. And, as talked about in the beginning, I think it's a small advantage, but I do think FPS Lounge has a better comp the later this game goes. So those Xenos in all sorts of danger. You come with a Veil Walker, and now you're looking for the exit. But hey, your Holiday, you're well equipped to make quick escapes.
Floss is just not in position to really get involved. They are obviously still stuck in that sort of heavy farming phase of the game. So don't be asking for too much from them for the time being. I did just see the Scourge picked up by the Chief, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get there, though, in just a moment. Tanky as Low Main is, do need to be a little bit careful here. There's a Great Talon also chasing it. The 3-on-1 in mid, and I feel like they've just put themselves in a bit of a weaker spot. The Owl is coming! And it's another +10 for Matt. Low Main gets caught out. There's still a fight to be had. Matt eventually traded by Xeno. The rest of Burber Clock, though, are grouped up, happy to fight if push comes to shove. But there's a Walker being chewed up here. FPS Lounge getting that map pressure on the right-hand side.
What era is this going on right now within this game? We just continually see a cowboy tying up Great Talon repeatedly. Every single game or every single fight is what's going on. I mean, it's happened multiple times where Xeno's objective going on right now is simply to go to the back line, look for GT constantly. And in this case, even though Matt was able to get the kill on the Owl, it still got the kill towards the end and, remove some of the sting from what otherwise would have been a good pick. Still get to walk away at the +10, though, I suppose.
Yep. Some consolation, but the balance of power in terms of soul total has shifted drastically with that Walker pickup on the right. FPS Lounge have now got themselves into the lead. And F has been studiously farming that right side lane for so much of this game. Flaws there. Wants to shove things in. Does take note, of course, of 3 FPS Lounge players and expects probably like a rotation in from Poppers or someone similar. Chase here on mid. Once again, Low Main has perhaps dangled the red cape a little too close to Burr with Clock. But he'll be able to get away and buy some time for FPS Lounge to respond. It's a mid-present setup here.
Let's go yellow.
Things getting real close. 30 seconds before next earn spawn. Lasso up. Gonna connect. If you get Flaws, it would be huge. One of the best pickups you can get against Bird Clock. But instead, the Urn's Omini turns the tables. Xeno, the master of dropping the lasso. And again, the boom dropped on him in turn. Second time this game.
They really need Stride to be here, though. Tanner was essentially alone there. Good shoulder charge to break up the lasso, but I don't feel like the Shiv is really here when they need to be. Average here, of course, in Ava form, trying to quickly skitter on away. The chaser is on, though, and it's a full bar of rage built up. Average eventually caught out. Was that another owl, perhaps from Matt? No, on cooldown still, but he'll take that kill all the same. Stride is in strong form right now. Nap time set up there, but unclear if there's any connection.
That was now. That's another plus 10. It just it comes off. It just goes real fast. So yeah, Matt plus another 10. I think he must be at like plus 50 or plus 60 now. Continuing to stack up, but Lomain gonna pick up the walker. FPS Lounge working with a bit of advantage economically, as now is there going to be an intercept on the Stride. Certainly not looking to let this urn go for free. And overall, I think the opening there, even though Xeno got clapped, probably worth it. Like, you would sacrifice your holiday for the Ven at this point any day of the week. So worthy sacrifice, even if it did get a little bit messy towards the end.
I agree. I think Average has been where he needs to be for so much of this game. Overclock, though, insisting upon this urn turn, and there is another good neutral objective across the map to pull FPS Lounge away, so there's going to be a fight. Remember, FPS Lounge, their comp is really nice up close. Scourge active, you can see Billy diving in, though, but again, Lomain is just a little bit out of step with the rest of FPS Lounge. And Leffa didn't have Traveler available, so he is hot-footing it across the map, but he just might not be there in time. No Shadow Transformation up for Poppers as well. A power drop for FPS Lounge is utterly exploited by Berwick Clock. Average is out of the game. Soul Urn picked up by Berwick Clock, and guess what? There's a Walker waiting in this right side lane.
Urn plus 4 kills plus Walker. The only saving grace is that the timing is such that it won't be a mid-boss, but Bird with Clock immediately back in the game, evened up and actually a little bit ahead by the end of it. Now, maybe they get a Walker trade out of it. It's looking pretty good for Leffa. And, you know, you like solo Walker gold as Mirage. By the way, Mitch, I gotta note, we got the Overwatch special there. That was basically the equivalent of a control map where the first person to touch, the only person that can't touch, is gonna get sacrificed to keep the fight going. And that's pretty much what happened to Lomain there, because for Lomain, it was either sacrifice or lose your urn outright, and this side, we're gonna make the attempt at the sacrifice.
Yeah, dead right. Less of being caught out, more of just needing to throw himself at the situation. But FPS Lounge is still without a couple of their players now, and of course, it's a pretty elementary move over towards this mid-boss. This one might be far less contested, even though Lomain does try and step in. Leffa, rather, it was. Also with a Scourge to hand, trying to dust devil his way through here. The mid-boss, though, has been picked off. Can Leffa get away with this now? That solo player sort of sticking around. No, here's Rejuve's going over to Berber Clock. There's still a fight to be had, though. Again, Billy now is here. Scourge active, bash down in play. Slowing Hex is traded out here. And a one-player chain gang catching on to Tanner is fine, but there's no way Leffa's going to be walking out of this one alive. And there's still much more to be done. Arctic here, flame dash on through, maybe just trying to be set up for their next target. And I don't think, yeah, Shadow Transformation would have helped Poppers much here anyway. They are very low. Stride did go down. Only one Rejuve credit left here for Berwick Clock, but that should be more than enough as FPS Lounge, imagine, have to give up this fight. No soul exchange for DMB. That health is their real health. And Arctic needs to be careful. It's a very fed Lady Geist and doesn't want to try and take that fight solo, but the cavalry arrive and DMB finally is pulled down.
We need the soul graph stacked, because there's been a narrative going around in Deadlock saying comebacks are not a thing. You go down 10, 15K, game is over. Well, look at this game and how back and forth things have been. But it has been, Mitch, a relatively tragic last 3 minutes for FPS Lounge. They went from being the team ahead, they go to a ill-fated urn contest. The spawn timers actually do end up being long enough that they're not able to do a good mid-boss contest, even with the quad Dust Devils, just because they don't have enough people up. And a game that they were in the driver's seat on, now they're the ones falling behind.
Power Spike, though, for the Abrams as well, ZP. Phantom Strike into the infantry for Tanner. It's going to be now a simple situation to try and connect those shoulder charges and I guess go for the holiday early. There's not a lot of great targets here. Leffa looking dangerous. You notice, like, in that last fight, because FPS Lounge again had to throw themselves at an objective without proper setup just to try and contest it, they couldn't really get the Geist and the Mirage in positions to kind of do what they're supposed to do and put out that sustained damage safely. That's a plus 10 again for Matt. 35k on this Grey Talon. You can see just why he's so prioritized.
Okay, I need to see two things. One, we need the view of Matt so we can look at the stacks. And two, I need to see the golden statue buff so we get an idea of what the permanent advantage in the game is with all the swings, because there could be a little bit more to look at there.
Okay.
And overall, we're pretty even across the board, really.
Let's try getting chain ganged for what? Defend to this Walker, I guess. Oh my goodness, what a stun there, of course. Phantom Strike definitely assists with stuff like that, but that one was straight natty. Nicely done by Tanner. Here comes a slam straight into the middle of the fight. Stride does eventually get taken down, but looks like he might have done his job. Shadow Transformation in play for Poppers, but he's trying to use most of that duration just to try and get away alive. Wall jump attempts here, and here's another owl. Fire him up. It's plus 70 on that, and Poppers just vaporizes under that damage.
Yeah, the Owls have started carrying nuclear ordnance in this game. Plus 80 on Matt. That is an obscene amount of spirit, and this is why you pick GT. A character that oftentimes can be a little bit more feast or famine, but this is the feast. And Matt, I mean, look, people make jokes about Rem, being the greediest character in the game. What do you say to a GT that has 80 spirit worth of contribution here, picks up the Boundless and the Spirit Burn? Getting hit by an owl at this point is going to chunk half the cast in FPS Lounge to 50% or more in one bird. In some cases, I mean, it's not quite a one-shot, but it's getting there for some of the characters less invested in the green.
I mean, no, if my Grey Talon is pulling up like this in the game with 80 stacks, I am giving him the fattest dowry. He's getting like 3 cows for marrying my daughter. No doubt about it. Straight up, like, I'm giving everything. This is pretty insane. 80 spirit, is just absurd. And this guy's hitting like an absolute truck. Hero damage here, telling much of the story. FPS Lounge, obviously across the board, kind of just broadly very solid. But you've got the soul allocation, you've got the stacks on the exact right play in this GT. Finally in NA, GT has not had great success in DLNS over the last few weeks, but now turning up in a big way.
I mean, this is why you pick GT. And also, I mean, I half wonder if FPS Lounge was aware of the threat here. Again, Arctic's GT did not look super amazing last week, but changing up who's playing it, changing up some of the comp around it, not to throw too much out on Arctic because there's a lot of factors that go into it, but they found a formula that makes the GT shine, which was just not how Bird with Clock was playing last week. Still,
there's a lot of jockeying for position here. The map control's not good for Berber Clock on this left side. The push is definitely favoring FPS Lounge, who've massaged this macro situation to favor them if it came to an earn fight.
Yeah, and I mean, for Berber the Clock, on the upside, you have a GT that's dropping nukes. On the downside, the engagement FPS Lounge is looking for, if they can get on Matt early, it would be completely game-changing. But they're deciding to start the earn here and now, and what could be the final fight.
Oh, they found him!
GT immediately! Matt is caught!
That is huge. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Well, he wouldn't be a good doctor if he was asking for that, but either way, they got rid of the Grey Talon. That is huge. Now, you might feel like you've got a real crack at this fight. In the middle of things, right where he needs to be is low main right now. Still, Stride the one taking most of the punishment here. Where's the damage supposed to come from on the Berber Clock side right now? Popper's happy to soak it up as well. There's a leaping slash there from Average. Dangerous here. FPS Lounge, all of their players ready to throw down in. That time going to be catching on to Poppers, but Arctic got picked off. And FPS Lounge get the earn turn in. They are skirting around this Grey Talon issue perfectly. And look at the respawn timers right now for Berber Clock. That is brutal. This is an easy transition into mid-boss.
Look, we laid out the game plan. You got to get on the GT. They get on the GT. It's a full team wipe into what's going to be mid-boss. FPS Lounge back in the game. And once more, can we get the soul graph? Because this has been remarkable just how back and forth this game has been. You rarely see this, even at the pro levels of play. But man, oh man.
Sine wave, bro.
Yeah.
Holy. I want to. I don't know if we were able to catch that, but how did they get that GT? That is ridiculous. Berber Clock were really posturing very heavily, ZP, to try and get a good setup for that fight. But look at this. They're losing a shrine. Mid-boss being taken. Average just getting in here and snatching up everything.
Yeah, it's the worst of all worlds, where if you get full wiped like this, you not only give up mid-boss, you give up key assets in your base, and they're even delaying the rejuve here. So Lowman's gonna go back up to full HP, and you can wait, so you get a little bit more time on the rejuve. It's not quite the old days where you grab 2 and then wait for the last hit, but when you know no one else can possibly be there, you got no reason to rushing the rejuve. Get a little bit of extra time for what could be a game-ending push coming up.
The game only gets more and more volatile from this point onward. And you better believe next fight, both teams are going to have all of those relevant ultimates online. Now I can see just how crucial Matt is for the overall game plan of Berber Clock. Can he stay out of arm's reach here? What? Yeah, 11k on average. Gonna be looking forward to seeing how
Wait.
Dagger delicate.
The production is just destroying average by bringing this up. I didn't know we had this graph. There's very few reasons why you'd want to be holding on to.
Oh my god! He does not care. Look at the bag. 1600 unsecured. I'll spin through that for the love of God. Yes. Okay. Scourge picked up. Oh my god. Triple Scourge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, ZP the Transcendent as well. You've got Polar Blast. You got that Scourge cooldown you can throw back down. Yeah, this is that's messed up, bro. Holy Tank Buster as well. I respect that.
Man, oh man. Well, Reverb being picked up for FPS Lounge, and yeah, I mean, I guess what really happened, there's a lot of that money came from the last fight, and it's just like, well, I got no reason to spend right now. We're not
That is
fighting.
a goated stat.
Yeah.
Good on your production. So, as a result of this, FPS Lounge, of course, especially with the reju buffs, they've been able to work the entire map. They're now turning that fight, from what was a 10 to 15k soul swing into so much more than that on virtue of all of these neutrals that are going to get picked up here. I mean, look at the bag that is being carried right now by average. So one way to get rid of it is to spend it. Don't know if you can, though.
I think the problem for a bird with clock is that their window is likely over. I think that pick on the mat, I called at the time saying it's like that could be the last, real fight. And I think it might have been, because you look at the aftermath here, you're down 30k, and you're down 30k against the comp that, frankly, I think fights the end game better than you, or at least does on paper. It gets a little bit weird with the GT having this many stacks, to where I think it's more even than it otherwise would be. But that's only if Matt is able to stay alive. Bird with Clock, obviously #1 priority into the next fight, which is still going to be difficult because Rejuve is... This guy right here on your screen needs to stay alive. Cannot be the person going down first under any circumstances.
All right. Defending the base. Not an easy prospect here. Shoulder charge does connect onto the Holiday, but I think Xeno's pretty happy just trying to skip, hop, and jump around this fight. Going to pull out for the time being now and let some of the teammates go to work. Here's DMB. Got that leech active, of course, Spell Slinger. This is exactly where you want to be as guys. 4.4k health, and yes, FPS Lounge off one pick. The way they approached their fight against Matt was absolutely sublime. Now they're in a position to clean things up pretty well. Nap time catches onto 2 from FPS Lounge. Popper's staying nice and tucked here, but diving towards Tanner when it needs to be done. Xeno, of course, is just going to get reborn back into the fight, as is Average. You can afford to take some risks here now, but you still got to respect that damage output potential of the Venator. Floss is at 40k souls, but really can't stay alive. I don't know about you, ZP, but that was an absolute whiplash of a game as FPS Lounge get themselves into the money match this time around.
Truly a clash of titans. FPS Lounge barely scraping it out, but they had to work for it, man. It went back and forth, came down to some very minor individual moments. Definitely we have a strong battle in North America for that secondary slot, and maybe even the first slot. Of course, FPS Lounge, the winner here, they are going to go on to face Melee Creep, still with the shot at winning it all here in NA.
Man, I gotta say, I mean, this match in review, it is rare to get a match that goes back and forth this way, but I also think it's kind of a testament to the swinginess of GT as a character. You think about how that last Earn fight broke down. Overall, Bird with Clock was in a really advantageous position, so long as Matt wasn't the first to die. But GT is one of the characters in the game where he's eminently diveable, and well, also dieable in this case too, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, you have the Billy as a lockdown threat, you have the Holiday as a lockdown threat. You only need one of the two of them to get the jump onto Matt. And in this case, I mean, he dies in that fight without putting out any damage, and what a different game you have. But until that point, it was kind of the match show where repeatedly Bird with Clock was just getting high-tier owls, high-tier power shots, and Matt, would get jumped on, and you have stuff like this. That fight started out with him getting lassoed, and he still turned the tables.
I thought that the point blank owl was kind of based there. We did get to see some of the power of great talent, but it's so clear that Bird with Clock invested very heavily in getting Matt in position to take the game over, whereas Floss needed some time. By the time I think the Venator is really starting to become relevant, you kind of already shut out of the game. I thought Arctic had great, map-wide pressure in general. Tanner clutch with some of those charges here, but FPS Lounge have a cob that, boy, if you let them get to that late game, they are devastating. I thought that Lomain super active, really just putting his body on the line just to make sure some of those objectives are adequately contested. I thought, like, obviously, having that Scourge is like really nice. I just think, Billy very powerful right now. The chain gang to interrupt the mid boss. FPS Lounge did the right things to keep themselves in the game until they found that golden opportunity. And that's a quality I think that goes overlooked too much in this game.
That's well put, Mitch. The ability to just stick into a potentially a difficult game, even when it's turning against you, right? To find those chances. I feel like Deadlock, there's always the chance to come back. I mean, the game's built for it, but you've got to be able to find those opportunities. You got to know when to throw caution to the wind and just dive on that main threat. As we saw, they were able to pick off Matt in what will become kind of the decisive earn challenge of the match. Still, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, melee creeps waiting in that money match are an even more fearsome foe, especially with some of the roster changes they've made as of late. They look to be in top form. So FPS Lounge, they're going to need to bring everything into this next match if they want to stay alive and continue their winning ways so far today. They've definitely shown that they can do it, though, right? They've faced adversity already. And here, take a look at some of the stats.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, they're real interesting. And of course, a little bit sad as a Bird with Clock fan, where you could see even from the stats, Matt was pumping damage throughout the entire game. I think one of the stats that's kind of interesting to me, even though it felt like a rougher game for Xeno, where Xeno was not getting away cleanly on a lot of the lassos. In fact, many of them got turned the other way around, and it felt like Xeno was stuck in the world of trading. A 1-9 Holiday still put down nearly 40k damage, which is probably a testament to some of the power of barrel consistency and the spirit scaling being brought up to par. So I don't know. I feel like if you're having this impact on the hero in a 1-9 game, Holiday's probably pretty deserving of her top pick status. After
Wait a minute.
This.
Look, I'm not a like super prolific Mirage player, but Lefa's build, I don't know if this is sort of common, but bro is echo sharding Dust Devils and just spreading Scourge in the fire with escalating explosion and using E-shift. Like, what is this, bro? Where are the gun items? Bro does not have any. Let's say QSR and a Mystic shot. That's crazy.
Well, I think a lot of it is that you get a lot of damage from Jin's Mark off spirit scaling to begin with, but we saw it in the mid-boss contest where FPS Lounge made it a really big priority that they wanted good mid-boss contest options. You get Chain Gang, you get Quad Dust Devil, you have Yamato to go in, and you Shao Transformation to get priority for Rejuve. I think for FPS Lounge, they definitely wanted to be able to play mid-boss to high degree of proficiency, not deficiency, and Echo Shard Echo Shard Mirage definitely helps in that.
And this was a draft we sort of talked about. They needed to do something a little different here because essentially they're all scalers, right? There's no, I guess Holiday's the support, but really very few as by way of active spirit catch items bought it all in this game. So maybe Lefa recognized there's not going to be necessarily the space to be the pure, late game carry. You might have to get down and dirty yourself, get into the front line. But of course, who did that better than our MVP of the series, which we can show now for FPS Lounge? It has to be Lomain. Lomain for me has been such a fun player to watch. Whatever he brings out, the Billy, it was not one that I had on my bingo card for him, but I'm not surprised to see that he has another big game here, basically on any hero he chooses to bring out.
Yeah, this is obviously this is just great gameplay, obviously from someone we know who could really take a game over themselves. Just great pressure early. I thought this lane was really quite oppressive. So it looked good there, and this is obviously the mid-boss fight where all the Reju credits are forced out, and that's off the back of Lomain starting with a big 4 fire play and maybe Chain Gang, and then a really nice conversion here. This kept FPS Lounge well and truly in the game because they also got an earn off that exchange. So this catch was everything. Beautifully done, and you can see that Lomain was a huge component of that game-winning play.
I mean, for me, there was 2 really key moments for Lomain beyond just generally good lane play. It was the play we just witnessed where he was part of the catch on the mat, which was absolutely necessary for FPS Lounge to win this fight. And it was also when FPS Lounge, they got Earn, and Bird with Clock, they go mid-boss. And FPS Lounge is able to go in, and the Chain Gang buys just enough time to get the rest of FPS Lounge in to make that fight basically a wash rather than a full-on advantage of Bird with Clock. Those 2 plays for Lomain, really, really critical to keeping FPS Lounge in the game and eventually winning the game.
Yeah, Lomain's always going to be one of those players to watch. That's why he takes home MVP off the back of a huge comeback performance here in the Challenger match over Bird with Clock. Of course, next up is going to be their battle against melee creeps. I'll take a quick look at the bracket here. That'll be a best of 3 here in the finals. Night shift number 43. Gentlemen, can you believe it? 43.
I mean, all these 43 night shifts I've been a part of, Jake, honestly, this is definitely one of them. It's been quite a run, you know. I feel like taking a victory
Zeke
lap
and
at this point, honestly. But
We both started to take a drink of water, and at the same time, we both almost spit it out on camera.
hey, you guys, you brought, like, you backed up the Brinks truck for me. Like, what can I say, bro? I mean, like, you guys deserve to have me here. Like, this is crazy, but I mean, dude, I really enjoyed that game. I think it was fun. I thought we saw some like alternate build paths taken by some heroes, and we got to see why Holiday and Calico are so like prioritized right now. So I'm really loving this. I don't think a lot of pressure got put on melee creeps last week. Really feel like they were pretty strong in both those games. I'm hoping FPS Lounge are the ones that can step up and really put some pressure on them. Maybe give us a 3-game series. Who knows?
I think everybody in the chat would agree, right? A contested series, what people want. Sorry, ZP, go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it. I was just going to glaze the game where, I mean, look, it was back and forth. I think this is one of those games where even though Bird with Clock lost, I think you look back at and you go, hey, we still played really good. Just, tip your hat to the pick on Matt at the end. But, there's some games in Deadlock where you look at and you go, wow, I feel bad about this. I don't think either team should feel bad about their performance this game. I mean, what more can you ask for? I think both teams had great moments.
Good Deadlock.
And, unfortunately for Bird with Clock, their run today ends a little bit early.
Always the bridesmaid, seemingly never the bride for this squad. Maybe someday they'll have their day in the sun, but it won't be today. Of course, up next, after a short break, it'll be Melee Creeps trying to defend that champion spot against an insurgent FPS Lounge off of the rebuild. Excited to see Melee Creeps with some potentially new players in the roster, some maybe fan favorites for the show. All of that and more is coming at you right after a short break. So grab a drink of water, be back in your seats in a few minutes, and we will get on with, of course, the championship of NA.
Walk away. Let's see the enemy. Let's take out Calico. I see Calico. I see Calico.
Always under attack.
I see. Let's take out Calico.
Let's see you still stand.
I see Billy. Let's take out Yamato. I see Holiday. I see Mirage. I see the enemy. I see the enemy. I see guys. Let's push green. I see ship. I see Mirage. Take out Calico. Let's take out Calico. I see Calico.
Billy on bridge.
I see Calico. Let's
Let's take out Gut.
I see the enemy.
See Calico.
I see the enemy. I see Mirage. I see Yamato.
See Holiday.
I see Holiday.
See Calico.
Take out Geist. I see Calico. I see Holiday. Let's take out Holiday. Let's take out Geist. I see Mirage. I see Yamato. Let's push York. Let's take out. I see Mirage. I see the enemy. I see Mirage. Okay, right.
Welcome back to the Night Shift. I'm your host, Jake, and I'm, of course, joined for the wonderful NA cast by Uber and ZP. Gentlemen, we just witnessed a pretty impressive result. FPS Lounge battling back, making multiple comeback performances to survive that challenger match against Bird with Clock. Some great flanks there by Lomain to kind of bring things back in a crucial moment. Now, though, they're faced with the toughest test yet of the night. Melee creeps who seem as strong as they ever have before, with some new upgrades to the roster. It's going to be a fan favorite squad that FPS Lounge is stacked up against here in the money match. Let's take a quick look at the history, kind of set the stakes for what this team has accomplished in North America in their reign of dominance historically.
It's been pretty good as of late, right? 3 in a row for this Melee Creeps roster, and that was obviously with, I probably coincided a little bit with Florman's demise, or maybe it was a key component in it, but obviously that team goes and reforms and, gives us the NA landscape that we sort of see today. These guys are looking really good. Obviously, a household name in this region. Right? We know Melee Creeps, it's, Sire and John, the engine room of this team. Able to find success even when Ido blows up his internet, or his PC, or his house, whatever. If he gets played alive, clearly not an issue. They're ripping, they're tearing, Ido can't play, and they're still able to find success. So this team is solid. They were dominant in their sort of money match last week and tend to have been. So I hope that this series is going to be an adequate follow-up to the one that we just saw, but it's going to be asking a lot of FPS Lounge.
And League is, of course, joining this team now. And League has been personally a really fun player for me to watch. I think he was one of the first who I saw go for that Infernus build a couple metas ago, where you did not buy one single gun item, like all in on vitality and spirit and just playing a different style. So it's been a really fun player to watch in that sense, who brings that creativity. I feel like he's actually a great fit for this squad overall, and it only adds to the roster of threats alongside, standbys like John and Idol. You got to look at like Do and League as having just as much carry potential, especially if they're able to get a little bit more of that farm. And Fishcake and Saya are no slouches when it comes to holding down the playmaking and flexing to whatever the meta asks of them. I mean, ZP, how do you think about this roster shift for Melee Creep?
I mean, overall, I think if any team can weather, it's going to be Melee Creeps. Clearly, Ranger, was back to active play and said, you know what, I actually just want to do more of the coaching role. I do think there's a little bit of performativeness going on for Melee Creeps in public, where they're like, Melee Creeps Academy, come try out for the last spot. It's like, let's be realistic. The way this goes down in esports, it is like 99.9% likely that whatever permanent member they get is likely going to be a known quantity in the competitive scene. Could be, maybe we get surprised by a diamond in the rough, but usually that's how those things tend to go down. And in fact, I mean, the reality is if League has a good performance tonight and Melee Creeps easily like 2-0s, we could just be looking at, by the way, the new permanent member is League. So I think you kind of have to be looking at the roster changes with this in mind a little bit. But I mean, overall, Melee Creeps is as good as they are because this is a roster with a lot of flexibility. And, people often focus on players like Saya, in terms of Saya's ability to swap roles and be effective. But, players that I look at and go, wow, okay, they've really upped their flexibility are players like Fishcake, where, Fishcake has added things like Viper into the mix and been a really big threat in recent times. So I think this roster has just gotten better.
Last week.
Yeah, they've just gotten better and better. And of course, same goes for Do, where you look at the Night Shift Open, Melee Creeps, they don't go as far as they do in that tournament without Do having a really good time.
Yeah, Do bringing some of the versatility to match Ido as far as those spirit carries go. Really, I think adds a lot of the excitement around watching this team. I think especially Saya could be doing really well this meta, right? Especially if something like Holiday ends up in his lane. We know he's really comfortable on those pick heroes and the supports as well. But let's take a look, of course, at their opponents, the team who had to fight tooth and nail to get here through a qualifier, through a challenger match. Now they find themselves here, best of 3 against the top dogs in North America. It's FPS Lounge. Some huge plays from low main in particular, but also Lefa showing us some great build diversity in that last game. Xeno having a big game on the Holiday. This is a team that is still very recently reformed, a little bit primordial in their current state. But it's clear that these players can, of course, be part of a successful roster. I think pretty much all of them have been on very winning teams in the past.
Yeah, and I expect great things from them. I wonder if they're going to attempt to draft anything that resembled what we saw in the Challenger game, because it was a wacky composition that featured some pretty interesting builds. But these guys look fantastic. That Calico priority, I think, from them really paid off. I think it's great to put someone like AVG in a very omnipresent hero, someone who wants to get across the map as often as possible. Lefa spent most of the previous game farming, like you mentioned. It was a really interesting Mirage build to be picked up there. So these guys look great. I feel like next up energy in NA in terms of a team that can really start to put pressure on Melee Creeps, and in a bit of a refreshed, renewed metagame, this might be just the time to strike.
I think some change-ups you may be seeing in this upcoming draft is that in terms of prioritization, I think when you look at Melee Creeps, you can usually expect Venator to be a high prio. I mean, John has been the most consistent player at that character in all of NA. I also think that while in the first series we saw Silver get underrated to the point that she went to mid-stage bans and got taken out there, I think if FPS Lounge doesn't value Silver enough to pick her in the first half of the draft, Melee Creeps probably will. So I'm already envisioning what the beginning of a Melee Creeps draft is going to look like. And so long as no team does something weird where they don't ban Doorman or Pocket, I'm kind of thinking it's going to be Ven and Silver as 2 of the 3 first picks for Melee Creeps in terms of how they're going about it, and probably backed up by Abrams. If I were to call the first 3, I would call that for Melee Creeps.
They've been banning the crap out of Silver. Remember last week, the Melee Creeps game plan was to ban all the good tanks and get themselves Abrams, basically. And then throw Abrams, Shiv, or...
Did we lose Mitch?
I think we may have lost Mitch. Maybe the internet cut off mid-sentence there. But yeah, they've been banning out a lot of tanks. Speaking of course, of the bans. Oh, Mitch, we got you back.
My bag. My B.
Yeah, I hear you back. You sound
bro,
fine.
I was
just a hiccup.
Okay. All I want to say is that Melee Creeps were banning Silver aggressively last week, right? They did not want to bar her. In fact, they were targeting tanks in their bans because they were like banning Billy and Silver, and then they were getting themselves Abrams in like an early rotation. So I do wonder what their approach is going to be now, especially with Billy still being so good, and maybe that slight nerf to Silver, whether that sort of puts her, off ban worthiness for them. We'll have to see.
Yeah, always interesting for a team like Melee Creeps. I think, and historically, they've been one of the smartest in North America as far as how they approach the ban pick phase, and they seem to often find themselves in the advantage, especially, I think, in the early days after patches. I feel like I have a lot of faith in them to cook something up that should be pretty interesting, but their opponents aren't going to take it easy on them. A lot of flexibility on the side of FPS Lounge as well. A lot of opportunity for them to, draft some unconventional picks, as we saw successfully in the last game. It will be FPS Lounge on the first pick coming into this series, though.
This is a change-up. They took second pick against Bird with Clock, and now they're taking first pick here, and they're banning Abrams. So this is a wild change-up. They don't want to deal aside the Abrams, so my prediction of an Abrams Ven Silver opening is gone for Melee Creeps. Now, that being said, for FPS Lounge, they get either Pocket or they get Doorman. So for Melee Creeps, I think you ban neither. They banned the Pocket. I don't like this. I actually rate Pocket and Doorman pretty similar. And by doing this, FPS Lounge, they get one of the premium, usually banned heroes, and Melee Creeps, they don't get in return. Melee Creeps,
I will say,
Melee Creeps were first picking Doorman last week when they could.
Doorman's, assuming FPS Lounge take Doorman, which they will, which is probably the standard choice considering how much it's been first ban, I wonder if Doorman hasn't lost a little bit of value with how strong Holiday is. I would think, number one, it's very hard for Doorman to actually successfully hit the Holiday with, like, whether it's the call bells or the carts. And maybe even you could grab people out from away from the doors. But Melee Creeps prio the GT at very first pick of the draft. Still no tank in sight, no Holiday yet.
Look at that record for the GT, right? Melee Creeps were letting this through constantly in their last week's games against Berber Clock. They didn't care. They weren't trying to play it here. So this for me is a huge shift. Whoa, bro, it's a 180 from this team. Prioring Silver pick early, even post nerf, and picking up GT. Obviously, Melee Creeps have been cooking up something a little bit new this week.
Well, the reason why they're doing it is that they didn't want to play against Silver when everyone was guaranteed the pick it. FPS Lounge already showed their hand that they're not going to go for Silver, and Melee Creeps probably just said, hell yeah, we're going to get due on the Silver. I think this is 100% a due on Silver angle. And FPS Lounge, they probably go Holiday to finish this out, and I expect Melee Creeps to go Ven in turn because you still want to get John his favorite M1. If FPS Lounge wanted to mix it up, they could go Ven and then force Melee Creeps to go Saya, play Holiday. And okay, they actually go the Ven. Okay. So this is a bit of a change up where they're taking away the weapon that Melee Creeps, I think, would have gone here otherwise.
Is this that ban Paradox pick Holiday angle?
Yeah,
potentially.
I feel good about that lineup from Melee Creeps. I really feel like the Holiday, and wow, they go for the Victor, which has been unpicked at all today. I mean, just like no one has valued this character. Melee Creeps think it's still good. I'm a little suspect on this. If you were gonna pick the Victor, pick it like 12th, like make it the final pick of the draft. I don't think it's really gonna get contested. Taking it in this key slot before the ban phase, they do ban the Mirage, which I think was very effective for Lefa. I think that style from Lefa of like being incredibly tanky and invasive is better than it would seem on Mirage. You have some pretty decent gun scaling, and you're very hard to bring down.
I wonder if they ban Holiday, because Melee Creeps can still pick Holiday after the bans, and no, they ban Rems. So, okay, if you're Melee Creeps, here's the question is, how do you rate Holiday? Because I think this is your last chance to pick it. If you don't pick it, FPS Lounge, well, okay, maybe you can get it last, because there's a chance that it's going to be Xeno on Doorman, and therefore Holiday can be kept to the very last, is the other angle here. So they're going to pick Shiv, and maybe that's what's going on here, because normally it's been Xeno on Doorman, and otherwise we saw Xeno on Holiday in previous recent matches.
A Doorman for this team, right? So I think that has to be considered a possibility. I mean, teams honestly just don't get Doorman that much because it's so often banned, but we know Lowman has been pretty fantastic on the character, was kind of one of those first people to bring it back to prominence after some of those buffs.
Another average Calico pick here. I do like kind of where she's landed. Like she comes back in now, like 3-4 turn. Up to this point, with the exception of the Silver, I would have believed if you'd said these drafts were swapped. I mean, FPS Lounge are drafting really similar to what Melee Creeps are trying to get last week in like all of their games. Like get Venator, get Doorman, like as two really high prior heroes. And Melee Creeps are actually drafting a comp similar to what we saw Berber Clock try and throw at them here. So like it's crazy just how quickly things shift up here, and how quickly like a team like Melee Creeps is able to adopt a new style. Getting Ad Ivy to the mix here seems pretty good. It's not a Saya pick, is it?
No, well, it was at one point, and then it was the Ranger comfort pick, but Ranger isn't even on the roster anymore. Ranger's back to coach. I guess it may be a Saya Victor if a Holiday doesn't come in here. Like, that's kind of the question. Do you last pick that? And no, it's we need a John hero. So yeah, you get Warden for John. It's probably going to be Saya Victor, Do Silver. And there's also the weird part though, Do's also played GT, so it goes around, but I think it's going to be Ido GT. Based on what people have played semi-recently, I would guess like Ido GT, Do Silver, Saya Victor.
Here I am.
Is where we're at.
I like the Lash this game. They're a little lacking on catch for Lash. I mean, it really is kind of just Silver to do that. And so playing over the top on Lash could be pretty nice, especially against Victor, Shiv, and Warden. Very strong in the low ground, right? Some limited ability to attack. That vertical element here in this game. I really like what FPS Lounge has put together. They've got Billy Lash is one of those OG wombo combos in the game. Melee creeps with the Ivy and the Victor, they can kind of tolerate that. Maybe with the Warden ulti maxed, that temporary unstoppable could be perfect for dealing with the Lash ult. But they've definitely gone their own way, as we maybe expected that they would, but honestly more so than I thought, because guys, Holiday is unpicked in this draft. Like that blows my mind.
No true pick heroes like go in this draft at all, and there's so much displacement for FPS Lounge to shift the problematic Victor or Shiv away from them. I like this a whole lot. Again, it's giving melee creeps last week in terms of this comp. You have multiple skirts carriers as well in Billy and Calico, who we've shown to be really annoying. Throw them in the mix, give them Torment Pulse, give them all these annoying AoE damage based items, and you've cooked up a pretty dangerous comp.
Yeah, I mean, the way this is going down the way it is that Saya has really had a preference for playing more tanky heroes in frontline, even though he's been more of the pick role in recent times. And that's where Abrams has went really well, because you can play Abrams almost as a quasi pick hero and be frontline, which is why FPS Lounge take it down. And Saya's backup is Victor, because Saya's on Victor. They don't have anyone they want put on Holiday. And for FPS Lounge, because Zeno is on Doorman, they also don't have anyone they want to pick on Holiday. So even though Holiday in theory could work, neither team, the way they've been structured, has a player that would actually go on Holiday with Saya and Zeno's heroes being spoken for. And that's just how these teams are composed at the moment.
I gotta admit, I kind of am pressing X to doubt on this Victor character. I'm I think when the urn was exactly one spot and you were forced to melee it, Victor was just bonkers, right? Put the stun on the melee urn and there's nothing the enemy can really do about that. But now that you can kind of play back, you could pop the Victor ulti, still stay in the urn zone, kind of come back in and out of the fight. I think he's lost a lot of his swagger and taken some straight up nerfs, right? In a couple patches, cooldown getting longer on the ultimate. These things add up, and with all these pick heroes, you could definitely find those windows to punish the Victor and knock him out of the fight. But melee creeps have always been a team that goes their own way and that has their own read on the meta, and oftentimes they've been leading the meta by virtue of being willing to take those risks. But this draft is certainly that. I mean, both teams pretty heavy on the scaling. The supports, Viscus, Rem, Rem banned at least, but generally not prio put there. Even the pick heroes, not really seeing any prio. Both teams all in on the wild and wacky team fights, which then again in the urn meta maybe there's something to it.
I think there's so much more to be told about this Mirage band here, because what we did see Leffa get very farmed in that previous game. I think the fact that he was farmed might have masked just how powerful this build of Mirage could be, because we can't expect him to have a lot of impact when he just sits and farms all game, but then he's echo sharding his Dust Devils and just staying in the middle of the fight, being quite disruptive. It's just such a bizarre build. So we're obviously not going to find out in this particular game, but that might be something that is emerging in NA and in general. So I recommend you guys keep your eye on that one. But outside of this, feel like FPS Lounge have a really nice balanced composition. Melee creeps, they do have that Silver and Shiv tour de force. They've got, pretty effective tanks. They've got a Grey Talon that can threaten to take away the game, even if in the previous matchup, we saw it actually being just as much a fallibility as it was a strength, right? For Matt, who ended up getting caught out there. So melee creeps have a lot of angles, a lot of axes that they can try and, eke out those edges in this particular series. But I'm not gonna lie, the eye test, I like FPS Lounge's comp. I just prefer it. It just seems a bit more straightforward. It's obvious what these pieces are supposed to achieve, and it's loaded with power.
I think conversely, when I look at melee creeps, though, I think the paths to victory here, number one that I'm looking at is probably Do, where Do on Silver makes a ton of plays, and you're not going to have quite the amount of hero sustain that you did pre-patch, I still think if you look at how Do is playing Silver, a lot of the game style isn't going to be impacted. So I think number one is, do you make the Silver work? Number two, of course, is you're playing GT. Do you get momentum on the GT? As we saw in the last game, even though Matt got caught at the very end, up until that point, a GT that gets momentum is terrifying against any comp. And then, of course, you have the wild card of, is Victor still good and playable? Personally, I'm going to give it some of the benefit of the doubt, because I do really trust Sai. I think Sai has basically proven to be one of the smarter minds in Deadlock to making things work. Maybe it's hubris to run the Victor back again. Maybe Melee Creeps hasn't scrimmed as much as they would like on the new patch. I don't know. I did not stock their scrim schedule in particular, but I think if they did do their proper prep, I would give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt to Melee Creeps and say maybe Victor is still good. If that's actually the case, then I think really you have to look at the variability of the GT and the Silver here to get a read on how this game is going to go. If either have a particularly bad early game into bad mid game, I think FPS Lounge probably run away with it. However, if they're able to get some momentum, if Silver disrupts the game that she generally does with some of the more skirmishy fights, I could see a world where FPS Lounge is actually like on the back foot and struggling for a good portion of the game. So it's kind of up in the air to me and like very execution dependent between both teams.
At the end of the day, I mean, you gave up Doorman, so you got to really want whatever you're getting in return. I think in the competitive environment where teams are so coordinated and drilled, Doorman's value just goes up and up and up. Where in pubs, it's like, yeah, you could do some cool plays and kidnap people under walkers. That's pretty nice. I feel like we don't even necessarily see that or need that in competitive play. It's more about the ability to just reposition your team to utilize the door to attack from angles that another team comp just completely wouldn't have open to them, and it makes the game a lot harder to keep track of for the opposition. So FPS Lounge, I think they're definitely going to have some control in terms of setting the tempo and kind of dictating the pace of fights. Melee Creeps, they do have a lot of like meat to put into the grinder, like they can throw a lot of bodies at some of these problems, and maybe there comes a time where on a certain fight, on a key objective, that just overwhelms what FPS Lounge can bring to bear. Venator and Geist, both going to need to get farmed. I will say, Venator plus Geist is insane late game, right? Like, these are two heroes that can both basically solo carry when the game gets late enough. Will that end up being a liability? Like, neither of them is getting the farm that they want, or will it end up being an asset? If they're both able to just farm up side lanes, they might just both become those kind of end game god carries.
Yeah, I mean, AZP touched on like the volatility of like the Grey Talon and Silver elements here. Obviously, it's a bit more punishing now with Lycan Curse having almost like a double the cooldown that it used to, right? So something that you've got to manage a little more mindfully. But we saw Victor last week was really highly prioritized in, almost every situation. It still is very much the same hero. Hasn't really gotten any, huge looks. You've obviously got like that Ivy quasi global presence, which I think is going to be pretty important, especially if you're trying to get Victor in position or Silver in position to like have that level of impact. But we've seen Calico. She's all over the map as well. She looks really good, even in lane, right? She just seems like really punishing the way the Gloom Bombs have sort of changed now, that you can just get so much damage amp off your slash if you hit enough of those, and you can just clip into people really easily to sort of win those trades. Geist is a formidable laner. Dorman is an absolute pain in the ass with that call bell. Even with the spirit scaling reduced, that's the T3 spirit scaling. So bro is still going to be spamming you in that lane. And then Lash is, again, super mobile. FPS Lounge have the ability to really set up fights at their own volition, and Grey Talon is an easy catch with Death Slam, of course, as he just floats around. So your pick opportunities with this comp on a Grey Talon are even more in heavy supply than FPS Lounge had against Berber Clock in their previous game.
Also, to throw a little bit of shade on who's causing delay, FPS Lounge is exonerated. Apparently, this is all Melee Creeps, where multiple players had to change their Steam name back to the appropriate name before we got in-game. It is the NA Deadlock Special, where they cannot stick to the same Steam name.
Somehow, across all esports, North America holds this incredible reputation for being unreliable with starting games. Melee Creeps looking flashy with a clean new logo versus FPS Lounge, a team that has rebuilt basically down to the studs to deliver so far a better performance, but not necessarily an easy win in that challenger match. Now they got to take on the Melee Creeps. Of course, on the mic, it'll be Uber and ZP. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Compelling matchup here where we're trying to see the proof of concept in this FPS Lounge rebuild against the rock-solid Melee Creeps. They are 3 wins in a row in the money match. They've looked fantastic, but this draft is a big departure from what we saw from them last week, CP. I'm very interested to see how they go about piloting it.
Also, you talk about your eggs in one basket lane, where, don't get me wrong, I think it's actually a pretty threatening lane. You got both, you got Silver and GT in the same lane, but It's Fishcake on the silver. I'm trying to think if this has happened before or not. I mean, normally they had an era where it was usually Ido on the silver. Then they had an era where it was mostly Do on the silver. I'm trying to think if I've seen Fishcake on silver before. It may have happened at one point, but this is still a different look where instead it's going to be Do on the Shiv. I suppose looking back at it makes sense. Also, it's Saya, Ivy, and League on Victor. So before League was on the team, the Victor was being played by Saya for the most part. And they've changed all this up, Mitch.
Saya back to more of that dyed-in-the-wall support role that we had a brief stint on, before going back to a lot of those pick base heroes. Okay, it's also average on the Lash and not on the Calico here, which is always something worth looking forward to. And DMB is going to be power farming his way through this game. It's weird to see a GT not in mid lane, by the way, just off on the side. That's a funny little wrinkle here, is that Corbell doesn't quite connect, and you see pressure being put down by John in mid. The gun carry, I think, out of NA. The guy has really made a name for himself on these very powerful M1 heroes. Expect to see him maybe take a little bit longer to get going in this game, but will still be terrifying.
Also, Lomane probably feeling like this map is London and not New York, because I'm just looking at his HP, and there's no way that this goat was not stabbed multiple times by Shiv, like leading up here. Like, that only happens if you got a 2-knife stack on you at some point against a lane with this pressure, because a lot of it is not coming in from the Victor at this point. So I wonder what happened early game where, Do just, lands some knives in on Lomane.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be pretty scared going up against Do on the ship. Still plenty of room for skill expression, something that Do really is known for. Someone scouted from high rank solo queue as just a, really brilliant mechanical player, and was a plug and play fit for this team, well and truly. Okay, Venator, rather the ability, pushing up here in this lane, as the Venator is, of course, being a little bit more patient. And over towards mid there, looks like the FPS Lounge duo have gotten clear for a time. And Saya, very quick to rotate over here. We just hit the 3-minute mark. He's actually being matched here by Poppers, so they're going to get entangled briefly. As you see the pings come out. Nice little gut shot straight off the rip. Slice and dice, though, directly at DMB, who actually fancies himself in this fight. And it doesn't look like Do wants to argue.
I mean, the problem with Do, knife charges were out, couldn't keep enough damage as the rotation over and in. Do gonna get caught as Poppers makes a brief appearance.
That is really nice. I mean, Poppers and Saya were sort of tracking each other. They both tried to rotate over to the right side of the map at about the same time. And so a nice bomb connection there coming in from Poppers to help secure that kill. So Do, not the start he was hoping for. I'm quite sure of it. But here, nice little, boost early. A lot of opening rounds getting picked up here, of course, just to give you a bit more of that bully potential in the lane.
Again, I think in terms of lanes, this left lane, probably the most important for melee creeps to do well. If for whatever reason, and by the way, as I said that, Mitch, take a look at Poppers at the moment. If you're Poppers, you would love to slow down the left lane, make a rotation here on the Calico. I think it is the most important lane to actually get in on if you're trying to get the best late game plan for FPS Lounge.
Here is Poppers, though, over towards mid instead. Decent bomb connection. Easy damage on John. He realizes he's might just be fully committed now. Could recover, of course, giving a little bit of healing, but John cannot afford to hang. So while that rotation doesn't result in an elimination, Poppers was still able to ward melee creeps away.
Yeah, one thing for middle, if you're Xeno, definitely not going to be able to hang out at low HP soon here. If the GT's off in the side lane, middle is going to be the priority as... All right, Binding Word comes out, and mid lane getting a little bit feisty.
Okay. I mean, that's just the left side of the map. You can see how willing Leffer is to fight, but Fishcake's going to be able to catch him out. That's melee creeps finally finding themselves at edge early on in this game. I remember where that came from here is... Looks like Average is content to linger perhaps a little bit too close to melee creeps. That's a good start in the left lane. That's obviously the Grey Talon lane for melee creeps, one they certainly want to get going in mid. It's getting a bit hot and heavy as well. John might be in trouble. The chase is extended here through the courtyard and straight back around. It's Xeno credited with the elimination.
Buffs coming up in the interim here. Gun buff perhaps about to be taken by Fishcake, and is. Not the worst start here for the silver. Of course, Fishcake not going to go aggro at this point. Going to wait for GT to get back in the lane and pick up a little bit of Stalker there, where I still have to fight the urge to call it Backstabber.
Yeah, Backstabber.
Items have just changed name-wise over time.
Some of these ultimates coming online right about now. DMB about to get his. This is Fishcake just trying to defend Under Guardian for the time being. Obviously, this is that GT lane, so it's very important to get that one off and running early. Just to check in on the damage here towards Guardians, it's pretty even actually. The right side lane is where we've seen most of that exchange, and it's relatively even in that regard. I see Lomain might have run into a bit more than he bargained for here. The chase is on though. Return to Shadows. Not really able to make too much use of that, but the vertical mobility component being utilized by Poppers. A bit of set a trap here for Do if he was to overextend, but not this time.
Take a look at the right lane, but I think where something is going to explode soon is probably going to be on the left. Like, you have Fishcake staying around at half HP, and I think the goal here is to find a good dive in. Although it's kind of interesting in that the lane you're up against, it's not that you can't burst Geist, but you're in this weird spot where you want Silver to dive, but not dive so hard that you get soul exchanged and die in that lane. Like, it actually has to be played pretty carefully from melee creeps on the left.
Dookie is going around the edge. Sees ready to come on in. A warning shot may be fired off here, but it seems like DMB not interested. Still wants to keep trying to push for a fight. Now do a little bit split off. Does avoid the bash down to some degree, and of course a lot of this damage is being deferred. The slice and dice will get him through. We actually got onto 2 this. That rage bar starting to mount. Might be thinking it's worth taking a fight here at some point. Obviously League does have that ultimate ready. Might be worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, also for the mobility, dude just straight up threw away a killing blow there too, where, you know, it's kind of funny. It's one of those changes that was treated a little bit as a nerf at the time, but I think you look at where it's at overall, at least at the competitive level, people have gotten so much more use out of killing blow just for extra mobility at times, where it's just a, you know, note of gameplay. But Silver going on in, binding word, does it hit? No, just barely is average, breaking the threshold.
Just a ton of damage though taken by average in that exchange, like 600 virtually unanswered. Still all the way pushing in such a way that there's some Guardian pressure to be gotten, but Fishcake sees an opportunity, might be close to like a curse here. Oh, buddy, dangerous. There's Fishcake connects, and yes, the curse comes up at just about the right time, I'd say. That Stalker definitely helping when you're swinging at a retreating foe.
Interesting to note here, Mitch, is also the lane swap, where instead of it being the GT Silver lane, the GT, now that Bird is online, has gone middle. So you still get the benefit of GT in middle. Well, now who knows where GT's getting the VIP treatment to go gambling. Like, that's the Express Casino package right there. Like, GT lost about 10,000 souls the previous night, which is why he's getting these comps.
That's yeah, bro. That is crazy. They are looking after my guy. This isn't just a rum and coke at the at the slots, baby. Pop's going to catch Ido out though. Thought he was safe, and I don't blame him. But well, only one of those sinners was taken, and eventually his soul was excised by Poppers. He's been very, very busy around the map on this Calico so far. And oh, buddy, the melee creeps effect is starting to kick in. ZP, DMB and average fall by the wayside here on the left.
Yeah, I mean, overall, melee creeps, maybe they lose the sinners, but they get more advantage elsewhere on the map, and Fishcake's becoming a real problem. Also, looking at the entire storyline for Ido, including the, you know, fly out, that was definitely an Atlantic City casino. There's no other explanation. But, Mitch, as, you know, things go on here, I think for melee creeps, in general, the people that you want to get farm are getting farm. I think maybe the start a little bit less good for Ido. I'm pretty sure the stacks are still at 0, but, you know, it's only 9 minutes in. You got time.
Early days for him for sure. Binding word doesn't do much to perturb average. They're going to back away, and John is definitely insisting on trying to get maximum farm on this part of the map. We've seen multiple battle vests enter people's inventories as we start to get to buffs being up in 15 or so seconds. Melee creeps certainly known for controlling that space really effectively, but they're getting shoved in pretty badly in this lane, and the Guardian is not going that well. Still, like and curse means might be time to throw down here. John also wanting to slide forward. Oh my goodness, the burst is real. Lefa gets popped, and sorry, Ido missed his +10 opportunity there.
You know, just in case there's viewers turning in for NA that missed EU, Silver's fine, by the way.
She still throws.
Yeah, there's a lot of doom saying in public about it, and okay, Ido. A little bit of damage on the Xeno, though. Quick escape through the door. Okay, Ido just walks through the door. No fear. It's not too far of a door either. Goes for the rain of arrows and nearly grabs Xeno with the last shot.
Yeah, charge shot would have been nice to have there. Iridominate active though, and Sire predictably dropping down after the Stone Idol means it's an easy 1 and 2 bolt connection. There's no way this Ivy is getting away from the questing bombs of Calico. Sire's going to get picked up. BRS as well going in the inventory. It's like for average. And no curse available here, but Fishcake doesn't seem to mind too much. Still going to fight for it now as John is healthy enough in this lane with last stand ready.
Yeah, and this is one of the moments that is different from last patch of Silver, where Fishcake would have been ready to dive again. This time, got to pump the brakes a little bit longer. From Silver's perspective, lore-wise, it's kind of a win. You know, she's actually having more control over the curse, though the players maybe don't think that way. As elsewhere on the map, low main gonna finally get the right Guardian. Mid Guardian, though, going down in favor of melee creep. So just at the point in the game here, Mitch, where everyone's losing Guardians right before first turn.
Yep, okay. Well, we talked about volatility in the draft, and this game certainly is no exception. Yeah, the Binding Word's going to catch you out. Leffer, though, of course, was sitting there waiting for the soul exchange. It doesn't really seem to have made a huge difference, though. Still, it's going to be a catch on the lash, and John can't quite slip away. Very timely intervention there from Average. There's going to be more where that came from. Return of Shadows here used. And Fishcake's going to get burst with this damage as he comes out. Still, Lycan form makes for a scary target. FPS Lounge, though, have the players where they need them, and they're staying close in this soul count.
Urn about to come into play here. Left low HP, no soul exchange. In fact, soul exchange is going to be down actually for the Urn final. Likely as we look at or Poppers rather, and Poppers running for his life. The suffering is very real right now. Mitch gets the parry and wait, is the parry going to be enough to turn and get Poppers out? You're the owl, and just immediately you dive into the bomb shelter.
Nicely done. Poppers able to avoid it here. Urn to hand though for melee creeps. Ready to throw down, and they've got all of their ultimates. FPS Lounge, not so much. That slam though around his own location could still be a game changer, even if FPS Lounge can't lean into sheer weight of those ultimates. Headhunter here now for Average. Wasting no time to get that Urn across. You can see Dude trying to pave the way here by getting this right side lane shoved out. FPS Lounge, by and large, just not in position for this. They do not have the numbers, and it looks like they really don't fancy it.
Yeah. Melee creeps gonna walk in, Urn put into place. We'll see what, if any, contest comes out and in. Instead, melee creeps just keep people pretty zoned out on the right. In fact, a chase down happening by Dew.
John's gonna have to get out of here. Dangerous. Okay, last stand popped. I don't hate this, but Death Slam. Well, nice last stand, bro. Shame you didn't get to use it at all. Okay, back under the walker. John is down, and now that pressure is on. And who from melee creeps is supposed to answer this? Sure, there was an Urn turn in, and yes, there was also a pick off on Xeno, but he was definitely keeping him interested on that left-hand side of the map. Melee creeps always good at exchanging upward in terms of value with these trades. Have to now find the next place to be. No pressure in mid whatsoever. Ido's trying to push that wave out. Low main, though, does get caught. And that might have been a +10 finally for your boy Ido.
You know, yeah, or the +10 came earlier. That was really at the edge. I don't know if Ido got one earlier or that one was just barely within the time limit, because that was like internally timing, and that was right on the precipice. But hey, Ido is at +10, which means that anyone that was planning on doing the Ido highlights video of, you know, GT stacks this time around, your plan is ruined. You can, at most, you would have to do +10 and not a +0.
4K souls in it, and it's actually FPS Lounge who managed to find that lead despite that Urn being taken. Walker pick off was pretty sick. All right, a lot of damage being taken early here. I don't know how long you want to linger in this Alk fight. Look at the Billy damage on League. Over 1K taken so far. Or Suffering might be active, but this guy's about to have his ult popped. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not the result you're looking for. The animation active, though, still within this airdrop. Sai might want to send this Victor into fight regardless. They're gonna try and get some value off of this, but that baggage cart is going to deny League any further progress.
I didn't know that you still stayed in the airdrop while Victor's ult was going on. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction. But Dew lets out the beast, gets gut shot into the wall. Still looking for a little bit of action, and it's not
what's going on?
Going his way at all.
Fishcake just got rolled. I was about to die as well. Here come FPS Lounge. And melee creeps are starting to fall behind further now in this mid game. We talked about the draft and said we had concerns for melee creeps. Didn't really know what they were going for. The prior on Silver and Grey Talon was a departure from what we've seen from them in the previous week. But definitely FPS Lounge here with this really well-rounded composition, with Poppers on the Calico getting the most done, and DMB well on track to be a late game terror.
Yeah, I mean, for melee creeps, I think the troubling part for them so far is that it's 15 minutes in and your GT has +10. It's not really going to be the level of performance that you got out of someone like Matt in the previous game, where Matt also was more well farmed. So in terms of the GT gamble, melee creeps is definitely on the losing end of it here so far. The upside is they still have a comp that is pretty good at clearing out space for Urn fights. So I think the path to victory from melee creeps as we look forward here, you have to really be laser focused in on the 18-minute earn. It's something that melee creeps need to win, and then ideally not give up a walker in trade, but that may be easier said than done.
Fire drop down. Sire hoping for a bit of backup. He gets it. However, I don't know if Dude really wants to take this fight. This Billy is pretty scary. I hear the owl screeching out overhead. No confirmation of any connections, but he was looking to slide away. Oh, okay. Zeno actually got hit with it and through the door. I'm sure we're going to go like and curse with a bit of extra mobility. And Zeno gets torn to shreds. There's an opening here for melee creeps. This could be punishing. FPS Lounge need to have their wits about them. For the time being, Lomain's trying to back away, but he's getting pumped with damage. And the chase is on. This silver mobility is out of this world. Lee going to be credited with that elimination. Now that mid-walker under some extreme scrutiny. I don't know where DMB's supposed to go. Yes, he's strong as Venator, but it's not the part of the game where he can fully solo carry, and that Stone Idol wasn't even needed. That is a cascade of picks there for melee creeps to get him back into it.
Mitch, you're not normally supposed to attack the priest in the confession booth there. I think the entire point of the process was lost on Do, but all in all, what we're seeing here is melee creeps taking control of the game yet again. Not a ton of GT stacks, no problem. And in fact, Hoppers, well, there's a plus 10. As if it was summoned into existence.
Well, here it is. Victor shoving down objectives. That's what he does best. Shocking reanimation gets League back in the fight. Do have to slip away. Bloodletting do a lot of heavy lifting here. Yeah, the Billy damage is kind of freaking insane. Lomain able to complete that elimination, but my goodness, they lost some objectives, FPS Lounge.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 walkers going in favor of melee creeps. So melee creeps, they get the walkers. They actually get a small lead before the next turn, and they're still running with a comp that, you know, does have a lot of power for earn fights. Now, in terms of timing, they're probably going to want to delay this until reanimation is up, or actually now, this is going to be the bigger priority. FPS Lounge going for mid-boss. It's super quick mid-boss damage on top. I wonder if that was a Calico melee tech, but here we go. Is anyone going to get there in time? No. It's just dead.
Yeah. Okay. No contest whatsoever. 4 melee creeps. Still, they've got to be... Oh. Okay. Happy enough, I think, with a double walker take, but FPS Lounge pretty decisively rush back in there. You can see the soul difference is fluctuating very heavily. Now there's talk of the earn to play around. FPS Lounge rather would love to force some fights.
Yeah, and if you're melee creeps, I don't know if you love the idea of an earn fight anymore with Rejuve being out there, but I need to go back and look at that fight. I know there's tech at the moment where Calico, if you could get double stacks of Gloom Bomb on the mid-boss, melees just do incredible amounts of damage, and that lets you burst down the mid-boss like faster than anything else. I feel like that had to have happened there, but... You know,
I feel like I blinked and mid-boss was dead.
Yeah.
Maybe melee creeps is just a miscalculation. Willing to contest it, but ultimately not able to. Earn turn in. Also, looks like it's going to be completely uncontested. You're right. These Rejuve credits are a problem, and we're only a quarter of the way through them. So melee creeps really eating some humble pie right now. Maybe looking to try and at least keep that walker lead and, you know, get through this period of Rejuve credits.
Yeah, realistically, you had to let the earn go. If you had fought there, it would have been a disaster. Your best bet is take what jungle you can safely, accept the fact that FPS Lounge is going to get a lead on you, but any scenario where you try and fight against the tide here just actually gets you further behind. So I think as far as decision-making goes, this was the proper move for melee creeps. It just, yeah, this all comes from a gutsy FPS Lounge mid-boss call that was too quick for melee creeps to handle.
Oh, Popper's there. Uninvited guest seeing double walkers being taken. And happy enough to let melee creeps at least farm their side of the map for now. Because look at those waves. Mid and right waves starting to crash into those walkers. And if FPS Lounge want to fight, they're probably going to get their wish. Melee creeps need to defend those, especially as they offer a significant repository of souls that FPS Lounge could use to increase their lead even further. But if they're going to fight, they're ready to do so. All the key ultimates online, of course. Also, last stand there for John. Definitely not something you want to count out. 25k souls here for the Warden. So the farming is looking pretty good. Pretty deep dive there for Lomain, looking for a fight. Just needs to be careful not to overplay his hand.
Again, if you're melee creeps, you want to slow this down, but not feed kills in turn. Airdrop happening. Bringing the werewolf into just a bash down. Playing around the door pretty well right now is FPS Lounge, just poking and prodding, but at the same note, Mitch, I mean, the walker is actually still alive, and they have to do a pivot over to the right. I think the pivot is good enough that they're going to give up the right walker, and of the two, if one had to go down, you'd rather preserve middle. So the difference between both teams, though, only about 7k. So I think, all in all, this has been a win for Melee Creeps and how they've played around the rejuve so far, because under a minute left, I don't know if FPS Lounge can actually force a mid-walker fight now, or would it actually be in their advantage? Because rejuve would be gone by about the time walker may be close to death anyways, and Melee Creeps could really flip it.
Yeah, they're maybe not at the point of the game here where they have like an overwhelmingly powerful comp. They don't have the scaling they're looking for here in this, you know, Geist and Venator look. Still want to try and look for something here. Alchemical Flask wards them back for the time being, though, as Melee Creeps have had time to chill a little bit. And what's the plan with this airdrop? Is it about defending this last mid-walker? That might be the plan, but with these doors, FPS Lounge can sort of bait this aggression effortlessly from Melee Creeps and then just spread the map again. Look how much walker damage they got. Oh,
the upside, though, for Melee Creeps. Walker's alive, and now they're going for the pick-off res. Rejuve's about to fade. 5 seconds. Just don't kill him too quickly is the play. Binding Word is out. The focus fire is there. The Rejuve is gone, and DMB dies immediately thereafter. The timing there, actually nearly perfect, Mitch.
Super nice. Great shot called by Sire, I'm going to assume, and he and his partner in crime able to leap in there. Also gets an important kill credit, you know, over for John. So FPS Lounge got good push on this left-hand side of the map, but they're even in walkers. They did get that mid-boss for what seemed like free, but now they probably don't feel quite nearly as powerful about taking these wider scale engagements. Mid-boss still 2 minutes away, but it's the 90-second earn coming up here that's worth looking at.
Also, big power spike for League, getting Infuser online. Also, I'm kind of curious where the Golden Statue War has been at. We've seen both teams really highly prioritizing getting aggro for Sinners, and you know, see how that one has turned out. Overall, you know, I'm no math expert. This seems about as even as it gets.
You can see how hard it is to kill this Victor when Infuser is active. More spirit power and some lifesteal means that you can start to do some pretty egregious things. 23 minutes in the game. Easy pick up on those big creeps. Xeno taken down, though. Not great for FPS Lounge. Melee Creeps look like they've got the fight in mid. They wanted. Sido taken down. DMB looking dangerous. Iridomini, though, not right now available. And Melee Creeps still want to fight. That was the soul exchange, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Lef is able to use it to stay nice and healthy. John on the receiving end of it, but has Last Stand in play and is still relatively well topped up. There's a chase to be had. Look at the Warpstone forward there by the Silver Fishcake. Really wants this fight. Lightning Curse just now popped, but their quarry had already been taken down. That is Poppers, who's out of the game. And John trying to get away from this one, but the Billy is always going to be ready. The chase down was good. This is a close fight. We're down to a 4 versus 4. Lomé not really, though, in the vicinity at the moment. Eyes on DMB. Starting to look dangerous here as this Venator, but there is that shocking revival. And damage on towards Victor here is something that Melee Creeps can certainly accept, especially with that Infuser now in hand. It feels like they have the edge in these fights.
Also, man, oh man, that was Ido eating some of the leftovers set up from Fishcake. You look at the minimap, you saw Fishcake basically first on the scene, getting serious damage in the average, and, you know, what's more, you got GT there, ready for some of the cleanup. Used extra stacks coming in the last few minutes, too, up to plus 30. A little bit behind schedule for you'd want a GT, but not insignificant either. Burn control. Gonna be in the hands, though, of Melee Creeps. And we'll see what the FPS Lounge plan is here. In terms of trade-outs, you see Xeno in middle, so it does feel like it's going to be a door play in the middle, but they're not sending everyone to the urn. I think Melee Creeps is very aware of the trade-out plan that would otherwise be in progress as we get first trip into the Baroness at the start of this fight.
Okay, what's the starter going to look like? That grit picked up earlier there for Rhino, helping out a little bit. Okay, so urn being threatened at the moment. Ava able to shrug off that scrutiny from the Binding Word. And Lady Geist here, the only player over the urn vicinity. So that's going to be turned in a little bit late. Was the Billy. Lomé, though, in the fight now and is determined to make the most of it, I'd suspect. Or suffering active and no revival available there for League. So he gets brought down and it is for good for now. Death Slam doesn't find a valid target by the looks of things. Ido looking to try and back away, but this is getting to be a bit too much pressure. Nice set of Warpstone upwards. Has the mobility to avoid this lash for the time being. And this isn't looking great here at all for FPS Lounge. Melee Creeps still have that player advantage. Now Pop is also falling. Do has entered the fight. And having to soak damage is Fishcake. Eyes on the Venator now. And unfortunately, DMB just hasn't had the space in this fight to really unleash on people. and he'll be brought down.
Pyrrhic victory so far. Both teams suffering heavy losses. John, of course, needs to get out, and looks like he has. We'll see if any of this actually converts in mid-boss, because both teams pretty worse for the wear at the end.
I see Lash.
Still, some of the chase down happening. Do the healthiest here so far, going through the subway, looking for any stragglers. The chase down, though, so far is going to pay off. It is, as Ido is able to catch Low Main.
Luxury of mercy today.
Some pressure on the base Guardians on the left side. So Melee Creeps can't do crazy things right now. Binding Word is going to be avoided just by Average. Has the movement to get him on out of there. Still that mid walker up here for Melee Creeps, and the left side walker for FPS Lounge is not in an assailable position.
Wait.
It's not eminently dieable right now.
Did Average have Dispel magic up at the start of that? I feel like that was a misplay where even if it was a trade, your 24k Lash, I think you could have popped Dispel and just traded on John with how low he is. Maybe I'm wrong, but that felt like an option. Instead, John laying in damage into the mid-boss. Gonna be up to FPS Lounge to get down here and contest. All eyes on Xeno. What plays can the Doorman make? The crystal is available.
Here's League, though. He's in the thick of things. Nice little hour catch there, but Poppers is able to steal away and rejuve credit. Fishcake, though, comes in. Here's that bash down. Dispel Magic finally gets used, and 2 of those credits being used. League's been sent to the Baroness Hotel, but Xeno's going to be brought down in reprisal. It should be a strong Melee Creeps fight, because League might be low, but he gets a second bite of the apple. He'll be back in the fight if he needs to. Xeno might be dead, but his door's still being made use of in his stead. Return to Shadows being used here up on the stairs as Do is brought down. Now pressure on John, but Last Stand is active, and he's ready to fight. Popper's running for the door, but can't quite get through of it. Immobilization there as Lomain is able to catch John as he emerges and is tanky enough to weather the storm of damage from this Warden. I don't know necessarily if John expected to emerge here of all places, and he runs headlong into a soul exchange straight away from Lefa, who's very healthy and very much chasing him down. But Sai's been able to pick up AVG elsewhere. Average is down, and Melee Creeps had good mid presence. John has enough room and a big bag of souls to spend.
You know, there's some sad irony about how Soul Exchange works versus Warden late game, where, you know, you're nearly 30 minutes and at 4.2k HP. Soul Exchange is percentage based, but dropping most heroes down to 30% HP as they're almost dead, dropping Warden down to 30% HP in this case is like, still got plenty of life in him, Mitch. Nearly 2k at that point.
Yeah, he is tanky boy. Like you mentioned, John loves himself a tanky M1 hero. Still, both those walkers are up at the moment, and you imagine that to some degree the map's going to be manipulated here by both sides to get an edge in that regard. We would have a bit of a shove down mid by Xeno, and that was a refresher that just got picked up for League.
Yep, and for League, you know, sometimes people wonder, like, wait, why does Victor grab Refresher? It has such a short cooldown anyways. It's like, yes, but in the middle of the fight, another shocking reanimation is ridiculous for clearing out space. And, you know, we're about to hit the one time in the map, Mitch, where buffs and Urn sync up. I mean, I guess it would sync up too if you went really far, but the most usual time is at the 30-minute mark, where both Urn and buffs will be making their appearance in about 1 minute. And for Melee Creeps, now working at a pretty significant lead, and I don't know if you can actually fight Urn against the space control you're getting from Victor, Shiv, and Silver here. I mean, Silver's sitting there with ult. It's just not the greatest thing to run into a King of the Hill style point.
And there's the ethereal shift picked up by Ido ZP. Obviously, that's something we wanted to see in the previous game from Matt. Now, Ido definitely going to have a target on his back, but it's going to be able to, you know, shrug off some of the aggro for a time and get a bit of space. Important not to get too greedy on this Great Talon. Phantom Strike there for Fishcake. So you best believe DMB and Xeno are going to be chased to the ends of the earth.
Oh, it's kind of funny. So I was talking with Calc in between games, and he brought up in the best of one the idea that, you know, if Matt had gone E-shift instead of being a little bit greedier with damage, he may have lived on the dive. And, you know, Ido picking up E-shift here, it's compensating for what's otherwise a weakness of a GT comp in the late game, saying, look, yeah, I'm going to sack some damage here, but you know what? You do a lot more damage when you're alive than when you're dead.
18k soul difference here. And John gets a house call from Leffa. Very spread across the map, though. Look at this. We have potentially 3 skirmishes to kick off at the same time. First, though, Urn's going to be picked up by Melee Creeps on the right side of the map. That mid walker is still standing. They have defensive zone in that part of the map, and the response might be to try and push it down for Average, but there'll be a fight on the back of that as well. Slowing Hex does connect, and Average is trying to get away. Warp Zone used. Binding Word that might hold him in place. No, he avoids that as well. Drag back. Vortex Wave also to catch him out, and there's nowhere for the Lash to go. finally going to be brought down as Melee creeps out a player advantage. There's more of a fight to be had here through mid, and I can tell League is hoping that someone will step up and challenge him, especially with that refresher in the inventory that bro can die for days. It's going to be tough here. Popper's also quite low. How do you contest this urn now? You don't have your Lash to set up the fight. Yes, your Venom is above 30k souls, but it's a scary prospect either way.
You don't. The answer to your question is you simply do not. You let the urn go the other way. You keep someone nearby to keep them honest in case they full left, but otherwise urn is going to go for melee creeps. The lead continues to extend, and do right now. Force of Nature chasing down Calico, gets it with John. Now, I mean, for FPS Lounge, it's all going downhill. It's just one stagger after another, and FPS Lounge just desperately trying to look for a reset that they haven't found in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got Leper and DMB in positions to be real menaces right now, right? Problem is, John's eclipsed you. 41k souls on this Warden. Bro is out of his mind. League, like we just mentioned earlier, pretty much unkillable. The one thing working in FPS Lounge's favor is that those peripheral lanes are sort of shoved back, but melee creeps don't care. They are going to knock on the front door. And look at his death timers still on FPS Lounge. They are in deep trouble. Melee creeps see one mistake, CP. They exploit one opening, and they're threatening to run away with the game.
Yeah, there's not many options left for FPS Lounge at this point. I mean, another 3 dead, you're about to lose shrines, and very likely, if Melee Creeps doesn't see an opportunity to end the game, they're just going to roll back, grab mid-boss. It's been a snowball that just simply hasn't stopped, and not in the sense of, oh, you have an economy lead. It's just FPS Lounge has been dragged into one bad engagement after another bad engagement after another one. I think been scrappy trying to make kills happen, but instead you just see Fishcake running around completely unleashed, where again, if you just happen to be tuning in, Silver, still good hero, by the way.
It feels like that extra 30 seconds on Like and Curse is, I don't know, kind of not really that noticeable. To some degree, right? You do have to manage it. I understand that. Mid-boss has obviously just spawned. Our Phallic Overlord has returned to the Cursed Apple. And obviously, many of those souls are going to be made use of now for melee creeps. And of course, to the tune of some very important items like, I don't know, escalating exposure for the Victor, who's already getting airdrops straight into the thick of these fights.
Let's take out
FPS Lounge down about 30k at this point, and into the sewers we go. Close combat, not really where you want to be against this team. Somewhat of a close combat specialist team in many respects. Teleporter not going to be on the cards here for Lefa. Ends up falling immediately. Mid-boss. Got to be the next stop here for melee creeps. You're down John, but otherwise everyone's still alive and healthy.
Yep. Mid-boss take would be elementary by this point. FPS Lounge don't have a lot of angles to get themselves back into the game at this point. Unfortunately, John, I know they're just too far ahead. Are they getting picked off there, which is an acceptable loss here for melee creeps because you have a large number of other threats who can justifiably, viably take the game away. Here's that mid-boss pressure now, of course, accompanied by a thrust up mid by Do just to make that space and get a big wave crashing. But melee creeps called a cancel here. And don't fancy it with Ido 70 seconds away from returning and John also out of the game for a minute.
FPS Lounge just stuck thinking of a way back in. And I mean, you think about things that are potentially an upside for them. They're most farmed, or actually not even their most farmed, but one of their highest farms event. It's 35k. Not particularly special when you're staring down 41k Shiv, 43k Warden. Now, the interesting thing here is that, melee creeps decide they don't want to force mid-boss. They'd rather wait till everyone's back up. And honestly, it kind of makes sense because even though, in theory, when FPS Lounge had 4 down, they could have went mid-boss, there were ways that could have went against them. Especially when you have things like a doorman in play, and they just decide, we're far enough ahead, and our comp is doing well enough at team fights that it's not on us to make a play right now to end the game. The game's going to end in our favor unless FPS Lounge gets a miracle play. So avoiding mid-boss in this instance kind of avoids the conditions for a miracle play to occur.
Yeah. I mean, again, you don't want to give them that kind of opening, especially with Doorman, right? Game can really turn on its head pretty quickly. Also, low main positioned to be a playmaker, especially around that mid-boss area. We saw that in the previous game as well. It really kept FPS Lounge in it. Very competitive games in NA so far today. Hoping for a max length series here, no doubt about it. That mid-walker taunting FPS Lounge, locking up the inventories. Phantom Strike I use. They are really committing though onto what is Billy. It doesn't seem to matter who it is. Melee creeps just want the killer. Low main is down. +10 for Ido. The crowd goes wild. And that Death Slam didn't do too much but delay the inevitable by the looks of things, as Average is trying to get the heck out of dodge, and the entire gang hot on his heels. Poppers gets on the wrong side of them early on here, and I just watched Xeno's health bar disappear. It's like a magic trick.
I think Xeno might have gotten Hyperline there. I mean, I think trying to go for the Hyperline was the only way to actually get out of there anyway, so I mean, you take the risk, but yeah, just knocked down on the floor, stunned, and everything going against FPS Lounge at this point. One thing I gotta give credit to the way this started up is just the fact that Saya may be the most aggressive player in the game at getting good airdrop ganks off. And it started on the airdrop gank. You deliver do, you get the kill, and you, again, snowball the fight into something really beneficial as Fishcake still in the enemy base while the mid-boss gets taken.
Nah, Fishcake is honestly making his case for MVP again today. This is disgusting work. Now, of course, on that last shrine, not a full end of the game here necessarily, but it will happen in time. Melee Creeps just cleaning things up now. The FPS Lounge obviously all sat on respawn. Pretty dominant showing now. We're headed after the patron. Melee Creeps, of course, looking for rejuve, looking to clean this one up and make sure of things as we're looking for our second map around the corner.
You know, I look at how this game is broken down and where the key factors have been, and one thing I kind of wonder in terms of draft priority, it was arguably was questionable pre-patch, where I guess they both got nerfs, so therefore it's a question. But you know, do we really value Doorman over Silver at the moment? I feel like Silver got undervalued in where she was able to be gotten in this draft, and also was undervalued in the best of one. And you know, the comp built around here for that Melee Creeps is used has been really difficult for FPS Lounge to deal with, especially in close-up fights.
There's an earned fight here. FPS Lounge are in position. I saw Mystic Reverb picked up though by Do, who currently is sojourning in the Baroness, who will return. Last stand in play. Here's the airdrop though. Just that's so stupid. Just to carry the warden away. Well, the real fight is obviously happening. There goes Average. Killing blow. Does connect. Do looking for his next target. This is so stupid.
You know,
this is dumb.
As we end the game, that just reminds me of the old 2016 Overwatch where you have Winston's doing like high-speed 720s in the air. Like that's what we just got from John, but it's gonna be Melee Creeps taking map 1.
Yeah, this one done and dusted. Again, you cannot afford to make too many of those big mistakes against Melee Creeps. Even the small ones are going to come back to bite you. And they exit the game with John at almost 50k souls. Nice start to our money match here for Melee Creeps, continuing on their winning ways, Jake.
They had to work for it, but not too hard in the end. I mean, having some signature Melee Creep style points racked up there in the close of the match. FPS Lounge definitely scrapped it out, even down souls at times, you know, forcing Melee Creeps to really respect them, to back off and do things, you know, in order, one after the other. But, I mean, I looked at this draft. I didn't really see how it would come together for the Melee Creeps. They proved me completely wrong. It comes together beautifully. A little bit of a different build for Warden for John this game. It came together really nicely. Ended up kind of teching towards the spirit damage, playing towards the lifesteal of that ultimate. And then League just feels like such a natural fit on this roster. A great Victor game from him.
Yeah, and previously, I mean, it opened them up to different hero choices overall, because previously it'd either be League or Fishcake on the, or rather, it would be Saya or Fishcake on the Victor. But you have League on the team. League is able to play the Victor, and now you open up Fishcake to play Silver, which opens up Do to actually go on the Shiv. So we got a new look at how Melee Creeps can actually manipulate their hero pools, and overall it worked out. And even though I don't think Saya is actually making a swap back to being full support, although you never know, I think in this instance where Abrams was banned out, it was a good draft to actually run the Ivy, be more supportive, and use airdrops super aggressively to set up kills just like this one. I didn't even coordinate with production. That just happened by magic that the highlight came into play like that.
He is such a playmaker, bro. It doesn't matter who he's airdropping. It was like Victor, Warden, Shiv on occasion. He just looks so good, man. Saya's read on the game, I really do feel like, is what keeps Melee Creeps like head and shoulders above the pack in NA right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with it, right? Is, the mastermind behind a lot of these drafts, like kind of really pulls things together on the Ivy. Another character that no one else is touching, but seemed perfect this game, right? Once we saw those airdrops come into play, it feels like the whole comp really started to come together. I feel like Ida was able to massively profit from the aggression of his teammates this game. Like the other 5 are just running the enemy down. It feels like no one can even consider the possibility of attacking your backline under that kind of a circumstance. So really, clean executions from Melee Creeps across the board. a solid win for FPS Lounge. This is a bitter pill to swallow. Melee Creeps, it's like, I don't think you really could have predicted the way that they approached this game. This is something only they are doing. Now, how do you go into game 2 with that knowledge? Do you try to make big changes? Do you try to run with what's working? What do you think, ZP?
So here's what I'm thinking in terms of where this game, there are two really crucial plays, one good for FPS Lounge and then one bad. Good was them doing the mid boss where, again, I'm pretty sure they used the Calico melee weakness tech to burst down mid boss, and that was good. Yeah. But then Melee Creeps one-up them by mitigating the entire benefit of that mid boss. Like, that rejuve that FPS Lounge got effectively got nothing because Melee Creeps played around it super well. And I think if you go back and look at this game from FPS Lounge, you have to wonder, could we have done something different with this rejuve? Like, yes, Melee Creeps played well, but was there a risk we could have taken? Was there something we could have been more aggressive against to actually secure an advantage? Because to get a full 3 rejuves and not really get any noticeable soul gain out of it has to be seen at least a little bit as a fumble, as much as it was a good play for Melee Creeps in turn.
Oh, does the lightning scroll stun stack with the airdrop stun from Ivy? Is that why Saya?
Well, airdrop just silences, but then it does stack with like your, I mean, what's so good about the combo is you sort of chain one disable into the other on Ivy. If you get like your max entangling thorns, you're rooting them, you're stone forming them, and all the while they're sitting in an alk fire. So, I mean, when the airdrop hits, it hurts, man. It melts you down. You know, it's interesting. Like, anyone else could easily take the Ivy. I don't know that other teams will, though. I think this is sort of a Melee Creep special. It's been one of the tricks up their sleeve, and comes into fruition really beautifully. Or tons of E-shifts also bought this game for Melee Creeps, like outlasting some of the scourges on the FPS Lounge side.
Yeah, I respect that. Also, like we talked about, there's no true pick hero for Melee Creeps, right? They had to generate those opportunities on their own. Like I said, like Fishcake, bro, impossible. Phantom Strike obviously means that he's definitely getting towards his target here, but I mean, the chase potential here for Melee Creeps was kind of insane, considering like they're not loaded up on cold fronts or any of those sort of crazy items, right? Like, they clearly are valuing staying power in the fights. There's Vortex Web for Sire, right? So they are definitely trying to, I think, use that supply drop to properly start off the fights. But I was dubious. I was very dubious, especially in the mid game, about what Melee Creeps, how this was supposed to end up for them. But I'm happy to be wrong. It was a sick game.
Also, in terms of itemization, I mean, look, you can make arguments either way. I'm usually the Lightbringer school of thought that you don't want to go glass cannon on Ven. Like, maybe this is an instance where DMB was like, okay, we're falling behind anyways. I want to try and like pump out a little bit more damage, but oftentimes it just makes you like so vulnerable on Venator that you kind of get run down. And, you know, in terms of soul allocation, I don't think for FPS Lounge they were able to get like really ahead of the game they wanted to on either Lefa or DMB. They were kind of stuck within the pack the entire time, which made things really difficult when you got in the brawl fights where you didn't really have the ability to, say, burst down Fishcake, who, in my mind, above everyone else in this game, like, yeah, it was enabled by having a Victor and, you know, having a Shiv playing interference, but a lot of the heavy lifting in these close-up fights was coming from Fishcake on the silver, and I would argue that even the damage done here does not entirely relay just the level of impact the silver had on the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what Silver's providing in this comp is the catch, right? You know, if anyone offers it, I guess it's Ivy and Silver, and so they kind of have to work overtime. But with the rest of the heavy hitters on Melee Creeps able to swoop down and overwhelm, you know, even some of the frontliners for FPS Lounge just kind of struggled to keep up the pace. You know, I think right now we're seeing all the teams, right, in Deadlock that have kind of stuck together and built some of that synergy. Hard fought, by the way, over quite a few weeks and months of play. They're starting to reap the benefits, and I feel like we saw that in this game. The team fighting immaculate for Melee Creeps. They're clearly having fun. They're clearly playing with confidence, with poise, and I mean, that's exactly what you want to see for their potential to win here on the night shift. They're up 1-0, of course, in this champion series. FPS Lounge backs against the wall. They've got to win the next one if they just want to stay alive and force a game 3. We've got all that coming at you after a short break. So just an opportunity to rest, relax, grab a snack, grab a drink, and be back in your seats. 5 minutes, guys. Next game getting started.
I see Lash. Take out Billy.
The rejuvenator is descending.
stand between me and my revenge. No one will stand between me and my revenge. I see Calico. Let's take out Calico.
See the doorman.
I see the enemy. I see the enemy. I see Ward. I see Calico. New York is my hunting ground. Let's take out last.
I see Calico.
Ivy's doing whatever she can to help us survive.
They're in mid. They're in mid.
See Venedor.
Now is your chance. Ivy's doing everything to help us survive.
Let's take out Sky. I see the enemy. Good game.
Everyone makes a mistake eventually. And when they
Let's take out last. Last is on the roof. I see guys. Let's take out guys.
Welcome back to the night shift. If you're just joining us, you're kind of late to the party, frankly. Melee Creeps right now up 1-0 over FPS Lounge, trying to close it out in style as they have the last few weeks in a row. I'm Jake. I'm, of course, joined by our lovely casters, ZP and Mitch. And guys, where do you think the hope lies for FPS Lounge in this series? Like, as far as what heroes do you want to see them draft around? Who do you want to see have a big game? How do they come back?
Play the same comp. In my opinion. I think that like there's like some areas where like the execution just falters a little bit. I think if you can get that Venator online and, maybe you're not, going full glass cannon in terms of your build, like ZP mentioned, but I thought they had probably one of the most powerful setups you could have right now. Maybe you do want to involve like a true pick hero instead of the Lash. Maybe you can set up some stuff with like abusing Holiday, but in general, their comp was really strong.
I think for me, picking Doorman may have been a bait relative to other options. Again, I think Doorman was maybe a little bit more highly valued than he should have been. I think you can actually make the argument that Holiday has looked better than Doorman would, even though Doorman's been getting banned, throughout the day. And this is a time Doorman got through. Like, does that game look differently with Xeno on Holiday? It may, especially the way that a lot of those earn fights went down, where effectively melee creeps just flooded the zone with really tanky characters and a big stick in the form of a werewolf that could go in and actually kill anyone that tried to come in onto the point. So if nothing else, you need a way to either remove people from the zone, or you need to come in with a comp that's tanky enough to contest, because I do think the combo of like Silver, Victor, Shiv was really hard for FPS Lounge to actually deal with meaningfully in the earn fights.
Maybe a Rem, maybe a Viscous, maybe some supports could change the game rather, maybe some pick heroes, but you're only going to get one more chance to figure it out. If you can't win here, you're going to be falling down in defeat. It'll be FPS Lounge with the first pick here, so prioritizing that after a map loss, kind of interesting, considering I think most teams have preferred second pick in this recent patch.
Than getting shot at.
Okay, Abrams gets looked at. Again, it was, first picked last week by Melee Creeps. They really highly prioritized it, but they were able to build a composition with plenty of inherent tankiness, obviously, making use of the Silver, which they themselves were banning aggressively last week. So not too worried about this. I do wonder if Melee Creeps identified anything problematic about the specific comp they went up against, but the Pocket Band says they're pretty happy just doing their thing again.
I don't love this. I mean, I feel like it's going to be a repeat before, which means we're probably going to be seeing Doorman first pick. Or you're giving up Doorman and you think, oh, well, actually, it's good if they play Doorman. But no, they're going to take Doorman again. So what we can tell from FPS Lounge is that it probably means Holiday is off the table for them for the rest of the draft. And yeah, I mean, Saya has a really good Abrams, but I feel like they're giving up a lot for this pick when you think about what Melee Creeps is going to come in with here, where one of the two picks is almost certainly going to be Silver, because Fish Cake was great, and frankly, why would you change things up when you won the last game? You just run it back from the Melee Creeps end.
Hard to argue with that. I mean, like, stability, consistency, for Melee Creeps makes a ton of sense. For FPS Lounge, I think there's, obviously they drafted the way they did in the first game for a reason. It's the way they prepared. It's their strategy that they want to bring. I think maybe there's just some refinements, right? Maybe some ordering changes. Maybe you're picking up a hero that was banned last game. Like, one or two subtle changes could move the needle. Ultimately, I think you need some answer to this overall style for Melee Creeps. As you described, ZP flooding the zone, just having that death ball frontliners. I will say other teams have tried that, and it hasn't worked that well. So maybe you have to give some credit to Melee Creeps for being just really sick in the execution, bringing the Warden and the Ivy into it that I don't think anybody else is really running, but felt like a great fit.
I mean, and think of it, if Melee Creeps get, I was going to say, if they get Venator, if they can find upgrades on those positions, they'll be in a great place. But remember, Holiday was open for that entire draft, and they did not go for it. Neither team really prioritized it whatsoever. So
I got a theory. I think what's going to happen here is that you may see Saya Holiday, because I think Ivy is going to get banned. I think about things that gave FPS Lounge fits. I think the Ivy, especially with some of the airdrop ganks that were going on, were what really changed some of the tempo of the game. So if there's a target ban and a place for this draft to change up, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you ban the Ivy here and force movement out of Melee Creeps. So Melee Creeps, they take down the Mirage. We're repeating history. This is where I think FPS Lounge has to make their adaptation and take down the Ivy instead.
Yeah, I kind of agree, ZP. I think the Ivy almost turned characters like Victor or Shiv into initiators, right? You typically, don't see them that way, but if they're dropped in on your head, silencing you, if Ivy's got the CC follow-up, it's like that combo of two is effectively what becomes your initiator. And once again, FPS Lounge, ban out the Rem. I almost would have liked them to play Rem themselves in this draft, though.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have had the option for first pick out of here, but I mean, look, if you're Melee Creeps, you just won.
This is carbon copy.
They're just running it back, dude.
Yeah, we're running it back in full. Not a single thing is different so far. I mean, the questions for FPS Lounge is, okay, maybe someone else plays a Doorman and you mix in a Holiday, like you could play both, but
or
I don't know, we'll
you
see.
just think your execution wasn't the best. Okay, this is going to be the changeup. They do snatch the Warden away. It's going to be a very comfortable pick for DMB. really interested to see this hero go earlier now. I mean, it was definitely a different build out of John last game, and it did work well. I'm still a little skeptical of the ulti Warden, but I think this sort of hybrid look where you're mostly
Dude, they're banning John.
All right, but this is a little. We're getting crazy now, surely, right?
They're targeting
Surely,
John like crazy,
guys,
bro. What is this?
Venator Warden?
He has
3
Wraith.
John heroes back to back in the draft, man. That
Okay.
is nasty.
The only 2 things left for John is he played Lash in recent memory, but I don't know if he's going down to the. Okay, well, it's probably Lash then. Like, I was gonna say it would be Lash or Wraith, one of the 2, and it is probably the, you know, not super commonly seen but not unprecedented John Lash, unless they come in with a Wraith as last pick, in which case, you know, we'll see.
Bring the Bebop back, baby.
I mean,
Bring it back.
really. Yeah, and they grabbed the Ivy, which I think is a solid fit. We've seen how successful it was the last game. I do think the Warden is a pretty ideal character to fly in. I think Victor and Shiv are nice, but maybe not quite on that same tier. They don't have that immediate, you know, slow and lockdown kind of effect on the people they land on. FPS Lounge, though, I'm a little worried. Like, this is like 3 farming carries. I mean, 2 is one thing, but 3 is a lot, and especially when you consider. You know, Billy is also a hero who wants some amount of farm, who, you know, some amount of greed. For FPS Lounge, I mean, I feel like both teams have gone quite greedy. Maybe I didn't believe in melee creeps because of that last game. I shouldn't fault FPS Lounge for going that way now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what a soul allocation looks like, because none of Geist, Warden, or Venator are very compelling in terms of their impact when they are underfarmed, right? Whereas melee creeps, right? Like, obviously, you want to try and get like Grey Talon stacked up quite nicely. Shiv is obviously important that he's able to work his way into some sort of souls in the mid game, and we know what Victor can do. So yeah, I'd say we've got a lot of greed. We do obviously like have, I think, again, the Ivy locked in, so melee creeps are still going to have the, you know, the ability to start these fights off at their own volition. I think Victor's going to be a pretty reasonable delivery target, especially once that refresher gets into his inventory. Once he sticks to you, this guy is just going to be impossible to clear off.
To be clear, the only difference in this draft is that John and Average basically traded heroes like Pokemon cards, basically saying, I will trade you, you know, my Lash for your Warden. That is the only difference between these 2 teams. And I don't know if that like really changes the equation too much. If anything, you can make the argument maybe it makes things worse for FPS Lounge. And the reason I come from there is that Warden on the melee creeps comp, for what they were running, was a obvious target to receive a lot of farm and wasn't a big deal. For FPS Lounge, you're going to have more competition because you also have a Venator and a Geist on the team, so the farm situation for the Warden isn't as good. Meanwhile, for melee creeps, they're fine just funneling a little bit more farm over into the Shiv, and, you know, John can focus a little bit more on playmaking with the Lash. So in terms of like what this trade does for both teams, where I almost feel like I'm talking about baseball, I was like, well, here's what this trade actually does for both these teams. I don't know. I think melee creeps came out ahead.
It's interesting, though, also for melee creeps, because, you know, Lash can have some element of gun scaling, but they really don't have a conventional M1 carry, which has been a pretty stock standard choice to have at least one of for quite a long time in Deadlock. It feels it gives you a lot of staying power. It's like one of the best ways to get through like very tanky opponents is just a whole lot of gun damage. And they don't really have that this game. I mean, Victor could build that way, but it doesn't seem, you know, the most straightforward or obvious. You know, Silver can bring a bit of damage. Like, a lot of players can bring a bit of damage, but it's not clear to me that there's one player who's really gonna sort of come online deeper into the game and be that massive late game threat. So for FPS Lounge, I think if they can just survive late enough in this game, I think they outscale, but melee creeps, I just can't bet against them in good conscience. I mean, they've been so solid, and even when they draft something that other people won't play, that I don't fully understand, they make it work. They're just that good of a team. So it's going to come down, as always, to how the players do in the server. This is melee creeps taking on FPS Lounge. Melee creeps up 1-0 in the series, trying to close it out in 2. ZP, Mitch, take it away, guys.
All right, it's on the line here. Money match, and it is FPS Lounge who are up against the wall as melee creeps threaten to, well, ascend to the throne for yet another consecutive week. I was very skeptical about the draft in our first game, ZP. My concerns have been allayed right now. It's clear melee creeps know what they're doing. No conventional M1 carry, though, on this Archmother side team is definitely going to be interesting to see how they make use of it.
Yeah, and again, in this case, I think you just funnel more farm into your Shiv, and I think it'll work out. I mean, yeah, you don't have the conventional M1 carry, but overall, you have a comp that's even better at getting the better of earn fights, and if the stat differential is big enough, it doesn't really matter. And again, conversely for FPS Lounge, you have real competition on who's going to be the most farmed of the three. I mean, Lefa, Average, and DMB are going to be really hungry for farm, and in turn, you kind of have to starve, you know, some of low main Poppers and Xeno to kind of make this comp make sense. So, I don't know. I kind of prefer the melee creep setup for sure.
Okay, yeah. More of an equitable sort of soul distribution. At least they don't have to funnel too heavily into 3 separate heroes. Still, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see GT back in the mid lane this time alongside the Silver. They were on the left side last game. Where Victor and Shiv are going to be taking up residence this time around. Obviously, you know, this is the Ivy Lash lane, so FPS Lounge certainly like have a relatively favorable matchup here. They want to shove this in as much as possible, even though it's Resto shot picked up and not monster rounds. DMB still trying to work his way through these minions.
And again, I think the early game calculus for FPS Lounge is kind of much of the same, although they have less tools to deal with it, is that you cannot let GT run away with the game. One of the upsides for FPS Lounge, but still didn't win the game, is that Ido had a slow start before. There's no guarantee he's going to have a slow start here as Saya, under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, it's just going for the T1 camp.
Okay. Well, Saya looking to contest that pretty doggedly. FPS Lounge hoping to take as many liberties as possible on this right-hand side of the map. Melee creeps are finding success elsewhere, right? They've got the Lash Victor lane on the left, which seems to be doing at least well in terms of holding its ground. And then in mid, of course, they have their Grey Talon, who's up against the Calico Doorman look. So that one promises to be extra frothy, so to speak.
Yeah, also in this case, the GT, no lane swap required, actually starts out in the mid lane. So, you know, for Ido, the question is, can the stacks be frequent from the beginning of the game? But ideally, if you're FPS Lounge, you would love to work things into something that the mid lane has a bad start. Because your number one problem in the last game was Fishcake early on. If you could do anything to slow down Fishcake, limit the impact of the Silver, I think your path to victory here gets a lot better, and then maybe you have a world where you get these 3 very farm-hungry characters all farmed up. But if the early game, if you start dealing with Fishcake having good skirmishes and Ido getting stacks, you're just in a really tough spot, as the rooftop skirmish getting a little bit interesting here, and that actually hit!
Hey, sir.
Wait, did Mitch just cut? I was saying there is, I thought dramatic pause from Mitch, but instead I think it was dramatic internet outage. Where, but believe it or not, like, he is not relocated to Italy. This is not an Italy problem. This is good old you. Well, actually, you don't have an Ethernet direct connection right now, do you?
It's complicated. No, my coax port's on the wrong side of the house. Sorry about that. I am back though. Didn't miss a whole lot. It was a nice little exchange though there. The melee creeps kept Saya alive and able to pressure DMB down, but they're paying for it in terms of Guardian damage.
Off here on the left. A little bit early here. Neither team with a massive advantage thus far. A little bit more for FPS Lounge, forcing the issue on right as far as Guardian damage goes, but really either team's game here so far.
Certainly plenty of us still up in the air. Starting to see a bit of pushback here on that left side.
Your time runs short.
There's Average and Lefa trending forward. Obviously, 2 of the heroes that, yeah, would certainly like to have a pretty heavy soul allocation. One of those heroes is not going to be able to remain in this lane, though. There's constant Alk Flask pressure definitely being felt. Binding Word, dangerous moment here for League. Just able to slip away. Obviously, Victor having some of those woes early on in the game. Do here hoping to try and put some pressure back down, and Average is pretty slow to respond to this. Just prioritizes this Guardian damage over anything else, and maybe a chance to punish League for lingering, but he's left Lefa out to dry.
Oh, it also comes back to bite him too, as Ido picks up that one.
Yeah, as soon as that was available, he got a +10.
Yeah, I think that was a +10. Can we get confirmation on the Ido? I was looking at the minimap, I'm like pretty sure that was the case, even though, like, come on, nope, not even a chase down from Poppers.
On Ido. Checking. It's +10.
I don't know if the stream could hear that or not. That was just production. Just going in.
What do you mean?
that was you. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Honestly, at some point, we wouldn't want to elevate you in the Jason soundboard status, but you know, you're a little bit more tasteful when it comes.
I would not abuse it like that, guy. That's crazy. Also, no, that's all live, baby. None of this pre-recorded. Nosh. Anyway, extra 10 spirit for Ido, certainly going to help in this early stage. Both buffs, though, were picked up by FPS Lounge. Sid Loman and Poppers obviously featuring those, two of those more roam-inclined heroes. And this mid-guardian for Melee Creeps is getting a little bit low, so definitely feeling some pressure early on in the game. Uh-oh, there's a chase on here. Silver trying to slip away. Call Bell just become available and also Hotel Stay. I don't think Xeno ever got close enough to use it.
Kind of brutal. Would have been a nice pick to get on Fishcake to get ahead in lane and slow Fishcake down a bit. Instead, Fishcake's going to be rolling back. But elsewhere, we got Lomane with the chain gang, pulls in two. Parry attempt comes out. Lomane doesn't bite. And now gets to run in, and I think Saya still gets away. But elsewhere, John finds DMB.
Same lane. I mean, Lomane just gets ignored there. John just goes straight for the throat. Gets out alive. Honestly, he's been getting a ton of value. That is pretty insane. Obviously, like, you know, the build's in a reasonable place. So I guess Quicksilver reload here, and obviously a nice little cache of souls to make use of. League wants to fight here. Obviously, that aura going to be starting to tap Leopard down a little bit more, and they are looking to try and chase. But League, of course, has the revival, and that's another hour for Ido. That is crazy. Plus 20 for him already, and a beautiful execute elimination. Melee Creeps here getting off and running early this time.
Yeah, this is a problem. Like, GT going up plus 20, 2 ults in a row to start the game is terrifying. And now John sent 2 for the ride. Death Slam followed up by Stone Form into what could be a very dead DMB. DMB, though, under pressure, lands the parry. He's thrown hands in the corner, and that's enough to turn the fight as Saya goes down.
John having to slide away here. This Guardian is in trouble. Low as it is, Lomane's going to be able to pick it up pretty easily. There's also a lot of pressure on this left-hand side of the map. FPS Lounge have found a winner to go hyper-aggressive. 4K soul lead to their name. John hanging around perhaps a little bit too long. Eventually will be swatted.
Ooh, the parries coming in big for FPS Lounge, keeping them, you know, not only in this game, but now off the lead with the Guardian kills they got on top of it. League goes down, and the last minute has been miserable for Melee Creeps. As Ido's saying, no, guys, keep it together. I got plus 20.
I mean, that is notable. Don't get me wrong.
No.
Can certainly work with that also. Okay, I like this from Dude. Wanted to go aggressive, maybe knew that League could come back on a quick zip line. Extra 20 spirit. It's pretty nice at this point of the game, and there it is. Great Talon being an absolute menace in this lane. Unfortunately, couldn't do a damn thing to help Fishcake, who just got swarmed.
Yeah, for as good of a game it's been for Ido so far, it's a bit of a monkey's paw wish where, by comparison, Fishcake has not been the same style Silver game. Fishcake has had a rough time, which is a good omen for FPS Lounge, who, again, wait, John just waiting. A little bit of reconnaissance here, saying, wait, are you ready to bring the owl? This is a full-on coordinated strike, perhaps, and...
Yep, it's coming on in. Where does it end up? Okay, straight on the Calico. Popper's low. I don't know if it's going to be quite a plus 10, but might well be a pickup here. There's definitely quite the chase for it. Fishcake would love to get some souls to hand. They've got eyes for Xeno, apparently, at the moment. The Doorman also is going to be able to get on out of there. Failed little ganker tank there from Melee Creeps. And again, there are still 2 Guardians up on the side of FPS Lounge. They certainly need to get to work. They've lost all of theirs.
So, Ido on the Owls, 2 for 3 so far. Still working at a good clip. Melee Creeps, though, on the whole, working a little bit behind. Still, 2.5 minutes until first earn. Buffs, though, coming up in the next 20. We'll see how that's prioritized as things are getting a little bit up close and personal in the middle right now.
Honestly, considering how this comp is built for SPS Lounge, it's kind of funny that most of the souls are on Xeno right now. The one person, obviously, you're not trying to funnel too many of those into. Pause here. We will let you know why it is if
what?
Rage baiting me.
There's no way. Like, this would be next level. Okay, well,
Okay.
That would also be the power run. If it was what
that would be the quickest dump of all time, honestly.
I mean,
that would be like a railgun dump.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Buffs here about to come up. Melee Creeps going to take their gun buff, give it to League. Okay. Xeno gets one of his own now, casting to hand for him. And again, in the macro scenario, FPS Lounge certainly have that lead. Left side Guardian looking a little worse for wear as we're on a box run here with Ido. There's some pressure already mounting for this right side Walker as DMB sends off another wave.
Formation's on cooldown.
You know, every second Ido is spending hitting boxes is another second that an owl is not in the air. The people demand another +10.
Yeah, he missed out on that one just last time as Poppers was able to slip away. Honestly, 10 minutes into the game, being +30 would be nice. Trace here on towards Rage though. Life Siphon, something though is worth respecting, but you've got to watch out for that execute potential when you're up against the ship as Lady Geist. And there comes League to the rescue. That is that Guardian finally pushed out. So starting to get back to some parity in terms of just objectives, but still a 7k soul lead for FPS Lounge.
There's a moment there where Dew looks behind him, and I mean, the chase is still actually happening. A Calco joining the fray, and a little bit behind that was Zeno looking to extend the Shiv, a hotel guest of doom. All the while, Dew is able to get out.
Yeah, the moves from Dew. Always making sure he's turning 180, getting that little right-click boost. Always nice to watch. Okay, that is extremely long-range airdrop. My giddy aunt. Off we go with the Lash. John still being prepared for a starring role in the later stage of this game, I'm sure. As Melee Creeps comp lacks a traditional M1 carry. Curious to see what this Lash build evolves into. All right, Chain Gang, problematic for John here. Death Slam still being held onto, though. We have a great chance to make use of it, and Bro just got freaking ruined.
None of that looked good for John. The Bro was dazed and confused. However, the cleanup still may be okay for Melee Creeps towards the end. Able to take down DMB is due, and it ends up being a trade. And you know,
+10.
One thing I gotta say, I think they wanted John to panic use Death Slam. Ern's about to be back up, so as ugly as that looked, it was the right move to not burn Death Slam there, because now you actually have it for the upcoming Ern fight, and maybe you pick up Low Main too. They do.
Yep, Low Main down. Do briefly into the hotel yet again. And we'll get taken down by Zeno as he comes on out of it. Big Walker pressure though, and I don't know if this defense is going to be sufficient from John. Now he's got the help of the League though, and instead they'll just have to concede a lot of its health. Still, finally that right side Guardian has been picked up. This Ern though, in the hands of FPS Lounge, namely average as he heads across the map.
Also, we weren't talking about in the last fight, but that was also a +30 for Ido, or another +10 to bring him the +30s, so the GT stacks, definitely a much bigger threat this game. Ern, however, in control from FPS Lounge, and I think Melee Creeps, the way they're set up comp-wise, I don't expect them to let any Ern go uncontested this game, so may have a big fight on our hands. And I mean, if you're FPS Lounge, you'd rather take this now when you're
This
up
is obnoxious.
rather than not.
This door positioning will be extremely annoying. Zeno going to be able to get back to safety and also still contest that Ern position, pop in and pop out. However, there might be a catch here emerging. Popper's very, very low, but it's also Low Main towards the middle part of the map that's being looked at here. Yeah, they're trying to chase after the Calico. No escape there. Not enough catnip in the world to give Poppers the burst of enthusiasm he needs to get away from his would-be captors. Still 6k souls is the difference, but that Ern is running back off across the map.
Also, Melee Creeps kind of able to split the difference here, and they're able to get back over to the left side without giving free Walker. The problem is that they're giving up some damage on right, although you got Fishcake coming on the flank. This actually could work out really well for Melee Creeps. Dew ends up going down, but can Fishcake clean up on the rest of the fight? You have a commitment from FPS Lounge onto the right, and a Silver Ray to go. Yards of Media, though, being popped out. The damage being thrown in. League, though, doesn't care. Finds average in the melee.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan was there. I guess they were trying to put some damage on Fishcake under the Walker. Still one Iridomini Bolt left, and yeah, that's a lot of damage, I will say. You've got to be careful now. Ido chunked right on down. The Ern has been picked up yet again. This time it was found loitering around that middle lane. A catch on Low Main, potentially. Warpstone used instantly as Low Main realizes that he doesn't really have a lot of assistance. And of course, Dew will be using these flash mechanics to try and chase him on down. Don't try this at home, kids. You're bound to get carpal tunnel.
The Owl coming out to aid in the assist. Is it going to be another +10 on the board? Well,
good damage. Warpstone clutch, though.
Also, there was no killing blow there to begin with. It was just used for movement. But back elsewhere, Zeno inviting someone into the barrenness as the Ern is turned in. The fight underway. 99 to 99. How long can Melee Creep stand the point?
I don't know. They're going to throw themselves at this, and they're going to get eaten alive. Holy, that is brutal for Melee Creeps. League and Ido just vaporized there. Okay, Dew was able to find himself kill off the back of it. We have a supply drop active Do you want to fight 3v5? Are you crazy enough to do that, melee creeps? You mentioned every urn would likely be contested. This is no exception. Binding Word here to try and lock Sire in place. He'll stone idle it off, though. Where's the rest of the help? John getting low, but is able to find Poppers, though. It's still Sire at large. He is still very slippery, but FPS Lounge are just so healthy right now. And eventually Sire is going to have to give up the Ghost. Oh, Lomain on the go. He's still looking pretty comfortable here. Bash down tempted out of him. Got to be quite low. John getting involved here. Ridiculous stuff. Owl, catch shot AVG. He's down. Plus 10 for Ido. 2 kills for Ido coming back in on the Grey Talon. Now Fishcake is here with a curse ready to go. Billy's in deep trouble. It's Lamb for dinner tonight, folks. As melee creeps come out of nowhere. Ridiculous entrance to this urn fight. And they're not done trying to clean up.
Parry a little bit coming out from DMP towards the end with Fishcake still in hot pursuit, but the unbelievable stall there from melee creeps to force the urn draw, shoot the souls into the sky, and Ido is able to come in and get the cleanup. Even if Fishcake dies here, which he does, you're not unhappy with the result. Ido picks up another towards the end, and this is a GT starting to get ahead of the game. Plus 40 now on the stacks. And that urn fight, Mitch, was wild for how it started. FPS Lounge, you have to think they're kicking themselves, thinking that they may have been able to secure that a little bit earlier.
The best part is, ZP, Xeno's door was being abused by Dude to keep contesting that urn, just ducking in and out of it, forcing cooldowns out of the Billy, being basically impossible to kill. That fight.
I see the door, man.
I mean, I need to see it again. Honestly, that should be studied. That was a completely absurd engagement. And you're right, the way that the urn was drawn there was ridiculous from melee creeps, refusing to let their value spill away from them. They've still got all their walkers, but they are kind of beat up. They don't have that soul lead right now. They do have a supply drop and playmaking potential with League getting fed and Ido at plus 40. There's plenty to hang your hat on for melee creeps here, but they are far from out of the woods.
I think for melee creeps, you look for an extra pick here in a moment. Like you coordinate with Ido, wait for Ido to get a little bit closer, and I mean, really, just dive on something with Fishcake and send a bird. And that may be where we're heading in middle at the moment. Fishcake. Oh no. You can only reach so much on the minimap, Mitch. In this case, what looked like active engagement was actually just box pilfering below the surface.
Pretty safe. Still though, I don't know for how much longer. Ido has that owl ready to go and they're hitting hard. Ooh, okay. What's on there for League? Obviously, is come off that jump pad. Don't know if there's much to chase down here as an airdrop is going to extricate League from the situation anyway. Now, is there a purpose for this or is it just for disengage? Oh, you're kidding me. Yep, looks like it. Okay, there's the cold front though, or suffering there. Remember, revival is active. And okay, I don't know if that soul exchange does a whole lot here for the Geist. Here's that Aura of Suffering in play. Urn also being taken amidst this. Lee gonna be back in the fight in just a moment. Sire still pursuing. Owl catch on to AVG. Looks like they're able to shrug it off though. Perhaps not another plus 10 here, as that opportunity will fade away, but Average has to get the heck out.
Average running, no soul exchange, and a slow Victor following you, just running you down. No escape, even with the Calico coming on in. It's not enough to save Average. Maybe you at least kill the Victor in turn right now, but the damage coming out, yeah, you got the Victor, but now Calico in a bit of danger too.
Big damage off that return fire that Victor popped there. I'm surprised there wasn't an opportunity to catch Poppers out. Low main is also quite low, but amidst all of this chaos, John's able to get the urn turn in. And Ido is hunting, looking, but this might be a ripe opportunity to pressure this Walker on the left side of the map.
I see Billy.
Luff is able to take out Dew elsewhere. Ido, meanwhile, has eyes for the Walker, playing around the Spirit Snare, and left side, this is something melee creeps would love to get, is John being sneaky on the slash, getting play after play. Now, still his Death Slam up and ready to go. No urn for a while. This could be the time to let it rip, if needed for the Walker. Ido's already down, though, so it's becoming a little bit more questionable. Still, I think this is a commit or else sort of play.
I mean, John doesn't have to, really, does he? He's chilling. Gonna get the heck on out of there. Had that Death Slam available with Soul Exchange having already been used by Average in a bit of a suboptimal scenario early. There's some threat of pinch here. John has such a level of mobility that's going to be pretty hard to catch this lash out. Is he waiting for extra? I don't know what the communication is right now. Maybe he's asking Dude to drift over from mid, but they're going to be severely outnumbered if they do that. Say Dude one more time, bro. I dare you. Yeah, okay. A little bit of milling about there for John. Not sure what the plan was. Eventually, though, he'll be brought down.
You know, there is actual caster hell that's going to come for us someday. We're work in progress as a player named Mo, and Mo and Krill at some point will be back in the meta. So you could have Mo playing Mo or Mo playing against Mo. But for now, we got a mid-boss attempt. Doorman door set up, FPS Lounge looking to solidify their advantage. Up a little bit over 10k, melee creeps. See if anyone gets in.
Rejuve. Oh,
late.
Big Al catches on the 2. Is there more here? Cold Front going to be popped there at the moment. It's going to be Average taking a fair bit of damage. DMB also close to Iridomini. Going to have that active if he needs it. Dude, though, got popped, and it doesn't really look like League fancies anymore for this fight. Now you got to get yourself out of there in one piece, and it looks like melee creeps at least can say that. But they're falling behind in terms of these souls. Now they have to brave the Reju for another 3.5 minutes.
Also, in terms of win conditions here, you know, for FPS Lounge, this is the sort of lead you need to make this comp really fearsome, where normally there would have been issues with, okay, you're sharing farm. Well, now you have enough extra farm to go around, that's not that big of a deal. Also, for melee creeps, some of the momentum for Ido has started to stall out on the GT, and frankly, it's been a tough game for Fishcake from the very beginning. I think FPS Lounge came in with, you know, some idea of, you know, look, no matter who we lose the game to, play around the silver, and it's actually kind of worked out.
Yeah.
So now you got 3 rejuves and what's likely to be a very dead walker soon.
Melee creeps look like they're only envisioning a relatively token defense of this left side walker. FPS Lounge aside, the wave's not really favoring them right now. There's just a window here for Leffer to step out and get some action. Oh, a Majestic Leap. Okay. We are obviously working very well on track to be dangerous in that later phase of the game. Still only 25k souls. But DMB also had a similar amount. So we talked about this being a pretty greedy setup. Looks like Average is the one that sort of has to get the short end of the stick. Otherwise, I think you're pairing along nicely in terms of your late game prospects.
Man, what year is it? We got a leaping warden. I think you have to go back far in time in terms of metas to find the last meta where we had a warden with wings traversing the skies. It would be back when, you know, the very last time Spirit Warden was the most meta, which was a long time ago, by the way.
Yeah, a bit of a throwback build there. Want to make sure he can be in the thick of things when he needs to. I'm still wondering what the plan is going to be here for melee creeps. Fishcake currently being held in an airdrop. All right, Silver going to be dropped down. What's the plan following that? Oh, dear oh me. John and the Baroness for the time being. Alcor on the low main. Nice stone idol stun though. Eyes potentially on Xeno here. Leffer obviously does not have that ultimate available at the moment. Melee creeps come up pretty healthy in that fight, but they lose the walker. They need to derive some more value from this, but they're mindful. They're mindful of the reju credit. Still 2 of them. And 2 opportunities for FPS Lounge to get their players back into the fight. Make it 1. Low main picked off there and might not be able to get away quite in time, being chased down by the latch. Leffer also seeing better days, a little bit low. Has some shielding. And with Ido getting picked off, there might be an opportunity here. Yeah, Fishcake was low as well, and Average going to make sure he gets that job done.
Well, it was looking like it could have been a bad fight for FPS Lounge. They use their rejuve as well. They only lose low main in turn. They still get the walker, and the lead has very much been extended. And while the last rejuve is going to be going away in a minute, I mean, for melee creeps, coming back into this one is going to be difficult. Where the problem is with their comp is that you're running a comp that's still, you know, pretty tanky on point, but that's only if the game is even. When you have FPS Lounge this far ahead of the game, they don't really care. They're going to cut through Shiv and Victor relatively quickly, and especially Silver, where Fishcake has just had a miserable game. I mean, you look at 1 and 6 on Silver is such a difference from how the last game transpired.
Yeah, just kind of exploded early. Not able to get too much started up in the later phase of the game. Okay, John. We talked about there not being a true M1 here. Still, bro is hitting pretty darn hard with that gun. Al. Average obviously using that last rejuve credit. Al catch here onto Average. Is there enough follow-up? The guy does have Soul Exchange available. Counterspell going to be popped there instantly. No +10 opportunity, but maybe more here for melee creeps. They've lost League, though. And if that's all that this fight's going to amount to, that is not good enough for our Sapphire side. Saya now being picked off means that the bell might be tolling here for melee creeps, and the potential for them to drop their first game in a money match in a number of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, their win conditions here are trending more and more towards the idea of, oh, FPS Lounge has to make a tragic mistake. Now, bear in mind, taking Earn Fight here, this is advantage Earn. They even down 2, I think you still kind of want to fight this and hope for the best, which appears to be the case.
Okay. So I can come back in pretty quickly with an airdrop in fairness. Pick League up on the way if needed. Melee creeps are converging. Where does the commit come from? Is there an ideal pick target? They're being looked at right now, but still pretty healthy. And oh, bad news for Do. How are you going to get away with this one? Hit with the baggage cart and all the rest. FedExed out of the cursed apple. And so much for that urn fight.
Well, here's the key. Given that it's comeback urn, the way you play around it as a team with the edge is that you don't turn in the urn, you drop the urn, and then you go for the team fight thereafter. So you basically bypass the comeback mechanics in that situation. So it was pretty well executed from FPS Lounge in terms of understanding, hey, we don't actually want to turn this urn. Now, melee creeps, they very much want to turn the urn, and needless to say, Saya just equipped the speed boots and is ready to go with the buff you get from the urn being comeback. So I don't know if they're going to be able to stop the urn turn in here, nor frankly do I think they want to fight it. Like, this is, I don't think they need to fight this, but they're trying to interrupt the turn itself. The turn comes in.
They are wrapping around here. What's the play? And there's the chain gang. Backdown comes in. That's their own turn in. Now, Fishcake soaked a bit of damage. Would like that liking form about now, I suspect. Otherwise, this fight is over for him. Okay, there's that airdrop. Where is Saya looking, though? Yeah, just really unsure about whether they want to fight this. They've got the urn. They only lost one player. That might be enough for them, but a big Death Slam might be something worth following up on. There's the Arcfire drop down, but a bit of a disconnect about where the Death Slam is supposed to end. There's 4 players, though, hit by the Owl. Obviously, some wombo potential with this melee creeps composition, but all the pieces are a little bit disparate. They're a bit spread out, frankly. And FPS Lounge are able to punish them. They are so far ahead in souls. We're headed into stat check territory.
Mitch, one thing I got to point out that was so intentional and so good by FPS Lounge, everyone stepped off the point. That was a tactical C9. Like, there's some wondering, like, how did they turn in? They wanted to. Fighting within the urn when it has comeback mechanics on is a bad idea. So what FPS Lounge did was that everyone stepped out of the point and waited for the urn to go, and then once the urn was capped, they re-engaged and they were able to get kills. So that was how FPS Lounge played around it, and you look at the overall gap between two teams, they're none worse for the wear, and they're set up to get mid-boss on top of it.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward stuff here for FPS Lounge. Lefa has hit the point alongside DMB where they are absolutely terrifying. Melee creeps simply don't have the durability to withstand 2 M1 carries. Entering their prime era, Average has also been able to stay right in step with them. I do not know how melee creeps are supposed to win from here on out. It's going to have to be a pretty nice wombo play, but that requires some of those key ultimates to be online. Death Slam, Supply Drop all need to be there. A good Owl follow-up. You kind of need everything to go in your favor at this point of the game.
I'll be honest, I can't really think of too many scenarios where this goes against, especially with the comp FPS Lounge is playing, where one of the weaknesses of the comp was that it was unlikely to get to the state because you have a lot of mouths to feed. You are now so incredibly overfarmed that now having this sort of a greedy comp is to your advantage. It makes the comeback options for melee creeps that much more difficult. And frankly, what is a 25k silver doing to threaten a 35k ward and a 39k Venator? Not much. So even the frontline angle here from melee creeps is just so anemic relative to what you would want in these fights. And that's before you even consider the fact that there's still 3 rejuves on the board for a while. So yeah, you're hoping for a miracle. Normally, in the finals, it'd be hoping for an Ido Internet DC because it's usually melee creeps winning. But I don't think FPS Lounge has that angle either, unless Lomane spills water on his PC.
Yep. And FPS Lounge, as you'd expect, are being diligent about this. Not overexposing themselves, playing together, working these lanes in. There's an Owl that caught onto AVG. Okay, no follow-up though, really. It was just melee creeps trying to stave FPS Lounge off, but they're going to lose their base guardians now in mid and left. And eventually the guillotine will come for them. They managed to avoid it pretty heavily over the last few weeks, but seeing melee creeps now in this weak position, starting to realize what the plan was for this FPS Lounge rebuild, the way this roster has come together, and they very quickly started putting pressure back on the top dogs in their name.
Also, you know what this means in terms of bigger narratives for the day? First 8-map day here on Night Shift in a while. We've had a lot of 6-map days with 2-0 finals. Not the case here today, as FPS Lounge, they make a show of it, much in the way that Abrahams did against Buffenjoyers earlier today.
Yeah. Maximum Deadlock for us today. I'm not going to complain about that here. 50k Souls is a tune that melee creeps can't quite harmonize with. FPS Lounge are positioned to close this one out. And again, they're going to do so in style. There's even buffs. There's buffs for Average to go and pick up. Love that. Obviously, the Urn is very much in a comeback position. But melee creeps just don't have the ability on a souls level to really hang. I'm curious about the currently held souls. If we can get that stat here, I want to see who really needs to spend up and to start to see just how much of a difference there is between these two.
Also, after that, if we could get golden statues to see how much of the advantage has really kind of snowballed as the game has gone on.
And a partridge in a pear tree too. Thanks.
Look, we need to fill as many stats as possible here because the actual team fight is not super interesting at this point. And yeah, the golden statue difference is rather palpable. So just in case you thought the soul difference was bad, the permanent buff difference is all the more scary, especially, I mean, a Warden at 51 buffs is eating incredibly well as he eats Saya on top of that.
I wasn't kidding about the partridge and pear tree production. I can see the net worth here. Your Venator and Warden have all the money. That is pretty sick. You're just gonna run away for you guys. We're just cycling through to find the bird picture. Don't worry, we'll get there. Okay, well, this game ain't long for this world.
You know what it is? Solomon got gifted a new Elgato stream deck, but like the producer tier one with 1 million buttons, and this was just an exercise in like, ooh, a button, ooh, a button, ooh, a button.
Oh yeah, with the subfolders, you know what I mean? Now with the customizable face plates, great people out there, Elgato. Yeah, if you want to, continue supporting us, love that. Here it is, Archmother about to get an absolute spanking. As Chain Gang is going to be made use of by Lumaine here. 3 of melee creeps going to be all tied together in a bow. And yeah, this one is just, it's kind of being dragged out. Like melee creeps like to make its way a little bit before the game starts. They're going to drag it out at the end. It's FPS Lounge, dominant showing. Much more, it's a comp that felt greedy. A lot of gun carries in there, but SCP, they all got their souls in the end. They were all doing the thing.
Yep, they got what they needed to. And Jake, we were a little bit skeptical from the draft, but as it turns out, the Lash for Warden trade worked out pretty well for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, I love the build from Lefa, further innovations on this theme of, hey, like, the ulti Warden might just be back. And in this role, it has definitely some flex to carry towards the later stages of the game. But, he was going quite heavily invested in playing around that ultimate. And when the team fight is brought to bear on the Urn fight, right, you really see some of the value of it. And many times he's going way past that threshold, right? He's diving the back line with the Majestic Leap Warden, which is the kind of an iconic build from Deadlock's past. I'm excited to see it coming back into form here on Night Shift 43.
Pretty insane moments in this game. We talk about melee creeps obviously getting kind of pounded towards the end of the game, but obviously don't forget the way that Urn fight went down where, there's like Do abusing the door, the stall for melee creeps as they lose the fight. It's this one, if I'm not mistaken. It goes horrifically for melee creeps. Somehow they're able to force the draw there and also get players spawned back into fight. Pretty ridiculous stuff. It's a longer clip there, but yeah, it kind of goes off. So FPS Lounge, still let's get ahead. Their mid-boss control is way better. And yeah, the silver doesn't really get going. Fishcake has a bit of a mare of an early game that just doesn't pan out later either.
So this is going to be interesting where I wonder if we're going to get significant change in the next draft. I assume from the melee creeps end, part of this is probably saying, hey, maybe we need to prioritize an earlier pick for John. To me, I feel like the number one thing that they can sacrifice and still get most of what they want is probably not prio the Victor and instead use that slot to get something for John because I don't think John played badly here, but I think the Lash towards the end definitely hurt a bit. Also, though, you could argue part of this game was execution because FPS Lounge was able to play around the silver and give Fishcake a pretty troublesome game. And if you have a bad early to mid game as silver, you don't necessarily recover as the game goes on, especially with some of the changes where you do get less healing in longer fights.
Either way, both teams going to have an opportunity to make their adaptations as they see fit through the series. And as we go to our decider match, it really feels like anything's possible. Take a look at the match stats after these highlights wrap up. And that's a big win for FPS Lounge, especially after reforming. I would argue this is their first major win over one of the very much top teams in the region. And it shows that it's possible, right? It demonstrates that, hey, this can work. They're vindicated for going back to the doorman again, this time Xeno with a much more impactful game. But really across the board, there's no one on FPS Lounge who has a weak performance in this one. It really is that kind of resounding team victory that you're looking for.
Okay, hey, production, I just linked a stat that also needs to go on the stat screen because I cannot believe the reckless faith in his own ability that we just saw from Average on the channel points. It is the most unreal stat on this game, really, and it's out of game. Mitch, if you have points in the actual stat screen, by all means, but I'm just waiting for production to grace us on. Oh my God! Look at that! 240,000 overtime hours on the team that was less favored. With he got triple.
He might be a millionaire. He might be a channel point millionaire. Average coming in a major way to pick up that dub.
3.18 ratio, bro. That is crazy. Damn, bro. Give me that. Give me that sort of level of confidence. You think it's a middle-aged white man? I'd have that, but no. Give me that AVG confidence. That's crazy.
AVG definitely built different. Love to see, a little friendly channel point wagering, especially on your own games. I mean, that's the one kind of gambling you are allowed to do on your own matches. Looking across the board, Ido also having a really good game on the GT, but in this game, the rest of the unit wasn't quite able to hit that same level of momentum. I mean, Leffa, what a build from him, man. Like, very minimal gun investment on this Warden, and he's 8-2 and 18. You really can't argue with that kind of game impact.
Bro, what is it? Phantom Strike?
Yeah, I mean,
sick. What?
The mobility, you are not getting away from the ulti. Like, the Warden ulti will be connecting with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if we've ever seen Phantom Strike Warden be bought. Now, granted, that got bought in what many people call garbage time in other sports. So, take it with a grain of salt. I mean, on the same level you would if suddenly we saw, like, DMB as Venator, like, pick up a Magic Carpet at the end of the game. It doesn't mean Magic Carpet is meta on Ven. It just means the game is effectively over.
Yeah, but no one's going to listen to that. People are just going to look at the screenshot and build that in their ranked games.
I mean, I don't think it's an insane item, actually. Like, for this build, there's something about it that makes sense, which is like, hey, maybe Ido's like the one real threat left in the game, and you just ruin his life with Phantom Strike, Warden ulti, and like, if you're solo killing the GT, that's probably worth it. So, I mean, this is a game where, hey, you're so rich, you're so far ahead. I like that you're going items to deal with the specific remaining issues that may kind of be lingering, and you trying to resolve those. But of course, there's now lingering issues for both teams. They've both taken stinging losses today. FPS Lounge on a better momentum moment, though, coming up with a win in that game. And now it feels like it's kind of all reset back to basics here. Game 3, it's going to be the decider coming up next. It's going to be an exciting one. That's for sure. But of course, we got to give the teams a little bit of time to prep, get our production all set. When we come back, guys, after a short break, we're going to have the conclusion of this entire day of the night shift. We're going the full distance, the full 8 maps. So thanks to everyone for sticking with us. Grab a snack, be back in 5. We'll be here with the conclusion of tonight's events. What's up, everybody, and welcome back. Here, we're at the end of the night. It's one last match to decide the winner here of North America. Can Melee Creeps find the resurgence to hold on to the championship, or will FPS Lounge, newly rebuilt, come to unseat them? It's all coming down to this, the draft of the match, soon to be played.
And, you know, it was a weird draft, frankly, from Melee Creeps, or at least it felt like John was, I don't know, I wouldn't say forced into a position where he had to, you know, go for something a little bit out of the ordinary, though he has played Lash in the past. It was still a draft that left Melee Creeps without a traditional sort of M1 carry, whereas FPS Lounge seemed to get pretty much exactly what they wanted through that draft. And for a very similar draft, or what seemed like a very similar draft to game one, the result was wildly different, and the way it came about also very different.
Gentlemen, I have a revelation, though, it just hit me, is that this draft will be very different. And there's a key reason why. The losing team gets to choose first or second pick. And as a result, Melee Creeps is probably going to come in and pick first pick, which completely changes how the bans are going to go. You're not going to be able to ban Abrams first unless you want to give due pocket. So I think the number one change we're going to see in this game is that if Saya wants to play Abrams is going to be available. Now, I think if you're FPS Lounge, the way you play around this perhaps is that you don't ban either the Doorman or the Pocket, and then you kind of go to Saya, okay, what are you going to do? You got to first pick Abrams? Well, we'll see what they ban in turn, because I think they're still going to ban one of the two, and it's just the one they don't want to play against. So it's like, realistically, they probably ban Pocket, pick Abrams, and say it's fine if FPS Lounge gets Doorman, is probably where this is going to go. But it is Melee Creeps' first pick, so as predicted, the draft order will be changed.
A lot of machinations, a lot of possibilities, and mind games really at this phase, because you better believe these two teams know each other well, right? They've got to be, you know, the main scrim partners, being some of the top teams in North America. And Melee Creeps, this time they're going to say, you know what? No more of that Doorman. The shenanigans, they're getting a little out of control. And although you dealt with it game one, I agree, this is not the hero you want to go up against in like a crucial game 3 scenario.
To do than getting shot at.
They gave a Pocket.
Wow. Yeah, getting Do on the Pocket here is going to be pretty monumental if that's going to be the way that we go. Every other team really be just trying to ban one out off the rip here. So Melee Creeps, please give us a Do Pocket game. It's been a hot minute.
No more hiding.
I think Pocket's such a fun hero to watch too. I mean, people just think, I think wisely, that the Affliction is too scary in the late game, right? Blocking healing is a crazy powerful thing to do. You're essentially solo forcing the other team to build maybe more than one Divine Barrier, you know, for minimum value, really, just to survive through those Afflictions. But however, FPS Legends are going to get two powerful picks of their own. The Billy's been great this series. Let's see what they go to.
They got grabbed then. I 100% that part of the success they've had in the last game was that they kept John on a lower tier hero than normal. If you don't pick the Venator here, it is 100% Snap getting picked up by Melee Creeps. So yeah, their hand was forced for Ven. Now, I think for Melee Creeps, here's what I think. You know what Xeno's number 2 choice here is if he doesn't get Doorman, and it's Holiday. I think if you're Melee Creeps, you go Holiday Silver here and have faith that Fishcake will have more of a game like Map 1 than Map 2.
Do you not want, though, to consider picking the John hero at this point, just to ensure, like, the FPS Lounge has a pick, or 2 picks and a ban before you're going to get to pick again. Like, they could block a lot of the pool, kind of like we just saw last game.
My bow is yours.
No, they go GT.
GT. Yeah, GT is like a liable for like a second round ban, I think, if not sort of snapped up here. So it makes sense for Melee Creeps, but our FPS Lounge going to be crazy enough to go Great Helen Warden again. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Geist Warden back to back in this draft.
I think they go Holiday.
Could have.
Protection now.
Oh, they get the Mirage, right? Which
Okay,
has been banned
Mirage.
consistently in the second phase. They're saying, hey, look, we're going to have to take it a little earlier to get it over the line, but should feel pretty decent. Could be a hero that's relatively hard to hit with Affliction, given the ability to kind of Dust Devil when he's coming in on you.
I don't know if you have to protect Warden now if you're Melee Creeps, but FPS Lounge are going to take down the Victor, not wanting to see the Victor again because it would still be playable even with the Pocket on the board. If you're Melee Creeps, though, and you don't intend on playing it, I really do think you probably ban the Holiday here because Xeno is still really effective on it. You would want to force Xeno a little bit deeper into the hero pool, but instead they take down the Calico. So, I mean, the Calico has been reasonably effective overall, so I don't hate it, but it's not my preferred, I think, where I would have gone in this.
What I will say is I feel like it is such a good hero for getting on top of Pocket and Great Talent, right? For like kind of taking them out of their comfort zone, making them a always be watching their angles and never quite able to be as aggressive as they might like to be. So I kind of like getting rid of it in that regard. I think you're right, though. Holiday could look very strong for FPS launch here. I think they may need to pick it now if they actually want to secure it.
Well, yeah, I mean, for melee creeps, they have a chance to steal it with the next two, but they went Paradox so that unless you're bringing back the old school double pick,
Please no.
which
Please no.
Double pick. I mean, I feel like that was to deny one of them.
Yeah.
We didn't want to use the ban slots, so you just went Paradox Holiday and trolled.
In that vein, it's not completely crazy, but I think it's a lot to throw in. And yeah, they go for the Warden. Really been rising in popularity in this series, really nowhere else in the tournament. But today, old Warden looks good.
Highly contested. Yeah, 3-0, by the way, recently. So Saya going to be back on a pick hero most likely now. Not going to see the Ivy run back. Holiday taking an exchange. So, Xeno definitely still has that fallback pick with the Doorman being banned out. And we're starting to get pretty, maybe melee creeps might want some more durability. Obviously Billy and Abrams, neither of them really options. Shiv's also been taken away from them. So curious to see how they want to round out this composition.
Love the
I'm thinking about
actually.
You have to wonder this about who's League gonna play, and in theory, it could be a Geist to round things up if you wanted something more tanky that actually have extended fights on Urn. Maybe there's another option not to give, but in my head, I'm thinking Geist. But okay, they go Lash. It's definitely light in terms of meatiness here. You got Silver and Warden, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, they got to play the mobility game for sure and find these pickups. I love the FPS Lounge draft. I think finishing with the Rem here is kind of backbreaking for melee creeps. There's a ton of very all-in spirit heroes in the melee creeps draft, especially if it's an ulti Warden. Just further adding on to that, and Rem is the best anti-spirit nuker in the game, right? Just giving raw spirit resist to your allies is an incredibly powerful thing to do with those little helpers. So I really like this pick for FPS Launch. They've been banning it all night. Now they take it for themselves.
Yeah, such a nice time to find that, especially this melee creeps comp. Does at least have some M1 potential here, and we might see John lean back into a more traditional build as opposed to some of the ones we've seen over the course of the night. But a lot of emphasis is going to be on them. We saw just how different, or I think just how much more difficult the game looked where melee creeps did not have him on an M1 carry, wasn't really able to assert himself that much through the mid game on the Lash, and honestly, it looked like a bit of a disconnect there between John and Saya when they were on those particular roles. So now, traditional M1 carry for John, pick initiator for Saya, should be right where you want melee creeps to be. This is their bread and butter. This is their bag. And if they are the better team, they're going to find success.
They're the only team to get the pocket through today. That's a pretty big statement, right? That the Abrams van feels more important to FPS Lounge than melee creeps. See how they do with it. I feel like there's such high expectations now getting the pockets. Oh, you have to win. You've got the pocket. But then again, it's so much more complicated than that. I do think pocket could have a huge game though. There's a lot of front, Shiv is kind of the classic get countered by pocket hero, right? The affliction takes you out. Could be a big game for Do, as you mentioned. There's a lot of pocket players on melee groups, in fairness. Of course, it's time, as you said, Mitch, to get into the action. Our final game of the night for our final series to crown our NA title holder of night shift number 43. Thanks for sticking with us so far into the night. And of course, it wouldn't be Deadlock without a little pause early, right at the start of
what you gotta
that
be
is so funny.
Technically, okay, it's not strictly enforced by Will Nag the teams on a little bit more. Is that they're supposed to say tech pause or rules pause when pausing here, not oops, I paused with other. But clearly the Rem is DC'd, so
No, bro, the fact that you call the pause and then you go, what was the reason for the pause? Wait, I call the pause. That's crazy. I just need to chill out here.
Mitch, attention spans for the young really did get decimated during COVID. That's about all I can say.
It's the TikTok generation, ZP. Thank God we didn't have our attention spans completely mauled by social media before them. Crazy. All right, so we'll be waiting on Average, who was the Rem player. We disconnected. Hate to see it. But at least Xeno's providing us some entertainment via text chat in-game.
The upside here is that for whatever reason, if Average couldn't get in or there's some weirder issue, this is early enough that this would be a remake in this instance. But yeah, in terms of breaking down this game and where it's likely to go, I do think picking Shiv super late in the draft when Pocket is already on the board is a little bit questionable. I don't really love it in theory. I mean, it's not that you can't play Shiv in the Pocket. The Deadlock is rarely a game of hard counters, but it is unfavorable to have to deal with Affliction. Also, I think it really limits how aggro you can be on Billy, where oftentimes Billy can play on the edge and can really last longer in fights never expected, especially because of his passive and how that works. But I don't love it against the Pocket. So in terms of point control, even without getting something like a Geist as the last pick, melee creeps, I think, probably still have the edge on earned fights, so long as Fishcake doesn't end up super broke.
Looks like we are headed back in now. Pause is done. And here we are, set up in the mid lane. Of course, it's going to be Mirage and Holiday here for FPS Lounge. Still going to be set up in mid, despite not being on that doorman. Looks like it's going to be Warden and Paradox. Yeah, matched up against him. That was a little vertigo-inducing, I won't lie.
Yeah. I'm just saying here, it's like, wait, we're actually in like the observing free cam washing machine. It's just going. But yeah, the lanes are set. It's going to be Holiday and Mirage in middle. Not the easiest lane to go against for sure. In fact, I mean, Paradox Warden, though, actually has the ability to fight back to an extent. Still, I think, favored for Mirage Holiday, but it's not a toothless lane on the other side either.
Crack shot invested in first for Xeno. Obviously, the extra charge will matter when the barrels start coming through. On the left-hand side, we've got the Venator and Billy in that far left lane up against Lash Pocket. Yeah, all eyes going to be on the Pocket as he has been just overwhelmingly banned in many of these situations over the course of NA today. Opportunity to surge ahead here as melee creeps would love to get off to a nice little oppressive start here in mid.
Well, think about the power investment too, where if you're picking Pocket at the premium, you have to pick him in the draft and therefore foregoing the ability to pick other useful things. You need your Pocket to have a big impact on the game. It's not acceptable to have your Pocket just do nothing. Not that Do is going to be in that case, because Do is one of the best Pockets around, but it does speak to the pressure that's on Do to perform in this game where you get such a highly valued pick.
You can see the feel of those barrels is drastically different now. Much easier just to hit them aggressively with that level of velocity. Nice little Dust Devil there thrown earlier on, but there's obviously a fight around our level 1 creeps, as we've often seen from melee creeps. Wanting to try and fight that left side there. It'll be Ino once again hoping to get off to the races early on another great talent game. Was honestly looking scary in that previous match, but things never truly came to fruition for him. Fishcake forced the trend back a little bit as well. He did not have a great game previously. It was 1-6-7 at one point.
You know, the funny part is that if you take game 1 and game 2 and compare what's more valuable, even as much as we talk about the GT Snowball, it's seemingly much more impactful that your Silver has a decent start than is the GT, because they were able to recover from Ido having a slow start when Fishcake was doing well. Not so much the reverse, and Fishcake gets a business end of a parry there.
3 minutes in now. Of course, buffs coming up in a couple as a drift across already here for John back in that mid direction. Obviously just collecting through some camps, I'm sure. And yeah, curious to see what Average is able to do for us on the Rem this game. Like Jake mentioned, it came at a point in the draft that was really nicely considered. A lot of spirit-based carries on melee creep side, and obviously Rem has the ability to dole out that spirit resist quite liberally.
I think the other thing up for evaluation here is that post-patch, people have really put Holiday as the higher value hero over Paradox. Now, melee creeps in terms of their priority here, Mitch, they could have chosen the Holiday. And Sai said, nah, give me Paradox, which was, Sai had time on both those heroes in the past, but definitely a little bit more historically on the Paradox. But, when you break down how this game goes, I feel like the choice to go Paradox or Holiday is probably one of the ones that's under some scrutiny here, in my mind.
Dangerous here for Dude. Yep, gets caught out by a low main and League, has his back turned, at least trying to get a 1-for-1 trade, but even that might be asking a little too much. Low main able to pick him off. Nicely done by DMB there, just kiting away, buying enough time for his ability to get that second kill.
Not the start you want to see from your Pocket lane for all the reasons we talked about earlier. However, Xeno may have bit off more than they could chew. Bounce pads out and is able to break line of sight in time. Elsewhere, low main continues on. You not only get 2 eliminations in that lane, you follow up by getting the Guardian, and highly winning lane for Billy.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant. Very quickly, this lane just got cracked wide open. Now that Guardian there, things get a little bit more dangerous. I wonder what this... Is there a lane swap happening here?
Very well could be.
Okay,
Right now.
buff's obviously being contested. It is melee creeps after all. But then what?
I think what you're likely to see here is you leave a lot of the lane the DMB, and then otherwise low main can get a little bit more active with the lane state on left. That's what I would expect here, so keep an eye on the rotations out of low main, because low main isn't just going to AFK in lane at this point. Not when otherwise you can funnel some of that farm in the DMB.
Smooth moves there from Fishcake, just trending back. The Grey Talon, of course, virtually impossible to pin down at this stage of the game. FPS Lounge, though, that sole lead means there's a window now, but they've all got their ultimates, and melee creeps have many players who've yet to pick those up. But again, once they do, I mean, Paradoxical Swap, Last Stand, Affliction, a lot of these very powerful spirit-based ultimates, well, giving them pick potential, of course, via the Paradox.
You know, for a second, your sentence made no grammatical sense to me because you said once they do. I was like, yes, do. But the Affliction comes out under the pressure of the Iradomini. We'll see what other follow-throughs going on top. Death Slam happening up above, then dropping HP. But League is kind of low.
Yeah, no one can really fight DMB. They definitely couldn't pick him off, and it looked like League got completely abandoned there. I'm not sure what happened there for melee creeps. Bit of a disconnect. Anyway, this is pretty big for FPS Lounge. Somehow Holiday got quite low. There is a Last Stand that feels like it's far too late in the day. Lefa gets a bit of a freebie here, and League is dove underneath this Guardian. Gonna have to pull out.
FPS Lounge getting some wins here in the early game. The pocket pick, of course. The reason why you pick pocket is emphasis on team fights later, as Saya just gets crunched. The Billy roam off in the middle, paying some dividends.
Lumen is dominant in this game. This is wild. 6.4k souls. He is mega head, and he's making use of that fact. Has picked up Stalker now as well, so that roam potential is only going to be further empowered. He is not stopped. Now he's going to be looking for Do on this left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you're low main at 6.4k, you know, to an extent, you're kind of server admin on Billy. It's a short-lived time, but you are in a really, really good state at the moment. See Saya taking the business end of a beetle. But, you know, Do kind of staring down the lane going, oh god, I helped create this monster that, for now, has free reign of the map.
Do ain't fancying any of it. Billy rotated that left-hand side. Do just heads straight back to spawn. Doesn't fancy it. This is more free farm in this window for DMB to maybe get even stronger in the game even earlier. 8 seconds on a swap here. So you can imagine melee creep's going to be looking for something like that in mid. Oh, nap time on Ido. Popper's able to finish the job there. The Rem Shift combo might find themselves another kill in that lane. Fishcake does have Lycan curse up though. Now Saya trying to push forward, desperate, looking for anything. Binding Word. Looks like it was kited away from for the most part. All of melee creeps diving in here, but here's low main once more. Against someone you've got to look out for. Warpstone picked up. So it could be everywhere at once.
Owl comes on in, and that is not going to be a +10. So, all in all, relative to the last game, it is not a quick start for Ido. It is not a quick start for Fishcake the way map 1 was. In fact, the early game, I would argue so far, Mitch, FPS Lounge has gotten everything they want and more, both by shutting down threats on melee creeps and low main. So far, having free reign of the map.
This happened last game as well. I would say that melee creeps, by and large, lost lane. They got crushed in lane so far here. And this phase of the game technically isn't over, but with Billy roaming so aggressively, you'd be forgiven for thinking that we weren't even thinking about lane anymore. At least this, Grey Talon Silver lane's able to, yield that Guardian kill even after getting brought down by the Shiv Rem earlier. But still, I think they're looking for a nice, big, damaging slam. Won't find it. Left for being harassed as he tries to go after his Sinners, but still managed to get the +3. So no dramas.
Lasso comes on out. Got a victim being hauled over and in right into the Guardian. Death Slam out in response. It's a twofer, and down goes Xeno again. The curse from game 1 continues, where Xeno may hit the lasso, but the follow-up from the opposition is too strong. Lomane, though, has come to the party.
Guardian's been taken down, though, so that extra assistance isn't there. Nice drop here. John sliding on away here, but obviously bleeding down to some of those knives. Fortunately from LA Creeps, Lomane erupts into the fight at 8.4k souls and is not going to find too much value. Eventually, though, he does catch League. It was a belated elimination, but one all the same. Dude down to DMB. It's like a carbine shot hit Lomane, but he's going to be healed up straight away. And there it is. The dash comes in. And our Poppers is looking pretty darn scary as well. Bit of a heal off that Rem, and LA Creeps are in no position to fight for this at all. This Walker might be getting looked at. Fishcake trying to surge forward, though. Sees Lomane at low health and probably sitting on a lot of souls. Ido looking for a execute, doesn't quite get it. It'd be plus 10 either way. There was Leagues able to find that elimination. Now nap time slows things up here from LA Creeps. Hoping to have chased things down a bit more. Poppers was still picked off, though, as Fishcake napped it off.
I mean, that fight could have been even more one-sided towards the end, but Lomane able to get the miracle parry. But now, danger time for Lefa, just gunned down on all ends. Zero way out with Dust Devil being used early. So Melee Creeps winning a lot of the scrappiness of this fight. And I mean, frankly, I think if you're watching this from afar, you're a little bit aghast because FPS Lounge had such a big advantage, and it's all kind of been thrown away in that very long mid-fight, Mitch.
Yeah, DMB's really committing hard to defending this lane because he knows that Lomane is coming. But outside of that, a lot of Guardians got pushed down in those last couple of moments. What's Lomane looking for? Knows he's being chased right now, but Do is extremely low. Has Affliction, but never has a chance to dispense it. That's another kill for the Billy.
The read from Lomane there was some of the nastiest stuff you're ever going to see. I mean, the man is playing next level. Guessing on the Rising Ram falling down, the parry from the last fight that super extended things, the opening in general. I mean, I got to tell you, even though the lead has been evened up and FPS Lounge did misplay a bit in the last fight, Lomane has still looked unreal this game.
Barely 12 minutes into the game. It's pretty close. The story of the souls, I think, is telling a heck of a lot. FPS Lounge are ahead in terms of those objectives still. So Guardians or a Guardian on that left-hand side of the map still standing. It's actually even. You can see how the soul difference has fluctuated very heavily. Maximum 5.8k, so you can see it's not a huge amount. Earn in 10 seconds. Both these teams have to be feeling like they're primed to fight. DMB training nicely towards that critical mass. That means that Venator will be terrifying later.
Earn coming the way down. And the contest certainly going to be there when you look at Melee Creeps all hovering over the Earn. Affliction coming out on both Xeno and DMB. However, do you push DMB when the Holy Crossbow is out? Maybe not. Urdamini looking to take a piece out of League. And it's enough.
Yeah, League gets hit by far too many of those bolts here. And the Affliction doesn't really have... There's no other component there for that team fight for Melee Creeps. I don't know what Ido's trying to do. Set up an owl somewhere. Guardian does get pushed down. Do's able to be credited with that objective. But FPS Lounge are very recent now to traipse across the map with a degree of confidence. It could be a pincher on Sire in mid as well. He has to be a little bit careful. Because unbeknownst to him, I think Poppers was lingering around there. Lomane just wants a nice quick turn in and be done with it here. And AVG is just trying to pave the way for him on the right.
Movement looking all sorts of clean out of Lomane. Earn gonna be turned in. And we'll see what level of contest comes out. Melee Creeps definitely here in the circle looking to take the fight, but this is a Billy warmed up, ready to go. Chain Gang comes out, but the damage coming in fast and fierce from afar, steps into the Spirit Snare, and this Billy may be mortal after all.
Yeah, you're still going to respect that last stand, of course. Still dangerous. John looking to do some damage. Sire's taken down here, but Lomane is not long for this world at this rate. Somehow it has slipped away, but what about that Earn? What about that presence over here? Poppers took John down. Now, of course, after the Warden's ultimate had expired, and it's now Ido, the only person really occupying this area. He's going to be harder to shift, and in comes League. But what are they supposed to do? A Death Slam here? Middling. Really only catches out. The Lash Poppers able to shrug that off quite easily. But Melee Creeps are staying in this fight. Xeno's been picked off here. League's able to find a pretty big kill, and Ido will be slippery. Hard to catch, as per usual. Melee Creeps are keeping it stalled out and off the zip line. Sire's about to get here. There's reinforcements on the way. John's about to turn up here, and the rest of SPS Lounge are still distributed across the map, and Traveler's not available for Lefa. So Melee Creeps get the Earn turn in the end through sheer weight of bodies, if nothing else.
That was an unbelievable fight, but also, again, shows Billy can be killed. You just got him with the kitchen sink and a tactical bird and leave the fight as Lash to chase him down, but no Billy there. Not much of a problem for melee creeps as Ido. I mean, it was a no-fly zone for FPS Lounge where you just had, the near 100% uptime, it feels like, from the new GT. You could be in the air for a very long period of time, Mitch, and it caused FPS Lounge to effectively run for a lot of that and bought melee creeps the time to get the respawns back in.
Will you tell me where FPS Lounge's mid-walker is, ZP?
It's gone.
That is messed up. Melee creeps are able to, doing multiple things at once is one thing, but contesting, winning the own fight and getting a mid-walker at the same time, that is wild. FPS Lounge have to be in complete shambles communication-wise during that. They've got, I think they've got a Mirage on the far end of the map, a Venator in a different lane, kind of solo. Neither of them have the ability to get to the own fight. Feels like they're caught between a bunch of different objectives and end up achieving none of them.
Also, in terms of farm, dude's at 17k. Getting hit by frogs gonna be some of the worst pain of your life as far as things go here. So your pocket getting farmed, a pretty good scenario. Yeah, John's a little bit behind relative to DMB, but I think melee creeps generally like their soul allocation. As Saya moves on in, swap ready to go. Do you throw it out here? Holds on to it for now, looking for Xeno. Swap comes in late, and Saya and Xeno both get traded out.
Yeah, those barrels do some serious damage. League on the wrong end of the chain gang here. Trying to get up to safety, but Lomain has some insane schmoves. Even his, though, not able to keep step with the flash. And they creeps, though. Happy with this. 7k gold lead. So Mirage is spotted there, of course, on that right-hand side of the map, but Ido isn't really in position to try and collapse there with the Warden. John will just hang out, and they are looking for Lomain again.
Also, Jake had the commentary in the last trade out. Quote, whatever it takes for a GT stack. Ido did leave as the winner there, but maybe heading back to spawn as a loser. However, Saya's back up, time wall in, and the disable on the Lomain, actually quite good. Lomain at 600 HP, having to take cover into the Veil underneath middle.
Yeah, and the problem is what is your Lash doing, or rather your Shift doing if he turns up here? Poppers was there for the fight, but with Billy as low as he was, there's not really much more to be done. Oh, those barrels are really hard to dodge now. There is no hope for John. Eventually you'd expect to be caught out, but level was picked up elsewhere. That is the Mirage down. The global presence for now neutralized. Melee creeps probably happy with that exchange now, and again, it's just a weird period of fighting with an urn still over a minute away, and waves at about parity.
I think as you look at the urn, now you have to start considering, okay, what is your ult situation at? You're going to get silver ult back before the urn. But the key part here, Mitch, when you're looking at things you don't want to do as some of the teams, if you're melee creeps, you don't want to use Affliction before urn. Conversely, if you're FPS Lounge, you kind of want to put a little bit of pressure on the dude, see if you can get a snap Affliction out, because if you get Affliction out now, it makes the next urn a lot easier. Your worst case scenario is you run into the next urn, and melee creeps is still able to walk in with a full rack of ultimates. So to me, given that melee creeps has more team fight based ults, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you need to do something to get some ults out now in the next 10 seconds or so before it gets to the urn fight.
That is not a big window, ZP, at all.
No.
25 seconds left until this urn fight. FPS Lounge staying fairly compact in this trio of players around the secret shop. A convergence here over this right side walker. That's where FPS Lounge are moving in numbers. Can John really do too much to stop this, though? Dangerous. Era Dominic now is going to be in play. And even with the last stand, John he just winces. He gets clapped down. Now here come the reinforcements, though, for melee creep. Sure, they'll be able to save the walker, but can they do anything about this urn fight that is surely going to be brewing in a matter of minutes at most?
Chase down, though, could be deadly. The Affliction comes out, and it's good. Hits two, sets up Ido. Was that a plus 20, Mitch?
Yeah, I think it was. He hits them both with a well-timed owl. There was also massive damage from the Lycan Curse swings there. Much better game here for Fishcake. Poppers is going to bring him down, but now we're going to talk about the urn. Saya's already got that to hand and is heading across the map. All walkers have been effectively defended here for melee creeps, so they still lead in that metric. Can Lomain... hope to even things up. No binding word, and brother does not have any stamina left. No, Lomain going to be brought down. Smooth as those moves are, without any stamina bars, you ain't going nowhere.
People say justice moves slow, but as far as I can see, Billy being sent to jail for his crimes in the early game, pretty darn quick, given that's 18 minutes. And now, for melee creeps, they're able to walk forward. A big edge on this urn. There's no Affliction. They still got Death Slam in the can. We'll see if FPS Lounge goes for the contest. Also a bit drained themselves, should they decide to move in and make this fight a thing.
I'm looking at Poppers here coming in from the fringes of the fight. It looks like he fancies a bit of argy-bargy ZP. I'm here for a DMB. Is going to be hitting hard, but doesn't have the Iridomini available at the moment. Another owl. He's a plus 40 already. This could be potentially devastating. Big catch on the Xeno, and that might have been a plus 10 if I'm not mistaken. At least had the assist. Chain Gang going to be active, and line of sight broken up though by Do. He's able to stay scarce, and he's about to have an affliction online. If I'm FPS Lounge, I need to win then. I need to win now. Not bad. Satchel has to be used there for the pocket. Here comes the affliction down on 4 players. That is a big catch, but is it going to be enough? Still, melee creeps occupied in this zone. Look at the health pass of FPS Lounge start to tick down. Loma gets picked off by Ido. He's dangerous, and he's still at large. No one can pin Disc Grey Talon down, and the tick down to the affliction is a problem. Loma's out of the picture. Lycan Kersey and played out for Fishcake, and an Urn gets dunked. FPS Lounge lose it all, and Poppers, to add injury to insult, will fall towards the end of the fight. Charge shot, but Iridomini's got to be respected. Nice little counterspell actually to stave that damage from the Venator off, and so DMB is brought down, and melee creeps. I'm thinking they might be back.
Mitch, 4-man affliction on a fight that FPS Lounge, it started out pretty well for them, and Do walks forward, lands the perfect affliction, hits everyone, and no, Reb, you're not tiny enough to hide from that. Ido, the executioner. The only thing he didn't get in that fight, Mitch, was a stack on the Owl, still at plus 40, but you know what? If you're melee creeps, you are happy with that exchange, and Do in that fight helping to illustrate why Pocket is just banned in most of our games here today.
Yeah, you could see it over a longer fight. It's the ticking damage of the affliction plus the fact that it's impossible to catch the Grey Talon. So the fights purely on that basis end up becoming long enough for affliction's damage over time to be extremely relevant. Also didn't hurt that Fishcake got back into the fight, had a Lycan Curse available, and went to town on them. That was sick. Melee creeps, big lead now. Look at that soul differential. Nicely done. Let's see this back though in replay. This, of course, is Ido on your screen, and I don't think APG is as hidden as he thinks he is.
Oh, poor Average. Kabam.
Bye, lol. Brutal stuff, isn't it? 16k is the soul differential. Weakening headshot here for League.
Well, the state of the game has changed as Lomain fancying a little bit of stealth tactics.
Okay, we have a chance to take a breath here. Now, despite that being a very favorable fight for melee creeps, they weren't actually able to take any neutral objectives off of it. Those 2 peripheral walkers stay nice and healthy. However, Dust Devil forward here, left for feeling a large amount of scrutiny, and I sort of can't blame him. Oh, it's the Spirit Burn as well picked up for Do. This is bad news. Is that now? I think it was a plus 10.
That seemed like a plus 10 to me. So at like what, plus 50 now? Ido's living his best life. Fishcake having a way better game, and the overall difference continues to snowball against FPS Lounge as we see Cursed by the Frogs, 1 HP Xeno running for dear life, but should be able to get back to base this time around.
All right, this Walker about to go bye-bye. Another infusion of souls into the upper arm for melee creeps. And Lomain doesn't feel nearly as tanky, nearly as server admin-esque at the moment. Yeah, he's going to try and run away, but that is not going to happen. Bash down here to try and slow League up. Ain't no way bro's get away. That is crazy. Okay, Panties another bite of the apple here. Warp Zone used to that effect. But with Poppers going down, I think Lomain has seen more than enough.
So, Poppers down. Oh, and Xeno gets caught. 2 down. Now for FPS Lounge. For melee creeps, is that enough to take a shot at mid-boss? I think it may be, especially with nap time off cooldown, Chain Gang on cooldown. There's not a lot of shenanigans really available for FPS Lounge to contest. I mean, all right, Mirage's Traveler, that's not going to do anything. And maybe you Iridomini, but no, you probably just let this go to the tune of 3 crystals, and that's exactly what happens.
Okay. Glass Cannon, Venator, yet again. DMB going for an Echo Shard as well into the inventory of Lefa. So has managed to get to the point where that build now is going to be quite a nuisance. Spreading sort of that, or just being a nuisance with that Scourge and, double Dust Deviling back and forth. 31k on Do though. Always knew he'd end up taking over this game in some way, shape or form, and his rejuves are alive for a good 3.5 minutes. There's an Urn fight that FPS Lounge certainly won't feel overly inclined to partake in. So far, at least, their waves aren't crashing too deep into their territory here. There's a bit of room for them to migrate back and forth within their side of the map.
I think for FPS Lounge, you have a few priorities here. Number one is somehow getting out of the next 3 minutes without being even further behind, which, frankly, I'm struggling to find answers for. But if you are, DMB still has reasonable allocation here. Like, Iradomini is still at a point where it's a threat to most of melee creeps. And I think even still could, like, 2 or 3 shot Ido if you had the right opening. Now, do you actually get there as a Venator right now? Maybe not. Instead, you got a bit of a scouting owl going on for melee creeps, as the urn is going to be in progress. And frankly, Mitch, FPS Lounge, we'll see how they go for the urn. Like, yes, urn comeback mechanics are strong. I don't know if they're strong enough to fight team with Rejuve, as down goes Do, afflicts 2, and Xeno is immediately eradicated.
Yeah. Not only is Xeno eradicated, but I mean, you can't be sticking around with your poppers here. There's just nothing really to fight for. Can't heal, which is a big problem. So you're going to pack it in. Now, of course, I'm sure if you're a DMB, you know that there's going to be a target on your back. Everyone's going to be heading over towards that right side once the wave is pushed in enough. I do like this from Lomain. He's still looking to make plays. It looked like he was going after League, but that's an earned pickup now. I don't know if there's any chase to be had here. Swap up in 4 seconds now, and you can see all the bells and whistles already being put together for Sire. Please, blind swap into that chamber. That would be hilarious, but no. They've caught DMB well and truly. That glass cannon Venator is not having much success here in this late-ish stage of the game.
You know, Mitch, we were both thinking the same thing. There was like, just do it. Just shoot the blind ult. But here's the thing. Now that he didn't, he still has the ult available. Should anyone else peek, which is probably a little bit more valuable.
Okay. Oh, double dust devil action. Traveler the heck on out of there. No, that was interrupted. Bro ain't going nowhere. Did manage to get a nice little knock up on League. But there are plenty of FPS Lounge players in this vicinity. They can probably help push that Walker down. Crazy that this actually ends up being a trade of Walkers here for melee creeps. You'd be surprised that they'd be willing to trade anything at this point where they're so far ahead. 20k souls. That's a Reju credit burn on getting Ido back in the game, but it seems to have been worth it because Lefa has gone down. The chase is on. The Doom mechanics at work here, but it looks like Poppers ain't got no time for this whatsoever.
Do. Still on the assault, drops the affliction from afar, hits 2, and Pocket looking for one more piece of Xeno here, and it just sets up Ido for another bird. That's a +10 as Ido, down and dirty, throws himself into the chain gang. May have gotten a little bit too up close and personal. That's a Shiv and a Billy trying to turn the tables, at least get Ido, and they do. Ido feeling himself a little bit too much after the +10, but there's the trap immediately after the rejuve. Do, though, as a 37k Pocket, probably absolutely fine, Mitch.
Yeah, he can walk away from this one here. Majestic Leap is off cooldown yet again, so there's even more to chase for. Super long-range barrage connection on the Poppers will ward him back inside his base. FPS Lounge are refusing to lay down. Look at the shove on this left-hand side of the map. Rejuve is about to expire here, so the power play for melee creeps is going to be short-lived.
Death brings consequences once more.
Overall, I think for where that Rejuve started, it wasn't the worst played by FPS Lounge. They don't really end up massively more behind than where they start at the end of it. Now, they're still really far behind, so don't make up ground, but again, this lead that is about 25k right now could easily be closer to 40k. So while melee creeps are working with a massive advantage, FPS Lounge are just at the precipice of maybe making something happen if everything goes their way, including melee creeps making a mistake. Frankly, Mitch, I think the action you need right now for your FPS Lounge, remember what Lomain did to Matt back in the Challengers match? Yeah, you need some of that if you're going to turn this game against melee creeps.
I do like seeing this ethereal shift get into the inventory for DMB. I think this Venator now is in a good spot. This is right where you need to be. Suffice to say, though, that means the pressure mounts. DMB spending most of the game sort of solo split, pushing another lane, needs to get there. Who's going to be here to help Sire? I'm sure people will eventually turn up, but it's going to be well and truly too late. It's uncommon to see someone with such insane game sense getting caught out like that, but it's a freebie for FPS Lounge.
Well, if you're going to get a comeback, that's the start of it. You get the pick on the Sire. The problem, of course, is that the pick happens at a bit of a dead zone in the game. Can you use the pick to get Urn? No. Can you use the pick to get mid-boss? No. The only thing you get is some of the...
nuts?
Yeah, well, you can use that at any time. But look, for Saya, or rather for FPS Lounge, you know, you get a little bit of comeback souls, and that's it. But now, they're being a little bit sneaky. Let's take a look at Xeno on the hunt.
Okay, E-shift here for Do. Saya also has that counterspell now, so it can shrug off things like the nap time and the like. Pretty effective. Can really invalidate a lot of ultimates at this stage of the game, including the lasso. All right, what's going on with John? Bro got caught out. Melee Creeps now down 2 players. The FPS Lounge looking to take the fight to them here. Big Affliction though catches onto 3, but what else is there to be said? Fishcake is down. Ido doing League don't fancy fighting. And SPS Lounge might have just gotten all the breathing room they could have asked for. A chance to get these lanes shoved straight back on out.
Mitch, we may have ourselves a game now where they turn the otherwise non-consequential pick on the Saya into a much bigger pick on John and Fishcake. 40 seconds are both down. Mid-boss actually up in 25. So the question here for FPS Lounge, do you try and turn this into an earn play? I don't know if you have the time. You could go mid-boss, but they're not really tuned into it either. So how they play this temporary advantage seems to be a little bit more reserved. They're just going to be content with grabbing both buffs. And wait, do they go in mid-boss here? The timing here is...
Look at their comp. I think also they've got Traveler active, so Lefa can essentially shove a side lane, do some own shenanigans. Either way, like they're pretty well equipped here. They got Chain Gang for this fight. It's on Melee Creeps. It is up to them to decide. Side's going to come in with a swap, but it's not as powerful in this part of the map. Still, we're seeing the connection. What the heck? Everybody getting swapped out. Lowman gets picked off first. That's the tanky player with the Chain Gang that's now no longer available. I mean, that is nuts. Okay, she's going to try and find some action here. Saya traded out, but that might be worth it for Melee Creeps if they got a good fight. Nap time caught onto 2, though, and that's all the window that FPS Lounge needed to get those rejuve credits. Ido down, and Melee Creeps' short-lived month at the top might be coming to an end here. FPS Lounge are ready to fight. The Affliction is middling at best. It's definitely some mid-source out there in that mid-boss area. Last stand active now. Melee Creeps truly embodying it in both senses of the term. DMB and Pop is going to be brought back into the fight, but look at DMB a little isolated here, and it's going to be brought down a second time. Fishcake, though, is out of the game. John not very healthy anymore. Looking to chase Xeno, who still has the damage, but Warpstone's away. Doesn't fancy trying to take on the Warden, at least in those quarters. Bounce pad connection here. The Warden is bloody unkillable. John doesn't seem to care. He is going for it. Xeno drops on in. John's still alive. That is absolutely ridiculous. He has bought a lot of time trying to slip on away. Another outfast connection here. Eventually, they're going to try and drag him down, but again, remains unkillable. What I'm going to say, this is the most insane spiritual overflow display I've ever seen. I can't believe he stayed alive so long.
That was absurd. John, the longest survival of all time, and was otherwise an incredible fight for FPS Lounge. They do decide to go for mid-boss in the end. A little bit late to the setup, but it all works out. Double buffs, and the response of Melee Creeps not in time. Now, no, Melee Creeps still working with the overall edge in the game. They burned 2 of the rejuves. They're still ahead stat-wise. But man, oh man, the amount of time being bought by John, yeah, double-edged sword. It delays FPS Lounge until more members are up from Melee Creeps. It also does extend John's death. That, I mean, that was some of the most ridiculous stall we've seen from a Warden, I think, ever.
Yeah.
On this broadcast.
That Spirit Lifesteal is kind of messed up. You know, when you're like getting Alk Flask on like a 1 second cooldown. Basically impossible to kill. Pretty sick. It's fun to watch. I don't know how much it achieves in the grand scheme of things here. Lefa is, well, tanky boy, not gonna lie. Gets that uncontested earn. And Melee Creeps have lost a lot of their map control. A lot of that earlier cachet that they were waving around so proudly. Chain Gang here, don't know where those chains are going. Backstand on side, though. We're getting the first pick off. That is absolutely huge. Melee Creeps still missing 3 players. Do and John didn't have a chance to get back into the game.
Production, can we get the soul graph? We need the soul graph report stat. What a world.
Yeah, that is, wow, up to 30k souls, the difference. We were at the point where we were struggling to figure out what the win condition was supposed to be for FPS Lounge. I guess I didn't really want to go to the low-hanging fruit of get a couple of picks and snowballs EP, and yet here we are.
And what it came down to, it was Saya. They were able to get the pick on the Saya, and up 1 against Saya, they're able to manufacture a pick against John, which leads into a pick on Fishcake, which leads in the mid-boss, which now leads to bash down in on Do. And Do...
E-shift?
Yeah, just looking for the exit.
All right, Scourge obviously active there for low main. Happy to have people fight around him. It looks like Melee Creeps are just trying to turtle up a little bit. There is still rejuve credit, 1 of them in play for FPS Lounge. So they are certainly trying to play within that buff. And that's good for almost another minute. Following that, buffs are going to come back up. And outside of that, not a whole lot to fight for across the map. As FPS Lounge probably looking for yet another pick. DMB is terrifying. 47k souls to his name, but do also 1 good affliction. 1 3+ player affliction, I want to say. That could be the game.
Also, Mitch, I have a good word that someone out there is making a 2000 style AMV about John John titled "Never Show Fear No Matter the Odds," based on the clip that we just saw. Probably going to happen.
Insane. No, that was fun to watch. Pretty sick. Again, I don't know what it really achieved in the grand scheme of things outside of some pretty insane aura farming. But his Rejuve credit is about to expire now. The buffs will be very easy to pick up here. Xeno positioning to make sure of that. And outside of that, FPS Lounge have finally gotten in the lead in terms of those souls. And how many Scourge carriers am I seeing here? 4.
Many.
When your Rem has Scourge, that should tell you everything you need to know about how good that item is.
Yeah, the item is pretty well favored at the moment. People have realized the value, and also directly into another fight. John John, the target at the beginning, but is that the person you want to go for? Dust Devils come out, moving out. John John, he's just getting jungle. This is a fighting game. Poppers gets the finishing blow, but he was sent into the sky by Leffa multiple times, and now the follow through coming in from FPS Lounge. Xeno, though, a little bit deep, ends up kicked off towards the very end. Fish kick, though, they get him. It's a much better fight for FPS Lounge so far.
And these Iridomini bolts are going to be hitting for so much damage there. That was insane. That's the Echo Shard Dust Devil build that we've seen already from Leffa in this series, making it so John John basically couldn't act. Not a damn thing you could do about it. Own here 30 seconds. Mid-boss obviously after that here. FPS Lounge in theory in a position to finish this game, but you see how much they respect Du. They do not want to take their chances with this pocket. So now trying to deal with him separately, giving him a special welcome. Du has the double back now over towards his spawn side. He'll obviously have the deflection up for the next fight here, but melee creeps just cannot seem to get all their players in position. It's John John or Saya, who in the past have single-handedly carried games for this team, now are getting picked off and exploited.
Mitch, if Du had gotten picked off there, if Du didn't complete the Great Escape, this game would be over, because Du would not be up in time for mid-boss, and FPS Lounge would simply go there on spawn. I cannot overstate how important it is that Du actually escape at that moment for the fate of the game for melee creeps. But as a result, it's still within 10k. Melee creeps are going to be back up in a moment. It is not a mid-boss opportunity for FPS Lounge. And in fact, melee creeps, they're focusing on the end where, by the way, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you could just raw mid-boss call here, but the long swap! Is there going to be follow-through, though? You've caught low main, but is the welcoming committee going to be there? The Rising Ram going to bring him far, far away. We'll see where it goes. He's pulled Lash down the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Counterspell's a pretty darn good item. Low main's able to shrug off a lot of that damage here, but that affliction is still of concern. Leffa hit by it as well. Popper's stunned up briefly by the owl. Doesn't look like they're looking for anything more in that regard, but Iridomini is on cooldown, even if Siphon Bullets was now also added to the build for DMB. God, all this Venator needs to do is breathe on some of these enemies, and it will be game over. But you still got to respect Grey Talon in the late game, and Do returning to the fight, ideally with yet another of those huge afflictions. Traveler active here for Leffa. And actually he's playing with the rest of the team for the time being. It's time for him to make sure he gets a lot of that AoE disruption. A little bit dangerous here, looking to back away as the MB healed up briefly though by average. They still want to fight for this. Iridomini is active there. First bolt, no connection. Second bolt, good hit on Du. Knocked him clean off that rope. And here it is. The Dust Devils getting thrown one after another. Popper's traded out for Saya though with the start of this fight. Fishcake goes down though. Low main is in there like swimwear, baby. And the chase is on. John John has him now to do nearly enough from this 37k soul vantage. He will be brought down. Lasso thrown in there for good measure, and this has to be it. FPS Lounge now should be able to start knocking on the front door, and mid-boss is up. Where is this owl supposed to go? Maybe for some information here. There's really very little for Ida to catch on to, and can't quite stick that tight turn.
Mid-boss is going to be going the way of FPS Lounge here. Not much anything melee creeps can do to interrupt it. And Mitch, I'm just wondering, why did melee creeps stay in that fight? Maybe they felt they couldn't disengage cleanly, but when Affliction got used early, and Du was long out of the fight, and you still saw melee creeps in the fight. I don't understand what they were doing. I mean, for FPS Lounge, it was Christmas because all the big threats for melee creeps were gone. They even had Silver Ult popped in a pretty bad position. So the two most impactful things that turn a fight with Affliction and Silver Ult, one was misused and the other wasn't even up. And melee creeps just stay in the fight. It is a little bit unreal. And as a result, if you hit the Soul Graph, I mean, you are seeing a huge change in the game. It started with one Saya pick into a snowball of multiple extra picks after, into another Saya pick in the middle of Rejuve. And now,
honestly,
yeah,
Souls are close enough CP that it's not even a comeback earn as well. This is just an easy dunk for FPS Lounge. I mean, melee creeps are reeling. Refresh isn't picked up for Du though, so that is obviously dangerous. But we're talking Magical Christmas Land if we're, hoping that Du can get in position to take over these fights. But we're at a part of the game, just to be very clear, we're at a part of the game where things get so volatile. Both these teams are so powerful that, anything can happen. Two getting off multiple ults, that could be pretty big. But look at all these ethereal shifts being picked up now. Counter spells as well being picked up. A lot of these late game items that can shrug off these persistent effects. And FPS Lounge, Curse Relic being picked up by Xeno. They are going for it. They are getting some very, very important items. And being able to silence, the enemy pocket here with this Curse Relic, it's going to be devastating. Xeno is looking to shut down a potential runaway.
Can we get a tab check here? I need to see A, does Do have Refresher yet? And B, how many Divine Barriers are on the field? I know I saw one from Xeno. The swap attempt comes out, but just able to Dust Devil and quad Dust Devils. A Tornado escape for Lefa. But okay, we're holding tab right now. How many Divine Barriers do you count? You got one on Xeno. You got one on Average.
Do has Refresher.
Yeah. But Dude does have Refreshers. So, but you also have a third Divine Barrier on Poppers. So, I mean, the Affliction game gets more difficult as time goes on. And for Do, you basically have to land back-to-back Mega Afflictions to make this work, just because Divine Barriers are going to wipe out up to a 3-man Affliction on your first go.
Yep. Yeah, this is where it gets extremely volatile. This is what's beyond the horizon in terms of Deadlock, folks. A 40-plus minute game. We've been alive for 8 hours and 48 minutes. It has been maximum Deadlock for you here today, rather. E-Shift picked up by Poppers, though, so there's so much evasion, so many iframes available to FPS Lounge when push comes to shove in these fights. And now their shrines are starting to get pressured down. It's going to be now or never here for Melee Creeps. They're going to have to go for it, but there's a sense that they just don't fancy it. Look at them continuing to give ground here. These shrines being worked through. I'm sure they're formulating something. Here's Do. Barrage hit is pretty reasonable. Here's that Satchel E-Shift got to be popped pretty much straight away there by Lefa, but there's no Affliction just yet. Here it is. Curse though comes out pretty much straight away. The Affliction never actually gets off, but there's a Refresher, of course. The Affliction is still in the inventory. Out of AVG Find 3, bro. That is absolutely disgusting. The rim's popping off, man. It's over.
You just put him in the Eternal Nap, Mitch, is what we just saw. I mean, the pillow was packed with explosives, and FPS Lounge about to complete one of the best comebacks we've seen. And should they do so, Mitch, they will be the new champions here in North America, the new roster that said they had a good week of scrims. Well, it's looking like it right now as Lomane gets a little bit of a taste of the fountain, hops on in, and surely you don't die Vito here. No, you're just going to use Rejuve Charge instead, most likely.
That's it.
Yeah. But still, it is over.
Oh boy, we have a new champion in North America, folks. FPS Lounge formed with a pretty ambitious goals to topple Melee Creeps, the current reigning champions in North America, and topple them they did. Lefa, Lomane, Poppers, Average, Xeno, and DMB come out with the dub. Pretty insane series, an absolute marathon, some really close games, and FPS Lounge complete a ridiculous come from behind win, minus 27 plus K souls. They bring the game back and close it out.
Marathon is the only word to describe it. That was one of the longest matches we've had here on the night shift, and it's certainly one of our longest overall broadcast days. So shout out to the fans, the diehards who've been with us from the start to the finish. A lot of love, though, to FPS Lounge. I mean, this is a really tough team to unseat. Melee Creeps looked as good as ever. It took an incredible fight back in this map 3 to make it possible, but NA Deadlock competition seems to be heating up.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the twists and turns this game had. Melee Creeps had FPS Lounge on the ropes, and I think sometimes when people are watching, they think, okay, Casper's just playing lip service to the ways of coming back. They're like, it's 1 in a million. You need the other team to make a mistake. Well, guess what? Melee Creeps made multiple mistakes in a row. It started with the pick on the Saya, and FPS Lounge, I mean, look, they put themselves in a position to capitalize on those mistakes. They were playing sneaky around the map. They were looking for ambushes. They were able to get it. They got it multiple times in a row, and they chained together one of the best comebacks we've seen, where, don't forget, there's a point in this game where Ido was feasting on the owl stacks. Didn't get one from here, but it was a game with GT momentum. It was a game with silver momentum. It was a game where Rem got betrayed by his helpers up top, and even still, FPS Lounge find a way back in.
Oh, I love this moment, actually.
Tough to account for that, wasn't it? This was this mid-boss take here, of course, with Melee Creeps trying to be disruptive. So FPS Lounge, they lost like Lomane right at the start of that fight, but bro, Scourge is... The item is messed up, bro. This is definitely still circle lock in a large number of ways. Like, you just do not want to deal with like these very nasty upfront tanky compositions We're going to see the Venator really pop off. DMB got to that late game. Honestly, just so patient, farmed up diligently, ended up coming online right when he was needed there. Really incredible stuff. Considering that they managed to beat melee creeps when they had do on the pocket, they really prioritized for that pick. How does AVG get the 3K here? That's what I kind of want to see. Big nap time, and then, yeah, hit him with the pillow. That's crazy.
It was the final good night, as it turns at it, because they didn't get a chance to come back up after that pillow. The match was over. And what a world it was. I mean, we're going to get to the stats here in just a moment. And look at that soul graph. That is an unreal swing in the game. And you can't say that dude didn't pull out damage. Still the top damage in the game on the pocket. But you talk about things that worked out well for FPS Lounge. And frankly, Mitch, I'm looking at somewhat of a team effort, all in all, though absolutely gaudy healing stat in from average.
Yeah, that Rem healing is kind of messed up, man. I'm not going to lie. And you can kind of see why Average was able to nuke people towards the end of the game. It's like full build, Boundless Spirit, of course, in the mix there. I've got to say, this Mirage build is pretty messed up. I mean, we saw John get dove by Lefa and co, and he got knocked up like 4 times. Bro just couldn't move. He was relatively fed souls-wise. He was like 32k. Okay, expect him to do like pretty well. Spiritual Overflow also showed how powerful it was in the hands of John there for a moment, but at the end of the day, toughed out the ops for John. Only 1 kill here over the course of this game. Can't really get to that sort of end game fantasy you think of when you're picking up Warden there. And FPS Lounge are crazy, man. Low Main's had such a sick series. Dude has got incredible movement. He is everywhere. Xeno got to move on to the holiday, even with Doorman banned out. This FPS Lounge team are the real deal, and the difference between last week and now is crazy out of them.
And this is FPS Lounge's only their 3rd win ever here in the night shift. I feel like they already feel like a bit of a standby team here in North America with, how strong their roster has been from the jump, really. But now reforming with a couple new members, showing their strength, flexibility on display from players like Average and Low Main. And then the individualism that we can come to expect, the reliable carry performances. They seem to have it all. Melee Creeps, of course, made them work for it. This series was, if it was anything, it was incredibly close. And here we get to check out the final highlight that led to the incredible feat. The 4-man sleep, and that pillow just pops them all.
Yeah,
That is crazy.
Yeah, nap time into a longer sleep, as it were. But the other thing I have to point out, too, and this is a question I raised early in the game and during the draft, and just looking at how things panned out, where I do wonder where, yeah, they were really sneaky to get the pick on the Saya. I'm not just blaming Saya for this, where some people are like, oh, Saya died twice at key points. It's like, yeah, Saya got picked. But in terms of the hero selection, I do wonder back at the option where you could have picked Holiday instead picked Paradox. And I feel like history right now on this current patch may just show that between the two, that was probably an error. I think that there's a chance that this game goes fully the other way if Melee Creeps just prioritize the Holiday or Paradox. Obviously, it's very debatable. Obviously, Melee Creeps at a point where they were way ahead of the game and shouldn't have thrown, but I do wonder if part of why they got back in was the fact that Holiday was around to do Holiday things, and the fact that, Paradox is less escapable than a Holiday.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the couple things made this series really odd compared to the rest of the day, where, pretty low priority on Holiday overall, with Warden coming back into the mix. I do think maybe a lot of other teams might have watched this series and say, okay, maybe this Warden pick, there's something to it. It didn't have the best of success for John in this final game, but clearly over the course of the series, it was an impactful choice and one that both these teams wanted to go to. Wow, just what a series. Like, both teams showing further innovations on the meta, kind of leading the way, as it were, with this new patch note. Not in the directions that we think were the most obvious or most straightforward, but in directions that, clearly have some staying power behind them for FPS Lounge to make the comeback after losing map 1. Off a Reforged roster as well. Like, I wouldn't have been that shocked if losing game 1 snowballed against them, that they go down in the series, but for them to claw back and stick to it in such a long day is an impressive feather in their cap. It'll be a nice win for the FPS Lounge.
I mean, a number of candidates I think could take MVP in this particular game. I think Low Main was pretty insane over the course of this game, because Billy is being prioritized so highly and was actually being banned constantly by Melee Creeps last week. I think quietly Leffa really farmed up a Storm and was pretty nice on some of these new look Mirage builds. I also loved seeing that Average Calico as well, the Rem obviously in that last game. I thought it was Calico over the first 2 games of the series he was everywhere, showing just how quickly she's been catapulted back into Vogue is a great pick. So yeah, I mean, a ton of possibilities, but it's got to be Average getting the honors, putting him to bed, especially in that last fight. And yeah, well deserved. This guy is, it's been around for a long time, very well spoken, definitely has a great head on his shoulders, and it's a very well deserved win for him and the team.
Little do we know that all the highlights are actually just Average getting shot by the billboard by IO over and over again. It's like, no, it's not. We're not actually praising Average. It's actually, we just love this one particular Rem highlight where, no, I mean, look, Average had a really good game throughout the series, and look, gotta give credit where credit's due. Obviously, I think you also could have given it to Low Main here, who looked absurd on Billy, the games that the Billy did well, but yeah, I mean, not a lot to take issue with here for Average. And yep, here we go. Yep, even if you're the MVP, this still gets thrown into the highlight reel. One more time, roll it.
I mean, the heals were insane in some of the moments. Thinking about that long team fight in the under mid area, and then of course here to close out the game, the 4-man sleep comes in, and as you said,
he's getting juggled.
Extra long nap after that. I mean, this team fight is not close. FPS Lounge just scaled to the point where they were not beatable anymore. And a lot of that comes from Average. Not many players in his role would have the flexibility and confidence to say, hey, Rem is what we need right now. And it pays off massively. I think like Rem is the dream pick in this comp up against all the spear damage. And it's, I would argue, a huge reason that they have the possibility of making that comeback in the late game. All right, that's enough MVP talk. Let's take a look at the hero prio. I know we want to see like where the meta is. I think this one's going to be wild and wacky. Okay, there's definitely a clear top tier of heroes in agreement across both regions, but a pretty wide spread of heroes from the 1 to 4 pick range, especially in the differences between NA and EU in terms of their preferences.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that stands out here, of course, is Viscous, where Viscous very much loved throughout all of EU, and NA's is like, nah, we're good. We don't need. Even in times where draft-wise, I think Viscous would have been a good pick in NA. And then you also had some things off the cuff, where we saw some 7 today, where historically we weren't seeing a ton of 7. Where, by the way, the most recent change to 7 is that he got nerfed, and people just realized, wait, no, yeah, he got nerfed. It was like, no, now we need to play him post-nerf. You got a little bit of Ivy in from Saya, and yeah, it was a wide range of things. I think maybe one of the disappointments from people watching is that even though they got buffed, no Apollo today, no Page.
I think also like Holiday, clearly good enough to be like, you know, first picked pretty aggressively, but not really banned out, right? And obviously this sort of downtick in Victor, who was highly prioritized last week, starting to see, you know, him fall away. Pocket obviously still aggressively banned, and obviously Silver and Billy still highly prioritized, but no longer being sort of aggressively banned out.
And the pick heroes today, you know, finally landing in a pretty respectable, balanced spot. Some of the win rates from today, surprisingly, Abrams going winless, 0-5. I mean, small sample size, so it doesn't mean much. I do still think the hero is a top quality choice, but just goes to show that, you know, you might get some of these top tier choices of the draft. It might still go against you. That being said, Holiday 5-1, Venator 5-2. So some really strong performances from the freshly buffed pick Cowgirl, and of course the old stalwart carry, the Venator, you know, always going to be reliable, at least so it would seem here on the night shift. But that's our hero priority on the night. That's what these pro players are trying to use to the greatest effect, and that's also going to be bringing us to the end of the show here today, guys. It's been an absolute marathon. So much love to the fans for sticking with us and watching the show through. It's great to be able to be here and bring you guys Deadlock Esports. Wonderful cast, by the way, guys. Mitch, ZP, hats off.
Thank you. Great to be here. Honestly, we just got great games, and the storylines were sick as well. So I'm expecting more, of course. Number 44 next week. I can't believe 44 night shifts I've done. It just feels like, feels like 8 to 12. Honestly, it's been so quick.
Yeah, you know, what people don't realize is that Mitch is actually here in every single show. He's just, you know, he's controlling whoever's casting like a marionette, like in the background. You can't see the Ghost Rider green. Well, like we filter out the strings of the green screen. But
Mitch, line, here. I need my next line for the game.
Quick, what's the 4-letter word that Australians love you? Like, no.
I mean,
ask you. Don't ask.
I almost went there straight away. You got to get me off air now, or I'm going to get fired.
All right, guys, before we fire Mitch, you know, I'm gonna send us off here. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks to our supporters, whether it's on Patreon, Twitch, YouTube, or just watching, viewing every week in the chat. Tell your friends about us. Bring them on night shift every single Wednesday. We are back bringing you Deadlock Esports action. But that's it for the show. Shout out production. We will see you guys next week.
Good night.